repeatable processes?
Yes, the processes and mechanisms involved, or the plausible mechanisms and processes that are involved are observable and repeatable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered.
So you got inanimate objects becoming animate. That's repeatable and observable and shit.
Nope, because that's not what the origin of life is. And its research
Oh,
is not
my
that
bad.
either.
What's the origin of life then? I thought it was inanimate things becoming animate.
We're talking about the specific processes or the specific mechanisms along the steps, like the formation of nucleic acids from inorganic precursors, where you can observe the mechanisms of inorganic precursors becoming organic compounds, becoming biomolecule monomers, becoming biomolecule polymers, becoming encapsulated or investigated into a protocell. Those protocells.
Oh my god, I would have hit the gong on you if we were on a gong show or something. Or the trap door in the castle or something.
What's up?
Well, those are what origin of life researchers are researching. So
yeah, my bad. You said origin of life. I figure out where life originated from, meaning some kind of inanimate matter. Maybe go on with a 3-minute thing and bore us all to death. Go ahead.
What's up, Charlie? I think maybe Charlie. What's up?
Not much. Just chilling.
Nice.
Yo, Charlie.
How come this room has been sort of empty?
Packed every day, dude.
Really? I was here yesterday and it was pretty empty. Or maybe the day before that.
Depends what time you're here.
Guess so.
Yeah, I mean, there's 30 in VC. I think just about every single day.
Yeah, there's usually like 60 plus people between YouTube and here every day, like 25, 35 people in the VC. I took a phone call, everyone bounced. Jace, did you bore him to death?
Possibly.
No, we didn't
People
get
like
anywhere.
Witsit and Paul and those guys, they seem to like to engage in these discussions, but
No, it's because we're not having the same discussion, bro. I'm telling you, I want to know where the origin of life came from, and we had this discussion, and I didn't straw man you at all. I said to you, you said that random things happen, and life, it just came about. That's what you're saying. Whether it was
not at
volcanoes,
all what I
listen,
said.
whether it was volcanoes, whether it was asteroids, whether it was, I don't care what it was. You're saying that stuff happened, and it stirred up the oceans. It cooked all these molecules, atoms and molecules together, and then it formed life. That's exactly what you're saying. Yeah, it doesn't matter how it happened, but that's what you're saying. Like, that's the essence of what you're saying. We're not having the same conversation. I don't want to. I didn't want to have that conversation right now because I'm too tired. I just wanted to get to the bottom. The origin of life.
Yeah, you're making this over simplistic straw man, and I'm telling you that that's not what I'm saying, right? There's a complex interface between the environment and these molecules, as you say, or these steps that are occurring.
Can I ask a random question?
Go ahead.
It's my kid's first birthday party in a few weeks. Is it appropriate to invite friends that don't have children?
No.
I don't know. You friends of yours?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
to my son's birthday party.
Yeah, who cares?
Well, I'm worried that they might care.
Hold on. You're saying you have a son, you're going to throw him a birthday party, you have some other friends that don't have kids, and they were maybe going to come and celebrate? What's the problem with that?
I'm concerned that they might feel out of place. And I'm concerned that they might feel obligated to come because I invited them, even though they might not want to come. Does that make sense? Because it's going to be a bunch of kids, right? And a bunch of other parents with kids.
Are you trying to get a free therapy session?
Maybe.
That's why I said you don't, because it's just gonna cause you trouble, man. If you're thinking about all of this, just don't invite them. It's easy to just invite people with kids.
I don't know why they'd be out of place. I mean, they're just celebrating it with you and your family.
Yeah,
guess-
personally, I don't have kids, but I have friends that have kids, and I've, been invited to their kids' birthday parties, and I never felt out of place or awkward or anything. You just hang out with, they're going to want to hang out with you, not the kids.
Then you should invite him.
Or
Why
whatever.
not?
If you have friends that are friendly to your son and they're playing, throwing the ball around or whatever, that's fine too. It's just family getting together with friends and celebrating his birthday.
Yeah, exactly.
You should make him a. Do you see Bacon's flat Earth birthday cake?
No.
Oh, dude, you got to see it. I'm posting it right now. Look in the chat. Bacon's like whole family. Apparently, like his girlfriend and whatever, they all like they know he's like into quote unquote flat Earth. So they literally made a flat Earth themed surprise birthday party for him.
That's amazing.
Look at that cake, dude. That discs floating in space. I mean, it's just ridiculous, but it's pretty funny.
Why would they put bacon on it?
Well, right, because that's his name here.
Right.
Well, I think he said though that's like his nickname. Like it comes from like when he was a child, like a kid or something. That's like kind of his nickname is Bacon. So I don't know that his girlfriend calls him that, but maybe that's kind of it. They might know that he uses the name here and are talking about the Earth not being a globe in addition to it's kind of a childhood nickname or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice, though.
Have you told him about the Earth, or is it just all the globe stuff, the globe programming?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you told your son about the Earth not being a globe, or is it just all globe programming that you've told him?
He's turning 1.
Oh, start him young.
I don't
How many globes? How many globes you got in his room right now?
that's a good question. I don't know if it counts, but there's like a painting of like a planet and it's spherical. Does that count? His room is space themed.
You got a spherical painting on your wall?
It's a painting of a spherical object.
Oh. I mean, dude, they push that globe shit hard on kids, bro. Turn on Disney Junior or something. Every chance they get, there's a desk with a globe on it, or there's puppies jumping around a spherical planet. Even the baby cartoons, their numbers around the globe. Like, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. They sell these little things you can set your kid in, and it's like a cloth seat, and you put them in, and it's a tray, and it's got like goofy shit they could fuck with and shit. One of them had a globe right on it, right in their face, 1 foot away from their face, just a globe right off the rip. I didn't get that one. They had two. Walmart had two. I went with the farm animal one.
It's a globe right in their face. Oh my god.
Like 1 foot from their face, bro. Yeah, just right there. No, they push that shit hardcore on kids, dude. They have to. That's the only way they can get you.
Yeah, but it kind of has established a pretty weak belief, you know? Like, I mean, people do believe it, they go with it, and in that way you can say it's strong. But the truth of the matter is that 99% of these people that believe in the globe have never even looked into it. They don't even know anything about it. They don't even know what, you know, the radius is or anything about it. And they haven't even started their journey. Like, they haven't even begun to investigate it for themselves. So they have a bunch of believers that are very like surface level.
Don't straw man us, Gio.
Well, you didn't do anything. If you believe it, you believe it, but you're not the one promulgating it.
No, he's saying just there's 99% of you guys. Yeah, there's a few in here, maybe a few out there, and a few other
I
places.
agree.
But for the most part, 99% of people that
I agree.
believe in the globe, it's like
Idiots.
Parrots.
Parrots.
Yeah, but a lot of them don't even know like anything. Like, if you ask them how many times a day does the Earth spin, they don't know. No, I'm not joking. I mean, when Witsit was out on the street, he had 3 questions, and you know, you could win $100 or whatever. And like, one of the questions was, how many times a day does the Earth spin? And it was like,
One.
you know, he could tell you the numbers, but like many did not even know that. And then the other one was like, what's the radius? Or I forget. They were the 3 very simple questions. And you'd have to ask him to know for sure, but I'm pretty sure no one got the $100. 3 of the simplest questions you could ever imagine. No one, and he did it, you know, over hundreds, however many thousands, hundreds of people, and nobody even knew those 3 basic questions.
To be honest, I don't actually know the exact radius of the Earth. I know it's something like 4,000 kilometers or something like that.
Miles.
I'm not sure though. Miles, yeah. See, I'm not even sure myself. But I mean, it's not hard. You can look it up, can't you? But the thing is, here's the thing. Here's my problem is some people don't understand. You know, they read something and then they come and they say, "Oh, that's been debunked," or you know, this is what it is, but they don't actually understand what they're talking about. When you ask them, well, why didn't you explain it? They can't because they didn't know what they were talking about to begin with. And I admit, you know, that's on both sides, I think. Flat earthers are worse, though.
You said it's a what?
Flat earthers are worse.
A waste?
You're worse.
Worse than what?
Yeah. Just, I don't know, I find that some of you guys are just like more dishonest. I don't know.
That's like the pot calling the kettle black. But all right.
Yeah, I suppose, man.
Bro, we're all, I mean, there's. Go ahead.
Yeah, everyone's an individual person. I mean, there might be some culty vibes in some other groups that use the term flat earth. Like, there's no question. We've all seen other servers and places, like, but those are just those groups or whatever. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's no like even to leave the term flat Earth out of it, like stationary, planar Earth. That humans have
Yeah,
and it's been the foundation of human cosmology since the dawn of time until this globalist cult came along and started pushing it. So on that level, like it's just Earth, and everyone's a unique person on it, whatever they think the Earth is. There's not like one group that is, representing a whole thing necessarily. I mean, there's names that people use, and maybe there's people kind of see it as sides or teams or whatever. But at the end of the day, we're all just people on the Earth living and having our understandings or viewpoints of what's true and what's not. There's people pushing certain ideas like globes all over the place that also are running the government. If you trust them, you trust their conclusion, then all right. Yeah, I guess you're trusting your government to have pictures from NASA to believe in the globe that but they're just pushing that. People are believing it. The truth is just what it is, even outside of whatever people are pushing or thinking.
yeah. Thing is, people do form sides, don't they? People do take sides. People think that it's, ultimately, I think I just want to get to like the bottom of this shit. I just want to know the truth, and I don't really give a shit like where it comes from. But I do find that people just seem just dogmatic. I think's the best word. Dogmatic, yeah. They stick to their dogma.
Well, the topic of what the Earth is very deep because, some people identify with a baseball team or a football team or, whatever it may be, or maybe a famous musician that they like a lot. And they've, but the thing is, those are like particular interests people have. But with the Earth, we're all Earthlings, if you want to call it that. We're all on Earth. We're humans on Earth. And this is the only place we've ever lived. So it's like whether you call it a container or the floor of the universe, or you think it's a globe, whatever it is, like this is it. So it's like we're all like Team Earth just by default. And some people might root for it more than others. Some people might not care. Some people, but in that sense, we're all Earth. And then what we were told the Earth is like the foundation of your entire reality of who you are, where you are. And then we were told the globe thing at a very young age. And you know what I mean? So it's very like deeply wound in with the ego and all of these different layers of the human psyche.
Hey, Gio.
That's why you have to check yourself. You have to check yourself, check other people. I mean,
Diggity, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
basically, yeah. That's exactly my point. You do have to check yourself, Whatever you say, you go and investigate it.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I heard you say Geo, but the other guy just started talking. But I was going to say what's up. Yeah, I heard you.
Can I ask you a question? Do you have interest in math as a subject?
You asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the what would you say is your math level at? Like what is the I mean, I don't know where you're from or what the math structure is where you are from. But like what would you say it's the level what is the type of math that you said you're the most comfortable with?
Well, what kind? There's a lot of different types.
Right, I mean they usually come in levels, right? Like I know where I studied you start with pre-algebra and then algebra 1 and then you take geometry and then you take algebra 2 and then you take trigonometry, pre-calculus, calculus, and then there's like single variable calculus, multivariable calculus, differential equations, linear algebra, right? Or at least that's the order that I learned it in.
Yeah, it's the same order I learned it in.
So like where would you say that your education in math stopped? Because most people don't do what I did. Right? Like I have people from my high school who they took nothing more than algebra 2 and then they just stopped.
Are you gonna try to get Gio to take a test after this? I'm just
No.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, I mean, yeah, I guess I could share my life story, but I mean, what's the kind of goal here? Like, are you trying? What are you trying to elucidate?
I am trying to get you interested in not just the subject of math, but actually like doing some with me.
You want to touch tips?
Yes, I want to touch tips. Very much so.
You want to touch some math tips?
Yes.
I mean, I would tell you what level math I had, but I don't disclose that information.
You will tell me, but you don't disclose it?
He signed an NDA with his math teacher,
Okay.
especially about what happened after class. You don't want to ask him about that.
I'm serious, by the way. I'm being completely innocent about this.
That's what serial killers say right before they kill people.
That's probably true, but probably not with math.
Check 1 2.
I like math. What were you trying to say, bro?
I'm asking Gio, like what level would he say that his math education is has stopped or peaked?
I'm still peaking.
Okay, and where would that be?
I don't understand why that matters, because he might have studied wherever you're going to suggest now. Do you understand? So, like...
What do you got? You got a math problem or something? I got some math guys. I'll run it by him. What do you got?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
have a
that's what I'm
math
saying.
problem.
Like, I don't know if you're asking
I
for
feel like you're being super cautious right now. Like you're scared that I'm going to like do or say something to try and trap you, but I'm not. I'm really not.
It's a trap.
I'm okay. Let me replace math with something else. I want to play Diablo 4. Can I get you interested in Diablo 4?
Probably not.
Okay, well, do you see how much more innocent that sounded?
Although I have been.
I'm asking you to apply my same innocence to math, right? Like I'm not trying to do a gotcha here.
I have the education that I had in high school, undergrad, and grad school. I have thought I could state whatever that, whatever in terms of that, if you want to call it formal education. But I also have everything I've studied in my life beyond that as well, in various categories and different ways and times over the years. So it's not just as simple as, oh, I completed that level in college or whatever it may be, and then nothing more from there. So I feel like you're trying to categorize it into that. I don't think it's that simple of a categorization, but.
Well, here's how I would answer that question, right? So I already listed out to you the math that I took, right? And I could probably tell you that I'm most comfortable with linear algebra. Like I am, out of all the math that I've studied, linear algebra is definitely the best that I'm at, right? I wish I was better at tensor calculus, but I'm not. Tensor calculus, I studied by myself. I didn't take a course. And I'm rusty with it, but I find it interesting. All right, now given my answer, can you give me Gio's version of that answer?
List them all again?
Sure. You want me to list mine?
No, just list all of them in the order you listed them in. Because I mean, I took I was in the advanced classes in high school, so I did the extent of that, and then in college I did some, I didn't go deep into my undergrad degree was not in a mathematics related field, but I did take courses in my freshman I believe my last one might have been sophomore year, and then I didn't continue any math in grad school in that. So
That's fine. Most people don't do math in grad school. I don't think I did, actually. So do you remember the course titles for your undergraduate math courses?
yeah, I mean that's what I was saying. If you wanted to rifle through the list, I could probably tell you which one I did. But I mean the course names. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at what the specific names were. But
Did you take discrete math?
no, it doesn't sound familiar.
Did you take trigonometry?
Yeah,
Did you take calculus?
yeah.
Did you take linear algebra?
Where is this leading to? What's the point here?
I mean,
Charlie,
stop
I
being so
think
suspicious, dude. I'm
most
just talking.
Most people.
You're
probably
being
end-
suspicious.
Most people probably end at Calc 1, Charlie, if they're not like a science, physics,
I know, but I'm not
or
interested in
math
most people. I'm
major.
interested in geo. Right?
So that's probably where he ended, man. That's my point.
Well, why don't you let him answer?
Because this has been going on for like 10 minutes now. He doesn't want to answer. It's clear.
Oh, I didn't know he didn't want to
Yeah,
answer.
if you need some help with your math homework, I got a couple guys that could.
I think you need help with your internet connection.
Is that what it is? You need help with your math homework?
No, I'm asking you to stop being so suspicious. There is no ulterior motive here. I'm genuinely curious, right? So you said you didn't take linear algebra, right? Did I hear you right? But you took calculus, which, I mean, calculus is a broad subject, and there's, you could have taken. How many years of calculus did you take? I'll ask you that. You can say I don't want to answer.
Dude, I think you just need to get to a point.
I don't have a point. I'm literally just talking to you. See, when I was talking about like my son's birthday party, you weren't being this autistic about like what I'm saying. I'm asking you to do the same thing here because I have no ulterior.
Yeah, because
motive.
we're
I'm
on a
literally
live
just
stream
talking.
to talk about information, not to pry into people's private lives and what courses they took and whatever it may be. And you're just prying and prying for some bizarre reason. So
I don't think it's private
I told
information
you
to
in
ask
general,
how many
I
years of calculus you took.
Yeah, I mean, I told you in general, I took all the courses at the advanced levels that could be done in high school. There's generally like two routes. You're in the basic one or the advanced one. And then I took I did like freshman year, like I went to Michigan State University for my undergrad. So it's like a Big Ten school or whatever. So you have to do all the prerequisites to even get a bachelor's. But I already said I didn't continue in a field where into my like junior, senior year or into grad school where I would have been doing, continued math.
That's fine, but I don't think calculus is a prerequisite for most degrees. Is it? Am I wrong about this?
I'm pretty sure it was.
Do you remember how many years of it you took?
I had 2 rounds of calculus in a biology degree.
Do you not want to talk about this? I can just shut up about this.
No, I'm just waiting to get to a point or a topic or something. Like you said, you wanted help with your math homework. So
Did I say that?
I don't know. We were on some other topic. You've kind of bunked the vibes.
Just tell me you don't want to talk about this, and I'll stop talking about it.
Well, I mean, you seem to get very excited about other men taking tests, like you got with Witsit. So is that what it's all leading to? You want me to take?
No, this has nothing to do with that. I don't know why you're being so suspicious. If you want to talk about like my beef I have with Witsit, I'm more than happy to do that to change the subject to that. Do you want to do that? Like, do you want me to stop asking you about? How
Oh,
many
dude, I'd
bases
like to
you
talk
visit?
about something interesting that could enlighten my mind. Maybe I could learn something new, something to munch on, something good, dude. Give us something good. Don't just keep drilling people about what classes they took in high
I'm
school.
not drilling about it. I'm trying to share with you my love for math, right? And which is actually enlightening. Which I'm sure you would agree, math is enlightening, right?
It's all right. I wouldn't
Math
really
is
say it.
beautiful.
Math is absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. It's the language of God.
All right, Gio, since you've asked me nicely to stop talking about it, I will. Okay, I am now switching over to malicious mode. All right.
Hey, just let's get on some topic. Just something. If you want to talk about a math thing, or I know Ruhif has always got something when he comes in. Let's just get on something that's interesting.
Well, I mean, I wanted to talk about math with you. I really did. I genuinely did. But I guess you're not going to extend me the charity of believing me.
So 700 miles, eh?
So let me switch over to
Bro,
malicious.
do you
mode.
have a math thing first to get into
Um,
or not?
I
Because I
don't.
do have a math thing.
Ruhif, did you see
Okay, well, I do have a math thing.
he took it down the 700?
Gotcha.
Yeah, the photographer apparently contacted Taboo and told him to take it down, which I thought was pretty poor.
Yeah, that was a good
How's
one.
my audio, by the way? How's my audio?
Not great.
Not great. All right.
I mean, it's not the worst I've ever heard, but not as good as
Alright.
your other one.
It's pretty good
Okay.
on my end.
Okay. Oh, it's like an $8 set of headphones. I forgot my AirPods.
Do we have
You
the?
got your money's worth.
Do you have the link to the actual original photo though, so we can at least because that was
I've
killer.
got the photo. Yeah, give me a minute and I'll download it off my laptop and post
Yeah,
it.
if you could send it, I'd like to save that one because that's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, 1 sec.
To have 8 mountain peaks that are all defined, they're clearly definable in their positions at 700 miles. It's pretty amazing.
Sure, champ.
Oh, we got a champ. You know that it's a threat to the globe if we already got a champ.
That was a quick champ right there. That might have been the fastest one I ever heard.
That is
Yeah.
fast. And all I just said was what the photo shows.
It doesn't show that anyway.
But that's why I got a
So,
champ.
Yeah.
Good. It's good to know champ is universally derogatory.
It's not really. It's kind of used though. Well, I think in the United States, some people might even use it like a father uses it with his son, like, hey, champ, like in a positive way. But then because of that, it sort of is also used in maybe some derogatory, like, okay, all right, champ, all right, chief, gotcha.
I wouldn't say that
Yeah.
here unless
Like if Floyd
I was talking
Mayweather
down to
comes to your
someone.
house. Yeah, like if Floyd Mayweather comes to your house and be like, what's up, champ? That's a whole different thing. Or a son to a dad and a son, yeah.
Yeah, so do you guys want to identify the peaks on the far right of the photo?
Well, that's what was cool about Tebu's video. Did anyone download his video before he took it down?
No.
Well, I'm guessing what the photographer didn't want his photo to be a thing that proves the Earth's not, or indicates Earth not being a globe.
Yeah. That's why. Yeah, that's why I think it was a shit thing to do.
Well, it's not what for him to use it. It's not a problem.
No.
Isn't this a world record photo too?
No, this is just a photo this dude took with an iPhone. He's got no right to ask Taboo. Well, he can ask, but he's got no right to force Taboo to take it down.
Right. Where did he originally post it?
Flickr, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taboo should leave his video up.
It wouldn't be that hard. It'd be sick, dude. Just go up to this site and like use some equipment like P900, telescope, binoculars. It'd be pretty sweet to go to that same position and then do some real zooms. See what additional detail we can get.
But you realize it's just
clouds, if he did this with an iPhone, if you go up there with a P9 million or something, you should be able to get something sweet. What do you think, champ?
What is this photo supposed to be? The same place that he took the photo from, or something?
No, it is the photo.
Oh, well, zooming in and the mountain peaks on the right looks like maybe clouds on top of the mountains.
They're not even
Uh,
mountains on the right. It's just all clouds. So those big white fluffy things on the far right of the photo don't line up with the Alps at all.
What happened with the surveyors?
It's not the white things that are the Alps. There are some clouds in there. It's the mountain. It's the black mountain peaks. It's like the mountainous land masses there.
It's
Be
it's
nice
not.
to get better definition though. If you took the P900 up here or something. Is this a site that's publicly available? Because we can add it to the list to get up there and.
Yep. You catch a train up to the top. You don't even have to hike up there.
Nice. What about doing a laser test to one of those mountain peaks or to multiple of them? Now that'd be cool.
Cool.
Yeah, that'd be something if you could get someone on one of those other mountain peaks with a laser and you're at the one spot and they're at the other spot. That'd be dope.
Wait, to do what? I kind of missed that. To do laser and a zoom?
Yeah, you get the guy with the camera on one peak, and then you get a guy with a laser beam on another peak, and you do it up.
And what will happen when you don't see the laser?
Well, if we can see the mountain in the photo, we're probably going to be able to see the laser, no?
Right, but I'm telling you it's not a mountain. So what do you conclude when you don't see the laser?
How do you know we're not going to see the laser?
Is the Earth a globe?
I know.
Yeah, but dude, we're talking about testing it, bro. We're not talking about like some ego battle of you think it's a champ. We're talking about actually testing it. We're talking about testing it from a non-biased perspective to evaluate the information. We're not talking about just biasly being like, oh, it's not a globe, so this and that. Like we're trying to actually do it and take all the, that's the idea. Take the factors into consideration and see what we can do.
But when you don't see the laser, what's the conclusion?
I would phrase your question differently. Like, if we don't see the laser, maybe sounds more reasonable to ask.
Yeah, because it depends.
If you don't see the laser, what will happen?
It depends on many factors. Atmospheric conditions, the strength of the laser, the viewing height, which mountain peak you're on, the conditions. There's a lot of different components.
Yeah, use your head, champ.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Oh, man.
I mean, maybe we won't be able to see the laser. I don't know. I'd like to go up there with infrared too. We got a lot of infrared stuff we got to do too. So we'll see. We're gonna fuck around and find out.
Yep. How about just someone go up there and I don't know, take a time lapse in that direction for 2.5 hours or something?
You know what I'd like to see? Do you know how your theodolite works yet, Ruhif?
Do I know how my theodolite works? Yes.
Yeah. Do you got, an auto level or a theodolite?
Both.
Do you know how your theodolite works?
Yes.
Asking for a friend. You know what would be good to see is a time lapse of a theodolite looking at a mountain like 50 miles away or something and see how much over time it moves to the left or right. That'd be something to see.
Sure.
Wouldn't that be neat?
Yeah.
See how many arc seconds it shifts to the left or the right or whatever?
Yep.
Definitely.
You got any mountains near you, Ruhif, or are you all booked up?
We don't have many.
I don't
big
really
mountains
have
in Australia.
mountains. Sydney's pretty shit in particular, yeah. I went for a drive up to the mid-north coast a few weeks ago to pick up that puppy. That was a great drive. Like, there are some nice mountains up there you could do some good observations with. But yeah, Sydney's crap.
Get your theodolite out, man. Do something.
Yeah, most of my day, I'm sitting in my car at the moment, waiting for my daughter to finish school. That's my days at the moment. Boring as fuck.
Mate, when does she finish school?
She got suspended about 2 weeks ago, so they're doing half days for the next little while.
Oh no.
So 11:40. Yeah. Oh, she threw chairs in the classroom. It was not good.
Oh damn!
Yeah, so 11:40, and then we're out.
I was gonna say, are you gonna be waiting until 3:30?
No,
No, you're not. Never mind.
11:40.
Through a chair, huh? Ooh,
Yeah.
that's feisty.
Yep. Second suspension this year.
I would be so proud if that was my daughter.
No, it's not cool. Very not cool.
Did you
Do you
ground
have,
her?
Nah, doesn't go anywhere anyway.
I don't really have I never got grounded when I was a kid.
Yeah.
is like, do you guys, is there like kind of that kind of stuff happen around the house, like violence and stuff to where
No,
she's
not anymore. She doesn't at all get violent with me anymore. It's been a pretty stressful transition to high school. So yeah, I'm just waiting for a call from the teacher to say come and help defuse a fucking blow up. Nice one, Kosho.
What the
What
fuck?
actually happened? Why did she get so angry? I mean,
Something
there's no smoke
glitched.
without fire.
Yeah, something glitched with the Wi-Fi at the school, and she couldn't get the teacher's attention fast enough. And yeah, it's just it's fucked.
I mean, I wouldn't
Best
even
of luck
sweat
with
it, Ruhif. It's not like she stole it's not like she stole toilet paper from an orphanage or anything. So I wouldn't even, it's
True.
fine. You'd be all
Just
right.
random.
It was.
Is it random,
Random.
Kosho? Is it random?
Eh,
Why did you get
Anyway.
from an orphanage of all things?
he's got Tourette's, man. He knows. But no, but yeah. Best of luck to you, though, Rufus. Yeah,
Cheers. Yeah.
it'll work itself out. Now, I was saying before I deafened and muted myself somehow. I didn't realize I thought you had little kids.
No, triplets are 12 and the eldest is 14.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I thought you only had triplets. All right, fair enough. Anyways, not to make this all about you or whatever, but yeah, I've only caught a glimpse of this, this mountain thing, the second mountain thing. It's very interesting. Taboo Conspiracy is prolific in his evidence.
Bullshit. Yes. Yeah, basically line it up in Google Earth and you'll see the azimuths don't work.
So the observer actually, wherever Taboo Conspiracy got this from, he actually, gave his position, his exact position for the observation and everything, or how does that work?
It's on the top of this mountain, so yeah.
Okay, so not exactly, but it's like kind of general area.
Close enough. Yeah, close enough to show that the azimuths won't work if he's on that mountain at all.
I didn't realize that. It was always hard for me to imagine mountains in England, but
Yeah, it's pretty shitty. Like even Australia's highest mountain is 2,236 meters, Jimbo?
How high is this one?
About 1,100, something like that.
Is that the order? I don't even know if it's that high, to be honest.
Oh, science it out. It's Polish, right? And we told him how we pronounce Kosciuszko, and he just went, "What the fuck?" Nothing like it.
Yeah, no, Kosciuszko is 228.
What are we
228.
like? I've been down to the Andes, but I wonder what kind of long distances you can get from those Andes. Aren't those some of the? I mean, those are some high altitudes.
I could imagine you do.
My mate that does he's cabin crew for Qantas, and he goes to San Diego. He does the San Diego Sydney flight quite a lot. He went up to like the 10,000 feet area near the fucking, what are they called? The salt flats up there.
Those steps.
Yeah.
How is the long distance record? How is the long distance record not from the top of like Everest or K2 or something?
What
you
can
have
you
to
see?
make observations from there.
Yeah.
And what is Everest? 30-something thousand?
28,000
feet.
29, yeah.
I mean, I just look like Andes. Like, I mean, this says 20, almost 23,000 feet. That's up there.
So the idea is. Go ahead, Rose.
Sorry, yeah. Jump on Google Earth and try and find a long distance shot that you could make.
No, but yeah, the idea.
Well, we
yeah,
could
exactly.
get someone out in the.
No, go ahead.
We could get someone out in the distance with a drone with a laser beam on it or something. Use your head. Come on.
Yeah, but you got
What's
to
the
plan it on
elevation?
Google Earth, right?
It's also really
What's the
hard to get
elevation
Hold
of
on,
the
pause.
observer?
For which one?
The observer. What's the elevation of the observer?
On that photo?
Yeah.
Jump on Google Earth and find the highest mountain in Wales called Snowdon. Let me Google it 1 second. Snowdon.
Well,
Right,
it just
first name,
puts
Edward.
ideas together. At 10,000 feet, your horizon is 200 miles. So if you had another mountain
That's what I'm
peak
saying, dude. You go to the top
200
of
miles from
Everest.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, you go to the top of Everest, dude. You should have the world record shot. You get someone on the ground with a laser beam. That's it. That's it.
Hold on,
Yeah,
champ.
go and plan it. Plan
Okay.
it, Jeremy.
Left
Oh,
lane
do
champ.
what?
Go into Google
yeah,
Earth,
Jeremy.
right? Draw a circle, whatever, 444 kilometers big, and see if there's a location that should be visible.
Well, left lane just said it from the top of Everest. How far are we seeing again, left lane? 600
At
miles or
10,000
something crazy?
at 10,000
100.
feet, your horizon is 200 miles.
Listen, I don't know
Okay,
if that's
30,000.
which is very close to the world distance record. So if you go 30,000
not.
feet, 3 times as
It's-
higher. What's up?
The world record's like
The world record
275
shot's
miles.
like 250.
275.
What?
274, actually. 275 or 273, actually.
I think it's 273.
Okay. Okay, so how far would you? What's the horizon at if you're 30,000 feet on the top of Everest?
Let's have a look.
I mean, all you gotta do is fly a drone. Does it have to be taken by a human, or can you just fly a drone up there and take it?
No, it has to be both on land.
Yeah, you get the drone. You just have the drone land on the top of Everest. I'm not climbing Everest or nothing crazy.
All right. 28,000 feet. The refracted horizon, 221 miles.
Jeremy will dig a
That's
trench
it?
by morning, but he's not climbing Mount Everest.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's
not get crazy or nothing.
Yeah, don't get crazy, please, dude. Because it's first of all, well, just about the distance to the horizon thing. So the idea of these observations, right, is not just to have to be high enough that you're like super high, like Mount Everest high. You have to be in a convenient position that there's also in a really high thing further away, so far away, in fact, that the horizon from either point. Let's say you are equally. There's another Mount Everest. The horizon should be halfway in between you two in order for you to, just see the glimpse of the top of the other one. So, that's like what 440 miles. If there were another Mount Everest somewhere before 440 miles, then that would be an opportune thing to try to see, right? But there's not.
Well, there's got to be some kind of mountains over there, right? It's not just
spy
ocean, is it?
Plan it. Plan an observation. Get a line of sight to some other tall mountain. It's a lot harder than it sounds.
You got a drone, right, Ruhif? Let's do this up.
No, I don't have a drone. Oh, I've got a shitty drone.
Let's get your
I
drone.
don't think your drone will even be
We'll
able
land
to
it on the
fly
top. We'll
up
put a
there.
nice camera on it.
I don't think your drone will
What's
be
your
able
drone
to fly
going to
up
do
there.
for you?
Which drone do I have? A shitty
We'll put
one?
a P9000 on your drone. We'll put a P10,000 on your drone. We fly it up there. You get some remote controls and stuff. We fly it right up there, and we get a shot of some far away stuff.
I don't think you can get a helicopter up there, so I don't think you're going to get a drone up there.
And I think you're going.
Dude, they can fly a drone. If they can fly a drone on Mars, we'll get a helicopter. We'll get something up there. Don't worry.
They fly that drone not that high, dude.
It doesn't matter. It's the atmosphere is so thin on Mars. That's way high up.
Well, let's see if the atmosphere is more or less dense on the ground at Mars or at the top of Everest. Why don't we check that out?
Dude, it's only 30,000 feet.
It's definitely more
Helicopters can't
dense
fly at 30.
on Mount Everest. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Helicopters can't fly at 30,000 feet.
No.
No? I don't think they can.
We got to get jazz. Where's Jazza?
Helicopter.
Your Australian hero.
Ceiling. Helicopter ceiling. What is the ceiling height?
Kobe found
Jazz
that
is the
hard.
Australian champ
Okay, about
when it comes to
25,000 feet.
helicopters.
Dude, Jazza DMs me every single day asking to be unmuted. I don't even. I'm often like not even here, and he's just DMing me like sometimes like random hours. He's just like unmute me. Oh
No
man,
way.
I don't know if he's just
Yeah.
perma muted or he just gets
That's
muted
work.
every time he comes in because he screams and yells at people.
That's Ruiz's
Helicopter's
boy
about
right there.
25,000 feet max.
All right, so with some simple modifications,
Okay.
we'll be all set. Is there anything high near Everest? I mean, you get in the Guinness Book of World Records.
How about pick a mountain that's I don't know 300 miles away from Everest and see if you can get a line of sight on Google Earth.
Atmospheric pressure on Mars is 61 kPa.
Is it really?
Top of Everest.
Everest is going to be
I think it's
thicker, more dense.
kPa. Top of Everest pressure is 33.7 kPa.
On Mars, 61 kilopascals. Really?
According to this hyperlink I'm reading.
On Mars.
Yes, I've been wrong before.
I wonder
Oh,
what
hang on. 6.5 millibars, so basically 0.1 psi.
What? Why does this one say
Yeah.
61
Everest
kPa?
is going to be more pressure. 'Cause
I
Everest
wonder
is
what-
only a third of the pressure.
Where's the source? Yeah, about a third pressure at 30,000 feet.
Oh, sorry, I have misread. It's written O, like the letter O dot
Yes.
space kPa, which is, it should
Ah.
say 0 point.
Okay.
That's my bad. It's 0.1 0.6 kPa.
No, David
Nah,
Blaine.
no. No biggie. It's on your file though. It's fine.
On your permanent
David
record.
Blaine.
Oh no!
He climbed. David Blaine
Put it on
climbed
my
higher
permanent
just holding
record
on
that I
to.
admitted when I was wrong.
Gotcha.
David climbed
Okay.
higher just on the balloons. Yeah.
You cut out.
I have problems. Hold on.
Oh, we know you got problems.
I was gonna say, I wonder what I could get in some of these mountainous areas in California here. What long range?
Oh, down towards LA, yeah. I think so.
You got to be up stupid high looking at something else that's also stupid high.
Is stupid
The,
high? Is that a thing? Can you be stupid and high?
Like there's got to be something near Everest that's just like, I mean, isn't that a whole mountainous region thing they got going on there? Or
yeah, find one.
Yeah, the only thing is that it just seems it would have a lot to do with conditions. It seems more than necessarily just altitude.
So Mount Whitney. Try and find somewhere, I don't know, maybe the Rockies. How far is that?
From where?
Well, see if you can see Mount Whitney from the Rockies.
you know what I've been wondering? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Well, dude, that's like that's far. Why? Because it's Mount Whitney.
Is it,
what is it high
is
altitude?
it less than 700 miles? How far is it to the Rockies from Mount Whitney? Let's have a look.
14,500 is Mount Whitney. That's pretty high.
Yep.
Is that? Did you get that? Because is that the highest in California?
Yes.
It says it's the highest in the contiguous United States and the Sierra Nevada. Okay, so that's.
There we go.
That's the
You can see how
highest
far the
spot
Rockies
we
are.
got in America is 14,000. That's it.
No, in the lower 48.
Not counting Alaska. Oh.
Got Denali. Denali's in Alaska. There's Colorado. There we go.
I mean, whatever. If we got to
Oh.
send Geo to Alaska, he's going to Alaska.
Well-
Like what? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say Mount Elbert in Colorado is 14.4, so it's about the same.
Mount Elbert. Where's that near? What city is that near?
You need something like Kosho said, where you can like middle it out, and there's two like high spots.
Yeah. So it's about 1,100 Ks, which is the same as this. Oh, there's Mount Albert. Okay. Yeah, there you go. 1,079 kilometers, 700 and ish miles.
Yo, here's what we do, Geo. Here's the plan. We get this world record photo. We change somebody's name to like Flat Earth or Stationary Earth or something, so that when they say who the picture was taken by, they got to say the name. Right? That's dope.
What?
Just get your name legally changed to.
Yeah. Like Earth Awakenings. Now they're gonna be like, what's this Discord Earth Awakenings guy all about?
Yeah, my first name's Discord.
Middle name's Earth, last name Awakenings. Boom.
You know, I don't know if Google Earth. I don't use it probably as much as you do, Rahif, but I know of another site called Hey, What's That? Or it's yeah. You know what that is? You know what that site?
No. Nope.
Okay, Hey, What's That? It's basically exclusively for taking, like, it'll get you put in a position and it will give you it gives you a pretty good map of what's visible at your elevation from that position.
Cool.
I think it does so in probably a more useful way, but like I said, I'm not that familiar with Google Earth. So.
Yeah. Oh, you can do the same in Google Earth. Yeah.
I have this list here of all the highest peaks in all 48 contiguous states of the United States. Florida. Guess what the highest?
Fuck all.
Guess what the highest peak in Florida is?
120 meters.
345 feet.
Yeah. Yes.
That's amazing.
Fine.
That's like you could throw a baseball up to the top of that.
Yeah.
Maybe
That's
not.
almost exactly right.
I know you were pretty close.
Well, let's pick a position now. Let's see what it looks like on this map. What's you said Mount Whitney?
Mm.
Let me see.
Well, do the math. You got to get two peaks that are like so far apart. But I've been wondering recently. I want you guys to stay on this, but you know how you can see the sunset on the grid in New York City? Like, what are you seeing in the distance?
What do you mean?
Like, what are you seeing in the distance when the sun sets? Like, what is it silhouetting? Because I can see shit back there. Have you ever seen the photos of it?
Yeah.
Anyways, carry on with this mountain thing. I want to see where this is going to be good.
What about Mount Whitney to Mount Henderson in Vegas? That'd be a nice one. It's not very far, but yeah.
How about Rainier, California, Colorado to Washington? We'll do a big triangle.
Cool.
We're going to do a spherical triangle. That's what's up.
Can you get on all those three peaks to measure angles?
Ruhif, we got it. When we're walking around with your kind of money, we can get anywhere we want. Yeah.
Right. You expecting your funding?
If we can see Olympus Mund.
If we were dependent on Ruhif for money, we'd be in trouble. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Correct.
He's the Grinch who's not giving a penny for anything.
I'm not going to waste money. Probably closer to it.
I'm just joking. Obviously, you don't have to do anything. I mean, I from what you've said, it sounds like whatever money you have, you kind of have to live on the rest of your life. So I don't know if you got more coming in, but it's not like you're just ready to blow a bunch of money.
Yeah, pretty much. Tell you what, it'd be nice to not have fucking kids draining it as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to go up to some of these peaks and do some infrareds and do some real long zooms. And I'm trying to think of some other method though. Like I mean, there's lasers, but I'm just trying to think of some way to be able to cut through a lot of the atmospheric conditions to be able to
You could
get a sighting.
try.
Yeah, infrared.
Yeah, if you were even going to do this, I would do it with a regular camera and an infrared side by side kind of thing.
Your connection's shit, Jeremy.
Maybe get a guy on the ground or whatever you're looking at with a laser beam or something that's super duper bright. Maybe try to cut through it.
Yeah, we actually heard most of that, but you were roboting for a second.
You shoot the laser in the air, you might be able to see it. Like you point it up into the sky. Is there an infrared
Like the Batman
laser?
signal?
Yeah, pretty much. Can you get an infrared laser? I assume you can.
I don't know. That's pretty interesting. I've thought about there's got to be these like IR laser type things that you can like that will hit a like a detector, like it'll hit a sensor.
Like a retro reflector.
Yeah, like yeah. But like infrareds, it doesn't have to be visible, but you just want it to hit the actual the retro reflector, like the actual sensor.
How hot would an infrared laser be? Be interesting.
Let's see. Here's this one: far infrared laser, tetrahertz laser.
I don't know how many of you guys are. I don't know how many of you guys are from the '80s, but we need that real genius laser beam with Val Kilmer.
Right.
Infrared spectroscopy. That's a thing, apparently.
Yeah, it is. That's how you measure stars. You look at stars and you look at the light frequencies that they emit, and by that you can measure their composition because each element reflects light in different wavelength. And by measuring the different wavelengths that you're getting from the light reflected from a star, you can actually measure the composition of the star.
Yeah, but it takes a big leap in an assumption. Like, let's just take it to the extreme. If you have a spectroscopy device on the ground and you're getting those wavelengths and you can verify that it is those elements, that's cool. But just aiming it to the sky and assuming that just because you're getting those same wavelengths that it is that physical thing is still it's a leap. Like, you don't know for sure. Like, they don't know for sure. We don't know for sure what those lights are. Just because they're giving off certain frequencies doesn't mean that it's the same thing on Earth. Doesn't mean that it's giving off the same.
No, I suppose, yeah, but it's still a very, very strong suggestion that there is, because you could kind of simulate the conditions, couldn't you? You could simulate the same conditions. You could stimulate gas in a vacuum. You say, you just electrify gas in a vacuum, and different temperatures, it'll burn at different frequencies, and different elements will, emit different frequencies. You can kind of simulate the conditions. You can get similar, but of course, I agree with you. We don't actually 100% know technically, but that's kind of like saying, well, 99.9% of the evidence does point to that, but still, because it's 0.1%, I'm still not going to believe it. That's kind of what you're saying, Gio.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but yeah, it just depends on how rigorous you want to be in terms of knowing something for sure versus making a little bit of a leap. And the other thing is that, like, those stars could have those elements involved, but it doesn't mean that they're billions of light years away. They could just be close and having those, like, there could be gases or part of whatever's in the heavens or the dome, whatever you want to call it, the ceiling, to where it has those gases or those elements, but it doesn't mean that they're like, balls out and, light years away.
But you can measure the redshift of light to see how far from the source it comes.
Yeah, see, I'm not convinced of that either, though, because that's still making a leap based on that particular reading that that's a distance correlation. It doesn't mean that it actually is that it is that.
And celestial navigation only works with distant stars.
Bro, they're starting to think you get redshift from dust. If there's a lot of attenuation, you get redshift or something.
They're not starting to think that, actually.
They are starting to think that. That's what they're starting to think. Yeah, those are your boys.
Turns out they're not starting to think that, dude. Some
You're
people claim they're
absolutely
starting to see that.
to think that. Your boy Chronic shot me a thing saying exactly that.
Wait, show me the thing that he shot you.
He said that dust. How did he say it? It interfered with the readings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. So did it shift the light to be, to the right to the spectrum or the left of the spectrum, or did it show you just new
That's what they're thinking. Like
material?
Well, they think that
they're
it
starting to think
interfered
there's a
with the
lot of
readings.
dust.
But one of you.
They're starting to think there's a lot of dust. The light's attenuating, and that's causing a redshift.
Incorrect. They do think that it's interfering, but they don't think that it's causing redshift.
Ruhif, please.
Yep.
Come on, champ.
I'm on.
Well, Ruhif gets a pass for burping in our faces because he actually just brought up a good point with the infrared laser, and that links with my infrared sensors idea. So infrared laser with infrared sensor. I wonder if we could get one that could get incredibly long distances. That would be pretty cool.
I mean,
Yeah, we still need to do that one thing. We still need to do that one thing where we go with a regular camera and then the infrared shit, or a regular laser, then the infrared laser, whatever it is, and then see which one we see farther. Are you right? Is somebody writing this down?
Infrared, you see further because that would penetrate atmospheric conditions. So infrared would be better.
Yep.
It would cut down on refraction as well.
No. Pretty much the
Wouldn't
same. No. Cut scattering. That's why I can see further.
What about these flashlights? This is like 100,000 lumens. This one's $700.
Yeah.
Well, like, do you think those could be visible over long distances?
Sure.
That would be like a mirror flash, but just using a light instead of a laser.
Osho, I think this is the one that Chronic, because he sent me like 4 or 5 of them. Imagine blaming it on dust. And when I used to tell him, you mean to tell me that you have a clear view of 20 billion light years away? You're telling me there's no dust in between, there's no clouds, there's no dark. Yeah, we can see it clearly. And now they're saying, well, of course, it's the dust.
Yeah, they're blaming, well, specifically the attenuation of light from the dust.
Yes.
Is what's causing the redshift, they think, because they're having redshift anomalies they need to explain away. What are you going to do? That sounds like a reasonable thing. People buy it. Kosho's about to eat this up. He's going to be an expert on this in 3 minutes.
Yeah, they got a lot of problems. See, now they have to come up with an excuse to explain why these galaxies, I mean, 6 of them are there where they shouldn't be. So they're scrambling. They're in panic mode. So their best thing up to now is dust. But even with that, they just moved it by, I think, 800 million years, if I remember correctly. Still doesn't get them out of the woods. So
What makes you think they're in panic mode?
well, left lane, they were, they found a teenager where a baby should be, so it's bad news in plain English. Let's say you were looking for a baby, a toddler, and you found a teenager instead. Wouldn't you think something's wrong there?
Yeah. Yeah, it made me think. I don't think I would be in panic mode over it, though. So maybe we should rethink some of this.
Yeah, at the very least, yeah.
You know what happened, Kosho? They tried getting dusted on some Tinkerbell shit. And now you're dealing with a whole bunch of space dust.
They Peter Panned it. Oh, leave Maloney. You must be like, do you have any doubts on this one, Kosho, at all? Left lane.
Like what kind of doubts?
Like doubts that there's like serious problem in the timeline of your cosmological model.
Oh, I said from the start that, I mean, I think, it could maybe adjust the age of the galaxy a little bit, or, things like that. But I think it's a piece of information that will allow them to tune it up a little bit and get a better idea of what's going on, closer to the real,
Yeah.
Tune it up a little bit.
Well, Essie, I think it's worth perhaps considering. I mean, it may be worth considering for others. I think it's worth considering myself that some of these, they have these certain like claims of data that they're getting, and then they put like, oh, there's an inconsistency here. Some of that might actually be like a problem reaction solution, like an actual purposeful fakery or psyop. That they're going to put, oh, there's this inconsistency, and that's to like make people think like, yeah, see, science doesn't have it all figured out. We're working at it. And then they're going to come with the solution, oh, we figured it out. And this is what it was, I'm just saying some of this stuff could be kind of fakely being pushed, as some problem with their model, which ultimately is just like a problem reaction solution, just so they can bring the solution at some point and then calm everyone's minds. Oh yeah, see, they do have it figured out. Yeah, they're making the best advancements,
I hear that, Gio, and yeah, I agree with that. The only problem is, like, you'd think that they would leave themselves with a solution at the end, right? But it seems to me that they buried themselves pretty deep with this one.
Yeah, well, like Jeremy said, give me 5 minutes, dude.
And here we go.
It doesn't take that long, dude.
What you got, Coco?
I mean, you should have been an expert before me because you brought this to me, right? But based on my recollection of conversation with Tronic and the difference between this photometric images that they're talking about that they first used that they realized were incorrect, and they need to do spectrometry readings. You understand that redshift, at least the redshift as I understand it, I wouldn't even include the photometric images for some sort of redshift calculation or measurement or whatever. I would just use
those out. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because spectrometry, you're literally looking at the hydrogen in the spectrum, and you're going to see how far it shifted. That's like it seems like the most direct way of doing it. Whereas with the photometric version, which it can be the dust can cause errors, is because all they're looking at is the brightness of different wavelengths of light. So the brightness obviously can be affected by dust, but that doesn't mean that dust is causing redshift. That just means that they're using a crude way to measure redshift. So there you go. Redshift dust doesn't cause redshift, or attenuation doesn't cause redshift.
The light attenuation. It's the attenuation of the light from the dust.
Not so much.
That's their ad hoc thing that they're throwing on now because their redshift's off. So they got to fix it. The ad hoc this on. You guys will all eat it up.
Did you hear anything I said?
Let's just say you're right about that. Which definitely you're not. Jeremy's talking about the light attenuation, but even with the second findings in that article, if it's the one I'm thinking, right? They found that they were off by a little bit, and so they revised it to about 1 billion years after the Big Bang. Correct? Did you read that part?
I saw like a couple 100 million, sure.
Okay, so still that doesn't fix the age problem. Regardless of light attenuation or whatever, the finding was when they did the spectroscopy is that they just revised the time frame a little bit, which still brings it into, let's say, 12 billion years, 12.5 billion years, too aged. So it doesn't really
To be
solve the
clear,
problem.
well, to be clear, the problem shifted because I was responding to a claim that dust and attenuation can cause redshift, and that's what we're saying now. But nobody's saying that now. It's for, well, not nobody, but nobody credible. But regardless, but yeah, what you're saying about I already talked to you about this because there's a lot of assumptions that went into, like, let's say that those measurements are correct, which there probably still need to be, further, further evidence probably to see that. But regardless, let's say they're correct. There's assumptions into the initial mass function, or what sizes and luminosity would be possible. Like I said, we're basing it after our current galaxy. That's where the assumptions come from. There's probably exotic objects that don't even exist anymore that could have gone into making those galaxies and those brightnesses.
No,
So
it's assumption time. Fantasy La La Land time.
no, that's my point. Is that there's assumptions being made.
You can assume all you want. First, you got to admit that the model was wrong. Totally
What?
wrong. Like miserable.
Dude,
What do you mean? What?
I'm saying that's the problem, is that assumptions being made into what the size and brightness of the galaxy would have had to have been.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna read this real quick. Over extreme distances through space, the energy of light gradually diminishes, attenuates. As its frequency slowly reduces, its wavelength correspondingly increases. We observe this phenomena as redshift. The tendency of visible light to drop toward the red end of the spectrum. Okay?
Okay, what's it saying is the cause of that?
I just read it. Did you not hear
Come
it?
on.
I'm gonna post
You
it. I'm
said you
posting it
just
in the
read
chat.
two
I'm
different.
posting.
Yeah, okay, yeah, post it in the chat.
I'm posting it.
I don't know why you're fighting this, Kosho.
It's just not true. That's why.
Well, these are two issues:
Well,
the light attenuation,
maybe these
the
guys
dust.
got it wrong. Go ahead, Essie.
No, go on, Jeremy. Go on, do your thing. You wanted to show something.
I posted it. It says it right there. I
Where did
read
you
it
post it?
verbatim.
Where
I
did
don't
you
know what to
post it?
tell you. Maybe these people got it wrong.
Yo, where did you post it, Jeremy?
He's going insane, man. I wouldn't worry about it. He's having an episode.
Livestream text 3. Of course. Where else would I put it? You can't see it. It showed up for me.
X3, huh?
Can you guys hear me? Or see my post?
What an insane person. Okay.
Now I see it.
Copublishers.com. Let me check that out.
Kaboom.
What is Kaboom?
Read it again.
Dude, just because it says this, right? Just because someone's claiming this doesn't mean this is credible. I've read a paper that says exactly
maybe
this,
they got it wrong.
written by a dude who claims the Big Bang didn't happen, right? So this, I'm going to see if this is from that paper, since you won't post the link.
Why? Why not just look for other sources of it? Why?
Because I don't know what source this is.
Why not look for other sources then? Like that was just an initial Google search. I'm at work. I dipped in a room to Google that real quick. Like, I'm sure you can do a 5 minutes extensive research, be an expert on this, and come back and tell us how you were right the whole time, and it is attenuation causing the redshift.
Why not just cut to the, if we already know it's going to happen?
In other words, big trouble for your model. Another big problem added to the list of already huge problems. But so even after all this is said and done,
This
right?
is exactly. This is
Redshift.
sorry, man. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go on. Go on.
No, this is exactly the paper that I had just brought up. I sent it to what's his name the other day. Dan, I forgot his name is. Dan, whatever his name is. Danny T. Yeah, because he was curious about where people are getting this claim from. This is the exact dude that, like I said, doesn't believe the Big Bang is accurate, doesn't believe that Hubble's observations were sound, and he's actually in a league of his own. So if you want to use that as a credible source, then it's fine. But of course, this guy does not claim. I mean, this guy does claim that redshift could be caused by attenuation. He's not that view is not shared by credible people.
Yeah, but they're incredible people.
You may be right.
Look, you can argue the merits of dust causing redshift,
Hey,
but
hold
if you go by,
on. Can you hear me? Sorry,
yeah,
Essie.
Kind of roboting, but
Hold on, man. Can you hear me? I got another one
Yeah.
right here. It's from Oxford.
Yeah.
This is one's.
No, go ahead, post it. Yeah. PocketCon, Oxford Yacht. And Jonathan, water is not wet. You can post your thing, Jeremy. We're all waiting.
Ruv, I think you're hot miking, but while you are, I was going to ask you on the topic we're talking about before. What do you think
Hmm.
the likelihood? Now, of course, this would be money is not an issue kind of thing, meaning just the finances, would be, let's just say not considering that, like if there's infinite finances.
Yep.
What do you think it'd be possible to go from mountain peak to mountain peak and to like connect them with a physical line?
No,
A cable, something that was be physical from peak to peak.
something straight.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's physically possible.
Well, because for it to go around a globe, it has to hit the Earth. You know what I mean? It can't. So how long could you keep something straight enough? I'm not just saying like you'd have to have supports in the middle, obviously.
Yeah, but then how do you verify that it's straight then? The only straight thing is LIGO.
I guess I was just thinking of like a laser test, but with something physical, basically. Something like tangible. So instead of the laser just
I
being
don't-
optical, something that could be tangible to connect 2 points.
All right. I don't think those tests are possible. Did the VC just die?
Geo was trying to go over that mountain thing with you.
Yeah.
I'm too robot-y and laggy. I can't post any links or anything. So I mean, you do 5 minutes worth of research, a quick Google search. This stuff's on the first page.
That's right. If you search, does Satan have a beautiful cock, and is he really nice to people? You'll find somebody who thinks that, right?
I mean, there's
But
links from
that's how
Oxford.
Google searches stuff.
There's links from Oxford. There's links from astronomy and astrophysics up there. Tons of links, bro. It's a free for all. It'd be raining links.
I'll look for the one from Oxford. Hold on.
Astronomy and astrophysics got one. I mean, whatever. Take your pick.
Here we go. Here's the Oxford one.
Do you know what happens when light attenuates?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, what happens?
The energy received will be weaker.
Oh, fuck.
Would you say those OSP people are no good? Because they don't agree with your Big Bang thing?
Who's OSP?
That's the publisher, isn't
Those
it?
OSP publishers? They didn't agree with the Big Bang, so you're doing a genetic fallacy now and disregarding everything they say? Okay.
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
check this out. Check this out, broski, jabroni. Even though Oxford didn't even, you know, no, I don't know if anybody went to Oxford who published this. This is just, I don't have it has Oxford in the name of the website. Doesn't matter though. And the Oxford one, it's the same thing as Essie's article, not your previous one. Your previous one was about a dude who just hates Hubble. Okay, the one that Hesse brought up that Chronic showed him is about the method of using, you know, the luminosity or the I forget what it's called. But anyways, it's not using the spectroscopy. It's using just taking different views of the luminosity at different wavelengths. And indeed, dust can fuck with that. And that's all it's saying. So. And the astronomy and
Yo, were you
astrophysics is saying the same thing.
talking to me that whole time?
I
Were you
was
talking to me
indeed.
that whole time? I was vacuuming.
Oh, you were vacuuming. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I was
Did you
talking
check
to
the
you.
astrophysics and astronomy
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, astrophysics at Oxford.
About how they're saying it's
same.
quasars. Okay, what's the problem with it?
They're not talking about using
I'm
the
actually more
spectroscopy.
interested in this thing Geo's on because that's actually some real stuff we can check.
Yeah, same here.
This redshift thing is kind of ridiculous for us to even waste time on. We got something real we can do here. We get into Guinness Book of World Records.
Or at least Ripley's.
Geo changes his name to. We have Geo change his name to Discord Earth Awakenings. People be like, "Oh, what's that?" And they'll look at Discord and Earth Awakenings and they'll come check us out.
Not a bad strategy. I'm going to post a picture from Mount Whitney of what you can see supposedly from that distance away.
Bro, we got to get the laser beams, the P9000s, all that, bro. You got some guy with an iPhone camera up there or something weird.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, it is like imagine like an ocean just full of fish, and all you got to do is just drop a line and get one. That's how many more long distance observations there are on the Earth. There's just tons of them all over the place, from mountain peaks to mountain peaks and in different areas. To have like a crew together, like of like let's say 5 or 10 people that wanted to like either split up or travel together. I mean, you could do hundreds of them. And yeah, you're right. It'd be awesome to do with lasers, with infrared, a lot of different equipment. I bet we could beat that world record. The current world record, I bet, could be beaten.
It sounds like we could beat it by at least 100 and some change miles. Yeah, you get some infrared going on and stuff, laser beams, infrareds, all types of stuff.
Why doesn't someone submit it to Beyond Horizons?
What's that?
This 700-mile photo. Submit it to Beyond Horizons with the claim that it's Mont Blanc. And they'll analyze it and tell you, I'll debunk it for you. That's the way I did.
Genius.
The whole thing about the 600 and 700 mile thing. What does a 20,000 foot mountain range look like at 600 miles away?
Yeah. There's one tagged mountain in that 700-mile one, La Tournette. It's like a black or dark gray horizontal strip across the cloud bank, and it's 6 kilometers wide, if that's 1,000 kilometers away. The mountain is not 6 kilometers wide.
Fucking iPhone. This guy had an iPhone, though.
Yeah, it was pretty low resolution. Well, let me ask you this. With all those mountain peaks, if we had a situation like that and you had lasers on each mountain peak and they were all shooting and they were all able to be observed from that observation point, what would you then say? Would you just come up with a bendy, warpy refraction?
Of course.
Sure.
Standard.
I'm telling you it's not going to be seen. So, yeah. Ridiculous.
He asked you if. He asked just if.
I know, if.
I know we're not talking. I said this before, dude. You want to just do blanket bias statements. That's not really what we're talking about. Using a method of inquiry of not being biased and actually getting the information or data. You just keep wanting to assert things to fit a bias. You're not being very scientific.
Right, but the hypothetical. First of all, it actually happening is never going to even be tested, and secondly, you're not going to see the laser.
Was that what they did when they were building an airplane? Is that what they did? Like, we're never going to get this thing to fly. Forget it. Is that the way to accomplish something?
Sure.
The whole point is to test this.
Yeah, but that's never going to happen.
I can see one of the brothers.
You are such a negative Nancy.
Yeah, forget it, Wilbur. And this guy from Australia says we can't do it. Scrap the project. Forget it. Let's go home.
Yeah, we'll add you to the list.
Actually, how many people said that it could not happen? There's a bunch of us said it couldn't happen.
And Ruhif, we'll add you to the list that you don't want to be on the team. We got it.
Correct. Yep.
All right, you're not on the team. Okay. Because all you're going to do is just tell us things that can't happen and just throw biases. So if that's where you're at, then okay. But we're talking about actually wanting to get the information and test it.
You know, from Mount Whitney, you can see Los Angeles and Las Vegas.
I mean, we could take flight if we get the right brother.
1903 New York Times predicted that airplanes will take 10 million years to develop.
The failing New York Times.
Nice one, Gasha.
Ruhif's granddad wrote that article.
Yeah. No, who actually wrote the article? Was it an opinion piece or what was it?
I said it was New York Times.
I know. Was it in the opinion section or like what was it?
Let me check.
It was in the I'm not Nostradamus category. Because obviously they were way off.
Just ask your granddad the context when he wrote that. That's all.
Check your file, your paper, your old mail. Who was the guy that said there's nothing more to be found? Was it like in the late 1800, early 1900s? Science found everything, nothing more to be found.
Yeah, that was right before quantum physics. I forgot who said that.
Who was it? Yeah.
That was Ruhit's granddad's brother.
Great
Wrote that one.
grandfather.
People say stupid shit a lot.
It's
Well,
too
also, you
bad.
gotta remember, SE, that the assumption that guy was making was that ether existed.
Yeah, they also thought there was flagellants inside wood that made it burn.
Phlogiston.
Flatulence?
Wait, flatulence.
I thought you.
When you mix flatulence
Whatever.
you mix flatulence and phlogiston, you get a pretty bad
That was a good
explosion.
Nice.
Yeah, but that's
Phlogiston. Yeah. God.
that was 100 years before that, though.
Well, they
He's
also
just saying
thought,
you guys are goofy.
yeah,
That's all.
they also
You guys
thought
are
that you go
goofy.
to the barber shop, you get a good bleeding, make you feel better. No?
We've constantly been wrong. We've always lived in the era of science has been wrong about everything. And now
Always.
you guys think we're living in the time where, oh, we got it all right, it's all figured out, wrap it up, B. And you're goofy.
The arrogance of man. Yep, never fails.
I want to say that thing. I think though we're talking about. See that quote? It's like somebody like Hertz or somebody like that. I feel like.
No, not Hertz. Hertz was freaking a genius.
Yeah, well, all those guys were pretty smart. Most of them were wrong. Almost all of them were wrong. Every single one of them was wrong, actually. Which is what the whole point was, is that they didn't know this. These were things before they were known.
I don't think it was him. It could have been. I don't think it was Hertz, though. But imagine thinking something like that. Like, that's it. We know everything now. We found everything. Let's go home. Shut everything down.
I mean, that's the way it seemed. They didn't know relativity or quantum mechanics was a thing, so they thought that they just thought everything was figured out.
Well, it really isn't a thing, bro. It's just some nonsense made up. Really, quantum mechanics? I mean, come on.
Yeah, but those two, if it weren't for those two things, his quote would have been fairly accurate, because that was what kind of disrupted that quote from being true. Was that they found all the the photoelectric effect and quantum mechanics and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, but they still haven't reconciled gravity, whatever that is, with their cockamamie other things, which quantum mechanics is nothing but a mathematical fantasy, really.
If I could use a fantasy to predict lottery numbers, I wouldn't ridicule it.
Well, let's have it. Well, what are the numbers going to be?
Point is, you can use quantum mechanics to predict, outcomes. You can use it to, make practical use objects.
You know, everybody says that quantum mechanics, computers. Name me one thing that quantum mechanics and computers, because computers are either 1 or 0, right? On, off,
How do you
right?
find out if it's a 1 or a 0?
What do you mean? How do you find out?
Well, I mean, how does a computer? I mean, you ask the computer and it knows the answer, or is there some mechanism in the computer that stores information somehow, and then
it's electromagnetic. Yeah.
Isn't that isn't a transistor, modern transistors, those scales and diodes and stuff like that based off of quantum mechanics?
In what form? Because all I know is when I look at that, it's just smaller and smaller. It looks like a little city as you zoom in. It's just circuitry and circuitry and circuitry soldered on, and it's just transistor after transistor. Where does the quantum come in?
Parts have to be moved.
Quantum mechanics will also determine the limitations of it, because you can't keep shrinking them, because electrons have a limit to where they're useful, because that's actually how they read the information. They see whether or not there's charge can go through the wall or not, or the junction. And the thing is, electrons, when you get smaller than the scales that they're doing them at now, they can just jump through the walls through quantum tunneling. So that's one effect.
Yeah, but the computers that we know now, that everybody says, if it wasn't for quantum, we wouldn't have computers. Every time I ask them how, I don't get an answer, because it's electromagnetic, right? It's circuitry, right? On-off switches and
that means
diodes and all that, whatever.
That means like all electronics get to be smaller and do a lot more.
Yeah, but they're still electromagnetic, though, right? It's where does the quantum thing come in?
That capability of doing it at such small scale, right? I think.
See what I mean? Nobody really knows. They just say the mantra. Yeah, if it wasn't for quantum, we wouldn't have computers. Okay, how? Explain. I'm not putting you guys down. I'm just saying it's a talking point, right?
But that's because no one in here has a background in quantum mechanics. So like, we're literally just layman talking about it.
Actually, I can explain to you what the answer is. I do know the answer. Sorry, I'll jump in the conversation. The answer is because when you have, it can be a 0 or a 1. That's a quantum probability. That means that whilst it can be either a 0 or a 1, it's simultaneously both, and that's a quantum principle. That's why computers use the quantum principle. Without the quantum principle, computers can't run.
That's not true, though. That's a qubit that you're talking about when you describe it like that, which is a quantum computer. But a regular computer, like a regular bit, I mean, you can make a computer out of something that's not even electronic. It just wouldn't be the same kind of. Like you can make a computer out of I don't know. I've seen somebody make it out of water pumps.
Or gears.
Gears, yeah, sure, gears. I mean, whatever. But that's not the kind of computing we're talking about, though. We're talking about modern computers, like the transistor, the diode, semiconductors, and the junction that the electrons have to jump to in order to know that there's that bit is on or off.
Can you imagine if Ruhif was Turing's fucking partner? He's like, "You're never gonna do that, man," and he just gave up. Was like, "Yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna do it." And then we just wouldn't have computers right now.
Did you say James Turing?
Yeah, it's Alan
Turing. I don't know what his first name was. Turing.
Yeah, what you should like? You say James then?
What's his name? What's his first name?
Alan Turing.
Alan. You're right. I don't know, whatever nerd name you want in there. Turing, the Turing guy.
I think that he's responsible. Well, he's probably, as far as the Britons go, because I don't know, Australia probably played their part. U.S. obviously we played our part, dude. But for Europe, for England, Alan Turing would play a huge part in their help of winning the war.
Yeah.
Well, not if Ruhif was his fucking teammate.
So instead of a motivational speaker, You have Ruev come in. Nah, you can't do that. You think you're great. Nah, you're terrible. You'll never succeed.
Yeah, but
Yeah, good.
But
Go ahead.
Ruhef has publicly announced that if the Earth is not a globe, then he will have to declare himself as insane. So that's what he's up against. So he has to make sure this doesn't happen or he doesn't come to that conclusion. Because if he does, he would self-administer himself as being insane. That's what he said, right? That's what you say.
Yep.
So
We'll fix you up.
That's why he has to say have the bias. He's got the. He's going down the slide. He's going down the slide, getting closer to truth. He's going down the slide, getting closer to truth, but he thinks it's going closer to insanity. So he's like grabbing on, trying to stop sliding down.
That's a tough place to be.
There's a lot of things that could happen if someone comes to the truth, but I don't think insanity is on that list. I don't think truth breeds insanity. It only brings greater sanity. It might bring challenges with it because of the implications of it, but insanity doesn't come from truth. It comes from other than truth.
If you're so lost in the sauce, though.
What would happen? What would you do if it was you found out it was a globe, Geo? Like you knew 100% it was. What would you do? Would you continue learning stuff? Would you continue online? Would you disappear? Like, what would you do?
Roman and deny
What
it.
would you do with what?
I was asking what Geo or anybody that's flat Earth would do if they 100% found out it was a globe.
First thing I'm gonna do is come body slam you for all the torment you've put me through.
I'll just stay on the right side. You'll never see me.
Dude, if it's a globe, it's a globe. I got no issue with that. We're definitely not spinning, though. I already know that.
Would you try to figure out what stuff was wrong that you think, or would you just throw everything out?
If it's a globe with water around it, next to a vacuum, then they lied to us about physics. I'll tell you that
What
much.
you just described is just reality.
No. What you think is reality. What the actual physics says is the reality that you think is real cannot be. Now, unless there's a different physical system up there, right? But it's definitely not there. That cannot be in reality, Sean. Definitely not.
No, you believe it can't be in reality.
No, I know it can't be. That's a fact.
See, the thing is, if you accept the gravity is holding everything down like the model says that it is, it can be a sphere, it could be holding the atmosphere, and it could be holding the water. It all works just fine, Essie.
Nope. Negative. Not in the physics that we know. Cannot happen. Your gravity cannot separate. It's not strong enough to separate the gases from a vacuum. Negative, left lane. It cannot happen.
Well, it can, and it's explained. You just don't believe it, so that doesn't mean it's not. It's been explained. It shouldn't even have to be explained. You should just continue on. But the reality of it is if gravity does work as physics explains, then it is all possible. And then saying no, it's not, either means you don't understand physics or you're just saying it.
No, with all due respect, you don't understand physics because the physics that we know here in this realm does not allow that to happen. It does not allow for there to be water and gas next to a vacuum and say gravity does it. There's nothing that you can show me. Please don't interrupt me. There's nothing that you can show me in reality today here that can show those physics in our reality. You can just say, look. You can just point.
Okay, so if it is a globe and if it is water next to a vacuum, what would happen?
You know what would happen, Sean. Let's
No,
not
I'm
the
asking
baby
you.
talk.
Don't
You
ask me.
know
No,
what would
I'm
happen.
asking you what. No, I'm asking you what happened because you
We're gonna
know.
put him in a
You're
room
saying how you
if
know so well.
reserved at
So what would happen?
this insane asylum.
I don't understand why when I ask you a simple question, Nessie, you want to revert it back to No,
Okay,
I'm
the
asking you a
water
question.
would boil off. That's what would happen.
Okay,
And
now
the air, the atmos would shoot off into the vacuum. That's what would
Oh
happen.
no,
what
so
about
there is no
there's
gravity.
gravity?
Gravity is not strong enough. The force of gravity is not strong enough to overcome these other forces in your
Unless
own
their
reality,
mass
in
is
your
large
own
enough.
physical model. Cannot
Well, our
happen.
own physical model, physics explains that because the mass of Earth, it does make it possible. So when you keep saying it's not possible, even under physics, it just shows you don't understand physics.
No, there's the physics that actually work here on Earth, and there's the physics that they made you believe. You understand?
Oh, okay.
There
Well,
is
which
no.
one?
Please don't interrupt me, Sean. Please, man. It's a bad habit you have. I don't take long when I talk. I don't talk more than 30 seconds usually.
Okay, well
So,
then do me a favor. Please don't act like I'm saying something different than I'm actually saying, because
what
that
am
is
I saying?
frustrating.
What am I saying?
When I say you say, well, the physics we know, and then there's the physics that is real. So, realistically, all the physics that you're talking about, everything that you understand about physics is based on physics you learned, that everyone learned. Where is this other physics coming from?
Just real quick,
Where did you learn that?
Ruhif, your mic. All right, hold on. Let me move him. All right, just real quick, Sean, with moderation. I mean, dude, if there's like egregious ad homs, like extreme ad homs, then yeah, it's not fair to ask the other person not to speak while somebody just ad homs them. So that's why we do our best to mod for that and all that. But dude, if it's not that, you got to just let the person speak. Even if you disagree with them, they said they said right, even if they mildly are misrepresenting what you're saying, you will have your chance, your full 30 seconds to respond and say, no, that isn't what I said. I need to clarify this and that. You know what I mean? Because otherwise you're just interrupting them and, it's too much. We can't follow the combo.
You're right.
But I know sometimes it's hard though. I get it. It's hard sometimes because you do feel like they're misrepresenting or they're saying something that you don't agree with. And then they're going on a long thing and you're like, wait, I didn't agree with the first part. I know that can be challenging, and sometimes people are okay with little interruptions. That's why it's hard sometimes.
Do it on purpose, then that's why it gets frustrating. Someone just doing it is one thing, but when you have a conversation and you say the physics that we know and then the physics that is real, I would like an explanation of that. How many years of this real reality physics that you're talking about, Montreal, have you got subscribed to? Where are you getting the new physics from?
Sean, I don't know why that triggered you, but okay, this is what I mean, right? The physics that we know here on Earth, right? We know that water cannot exist in a vacuum, right? Next to a vacuum. We know that if there's atmos next to a vacuum, the atmos will always evacuate into the vacuum and fill the space. We know this. Now, when I say the make-believe or the other kind of physics is the one that you tell us that in this fantasy model, this doesn't happen somehow. There's a huge vacuum and a little tiny little bitty planet, and somehow the gravity of that little tiny little planet is counter-affecting all that vacuum. That's my point, Sean.
Okay, then all you're doing is completely misrepresenting how physics works to say what you're saying. And when I say that, I mean you purposely leave out gravity, which physics explains. You purposely leave out the gradient that we have in our atmosphere. I don't know why. You purposely act as if space from where physics says space is like this atmosphere cutoff. So with just what I just said, it shows that you're either
purposely leaving these things out to say that the physics is impossible, or you don't understand the physics that you're trying to claim is not right.
I didn't leave out gravity. I did mention gravity. And I did mention how small it is as compared to the big vacuum outside. So I don't understand what.
You said nothing. You said nothing about the gradient. You just said an atmosphere can't be next to a vacuum. You didn't discuss the fact that the mass of the Earth is how physics explains why these things stay on Earth. Like, you bypassed all those to say physics isn't real.
No, you're incorrect. You're misquoting me. I did say the mass of the Earth is small as compared to the vacuum. I did say that. The only thing I didn't mention is the gradient, because it's absolutely irrelevant. The gradient in this situation is absolutely. Again, you're interrupting me, Sean. Because if you have a vacuum and you have Atmos, it doesn't matter. You can say gradient all you want. It's still going to fill the available space.
Except for the thing that the fact that gravity is pulling it down. You're missing that.
No, I explained that. I explained that very precisely when I said the Earth is relatively small as compared to the whole universe, which is a vacuum mostly. I did say that.
Never part of your argument. Never once did you say how small Earth was compared to the universe. Not once until just now.
Well, I'm saying it now. I did say it before, but I'm saying it now. So that takes care of that.
The size of the Earth and its mass is enough to keep the minuscule stuff compared to the universe on the minuscule Earth. So if you want to compare scale, then it's enough.
Yo, guys, I don't even know what the conversation is about.
Earth as compared to the whole universe. And just because Sean says it's enough, it's enough? Really? Show me this here on Earth. Show me this one. Show me this one.
Can we back it up?
I don't know what the conversation is about, but I know that SC is wrong.
Yeah, let's back it up. Let's back it up. The original question was that what if you're wrong about your ideas about physics and cosmology and Earth is a planet? I mean, wouldn't that mean that you're wrong about your ideas of what physics is and what it does?
Absolutely. If you can take me out in space and show me this is so, then I would have to bend the knee. But as far as I know, the physics that we know,
you just claimed that you were drugged.
You guys have a problem, bro.
Can you answer the question and not avoid the question?
What was I doing?
Not answering the question. You're still trying to impose how impossible it is.
He said, if it's so, what will I do? Was that your question, Left Lane? You want to repeat that?
Yeah, if you're wrong like about the shape of the Earth, and you got to be wrong about what your idea of physics is and how it works, right?
No, those are two different things. If I'm wrong about a shape, I'm wrong about a shape, which I never claimed any shape. So I don't know where you're going with this. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll admit I'm wrong.
You're like, it's odd. Like, Left Lane, I don't know if you, okay, maybe it's because you've never done it to me, or I didn't notice it, Essie, but you're literally avoiding answering things and stepping back from quote unquote being a flat earther when it's convenient.
I never, Sean, how long do you know me? I never claimed the shape. You know that. That's not fair, what you're saying.
Okay. But if you're saying all of physics is wrong, then you are. Because physics.
When did I say physics is wrong, Sean?
You did. You said all the physics that we've all learned is wrong, and there's this new physics, which is what imposed the question of the conversation we're having. And I asked you, where did you learn this new physics that you claim is right? That was what the original question was,
man. You're lost, bro. I never said physics was wrong. I said, show me. No, listen carefully what I said, Sean. I said, the physics that we know here and I was very explicit as how things work here, right? How
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do
how
because I
we
can't
know
have.
that in
You're right, Montreal.
it's
I
not.
can't do this
You know
conversation
what,
if you're
Sean?
gonna do that.
Forget it, bro. Forget it.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
right.
gonna do this.
In fact, what I'll do is I'll go to YouTube, and if you did say that, then we're done talking. Period, forever. Because then you're just being dishonest for no fucking reason, right?
You know what, Sean? You got issues, bro. You got serious issues.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Because suddenly, Montreal, you started talking to me like you talked to all these other Glovers, and it's without it just said fuck respect, and it makes me it pisses me off.
You are like every other Glover. What are you talking about?
And I can give you examples of that, SC.
I don't know what your problem is, bro.
maybe-
I'm trying to keep my cool here. I'm trying to have a convo with you, but you're just not letting me talk, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you lately.
Because I'll tell you, I just said it. Because you've taken this different.
What am I taking different, Sean?
I kind of muted him for a little bit. He needs to calm down because he's not letting you speak whenever you're speaking.
I don't know. I thought I was being respectful. I didn't think I was cutting them off or anything. I think I was answering their questions. I mean, I don't get it.
Oh no, it's my fault, Montreal. But first of all, don't cut me off or mute me if Montreal's in the middle of a question to me. Montreal, it's me, and I just said that because I don't give a fuck. Like when you talk to like fucking all these other people, like Jeremy and all these people, like it's personal. There's no history with Jeremy. There's like
First of all,
suddenly
you're not
the
gonna
past-
tell me how to mod, bro.
I will tell you how to fucking mod because you're a shitty mod. You're a shitty mod.
Bro, how can he be asking you a question when you won't let him speak, bro? Every time he goes to talk, you cut him off. He didn't say nothing about physics is wrong. He said your model is wrong.
But the question was, what if he's wrong?
I answered that. Then I said I'm wrong.
No. Well, I mean, but then you proceed to dictate how things would work in your version of physics. So you're not admitting that you were wrong. You're
Sean
still trying to
asked him,
follow your
"Why you
same
being
idea of
dishonest,
thinking.
bro?"
I'm not being dishonest.
Hold on, Sean asked him what would happen if we had a big ball with Montreal's physics, with actual physics. What would happen if you put a ball like that in a big in that situation? And that's when SC you're trying to pin him down. He was literally asked what would happen if you put a ball in a vacuum like that, and SC Montreal described it using physics, not some fantastical shit. And Sean also said that gravity is explained. No. Gravity's not explained. It's it's measured. They say, it's just an effect. They don't know the cause. They don't explain the cause. They just make up shit, dude. It has nothing to do with physics.
But the thing is, Brian, what he's saying is all of the flat Earth arguing points that indicate why Earth can't be a ball, and the question is, what if he's wrong, and planet Earth is a planet, and everything works like they say it does. And then as he goes into explaining why it can't work because of the physics, what if he's wrong? And that's the question.
Well, let's replicate it, man. Let's take and create a gradient.
No, hold on, Brian.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, Brian. SE said if he's wrong and it's a globe, then he's wrong, and he would admit that he was wrong. Am I the only one that heard him say that?
I heard that 10 times.
Well,
I mean, what do you want?
Misunderstood. I must have misunderstood. I thought he was saying that even if so I'm wrong and planet Earth is a planet, but it still can't work because gas would fuck off into space. That's kind of the way I took it.
Look, bro.
That's the problem, though. That is a huge problem.
It is. Because that's what I'm trying to explain to them. Even
what if you're wrong, though?
I honestly hope I'm wrong, because out of all the shit these evil Illuminati, if that's one less thing on our plate, it'd be awesome.
Look, bro, what I'm trying to say is this, right? Physics is physics, right? You can't change how physics works. We know how gas behaves next to a vacuum, right? We know gravity is the weakest force. right? And we know that if they want to claim that the mass of the Earth is enough to keep the gas on Earth, the mass of the Earth is infinitesimal, tiny compared to the huge volume of vacuum. So
Yeah,
there's
but the
no
vacuum is not a force. A vacuum is not a force, is he?
Yeah, well,
You're wrong.
I didn't say if it was a force, did I?
Well,
What I
how's
said
it going to
was
affect the gas that's being held down to the Earth? If gas is being held to the surface by a force called gravity, then how is a vacuum going to affect that?
You're
That's
just
just it.
stating that. Can you demonstrate it?
Yeah, in
Well,
physics,
I mean,
anything that's pushed or pulled requires a force to accelerate. Period. So
yeah.
you're lost in the weeds right when you start.
But the thing
Well,
is, the
yes, well,
question it keeps going back to the question: what if you're wrong about that?
Yeah, but that's a problem, though, right? You want him to agree to your physics if this is the possibility, right? But if that's just okay, he said it. If he's wrong, he's wrong. But there's issues with your physics saying that it can hold gases next to a vacuum, a
exactly,
lower pressure system.
exactly. Thank you. That's exactly my position. Yep.
What
In
if
other
you're
words,
wrong
you
about
don't get
that?
the implications, left lane. You don't
But
understand the implications.
Yeah,
what if you're wrong
physics
about that?
physics
Yeah, that's
dictates
the
that
whole
you can.
thing. If I'm wrong, there's an implication to that, but you just can't see it, bro.
Right, physics dictates that you can manipulate the pressure with temperature and with volume. That's it. With temperature and with volume. So you can manipulate a gradient with temperatures, with volumes. Nothing else, man. There's no gravity. You can't demonstrate that on any system at all. All you can do is, like he said, point up and say, "Look." But you're just pointing. When you point, you're just backing up physics, and we could demonstrate it 7 ways from Sunday.
What if you're wrong, though, Brian?
If I'm wrong, then rewrite the physics, bro.
That's what he doesn't get. That's the part that he doesn't understand.
The thing is, it doesn't have to be rewritten. It is written. And what if you're just misunderstanding it?
No, I'm demonstrating it. I'm talking about demonstration. If it's wrong, then rewrite it. It's already been written. It's already been demonstrated. Now, when you start speaking of models and ways that shit breaks rules, and you start inventing forces that aren't forces, bro, that's a story. That ain't physics.
You see, we can demonstrate the stuff that I'm telling you. I can demonstrate it here, right? I can demonstrate gas and all that stuff that I'm talking about. You cannot demonstrate what you're saying. It's physically impossible. Your model, sir, is physically impossible, bro. Like, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that.
It's just the same story, see. It's what we've been saying for 5 years now.
I know, left lane. It's astonishingly amazing. I know.
So in physics, Howard, to push or pull something requires a force, right?
Well, the question proposed to me, what if I found out that I've been wrong all this time and Earth is flat? Then physics as I know it, I'm wrong about everything that I understand about physics. This is my honest answer. This is my honest answer. I'm wrong about everything I know of it. I'm wrong
not
about
everything. Which one?
God damn it! Would you
which
let
one are
me
you wrong
speak?
about?
Let me
Brian, come on.
speak, Brian. I'm wrong about everything I know about physics, or what I thought I knew about physics. Now I'm going to have to go figure this shit out and find out how it is that everything I've been shown and demonstrated and brought to my understanding of what reality is. How was I fooled? I need to find this stuff out and relearn everything. That would be what I would say.
But which ones are you wrong about?
All of it.
You're just stating everything, but you don't understand which one. You want to know
all of physics as I understand it. Everything.
Really?
Yeah, all of it. Yes.
That's just too vague.
No, it's not vague. It's all encompassing. It's all encompassing. All of it.
Just the parts you can't demonstrate, bro. All the things we could demonstrate hold true. Just the part of physics that is in your head and in your model, and things we can't demonstrate. Just things we can make a story and make something that sounds like it makes sense until you look further into it. That's the only
See,
physics, bro. The
but Brian,
pseudoscience is the only part you have
don't
to
you see?
relearn.
Don't you see the difference in what I said and what y'all are saying?
There's no
You're still
physics that would have
standing
to
firm.
change with
You're
reality,
still
bud.
standing firm on your misunderstanding of physics
No,
within your
that's-
paradigm. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Tell us
We're
what
not.
physics, pal. Just quit saying everything.
Yeah, you
He
could be
doesn't
wrong
have
about
one.
all
He
of
doesn't
it.
have one. He doesn't have one because he doesn't have an explanation. He doesn't have a detail. Give me one detail of one physics.
All of
Anything
Demonstrable
that would
physics.
change.
Yeah, exactly. All of it.
It's all got to
That
be.
is
It's
your
all
bag.
got to be wrong. It's
You're too
all got to
big.
be wrong.
You're too big. That's being specific.
No, it's
Very
a
specific, guy.
no. It's all encompassing. All of what I
What does
understand
a
about
sphere in the
physics.
vacuum of space
I'm
have to
I'm
do
talking
with
about
us having to change physics, man?
Yeah,
the gas laws, the
this is
law of
all encompassing.
gravitation.
This is
All
all
the,
encompassing. This
yes, all encompassing is everything.
no,
All
no,
of everything I
got you.
understand about physics is
Hold on.
wrong.
No, so when you say everything, that is vague.
Guys, one at a time,
Yeah,
guys, please.
that is vague, but here's an all-encompassing term. Would you about physics? Would you agree that all of physics is dealing with physical things and physical study of
Talking about the
actual
laws of
physical things?
gravity, the laws of gravity, the gas laws, the second law of thermodynamics, all the things that we talk about, all of them are going to have
Okay,
to
where does
be
gas law mention gravity?
relearned. It's going to have to be
Where does gas?
relearned.
Got you. Where does gas law mention gravity? And what is F equals m1 over or times m2 over r squared have to do with a ball in a vacuum? What's any of that have to do with a ball in a vacuum?
Everything that exists in my reality exists in the way that it does due to all of the laws of physics, the way that I understand them to be, which is shallow. I'm a novice. I'm no physicist at all by any means. But everything, all of it that I understand that causes my reality to be the way that it is, will have to be completely rewritten for planet Earth to actually be flat.
Right. You keep repeating that. I'm trying to get some clarity so I know what's wrong, so I know where you're coming from. I'm asking what physics mentions a ball in a vacuum, and what equation, what law, where does any of that mention a ball in a vacuum? I'm missing something. Quit saying just all of physics. I mean, what specifically? So the gas laws don't mention gravity. They don't mention a ball in a vacuum. Even gravity itself is just an effect of, and it doesn't mention a ball in a vacuum. What would have to be rewritten about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on a simplistic level, dude, if you go out and throw a football, that's physics. You know, it arcs, it hits the ground, like something that's real physical like that.
Yeah.
In your perspective, just to use the big if the Earth is not a globe and it's just a stationary surface, just as you experience it as is, nothing changes about that football. You still throw it and it falls, does the same thing.
Yeah, but the implications
That's an honest question about what he said. Is like what's physically what part of physics that what equation is wrong if it's flat?
Well, I mean, you know, they're talking about things taking shape, and the way that planets form is due to gravity, right? So if planet Earth is actually flat, then all that's wrong. All of
Where has
everything
that
about
been
gravity is wrong.
Nobody can do an experiment on how planets form. No one's got a time machine. No one physically can do that, right? You don't even have observe a natural phenomenon.
Right, that's part of the story that I was discussing. Actual physics doesn't have to change. There's no physics that forms anything into a ball in reality.
Oh, yes,
Not in
there
reality.
is.
In your
That's
story,
that's what gravity does to massive bodies. Yes, it is.
Prove it, show us that.
Where is the demonstration of this?
Do I need to demonstrate?
Hold on, I asked him a question.
Did I
ask you the question, man? I asked Ruhif that.
I'm about to ask you a question. If you let me finish,
dude, I'm gonna mute you if you. I'm asking Ruhif a question.
You're
interrupting.
Let him speak.
No, I asked you a question. Where is the demonstration? Of this? We're having a discussion with you right now.
Look at the moon. The moon. There's my example. The moon.
How did you see that form?
He doesn't need to.
Phenomena. What's
You
the
don't need to
I don't
see
have
it.
to see it. Yeah, I don't have to see it for
Yeah,
him.
yeah, exactly. So you have a story, and you equivocate that story to that what you see already done. You have no
Well,
demonstration of this ever happening.
Here's y'all are arguing with me about me saying that I would be wrong about all of this because of this, and you're arguing with me about me saying that I would be wrong. I don't understand your point.
We're arguing saying that all of physics is wrong, but
In what form
demonstrable
the
physics
moon?
is not wrong.
How did the moon become a sphere?
I don't know. You tell me. How do you know if it's
Yeah.
even a sphere? Have you seen the whole thing?
Yeah, I've seen enough of it that I can tell it's a
whole
damn
thing.
sphere, man.
Which
Yeah, if to say that it's not, you're being intellectually dishonest.
No,
By
I'm
saying
being
it doesn't look like
honest.
a fucking ball.
Actually, it looks like it, but doesn't mean it is.
Have you seen the backside of the moon?
You know, which physics experiment showed how the moon was formed? Which one? What was the name of that experiment?
You don't need one. I don't know why this
Fucking hell, man.
You apply principles that we understand about reality to the idea that it could be formed this way. And it works.
To an idea.
It's an idea.
Yeah. But likewise, we have an explanation for why we see the moon go around the Earth. You don't have an explanation for why you see the moon travel on a route above the Earth, do you?
Do you have to believe that idea in order for the math to work, or the idea to work? I mean, what are you talking about? Idea? If I have an idea that unicorns are what caused the sun to come up in the east, all observations in math is going to show you that they come up in the east. Is that true? Like, does that make the idea any more or less valid?
Sorry, was that a question? That is
Yeah, is that idea any more or less valid if you have to believe the idea first and then look for things that make that idea true? Is that how it works? And you think that that's science?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. In our model, within our model, let me explain. Within our model, we say that the moon orbits the Earth according to Kepler's laws, orbit, velocity, distance, and we take those principles and we launch satellites into orbit based on those very same principles, same equation, and that works. That's because of gravity, right? And we have all these things that are encompassed within the law of gravity, and if all the way up to the fact that large masses, large bodies, will take the shape of a sphere because of gravity, right? So if Earth is flat, then that changes all of that, and everything that gravity encompasses, and things that are the way they are because of gravity, that changes all of it. It doesn't just change part of it. It changes everything.
It changes the story.
In order
Which
to have your
satellites?
in order to have your satellites, you have to already assume the Earth is a sphere. So you
Which
use
satellites are keeping track with the moon?
The existence of your belief in satellites to reinforce your belief that it's a sphere.
I can't believe that y'all don't like the fact that I'm saying I would be wrong about everything about it that I know about physics. And y'all are arguing with me about it.
Wrong. That's what,
left lane. Which satellites are keeping pace with the moon? Which ones are those? You just made a claim.
The one I can see, Godric, the one I look at.
Keeping pace with the moon. Which one is that?
They're not engaging you in good faith.
No.
And I'll tell you why. Because they're asking you how are your beliefs wrong, right? Like, you guys want to know how they be wrong, but then you're accusing him simultaneously of having a belief to start with, and that's bad. So which do you want him to answer?
No. That's not the thing. He's saying all of physics is wrong, but as incorrect. As incorrect.
But are you
all the story and the beliefs are wrong? Yes, that we agree. Yes, but he's saying all of physics is wrong. Everything of physics, and that's incorrect.
Ben,
I don't think you guys know what you're asking of him, because every time he gives a response, you respond as if he's responding to something else.
Which piece?
When Left Lane says all of physics would be long, clearly that involves a whole host of information and data that Left Lane has never personally touched, seen, experimented on. Clearly.
Right.
But then you jump to having a
which
problem
physics-
with him talking about something that he's never touched or seen. Well,
Wh-
what do you
wh-
want him to answer?
Which physics has actually proved the globe that would now be wrong if that were the case? If it was flat.
All of it.
They lose
Well,
gravity.
whatever.
they
You know what?
lose
That's fine.
orbit,
But let's take that as an answer. But I mean,
They lose gravity.
this
They
could be
lose
nowhere else.
orbit. They lose.
I mean, this
everything.
ain't going nowhere, guys. Guys, this is not gonna go anywhere. Because
They
I mean,
lose
he has
evolution.
the presumption that all physics. Because if it's a globe, all the physics that he knows and everything that physics is is attached to the ball, and that's his answer.
Let's do this.
I mean, Geo asked a good question. Like, if you throw a football right now as it stands, and then you realize Earth is flat and you throw a football, nothing about the physics of that has changed.
Nothing about any of the physics of actual physics, like physical things change because we're already dealing with physics. Physics already is what it is, and things already work the way they work. The only thing that changes is the pseudo-physics, the things based on belief, the things based on government agencies that were selling stories, the things based on assumptions that astrophysicists made, all things that are not real physics.
Okay.
And if you
Those are
fly a
both-
plane,
Let's
you have to
talk
do
about
it
that
on
for a
flat
second, because
space.
we believe
Nothing
that
changes.
we believe we have an explanation for why the moon orbits the Earth. You guys at least agree with me there, right? We believe
That's a belief.
But under our understanding of physics, not yours, under ours, we believe we have an explanation, right? Do we agree?
You have a story.
One way or the other. I and Left Lane and mainstream conventional science believe we have a story that explains this.
Right.
Are we
A
agree?
story. Let me agree with you. Yes, it's a story, not physics.
Excellent. That's fine, but we think it is. And he's telling you that thing that we think is physics would change if Earth were flat. Do you agree with that?
But did you understand what you just said?
No,
You can't.
no.
You understand what you just said?
Yes.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on,
Jeremy.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Yes.
No, don't
yes,
just say
I-
yes.
I
Don't
do-
say.
we-
Don't
we
say
do
yes.
understand.
Don't
No,
say yes.
Which is why I asked you which piece of physics that proves the globe would now be wrong.
Well, we're talking about one right now because
Yeah,
they're
he's talking about-
they're tied together. Do you again? I don't know why I keep having to say this. Do you understand that we believe mass attracting mass, along with a bunch of other things, explains the orbit of the moon around the Earth? You don't have to
Do
agree
you
with
have
it.
any- Do you have
do
any
you
physics
acknowledge
for that? Do you have
Okay,
any
but-
physics for that?
But
That's
do you
not the
acknowledge
physics,
that
man.
we think? Do you acknowledge that we think we do?
Yes,
Do
well-
we think we do?
Yeah, where is the physics on that?
But that's not the original question. The original question
That's
was
not even the current belief.
You're
Okay.
describing
Yeah,
a force, bro. You're describing
don't
a
even-
force. So you got to elaborate.
do you want him to like explain forces and gravity, or do you want him to tell you what he thinks would be different? Those are two different questions.
I don't want an explanation, and I don't want him to tell anything. We want physical demonstration of physics, physically.
But what's that got to do with your original question about whether
He said
he
all the
thinks
physics is
our
wrong.
beliefs would change if Earth were flat?
Here's the
You
point, y'all.
want me
I
to-
can apply physics to.
All physics would be wrong, but in fact, all of your idea of what physics are, pseudo-physics, would be wrong. We're in agreement with that. Do you have
Okay.
any actual physics that prove the globe physically?
How does
By
it
your
keep
own
going back to the
method,
globe?
by your
We're
own
talking about
globe
flat
model
Earth now.
That you don't even have
Yeah, but
that.
we can apply physics to explain why Superman can fly on Sundays or something like that. We can add a story, add a couple variables, and like his cape on Sundays, his cape changes color a little bit. Bro, we could do the math and use physics. That's a story. We're talking about demonstrable, not theoretical physics. We're talking about demonstrable physics.
Yeah, so give me your equation of how the moon travels in a circuit around the Earth, the flat
What,
Earth.
you want
Give me
another
that.
story?
Not physics, man. That's
You want another story, man?
That's not physics.
God damn, there's I don't know. I don't know. You want me to demonstrate, give you an experiment that explains why I'm wrong, about
Well,
physics.
I'd have to use.
That's
I'd
fucking
have to use
ridiculous.
I hear you. I'd have to use electromagnetism or quantum locking, something I could demonstrate if I were to give you. But once again, that's not physics because we can't experiment on that. That's a story. But that might be like a theoretical physics and whatnot. But I'd have to use a force, right?
Well,
Basically, everything works on a flat Earth.
if we go back to Geo's example of throwing the rock, we don't need to do equations. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good shot with a rock. I could throw a rock and hit a tree, 20 yards away. But I don't have to do any calculation. But if I built a trebuchet or a mechanism to throw that rock, I could do some calculations and figure out how much force it would take to make the proper trajectory to make that rock hit a particular spot. But that would include gravity in that equation.
Right. So it is a force, right?
So now we get. So now we're now gravity. Now I'm not finished. Now gravity is wrong. I'm wrong about gravity. So now what am I going to use to calculate that trajectory of that rock?
You don't have to name it, bro. If you're using math, you don't have to name it. You're saying gravity. Oh, that's fine. That's what I said. You're using the effect. We can measure the effect, bro. You've named the effect. You're not saying what's causing it, man. That's where the fairy tale comes in, dude. I don't know why you're not being intellectually honest, bro.
I would also say the fact that things fall to the ground when you throw them, like that effect of gravity, like weightedness and all of that, is separate from the idea of things clinging to a ball in outer space. So if you were to throw a football, you could still do all the calculations that we actually do on Earth to calculate that. That would all still be relevant. The only thing that would not be relevant is some of the larger beliefs about how it's clinging balls together out in outer space. So it's cutting out the part that was false and keeping the part that was real.
But see, if you think about it, Gio,
I would also like.
We're a ball in outer space, and we're all clinging to the ball in outer space. We have the atmosphere and gravity that protects us.
But this is in the discussion that it's not a sphere, and you're having to confront that and figure this out, and that was the topic. So
yes.
So then that part was all a false explanation of gravitational theories. The part that was real is that things fall down to the plane of the Earth.
The actual physics of it, yes.
You can't just throw them all out just because if you were to come to a realization that it's not clinging to make a sphere, that doesn't mean that throwing a football is not still the same thing.
But we could still calculate that. We could start on the flat Earth. We can still calculate that. Now, give me the equation and the force that's keeping the moon circuiting around the flat Earth.
Well, it's definitely not your space-time thing, because that space-time bendy thing that doesn't work for the shit here on Earth now. You have to throw F equals ma for if you have space-time bending. So I mean, I don't know what you think you got going on, but your own shit don't even work for your own shit.
Okay.
Well, I mean, down here when you throw a football and it falls, you use F equals ma, right?
Yeah, to get the
mass
weight
accelerating.
Yeah,
you got mass accelerating.
If you wanted to calculate the trajectory, you would need to use a trajectory calculator.
Sure, but when it falls, you have mass accelerating, right? When it falls.
Yep.
Yeah, but your space-time bendy thing.
So
I know.
could we still? I'm sorry,
ahead.
Jeremy. No, you go ahead.
I would just say your space-time bendy thing don't work with that F equals ma thing.
Why not?
Because if you have mass accelerating, you need a force, right?
So it's just a word game? Is that what it is?
It's a word game. It's physics. When you have a mass accelerating, you need a force, right? Physics.
Mm-hmm. And where does bendy space-time not produce that force?
There's no force there. You don't have a force. We can get Zanuck in here, and he'll tell you for 6 hours about how there's no force.
Okay.
Right. The acceleration is upwards, and with space-time.
So we're not using the verbiage that you would prefer us to.
Oh, I mean, if the acceleration is equivalent to upwards, then how is a ball accelerating upwards in different directions? And what's the force causing that?
Well, that's
you're
not
back
even
to the same
thing I was
conundrum,
talking
dude.
about. I mean, either way, the football falls, right? Your story behind why it falls is irrelevant. It's not going to change anything if Earth is flat.
Well, yes, things would still fall because flat Earth has an arbitrary falling for some reason. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, demonstrate an orbit the way you describe it. Scale it.
Do you think these demonstrate questions are going to go anywhere? Because I could likewise say, hey, demonstrate a flat surface with a moon orbiting over top of it. You couldn't do
We
it.
could do that with quantum locking, bro. Yeah, we can do that with quantum locking. I'm not saying that's what's going on, but
Okay.
at least we could demonstrate that happening in the real world, the way we describe
yes,
it.
but Brian,
We
you
could
could
do it with
also do it.
electromagnetism.
You could also do it by having somebody hold the item we're saying is the moon and make little circles with his hand, and then say, "Well, yeah, we can do it. It's not, it doesn't mean that somebody's out there holding the moon, but yeah, we can do it. It doesn't make any
Fair.
sense."
Back
Brian.
up and agree that yeah, we could demonstrate what we claim. So at least you asked for a demonstration as if it were impossible, but I gave you two.
But quantum locking
hear me
is,
or understand me. I don't know.
yeah, you're introducing other forces to make that happen.
I'm demonstrating something. You're not showing a force. Quit saying a force. Gravity is not a force. The way y'all are describing gravity is in effect.
Okay.
No, in Newtonian, it is a force, right?
You have an excuse of why you can't demonstrate it. That's it. You have an excuse of why you can't show me in the real world.
You just mean mass attracting mass? Because we can do that.
You can't show me mass
Your
attracting
physics
mass
is all
without
your physics
a
is all
force.
fucked up, bro.
Oh, is it? I guess
It's all fucked up.
Jeremy the scholar is gonna prove it all wrong.
I mean, have you ever seen Good Will Hunting? It's not the point. The point is sometimes you got a force. Sometimes you got a force. Sometimes you don't have a force. It's weird. Your physics is all just whatever.
Oh, I actually haven't seen Good Will Hunting. What's the gist of it?
Just don't worry about it. Just know that you have forces sometimes, and sometimes there's not forces. It's weird, bro. It's weird.
Well, hang on. A genius in mathematics solves all the difficult mathematics. Is that what you're comparing yourself or other flat earthers to? You guys are geniuses in the making.
Ruhif, there is no spoon. There is no spoon.
There is no Ruhif.
What he's asking for, he's saying, look, if my story doesn't work according to physics, because I can't demonstrate it, then make one up for me.
Like nothing changes. The second law of thermodynamics is still intact. I don't know why you even said that one, Left Lane, but that was weird. But nothing changes. Everything's still the same. Your stories just your stories just aren't. Your story has to change about what's happening. That's all.
So is it the same or does it change?
The physics are all the same. The story behind why they're happening changes.
Okay, so the effects are all the same.
Yes, all the physics we can observe and experiment on and everything, everything's the same. Hot water, heat still boils water, all that shit's the same.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing
And
changes except your made up bullshit story. That's all that changes.
So the moon would get pulled to Earth? Because if the effects are the same, that's what would happen.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I was going to say.
No, Gio, come on, man.
What are you doing?
It's an honest question. I asked a question.
All right, I'm going to mute you because you started screaming, bro. I don't know what that was. That was ridiculous. I was just going to respond. All right, what I was going to say is that with this whole question of the moon and what would it be on a flat Earth and all that. Here's the thing: from the perspective that, like, let's say, like Earth, like being a human is like a video game. Like you start the game, and you're here on Earth. You can look up, you can see the moon, see the stars, see everything up there. If the reality of the situation is that it's not possible to go up there, to actually like get a sample from the moon or to go land on it or to touch it or anything like that, meaning it is like a phenomenon that we observe from the ground, then it's almost like a video game where you're just in a world, you're placed into a world, and you can just see what you can see. Now, I know that NASA claims that they're going up there and they're probing and they're doing all that. So, if that's real or if that you choose to believe that or whatever, but from the perspective that the Earth is not what they're telling us it is, perhaps they cannot even do that. Perhaps there's a limit way before you would get to the moon that you can even penetrate. So if that's the case, then there is no way to know. maybe in the beyond or in the spirit world or in some other out of body experience, but in this physical world, there is no there would be no way to know what exactly the moon is. So asking for calculation and gravity and how it's all working, that's just it's just trying to come to a conclusion on something that you can't actually validate. All we have is a visible, observable phenomenon that's a beautiful mystery of the heavens. And if we can't go up there and probe it, then trying to do calculations and how's the sphere rotating on the flat Earth and all that, those are not in the realm of something that we can science and acquire information about. It just is what it is. It's a visible phenomenon.
That's
intellectual honesty.
Visibly
right there.
physical, Gio. You skipped that part.
But that's intellectually honest. Can you be intellectually honest
it's
for 1 minute?
it's exceptionally intellectually dishonest to claim that it's some magical thing we can't possibly understand when it's clearly physical and clearly very, very big.
Well, okay. So now you're just assuming that it's quote unquote clearly physical. How have you, Negator, verified that the moon is physical?
Because it doesn't look like anything I've ever seen that is not physical. Have you seen anything not physical in this world that exhibits similar characteristics to the moon?
A bat signal.
Dude, there's all kinds of stuff, but that's not really just because you.
Like what?
It's faulty logic.
Okay,
you're saying it's physical because it just looks like something that could be physical. That's your explanation.
Is there any reason for us to believe that it's not physical? Your entire life, you've seen physical things. Have you ever seen a physical thing or a non-physical thing that looks like that?
How about a spotlight, bro?
I've been to the moon. It is physical.
No, it's an honest question, Gio.
I seen a Tupac hologram at Coachella.
But here's the thing: if I was just started in a video game and I was just birthed into the world and I spawned and I see this thing that looks like the moon above me, if I can't validate its physicality, then I personally don't think it's valid to just assume it is, because it just sort of tends to look like something else that might be physical. If that's your level of discernment of logic, or that's how you want to come to things, just kind of randomly, well, it looks like this, so I'm just going to go with it, then that's up to you. But I'm not going to do that. I would be able to be, for myself, I'm not trying to say that you are or are not intellectually honest. I'm just saying for myself, I would have to be intellectually honest and say, I cannot validate that it's physical. I could say it does look this, it looks that. I could speculate. I could think all day about it. But if I can't validate it, then it has to go in that category of unvalidatable information.
You drive a lot, I presume, and you've probably touched a tree. But the bottom line is you've probably driven a lot and seen millions of trees in your lifetime. And you know, Gio, come on. It would be absurd for you to tell me right now all those millions of trees that you've seen but not touched may not be physical.
How many moons are there, bro?
Absolutely laughable.
How many moons are there? For
Well, that's not really. I mean,
is laughable.
Hold on, Brian. I hear you on that, like as a correlation, but I just don't think it's equivalent, because a tree is on Earth. I have touched many, many trees. I've walked through forest. I've hugged trees. I've done all that. So I know trees exist. So if I see more trees, it's not a large leap to be like, yeah, that's a tree, especially when I could stop my car, walk over and go over and touch that one. Like I have thousands of other trees. I've never touched a moon. I've never touched something. I've never touched a luminary in the sky in any way. No human ever has in a physical body. So that's not, I just don't think that's comparable.
Terrible analogy.
If I see a tree and you see that tree cast a shadow, that tree can have shadows cast on it. That tree obstructs lines of sight to things. And then you see a tree you can't touch, right? Like there's a tree on the side of a cliff face that's impossible to climb. You can see it with binoculars. You're never in your life going to touch that tree, but exhibits all the same characteristics you've seen with other trees. It would be silly to say that tree's not physical.
Well, I would say in pure intellectual honesty, I would say, yes, it's still a bit of a leap that it's physical, but it's a very highly supported one, because I have touched and validated many other trees. So the fact that there's another tree in the landscape, it is still, technically, it is a bit of an assumption because I haven't touched that tree, but I also think it's a pretty fair one to make and pretty sane to do that.
We can touch a tree, but we can't touch the moon. That's the point.
But I think it's fair and sane to say that I've seen rocks and I've seen spheres and bowling balls, and everything that those rocks and spheres and bowling balls exhibit, the moon exhibits.
Seen a bowling ball, therefore moon. This is good.
No, I hear you. I personally, I think it's a larger leap than is within the range of solid validatability. But
I've been to the moon. I touched it. It is solid.
No. Now, answer me this. Show me a floating rock.
The moon.
The moon?
Yeah,
It's
no,
in the
that's just
science
you're
book. If
begging.
you look
Yes,
at the science book,
you're begging the question. You've seen rocks. Our rocks are on the floor, and they're there. You can touch them.
if you look
But I
at the
have not seen a floating rock here on Earth.
Yeah, that would
in the science
violate
book,
the
you'll
laws
see
of
that
physics as we know it.
Right. So
Are you
therefore,
saying that
moon is a
because
rock.
we haven't seen a floating rock on Earth, there can't be a floating rock in space? Is that what you're saying?
That's
I've never seen a floating rock.
So that's therefore no moon. Okay.
No, I'm not
You've
saying
never
there's
seen
no
an
moon.
asteroid
I've
or a
never
floating
seen
rock.
I don't know what the moon is. That's my.
The rock.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. But the only rock you've ever seen floating, supposedly, is that one in the sky. But you have never ever seen other rocks,
I've
and so
seen several,
therefore,
actually. I've seen several.
so you can't equivalate that a rock is compared to the room because you don't see any rock float other than
Actually,
just
I've seen a few. I've looked at asteroids through a telescope. I had a telescope as a child. I've seen Mars as
again.
well.
You're implying it's a rock.
We don't need to touch it to know it's a rock.
Yeah,
I think that's the disconnect.
thing. Yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, you've seen like that. You know,
You seen thing in the sky. Sorry, you seen things in the sky, and you think is an asteroid, and therefore you say that's a rock.
Looks like a rock.
Yeah.
Looks like a rock.
Okay, but it's a CGI hologram. Happy.
Show me an
Yeah,
asteroid.
What are the other options that you gentlemen have seen in reality that this thing in the sky could be?
No idea. Never seen a
It's a
perfectly
CGI
round rock.
hologram, bro. It's a CGI hologram.
I mean, it's a
honestly,
pretty.
Go ahead. No, I think if you're to liken if we're to look at things in reality and deduce what they are, we have to compare what we see to all of our experiences since birth. And my experiences say it's a physical rock. And
Well, let me
if
ask-
you guys have other experiences that tell you it's something else, I'd like to know what those are.
All right. Well, this is kind of part of in the flow because we're talking about this just using the word if to be neutral. I think it was like, if the Earth, and to use the flat Earth term, if the Earth is flat, then what? For the folks who currently believe it's a globe. And like in line with this, here's the thing: if right now, like Left Lane, Negator, if you guys had absolute all the physical measurements of the surface validating no curvature, you had to, you did it 1,000 times all over the Earth, no curvature, no curvature, no curvature. You're really not in any different place as to discovering what the moon is. Like you might throw out some of the things like, okay, well, maybe they didn't land on it. Maybe there's some people lying, etc. But you're really not in a different place. It's still something you can only see. You've never been there. You never touched it. You know what I mean? You're in the exact same position. You might have a different thought on it. Like, okay, well, maybe it's not a sphere rotating around a sphere. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. You could speculate all day, but you're not really in any different position you are right now. And the way every other human, and I would even say the way every other human's been since the dawn of time. In my opinion, there's a form of like a mystery to the heavens. The luminaries, etc. There is a. Well, I'm trying not to do a long-winded thing on it, but I mean, there is a component at which it's a mystery that we can't go and get a physical sample of. It's like part of being human. It's like this. There's a certain luminosity and beauty to it as well. I don't think any human has gone up there and gotten a sample ever. It's part of being human. Like we're on the earth, and it's for the heavens, the gods, the beyond, whatever it may be beyond. So I don't think any human is up there taking samples. We're all just basically philosophizing about what the sky is.
Yeah, and all pictures I look at in the of asteroids on the web are all CGI, bro.
Well, I think that's a good point, Gio. That's a good, and it brings me to think of this. And we're talking about, what if I was wrong, and what if Earth was flat, and what can you offer me to give explanations? Demonstrable stuff that equations and why explain the sky. But on the other hand, if you were wrong and you discovered planet Earth is actually a planet, spherical, then we can offer you up all the explanations for why things are the way they are with science and everything. So I mean, Can you see the contrast between the two situations?
Well, even if somehow it was validated to be a globe in that sense, just using the if, just being neutral and so on, it still doesn't mean that someone like would have to take all of those explanations that you're describing as fact.
True.
Those are still just explanations that, you know, we may or may not have validated.
With no science.
Because, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of ways to calculate. Like, if you have a complicated clock that has lots of arms and hands and wheels and different things, movements on it, there's a lot of different explanations you could make for why the clock's doing that. You could use equations and all kinds of different things. It doesn't mean that all of those are exactly what it is. There's a
the clock on the wall scenario where you can just look at the clock. You can't see behind the clock. Is it gears? Is it a pendulum? Is it a cesium atom oscillating? What's making the clock tick? We could speculate on it all day until you go start messing around with the clock and, you know, getting into it. You never really use, it's all speculation.
I'll tell you, that's a good analogy. I haven't thought about that one. So yeah, like a clock, like let's say there's a clock on the wall, like an analog clock. You don't know whether it's a quartz crystal. You don't know whether it's a dude behind there, like a person, you know, with little knobs moving it. You know, you don't know if there's ants that are pushing the arms. I mean, yeah, there's like whatever could be going on behind it. You don't.
Pendulum, gears, batteries, mouse on a wheel.
Yeah. And if you can't see it and you don't have any way to go touch it and validate it, then it's just in the realm of speculations ultimately.
Why do I feel so primitive?
I mean, I used to be stuck in that thing too, where you need this explanation. When I was first getting into this, I needed explanations for things and things explained to me on how this works and why could this happen. You know what I'm saying? You got to get that out of your head though. Like there's some things you just may never know.
But see, that's the thing, Jeremy. For me, I would have to throw away, and that's what that justifies my answer to what if I found out I was wrong about the shape of the Earth. I would have to throw out everything I understand about physics, and I don't mean this thing or that thing or that thing. I mean all of it. I would have to throw out everything I understand.
How does that change the second law?
I don't know. I don't know. I would have to take the eraser to the board, man. I would just have to start over.
You don't need to do all that. No.
That's fine.
I
Aren't
feel like I
you
would.
a novice in physics, or are you an expert?
No, I'm a novice, definitely.
Yeah, so you won't have to change anything, honestly.
Well, Left Lane, if there was like, you know, in the future in these coming years and so on, if there are, you know, more and more tests and measurements and things, and let's just go with like physical measurements of the surface, you know, going with that, something that's tangible, you know, anyone can come physically in person and touch it and look at it. And, you know, I'm just saying to that extreme, like it's absolutely validated. And there's many of these all over the world that there's just no curvature, you know, just validated. At that point, you know, let's just say, and that just hit the mainstream overnight, just boom, all of a sudden it just, every scientist, every person has to now incorporate this. I don't think everything would be thrown out. Not at all. And we've talked about this in length over the months and years, like in terms of what would be thrown out and what would be kept. But I definitely don't think there's any professional in any field that would say, well, okay, maybe some of the astrophysics, there's a large portion of it. But even in astrophysics, there's still some legit stuff. There's real telescopes looking at things. There's observations. There's spectroscopy, which is doing something. It is picking up frequencies. Doesn't even all have to be thrown out. I don't think there's any field that everything, well, maybe I'm speaking too quick. Is there any field that everything gets thrown out? I guess like NASA pictures or whatever, obviously that's all out the door. But I mean, is there any like scientific field that actually all has to be eradicated? Or is it just a matter of sifting through and figuring out what was false, what was not correct, and based on assumptions or based on propaganda or whatever it may be, and then what is actually real?
I don't know how far reaching it would be if we discovered that we were wrong, just wrong about gravity, because it's so involved in so many things that I don't know. I don't know what would be left.
Well, dude, if what I was saying is the case, like the absolute measurements that the Earth has no curvature, nothing changes about like, you know, the mechanics of an airplane or a race car or motorcycles. I mean, nothing changes on those fronts.
All the gas laws are intact. Second law of thermodynamics is fine. Like everything, yeah, everything's fine pretty much, except for all the pseudoscience. That needs to be revisited. But other than that, all the real science stays.
I mean, even the military documents that admit that they treat the Earth as flat and stationary, it's like that's what they practically use it as. So all that stays. Now, GPS would be there'd be some jacked up parts about GPS, but even not all of GPS would be thrown out. But there would have to be something going on there. But I mean, you don't have to throw everything out at all. Everything already is used as if the Earth is stationary. It's already the case. Like,
you know what we would have to do? We would have to probably strongly reconsider my idea of a creator, I guess.
You would have to do that?
Yeah,
You
probably
can't
would,
explain
yeah.
it without. You can't explain a creator if it's flat.
Well, wait. What's your current position on it? Atheist?
Unknown. No, not atheist. I mean, it's the complexity of life and the things that we talk about and how things came to be that I experience incredulity, and that I can't. It's hard for me to imagine that it was all spontaneous. Not saying that it couldn't be spontaneous, but it causes me to hold on to the possibility that there was some seed planted or there was some engineering involved, something like that, then, and that floats around in the back of my head. Religion and Christianity and all that, that's all out the window for me. I don't hold on to any of that.
Yeah. Well, but we were first talking about science and what would have to be thrown out or what would stay and all that. But now, you're saying for yourself, if you're currently maybe agnostic or in neutral or whatever it may be currently, you're saying that if absolutely the measurements showed and everything 100% that the Earth is just simply not curving and therefore not a sphere, you're saying that you would have to think there's a creator? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, just thinking through all the process, my first thought is taking the eraser to the board and wiping it all out, everything I understand about how things are. And then so we're able to keep all these things. We're talking through it, the gas laws, and we're able to keep all those things. But and rocks still fall when you drop them, and I've lost my explanation for that mathematically, and there's a disjunct between what I understood the moon is doing compared to what it would be doing on a flat. It's just all screwed up. So I don't know how I'm going to explain all that. I don't. Could we find the world's greatest physicist to get on? How could this work and planet Earth be flat and explain all that? We would go back to the drawing board, or I wonder, could it have been created?
Do we need to get you a room next to Ruhif at the psych ward? Yeah, you pretty much. You pretty much have to have a creator, though. Like I can see getting around a creator.
Yeah, but like all the complexity of like the idea of a creator that has created, insects and the human body and all these incredible things, it would also just be, well, it could be if one's perspective, that the creator also created the globe lie and all of the deceptive physics and all of the propaganda. Like it's all part of that phase of the creation, as it were. So, it could be incorporated that too. Like, okay, well, this creator that created the actual stationary planar Earth with the actual heavens that we can't actually access in that sense, and they're like a visible, I would even say spiritual phenomenon, kind of the sky clock, and that all the other complexity that it created also created this whole era where there was a group of entities that were pushing the globe deception and all the complexity of that, and how did they get people to believe it, and how they intertwine this, and how did they link the GPS, and how did they do the plane flights, and that would all have to be, or could be, if you were to take that perspective, that's also part of the complexity. Just like we don't know, like, how does procreation happen exactly? How does the sperm really, like, there's certain mysteries as to how life happens, and insects and animals, and all these complexities. It could be considered that the entire globe deception, which was quite a conundrum, was also a very intricately created thing that has a complexity to it and played its role for these 100 years or so, but is now being unwound, and then we're discovering, new things in the future. So would you consider that whatever the complexity that got us in this globe thing in the first place is actually part of whatever that higher intelligence that was able to orchestrate that level of intricacy that is now being unwound?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, I'm way too old. I mean, I'm 60. Yeah, I would need a little more time than I've got left to investigate all that. And I must say, and I need to say this, though my opinion and my ideas and my reality hasn't changed an ounce, but I feel like tonight that I got closer to being inside of a flat earther's head than I've ever been, and I I kind of appreciate that, and I hope y'all do too. But yeah, I think to understand what you think and what the implications are of that, you have to really get inside the head to appreciate and respect it, and I think I did that a little bit tonight.
You said you're getting too old for this shit, Danny Glover?
Yeah, getting too old for this shit.
Well, then you bring in reincarnation, and you pop right back in, start anew in the new paradigm. Give it maybe 5-10 years for the shit to blow over. Maybe pop another life in like 2035. Give it a little time. Wait until it's good. Until more things are figured out. Then you come in a new life and advance it to the next level.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, I could see why there's so many. All right, bud. I could see why there's so many. If that is a thing, the whole reincarnation thing, I could see why there's so many people right now. This is a very interesting time to live in, with the whole technological advancements and shit. Like if I was
I'm
watching, I'd be
interested.
like, oh,
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
if I was watching, I'd be like, yo, let me get in this. This looks neat. Game Boy, we got Game Boys and computers and stuff. Let's go.
Yeah, for the sake of, I do wish that I would be able to see what things would be like in 500 years or 1,000 years. And it would be cool if I could be reincarnated and come back and see, or maybe not, but
We make it. I mean, shit, the way that people are running the show here, you think we're going to fucking make it or what?
I don't know. Something doesn't change. We're not going to for long. I don't know.
This shit don't seem sustainable, I know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see death as an ending. I see it as a beginning. I mean, it is the ending of something in a way, because obviously that physical body is perished, but I don't think it's an ending for our soul, our consciousness, our being. It's like really a birth to a new form of existence that is, I think, more of the wholeness of who we are. So I think there's only things to look forward to ultimately.
I told you about that dream I had. They sent me back. I really wasn't crazy about going back. I was like, oh, really? I got to go back? They were like, yeah, you're too attached to the material world. You got to go back. I was like already dead in the dream or something. I don't know. I was dead and I was like in this weird place, and they're like, you got to go back. It was crazy.
Well, what do you guys think about? We talk about space and men not going to the moon, but we're supposed to be going back. 2024 will be a manned mission to orbit, and then the third mission of Artemis will be to set foot back on the moon, and then on down the road, there'll be other adventures. I mean, is it the fake just going to continue, or would there might be some point that some event could change your mind about it?
Definitely. Definitely there's an event that could change my mind with space. If they had industrial or tourist type shit or something going on where there was like a large chunk of people now going to space, like we could fly to the moon for the weekend for a honeymoon or a getaway, or we're mining gold on Mars or whatever the fuck. And we're sending tons of people are coming and going every day. That would definitely change my mind. Like, I don't doubt China exists. I've never been to China, but people have been there. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people come and go from there and shit. So I don't really doubt that China exists. Like, I don't know what the number would have to be, tens of thousands every year, maybe, or something. You got your average Joe Schmoes going up there working mining rigs or whatever the fuck, people going on honeymoons and shit. That would change my mind. Other than that, you send 3 Freemasons up there, I don't give a fuck.
Right. If it was real and they were like building, bases and outposts and a couple telescopes and we could see those from Earth, you could zoom in out with your P900 and, oh yeah, look at that. Look, they're building the new part of this station, or they're doing this. I mean, yeah, that would be more real than a couple Freemasons in the 60s under the Nixon administration going up there and bouncing around, look like they're on wires, like a Hollywood movie. I mean, be
Can you guys
different
hear me?
if there was something more real of going there and setting things up, or more footage, in modern times. I mean, it's dusty footage from the 60s is pretty weak. Yeah, we got you, Godric. I can hear you.
So I'm going to comment on what Left Lane asked about the moon. So they're going to kick the can down the road, prolong it as much as possible, talk about how expensive it is, whatnot. When they finally do it, it'll be massive CGI, like the top of the CGI, and people are going to believe it, just like they believed Artemis. But again, there's no confirmation about going there, coming back. There's no moon rocks,
I just want to ask Left Lane what the reason might have been for when before they went to the moon, they built a giant model of the moon and they had like a camera track in front of it so that they could, film it up close, and they were so detailed on all the details of that giant, like a not really a model, it was more like a giant canvas of the moon. And what would be the reason for doing that?
I'm not sure. It seemed like I heard something about them building a set, a training set or something like that. But of course, that's what it'll be presented as, a training set, and rather than and of course, from your position, it would be a studio set. So I don't know. I can't really comment much other way on that.
So since you've experienced being in a flat earther's head, would you, like, from a flat earther's position, see that as kind of like a suspicious part of the story?
I had to just draw a line on all of space travel, and everything is, all the images from space, the live feed from the ISS, and all that stuff. It's got to be fake, all of it. And then I've got to wonder why that last sighting I did of the ISS, it was pretty amazing because it went nearly to the eastern horizon. It was right after sunset, and there was still light in the sky. But I saw it coming off the western horizon. I was like, holy shit, what is that? And it got overhead, and I was like, that's the fucking ISS. And I opened my app, and it was like the brightest I'd ever seen it. And it almost went completely off the horizon before it disappeared. It blinked out before it got to the horizon. It went into Earth's shadow, right? But I've got to reconcile that, because I saw that, and I've seen it before, and so I'd have to reconcile a bunch of things that I would consider that I know to be right. And I know others have questions about that. I think there's something up there, but I don't think people are in it. And, you know, other people say different things about it, but that's a kind of a little head scratcher for a lot of people. You know, on the flat earth side, I know, because you can see it, and you got to wonder what the hell that thing is and how is it doing what it's doing, you know.
It's a superior hologram cast by Sophia.
Yeah.
Think of a magic trick. When you're on stage, they show you what to look at, right? They're showing it to you. That's the trick.
Well, if you're serious with that, Godric,
They
you're gonna
tell
have
you
to
when to come in,
explain.
where to look. They tell you what it's
You're
going
gonna
to
have
where
to.
to look.
Yeah, you're gonna
Magic,
have to
smoke and mirrors.
explain. You're gonna have to explain, because we know what projection is, right? It usually by a projector, like shooting light
I don't think you
out
do,
the
because a lot of you
lens
guys
onto
think
the
that
surface.
planes ran into buildings and went right through them. So I don't think you know what a projection is or a hologram is. No.
Yeah, the planes. You don't think that the planes actually hit the buildings?
No.
Thousands of eyewitnesses, many videos watched it. I watched it live on TV. I saw it happen.
You can't show me one. That's not fake.
Huh? Do I?
The only place people saw it was on CNN. And you would think after the first building got hit that there'd be thousands of recordings all over those buildings. But no,
There are
not
many
one.
recordings.
Not one
There are
independent
many
recording
recordings.
got a plane
Yeah,
going into a building. Not one.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, there are. There are many. You're just denying the reality that there are many recordings from many angles of the second plane striking the tower. And
Well, I would like you to
thousands
show
of
me one
witnesses.
independent recording of a plane hitting the building, and also not to send it to my DM if you can, or put it
I'm
in
not
chat.
going to do all that. I'm driving down the road, but you can search it, and it'll bring up many recordings. Just one little search, and it'll bring up everything you want to see.
What I've concluded with that and everything I've looked into with it. Wait, you guys switched on 9/11, right? You're talking about the moon, and then
Yeah, well, we were talking about how they were. I wanted to know how they were actually projecting a hologram to move from the western horizon to the eastern horizon across the sky, and how are they projecting that for anyone that wanted to look up and see it could see it, you know?
see what the
And-
moon. Sorry, I'm
No, the ISS going across the
Oh.
sky. He claimed it was a projection, a hologram, and when I asked him about how that was being done, he flipped the switch to 9/11. So I don't know.
all right. Well, I was just gonna say briefly, in my current, which is not necessarily a ending conclusion, because I don't have ways to fully verify, but from everything I've looked at 9/11, the footage, all the analysis I've done, I don't think there was an airplane on the first one, the first hit. I don't think there was an airplane at all. There's actually, like, if you slow down the video and look at the video that does show that kind of hit, there's only like that one footage, there was like those guys that were like that film crew, and they just happened to just point their camera up. And but the thing about when the first building got hit, the hole that was made, there's like pyrotechnic patterns, which means there's these lines of explosives that go and they fire off in a row, and there's several of them that are actually like making that hole. So I think that one is likely doctored footage to where they did put a CGI airplane into it and synced it up with the hole that was blasted in there, which I think was explosives that were already planted on the building. So I don't think there was an airplane on that first one, which would make sense that they wouldn't actually have a physical airplane that, well, okay. See, there's deeper reasons as to why they wouldn't use real airplanes. But nonetheless, I don't think they used an airplane. And I don't know how deep we're going to get into this. So I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do a super long thing on it because this is a complex topic. But I'm just trying to be brief. So I don't think they used an airplane on the first one, and there's a lot more reasons I could say on that if we're going to get into it. And then the second one, I do think there was an object, let's say, that did hit it, in addition to explosives and things. I think it was more of a missile. You can, like, there's a lot of missiles that have wings and actually look like airplanes, first of all. There are some eyewitnesses that look like they're from legit people that are not like crisis actor people that seem to say it looked like a smaller plane. Like one guy that looked authentic to me in terms of his whole kind of body language, he was saying it looked like a small Cessna, and he was pretty close, and that's what he had said. It may not have been that small. It may have been a little bit bigger than that, but I think it's likely that that was a missile of sorts, and it may have been painted up to look a little bit like an airplane. Like it may have had painted windows or whatever on it to make it look a bit like that. I also think they did a lot of CGI work in the footage to make it look even more, like that. But it would make sense to me that they wouldn't use an airplane on the first one. They don't really need to.
Tomahawk.
And the second one, they did have to make it look like something was hitting it so that people could say, "Oh, I saw a thing that hit it." So I do think there was a missile that hit that second one.
Also, Left Lane, are you there?
Yeah.
I was ready, and when this happened, I was working, and they were capturing it on Howard Stern on Sirius Radio, and Howard Stern went live, and he had some people down there in the forest where the fourth plane, I think, was reported to crash. He had plenty of people there. They had medics and everything. And they didn't find a plane. They didn't find any, black boxes or bodies. They only found bits of a plastic capsule. That's all they found. And
No, they
within
found the
24
tail
hours,
section.
hang on, let me
They
finish.
found the tail section too, though.
They didn't find any tail section. Within
Yeah, they
24
did.
hours, guess what? They found all the plane and all the bodies were covered within 24 hours. And that will never happen in a real crash. Basically, they faked that. There was no plane in the forest. They faked it, and Howard Stern covered it, and they made a story up after that.
Well, we're kind of scattering around, and I would like to maybe reel it back to the ISS if we could. You claim that it was a holographic projection. Do you actually have a
Yes, it could
reasonable?
It could be a superior hologram cast by a plane like Sophia. Consider that they only have to fake it over the continents where people can see it. And they tell you where it's going to be. It's not that hard to make some kind of projection like that. I think that's how they do it. I'm just guessing, though. Can't prove it.
So it would need a medium or some sort to bounce the light rays off of to produce an image, right? Because I don't know of any holographic thing
I don't know how they
that'll
would do
project
it.
in.
Like Jeremy
Yeah.
said, they did a hologram of Tupac. He was pretty real.
Well, I'm talking about something that lots of people see, and you can use your app and you can see it when it goes over. I mean, do you think that's really a viable explanation for what the ISS is?
Absolutely. And you don't believe it the same way you don't believe that holograms could hit those buildings and not planes. It's just you had to have a different mindset. It's not good or bad. It's not crazy. It's just you have a different mindset to think that thousands of people, you can't give me one, but thousands of people saw this is your story. But where's the confirmation?
I saw it.
Oh, you saw it. You were there, and you saw it live.
No, I wasn't there. No, I got home from work, and right as the first plane had hit the first building, and I just remember it like it was yesterday, scratching my head and going, "What the
Yeah, but
fuck,
you didn't
man? What
see
the
a
fuck?
plane.
Was this an accident? How did a plane fly into a fucking big old building like that? Had to have been suicide. Somebody committed suicide." And then I remember just plain behind the reporter that I was watching, I saw a fucking big airliner scream past behind him, and then the camera came off of him and picked the plane up, and it struck that second building, and it's like I got chill bumps. A bit dawning on me that we were under attack, and it was. And then, along with that story, we sent a team. I was working in the emergency room at Jackson. We sent a team of paramedics and nurses to New York to help. And so I've got some personal friends that came back talking about picking body parts out of the rubble and how traumatic and debriefing we had to do. And I mean, it was a very, very real event for me. And I try not to be offended at talking about it possibly being a fake, because everybody's got their opinion, and I've kind of toughened my skin up to it. But it was a very, very real event for me. And even though I was in Tennessee, but yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Thank you for sharing that. You were there. I think there were people that got crushed and also jumping out of the buildings because it was on fire. I don't think it was caused by a plane, and I think that the fire would not make a building collapse. Never before has it happened, to my knowledge. And right away they said, will the buildings hold? The engineer said the buildings will hold; they won't fall. And they fell. So nothing makes sense to me if you look into it. You were there, maybe you're emotional. There's people.
No, I
dying.
wasn't. I didn't know. I didn't go. Some of my friends went. I didn't go. Yeah. No, I wasn't there personally.
And then we had a 25-year war. All right. And did nothing.
Yeah.
Accomplished zero.
Well, we did get rid of Saddam and the culprit. Whether that was.
Have you ever thought that Saddam was the good guy and we were the bad guys? Have you ever considered that?
Well, see, that brings out the conspiracy part for me. Is if Osama bin Laden was the mastermind of that event, why did we go after Saddam Hussein? Well, the reason being, George Bush went after Saddam Hussein because Saddam Hussein threatened to kill his daddy a few years back, and he had a damn sticker out for him. And that opens up the door of conspiracy for me, that there's a possibility that things weren't as it was presented.
I agree with you on that. And also, they got Gaddafi too, who had his own money system.
But that conspiracy goes a way deeper than my sensibility allows me to go.
I think they make up this QAnon stuff to make it look stupid. So that's the controlled opposition.
We've got a friend, my girlfriend's friend for a long time, but she's a little kooky. But she got on the QAnon bandwagon, and it was pretty hilarious talking to her and her telling all the crazy shit that was going on. Talking about, I better not. I don't know what I can say, and I can't. That might be. I won't go into it, but pretty crazy shit she came up with through QAnon. What's funny about QAnon? And I watched the documentary on it, and the dwarf guy, the little guy that actually started 4chan. In that documentary, he didn't come out and say it, but he pretty much indicated that Q was just a made up entity, and that I got the feeling that he might have actually been the one posting the QAnon shit.
At first, I thought QAnon was real too, but then I looked into it. They were like saying, "Oh, they're going to arrest Obama, they're going to arrest Hillary Clinton," and nothing. So it was like they were just leading us down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. Something's going to happen, Godric. It's going to happen next month on the 6th. It's going to happen. and then nothing would happen. And so it's been moved back. It's going to happen this date, and nothing ever happened. January 6th happened, but I don't know if that was associated with QAnon or not.
I think January 6th was a peaceful protest. They achieved one thing. They stopped the presidential inauguration for one day, but the next day they went ahead and nominated Biden. They're fighting against treason.
And for me, it was just a continuum. It was just a continuum of the clown show that our government has become.
Test.
Man, what's your Victor?
We're doing left lane. Call me.
Looking for a place to park my big truck.
Big truck.
Yeah, I'm off in the boondocks down here in Alabama, off the beaten
Oh, you're
path.
driving around.
Yeah.
And you think they can replace your job by a Google robot driver eventually?
Yeah, can't no Google driver do what I do.
What's so special about what you do that a robot can't do?
Like what I'm doing right now, cross country, driving through the woods, 2-lane roads, getting into places that most trucks don't go to, and different things like that.
I know, because a robot don't need to take breaks. They don't need to sleep. They're not going to take vacation pay or sue their employer.
Yeah, but Godric, I was sitting in Phoenix, Arizona at noon yesterday, and I'm in Alabama, and I dropped the load and reloaded last night and this morning, and you add the miles up, and there ain't no dang battery powered self-propelled truck going to do what I do.
Well, about 100,000 taxi cab drivers were displaced recently.
Yeah,
More of them
Left Lane,
since Uber came around.
yeah, but that was just humans taking other humans' jobs. Left Lane, your job's going to be one of the first ones to go, bro. With autonomous vehicles, what do we need you for? You're going to be one of those useless feeders Cocho's always on about.
I'll give him. He's an expert driver. He can do stuff. I'm not saying going to say superhuman, but expertly with experience. But eventually, a robot's going to do that.
Yeah, getting into loading docks and driving out in the country and different things like that. There's just no way. I mean, they would have to put some kind of central hub to send the automatic trucks to, and then they would have to have drivers to pick the loads up and distribute them. If they had a central DC kind of setup, but the infrastructure for that would be so massively expensive, I just don't see any way that it would be practical to do.
Or
when
you
you
go
could
to a
have
place.
me, and I could do it for a couple of bucks a mile and get the job done, be done with it, right?
The truck drives to a place. They put the goods the goods on it. The fucking robot driver drives to the place. They get there. The people that are there take the shit off the fucking truck.
Yeah, but it's got to get there. It's got to back in the dock. It's got to maneuver through the city. There's just I just don't see any way that they can do it at all. I really
They won't
don't.
do it with the same class and style that you do it, but they'll do it. They'll do it.
Hey, I'm going Friday, and I posted a picture in here. I'm going Friday to look at my dream truck. Matter of fact, my
Nice
new
big
model
sleeper.
Peterbilt. Yeah, well, it's just a regular sleeper, flat top Peterbilt, badass hot rod, big truck, black and chrome, pretty son of a bitch.
I'll even say that it'll take 2 trucks to replace what you do, that thing. But you know what? The other costs, like you said, will be they're going to be subsidized by the government. And that robot doesn't need a 401k. They don't need brakes. They don't need, they work till they break.
See, that's the thing. When they break, what do?
They got to get fixed.
I'll tell you what they do. The autonomous robot tow truck guy comes, picks the fucking truck up, drives it to the thing. They probably have a robot fix it at the machine shop, and they send it back out.
There's all the cashiers left that they got replaced by checkout machines, which are basically a computer. Target, to grocery stores, even the restaurants now. At McDonald's, you can order your food through a machine. It's one less employee they need. I mean, you lose some customer service, you lose stuff, but you can still get the basic job done.
There's my truck. Yeah, there'll come a time maybe that all that'll happen in the fucking days of Jetsons, but I'm not going to see it. Not my day, I won't.
It's coming. I don't think we're that far off. 5-10 years, maybe.
I don't think they should make a robot that will take a human's job, period. And the more they do that, the more we're just going to be put out to pasture. There's nothing that they're going to not be able to do. There's no job that a robot cannot do at the end of the day.
I mean, Left Lane, let's just say they could do this, right? Let's say they could get a machine or a robot or whatever to do your shit. You know how much money they would fucking save?
Yeah, I haven't thought about what it would cost to operate one of those trucks.
You can only drive 12 hours, right? You can only do 12 hours.
Well,
is it 12?
Yeah, it's 11, but I still run on paper logs, so I can fudge a little bit.
But technically, it's only supposed to be 11 or 12 hours or something. But yeah, if you have a robot doing it, they can go 24/7.
Well,
They don't
as
fucking
long as
stop.
his
They would have
battery
been in,
holds up,
they would have been in Alabama and Cali by now. By the time you're sitting there and wherever.
No, he's had to stop and charge. I don't even know what their range is on those big trucks yet. I have no idea. I don't think it's even 400 miles. I think that's the projected goal is for them to run 400 miles between charges. And then how long is it going to take to charge them? I don't know.
The only efficient way to even do that though, if they're running on electric, is to fucking just totally do a battery swap.
That's
Otherwise, you're
exactly
gonna be
right.
sitting there all day.
They ought to be standardized, and instead of a charging station, it'll be a
like
a
propane
swap
tanks.
bank.
Yeah, you can only do a propane.
Yeah, they just slide your battery out with it. They bring a forklift that's got the attachment. They just unplug it, bring the forklift in, slide the old battery out, slide a new one in, and plug it up and go. That would be efficient. But then they would have to invest whatever. I think it's I think it's like 6,000 pounds of battery on the big electric trucks. I may be wrong about that, but how many batteries are going to be in that battery bank, and what do they cost? What does the battery cost?
I don't know, but the amount of money they would be able to save. But
Yeah.
but the amount of money they would save from not having to From keeping the truck going 24/7 basically, and I mean presumably there would be less accidents because you guys be wilding the fuck out there on the highways and shit.
A robot doesn't get drunk, and they don't get road rage.
I don't know what the lot lizards are gonna do, but
There are not many of those out here, but there are in places. I've been approached, but it must be one poor son of a bitch that would have anything to do with that. They're not glamorous, I promise.
I mean Uber's been trying to strike a deal with Tesla for a long fucking time now because Uber doesn't want to pay drivers the measly amount they give them. They're trying to get those driverless cars out there so they can keep all the money.
Well, see, I remember about 5 years ago, maybe a little longer, that they were talking about PepsiCo has ordered 500 Teslas, blah, blah, blah. You know, the different big companies had ordered all these electric big trucks. But it's 5 years later and they're still not here, you know.
I think a big hindrance to this is big oil has suppressed battery technology throughout the decades. Call me a crazy conspiracy theorist, but
Well, I think they're experiencing all the trouble. And here's another thing. This I found just the other day. And I don't know, it wasn't PepsiCo, but one of the big trucking companies had placed an order for service, or they were going to build a facility, and they submitted to the city that this is what we're going to be. And the fucking electrical demand was like 4 times the entire city's electrical demand. And it was going to be an electric truck distribution center. And there's no we can't power a facility that runs electric trucks. So they're running into all kinds of trouble. You got the mining, the disposal, the being able to produce the electricity. With now they're going to look at going back to burning fossil fuels to supply the energy to keep the big trucks off the road from burning fossil fuels. You know, it's just a big circular fuck up, if you ask me. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
yeah, I was big on these batteries, on these electric vehicles when they first came out. I was like, oh, this is it. But yeah, the battery thing is definitely an issue. As far as charging them, though, that's not even a fucking. Dude, you build a couple solar panel factories, we're good. There's plenty of sun hitting Earth. That's not even. We have more energy hits Earth than we don't even know what to do with. All you gotta do is catch
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it's a matter of catching it, but each hour, I think the sun, supplies enough energy to the surface of the Earth to power the entire planet for a day or whatever, however long. But I mean, so yeah, it's coming down. We just need to be able to catch it and turn it into electricity.
That's what I mean. You build
The
a
other
couple
problem,
solar.
the other problem they got as well, boys, is this new battery technology that they're, if we're going to run every car in the world, every truck in the world, or plus phones, plus, these things rely on rare earth minerals. And they're called rare earth for a reason, because there's not fucking much of it around. There's not much of it around. So if you want to suddenly turn every prime mover and every family sedan and minivan into an electric vehicle, you've got to be able to actually supply the batteries that'll do that shit.
Yep.
And that's a big problem.
It is. Batteries is a serious issue. And like I said, I feel like they've been heavily suppressed throughout the decades.
Suppressed?
Suppressed. If you're big oil, you don't want good batteries out there at all.
Okay. You just come back from a funeral?
I mean, do you want Well, my whole family's sleeping, so I'm not trying to. I shouldn't even be talking right now.
Fair enough. My condolences. But you know what though? I agree that batteries are the problem. A lot of people don't appreciate that because, for instance, you can create a lot of energy immediately with like a nuclear bomb, right? And you can, and there's a lot of energy that comes from the sun. But yeah, the issue is capturing that energy and storing it in an efficient way that can be usable by a bunch of people. Because, like, the energy that's created at a power plant, it has to be used like right away. Like it has to go out. It has to go out and be used by people. Otherwise, it's basically useless. Because otherwise, they have to store it, right?
Yep. Yep. That's the like Raccoon Mountain in East Tennessee is a big lake on top of a mountain. And I actually stood in that lake before they filled it with water when I was a kid. My granddaddy worked for TVA. But anyway, when they've got that extra surplus of electricity, that's how they run the pumps to fill that lake up. And then during periods of high demand, they let it out to supply that
Yeah.
extra energy.
If that's what I think, if that's what I'm thinking, like if you're talking about what I'm thinking, you're talking about, because there's something called there's this thing that called lake. Is that a high elevation lake? You said it's in Colorado.
No, it's in East Tennessee.
Okay, is it
Yeah.
high elevation though, or no?
Yeah, well, I think it's like 2,000 feet, if that.
Okay.
It's not super high.
Well, I know there's one in Switzerland, and so you can only do this in places where it's like the lake is elevated. But yeah, that's actually a function. That's a battery function. That's one way of storing energy is by being able to do that. Like it's similar to gravity batteries, but it's like where if you can, you can store the energy by giving it gravitational potential energy, and then later like releasing it and shit.
I never thought of it that way. That's exactly right.
That's actually one of the probably the best. Like if that's why it sucks that that's like a regional or it's a geographical or geological, I guess. Specificity. Like it only exists in specific places that have that exact thing. But if you have that, then yeah, it's fairly useful as storing energy.
Cool.
Wait, what lake did you say that was?
Raccoon Mountain. It's a Tennessee Valley Authority in Chattanooga.
Okay, because yeah, I know I just know that technology. I'm trying to see what it's called. Pumped storage hydroelectricity, maybe a giant battery. So I know there's one in Switzerland. And that's the one I just found. But I'm trying to see if it's the same thing. If that's the same thing that they're doing in Tennessee. There's one in England. But yeah, Raccoon Mountain. Yep, exactly. It's the same thing. It just works like a large battery. But but yeah, there's also just plain gravity batteries where they store the energy by. There's actually I've seen one that's so simple. It's just a stack of bricks, and they store the energy just by stacking the bricks. It's weird.
As the heat. No, my favorite battery right now is the sand. Is the sand battery. They got like a silo of sand, like 100 tons of sand, and they just extract the energy from when it gets hot during the day, like naturally, or you can make it hot.
I have to look at that one.
I mean, that's
We're
basically
building a huge
pretty
farm,
cute.
a battery farm here.
If you throw a Fresnel lens on that, on a couple Fresnel lenses and shit, some parabolic mirrors on that stand, like you get that shit pretty hot.
You know, like how a potato can give you energy? You can like plug a little fan into it and run a fan off it. Shouldn't there be a way to like use hemp or something that you can like concentrate and ferment it or something that you could create like a battery from that?
The question is, why does a potato give you energy? And can that, whatever that is, can that be extracted or extended to something else? And the answer is no.
It works with a potato.
Again, something we understand because of science. Go figure.
That was some Tesla stuff right there.
The potato thing?
Well, the thing after the potato thing.
I don't get it.
Never mind. The Baghdad battery. It's what Gio was talking about, stuff like that.
Yeah, but I would well, I guess it is kind of a battery. I think that in this context, batteries are just storing energy. But it's true that there are batteries that you could think of as just like producing energy almost, like a lithium battery or whatever. It is kind of storing energy, like chemically storing it, but when it runs out, it's out. I don't know. I'm being anal about batteries, but I think the goal is to take some sort of storage device. The smaller, the better, obviously, so that you can, obtain energy from something and then use it later. It's harder to do than it's actually, like I said, it's what's holding back most of the technological advances that people would expect that we'd have by today, like flying cars or shit like that. Because we can produce a lot of energy, but we can't store it somewhere and then readily use it.
The batteries on the moon shit were cool. They were like nuclear decay, something like that. They were limited.
You talk about
radio something batteries that they used on the moon for air conditioning and shit.
I'll be talking about something else, but they did use nuclear.
Radioactive decay. Yeah. I forget the name of the battery though.
Yeah. They use I forget what it's called too. Like fission. It's like heat. Fission heat. I forget what it's called now too. But yeah, it's the same thing. They use like plutonium or something and just use like the little bit of heat from it.
For the flux capacitor?
No, but this is what most like the Voyager, like satellites and probes and stuff like that. This is like usually what they run off of, so that they can run for a long time with little energy. I hate this fucking laptop.
So this nuclear type of nasty kind of shit that you think of as Homer Simpson glowing green, is there any place where that takes place in nature, or is it only when it's refined, kind of like the difference between coke and crack? Like, is it only when refined that the shit's dangerous?
I think it's always dangerous, but they have like, what do they call that? What's that thing called? There's a certain moment. I forget what it's called. Anyways, but it's always dangerous. But if you have enriched uranium, then it's more radioactive than regular uranium, for instance. But yeah, I mean it's all pretty dangerous. But there's a moment. It's like if you have a fissile material, a critical point. That's what it's called. The critical point.
That's
based off of. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I need to fix my internet. Hold on.
So I grew up like 6 or 8 miles from where they had one of the first major meltdowns in the Santa Susana Field Laboratory. And at that time, every agency of the space race and the military and the Department of Energy and spy satellites and everything was all happening like all at once. They even had like a nuclear powered, like a little bigger than the football sized nuclear power plant for the thing. And everything was like, let's try nuclear this, let's try nuclear that. And I met a guy who worked up there. He called it Up on the Hill. And he said that they had this like vat where they would throw shit into water and it would just boil over and right onto the ground. And ever since then, they've had this lawsuit going there because Boeing took it over. And they claim that they were cleaning the soot off the rocks from rocket launch testing. And that material got in the soil. But it's really nuclear waste. And they have this thing up there called a burn pit. And they used to drag shit up from down in Canoga Park, from Rocketdyne, and from all around and burn it in the open air up there. And it was only like a season or two later when it rained that they realized, oh, this shit's going to get in the ground. And they covered it with tarps because that was the smartest thing they could think to do. But I had this list, a PDF of things that they were burning there over the years. And the question mark things that they just burned, just unknown this, unknown that. And man, it was considered out in the middle of nowhere, but it was no more than 20 miles from LA. And really dangerous stuff. They had a nuclear meltdown, really bad one in 59. And nobody knew how bad it was until like 70 something when some guy at UCLA died. And in the bottom of his drawer was the picture of the exploded rods, just blown apart, the fuel rods. And they never admitted, they said it overheated. They never admitted that it exploded. But since then, they make those containment buildings and that look like big boobs, big round balls. And since then, their big safety feature is a valve on top so it doesn't explode. So they're still stuck to letting the shit go into the air when they have a problem. And between here and San Diego, between LA and San Diego, there used to be a plant called the San Onofre plant. And the citizens got it closed because they found there was zero contingency plan for them if anything happened. That there wasn't even a plan. And it was really kind of openly exposed to attack from the sea. Really vulnerable. And in the meantime, when all these plants all are out of warranty, the Mark I reactor from GE, it's only supposed to last 25 years. They're all like 45 years old. They're beat up, antiquated, and they never figured out what to do with the garbage. Except to throw it on Iraqis. Depleted uranium munitions. That was a clever idea, right? Talk about sinister motherfuckers.
It's dangerous stuff.
You can imagine they just made weapons out of it. They're like, hey, man, that'd be a killer shell, man. Cut through anything. Fuck everything up. Somebody went, yeah, let's try that.
Dan, is that your field of work or are you talking secondhand?
My field of work, nuclear.
Yeah, you're a nuclear physicist, right?
Yeah, my spare time, I also like to play field hockey.
So basically, you got a story. Best story is what you got.
It's a local story. I know you want to be a dick about it, but it's local to me. Both of those were local where I grew up, where I lived.
No, I think that there are toxins and they have fire, but I don't think that there's anything nuclear. How do you know it's nuclear? Did someone's hair fall out or eyes fall out?
I don't know. I'll tell you a better story about it. Well, my friend's dad was kind of a nut job. Like he would mumble formulas and stuff around the house, like in his boxers. And he'd be like, oh, 2 to the 8th power, 2 to 19 degrees, da 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 da. And I later found out that this guy, his name was Motter, Motter, Eric Motter. But I later found out he was from Germany, Urkel Mata, Motta. As a matter of fact, his daughter was the first chick to get killed in Terminator, Bess Motter. But I think they deprogrammed him. I think he was one of them paperclip dudes, and they deprogrammed him. And he used to like be a tinfoil hat kind of guy. He'd be all, cover up your food, boys. Like he knew there was fucking radiation in the air, and we laughed at him and shit. But he knew. He fucking knew because he was like way into that. As a matter of fact, I later found out that they had stolen a patent from him on decontamination. So it's just weird to be a part of like some of that, even paperclip kind of stuff, because this guy was definitely brought over, definitely used, and then definitely kind of zapped of his sanity. He was not, he just sat there like a mad scientist saying stuff, scientific stuff. Just sat
Thank
there
you, but
repeating.
couldn't they have, that whole story's fine, right? But couldn't they have deprogrammed him or programmed him to cover up that there's actually no radiation?
Why would that be a case? Why would that be a thing?
Let him answer, Kosho.
Well, the whole ludicrous thing is the whole idea of nuclear power in a submarine, or in this case, the one in 59 was trying to power a city. They're only boiling water. You know, it's really weird that all they're doing is making turbines. You know, it's weird. Especially when there's geothermal power, geothermal energy already. They could just tap that.
That does the same thing though too, right? I mean, so does coal. If you have a coal electronic.
Yeah, but if the middle of the Earth's already hot, you don't really need to generate heat.
Yeah, that's true. But that's if you have access to that. Like that's another example of like a geological. Like you have to be in a specific location to do that.
I guess it's kind of veiny. That's why Salton Sea has got geothermal behavior, because there's kind of like not quite like earthquake faults, but kind of veins of upper magma. I don't know what the fuck to call it. You know.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Isn't there a fault there?
There's faults everywhere here.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't know. I'm not familiar with it, but yeah, I thought there was that, because that makes sense actually. Yeah, that there would in those places. Yeah, you kind of would have access to that geothermal type of access.
So let's talk about that one guy chewing on uranium and shit. You know, okay, one guy says it's nothing. There's definitely other people, like people who worked in the industry of X-rays, you know, died of radiation problems and caught lots of issues. They used to make, I mean, I'm not saying X-rays and nuclear power are the same thing, so I better shut up. Because
I think microwaves. I think those X-ray machines are toxic. Microwaves also.
Radiation's
not in line with nuclear fallout radiation.
Well, if you looked at it as something that I don't know. It's actually a somewhat fair question. Is because I was asking, how is it refined into something that's just like suddenly eternally super hot and needs to be essentially contained? You know.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is if you think about it, like what you said, like the coal, geothermal, nuclear in this case, they all perform the same task, which is like heat up the water, and the water turbines will, you know, produce energy. But the question is, where did that energy come up to heat the water? And the coal is obvious. You know, there's massive amounts of coal that they burn. And geothermal, you know, you have those vents low to the ground. But with nuclear, you're literally just placing these rocks or these big metal tubes in the water. And so, yeah, the question is, where does that energy come from if it's not
Okay,
nuclear
I got it.
decay?
I got it. If how about these when they throw heavy metals into water like sodium and stuff, and in some cases it boils, in some some cases it explodes because it gives off mostly gas, but certainly it even incinerates, you know. So that's a good example of a reaction. So maybe it isn't just the nuclear material, it's its reaction to something, let's say, as simple as water, you know, in the case of dumping sodium. You guys ever seen that where they dump the sodium in the
Yeah.
lake?
So it's extremely reactive, yeah.
Yeah, so you maybe don't need anything but, and that's why they call it a nuclear reaction. Maybe whatever they put it next to, it freaks out.
Yeah, you can get classic chemicals to react to water and other liquids
That's
naturally.
scary. Those videos are scary, huh? I mean, surprisingly.
But it doesn't mean you're splitting atoms, you know? Doesn't mean you're doing nuclear stuff.
But you are creating a reaction causing expansion and heat due to some sort of fucking metal. Probably mixing with water causing hydrogen. I'm not sure. But at the time,
But how do you get nuclear from that?
We're just talking about the energy.
I think there's more than one kind, because remember they had the atomic bomb and the neutron bomb. I think there's more than one
Wait,
kind.
isn't the nuclear energy supposed to be split in atoms or not?
I think they forced the same kind of reaction we were talking about before. They forced it by making one thing interact with another.
Well, no, there's nuclear bombs, but they're really fission bombs, or nuclear energy, but fission energy. But then there's nuclear fusion bombs, which they did drop. Well, they didn't drop them, but they tested them. And there's nuclear fusion power. The difference is just splitting the atom and combining, you know, two hydrogen atoms to the bigger one. Yeah. And it's not that it's It's like when it's basically like this, the way you get sick from nuclear energy is because neutrons, they bombard your fucking atoms in your body, and they are very, I mean, they don't get blocked by electrons, so they go right into the nucleus and they just fuck up every atom. And so if you have enough of those reactions, neutrons bombarding the atoms in something like uranium, it will cause those to split, which will cause them to emit neutrons. So it's like a sustained reaction, basically.
I do think that there's toxic chemicals like plutonium 214 or something like that. Probably toxic. Probably killed a lot of people by poisoning them with that. But that does not mean anybody's splitting atoms.
How does plutonium do that? What makes it
So you
toxic?
take a plutonium pill and it starts splitting atoms in your stomach. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
There's a show on Netflix called Kate, and she was an assassin, so she gets poisoned with this plutonium 214. They don't have a cure for it.
Exactly.
I think that could be a thing. You know, mostly I see it in movies. You know, but doesn't mean anybody's splitting atoms. Doesn't mean anybody has a nuclear bomb or a nuclear fallout going on.
How does that work? Plutonium poisoning, because that's
It's
exactly
highly
what it does.
toxic. Take a cyanide pill. It's highly toxic. That's it. It's just a toxic mineral for your body. Doesn't mean it needs to have anything to do with
There's cures for cyanide.
Right. But there's no cure for this plutonium.
Yeah, you can't undo a reaction like that. That we know of. So that's why anybody who's been in one of those fallout events or something like that, or they've been near it, they know they're going to die in like a couple weeks, if not immediately.
That's what I'm questioning, the fallout event. Let me look at these fallout events. I haven't found one person that got nuked. that died from radiation poisoning.
Yeah, they probably died from the bomb.
Yeah, I think there are bombs, and they could put toxins in bombs. Like I think the one dropped on Nagasaki was a fluoride bomb, so it's a toxic, leaves toxins behind. But nobody, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, nobody left. They stayed there. Nobody was irradiated, and they stayed there. Nobody had to leave. There's no 100 years of that bullshit. They say you can't go there. Never happened. Chernobyl, people stayed there. Nothing happened. They can evacuate the place, but it doesn't mean anyone can't stay there and live fine.
Isotopes. That made me sound smart, didn't it?
Tell us about isotopes.
There's a whole bunch on it. I just put a link. It's pretty deep. Stable and unstable ones, radioactive ones.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say too, because you earlier asked about the I couldn't remember if it was critical point or critical, but it's critical mass. And so like if you have uranium, I think it's 235 or something is a normal one, like what you'll find in the dirt. But just like there's carbon and there's carbon-14, which is like a small fraction of the carbon. There's usually a small fraction of the uranium that's uranium-238, and it's more unstable. And what they do to make those bombs is they basically collect just the 238, because if you have enough of that, the critical mass is basically when you have enough of that material close together that by itself it's unstable, and so you're going to get a little bit of radiation just by being around, a uranium rock. But if you have like this collection of it, a large amount of it, especially the unstable 238, it's going to be reacting very, very quickly. It's going to the reaction time is going to be extremely quickly, so you're going to get radiation poisoning much quicker than normal.
Safe to say this is out of our league. But I don't know. Okay, here's what I do know. During Fukushima problem, Japan shut down 51 of their 53 nuclear plants. And I'm thinking to myself, it's a fucking small island and they need 53 of these fuckers? How fucked up is that?
So the size of California, right?
Still, though, 53 of these seemingly unlimited monsters, That's a lot.
Yeah, they're going to build another Godzilla.
Yeah, when they had the problem with Fukushima, which is like, really, we should check that out, That was so intense and still intense. Last I heard, they were freezing the beach to try and make an ice wall to keep the shit from getting in the ocean.
Yeah, and, I think that ship sailed, yeah.
They wouldn't let the Americans come around. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission said that they had no jurisdiction, and the NRC said that it was out of warranty or something. GE said it's out of warranty. Like everyone just turned their back on the poor situation. But the things are fucking way unsafe and way out of date. And I'm really surprised because when I grew up in the 70s, there was like people blocking roads to these things. It was an issue when they were building them and such. Like people really cared. But since then, even since 3 Mile Island accident, no one seems to be interested. Supposedly there's one in like Louisiana or somewhere in the southeast that just like has to blow up any minute. It's so fucked up.
A bunch of them in our country. I forget if it's like there's a large percentage of our country that's powered by. I think it's like 10% or something. Not a large amount, but they're really not that unsafe. Like I don't know if this is a true statistic, but I saw something that said like because of nuclear power plants, over the course like 30 years, something like that. I don't know what the thing was, but it said that there was lives saved because of them, because of the how much smog wasn't produced in like the CO2 in the atmosphere or something like that. And that's probably propaganda, but regardless, they actually are statistically pretty safe. They're not like there's big accidents and that sucks, but for the most part, they're
And
The
you
la-
have to
the last I
compare it
looked,
against other forms of power generation. It turns out that way more people die from coal mining than from nuclear power plants.
are you ready for this? 60% still coal in the U.S.
Right,
Still.
and there's dozens of people that die from that, and we don't hear about them. If you're interested, Johnny Harris did a really good explainer video. I posted a link at 52 past the hour.
Oh, not coal. 60% fossil fuels and coal and shit.
It's probably mostly natural gas at this point.
It says 40% of what we use. And I was told that fracking was going to produce so much natural gas that we wouldn't know what to do with it, and it never
That's
happened.
right.
It never happened. Shit stayed expensive. It didn't get easier to use. You know, where we live, there's already an infrastructure. We could have little compressors in the garage and be running our cars off the shit. You know, it's weird. They skipped the infrastructure problem with the hydrogen cars starting. You know, they skipped the entire infrastructure problem because you can have a hybrid car still, you know.
I like hybrids actually. But yeah, it says here petroleum's 36% and natural gas is 32%. Actually, fission's only 8%, apparently. Coal's 10%.
Hello, Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, you try to get back in 27 or no?
I would like to, but I don't know any mods that would do it for me.
What did you do?
Nothing. In fact, they violated one of their own rules and banned me when I wasn't even there. But it was
Helio banned him, and he acted like it was no big deal. But I think he did it unfairly.
I mean, he was drunk that night too, so I don't know if he even remembers that he did it.
I must have been a night that ends with a Y.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, yeah, and then his account got banned. So he started a new account, and so I can't even message him anymore.
You know, just this last thing. Well, not the last thing, but I just wanted to follow up on the nuclear energy thing. Is or nuclear in general thing. Because Godric, you were talking about the fallout and stuff, and a lot of people don't realize this, but the fallout from a fission like reactor or like the Chernobyl or something like that, there's going to be tremendously more fallout from something like that than a nuclear bomb, because a fission bomb, if it's released above the ground, then yeah, it's gonna, there's gonna be radiation in plenty of the stuff that's up there, but most of that stuff it might die, like the plants might die, it'll be in the air, but all that stuff's gonna, it's not gonna stay there, right? So if it was done like underground or in the water or in the soil, that's different, and that's kind of like the Chernobyl accident. A lot of the issue was because it did get into the water, and it was in the soil and that kind of stuff, and it actually was good. There was radiation being emitted for a much longer time too, whereas a nuclear bomb is just like a single event. So those bombs like Nagasaki and Hiroshima, at this point in time, 100 years later almost, you're not going to expect that much fallout still.
It's like the BP oil spill just kept leaking and leaking and leaking. Eventually, it got to the whole Gulf. That's your nuclear power plant comparison. Just keeps leaking.
No.
More than a nuclear bomb.
The difference is one's a sustained reaction that's getting into the soil and the water and that kind of stuff, there's gonna be much more fallout from that than from a bomb. That's an instant reaction. And yeah, if you were there when it happened, there's gonna be fallout from that. But after the air's had time to dissipate and transfer all around the world, basically, there might be some stuck in like some of the materials, but over time, a lot of those materials are going to be, they're not going to be there anymore. So it's just not the same thing about a bomb. There's a lot less fallout from a bomb over time.
In this case, it's a super drag because just I was talking about Fukushima at the Santa Susana Field Laboratory, every agency involved just thought it was out in the middle of nowhere, and it's not. It's really close to civilization, and they were all so gung ho about nuke this and nuke that. They tried to power Simi Valley, successfully did, and they uncontained, no containment building whatsoever, and it's still where they only Chicago University and here are the only places that they still do that separation Homer Simpson thing, and they drive it in and out of here with trucks, and there's only 2 places in the country that handle these materials.
Oh, you mean the waste?
No, the refinement to make shit. And so they used waste to like refine it into useful portions. They keep using it not indefinitely, but whatever.
Yeah, I know
whatever. There's only 2 hot rooms in the country. This is one of them.
They do that with radium, I think. I forget what it is. It radium or something else, where you can actually use the waste as fissile material. Or
this whole thing about sodium reactors is insane because they don't melt down.
Wait, did you just make that up? Because that was what you were talking about earlier. Is that a real thing?
Yeah, that's fucking awesome. It's like it's liquid to begin with, so when it has a problem, it solidifies.
Is that a real thing, man, or is it you fucking with me? Because you brought that up earlier.
Sodium reactors? Awesome.
Yeah.
GE just never used them. It's such bullshit because they could have switched at any time. They really could have. The sodium reactor experiment is a really good YouTube video. SRE. And why they didn't use it was just like one minor, not really a glitch, but the other one just went faster forward. The water cooled as opposed to the sodium cooled, I guess. Is the difference?
I'm reading about it now. It's weird because it says it's a nuclear reaction. So I'm trying to see exactly how this thing works.
It's mostly about cooling, pretty sure. Because these things are water cooled that we have.
Oh wait, okay, I see what it's saying. So the sodium, so that sodium cool is like that's just a process of cooling it down, I guess.
But when they have a meltdown, instead of having like a boil over, it solidifies.
Oh, okay.
Not sure why they didn't use it. I could find out though. There's YouTube shit on it.
Matthew.
Hey, how's it going?
Helio acted like they'll let you back in if you ask. That's what he told me. I don't know if that's true or not, but
okay. How would I ask though? I don't even have.
Good question. How do you ask? Right, you have to ask through somebody, right?
Right, because Helio has a new account.
Huh?
Helio hasn't. Say that again.
This live stream isn't really the place for this. You guys could just
I got
DM
it.
and have a
Okay.
private call or something. It's
Oh,
not
sorry,
related.
sorry.
It's just not related to this server. Sounds like the 24/7 ban kind of thing.
Got it.
I think it says we have a couple here in the U.S. I'm not sure. Hold on. No, all the ones in the U.S. looks like have been. Well, it looks like there's one. Oh no, there's one in the U.S. that was never built, but there's 4 in the U.S. that have been decommissioned. Maybe there's two. There's two ships.
Dude, this guy Ace. Do you know who Ace McLeod is?
I don't.
Dude, back on the 24/7 on the 1.0, like the original server. I mean, it wasn't called 1.0. It was just the 24/7. The original one. And dude, he was a mod on there. He would literally ban the entire VC.
Yep. I'm not joking, dude.
He would ban everyone in the VC, mods, everyone he could. He would just ban the whole room. That's crazy. He was wild.
For giving him a hard time or what?
It's just because he just got pissed off with how stupid somebody was. I don't know. We're not supposed to talk about stuff.
Well, shout out to Ace McLeod.
Yeah, shout out to Ace, man. It was wild back then. Yeah, there would just be all kinds of like kids trolling, and like we'd all be like trying to have a combo with him, and then he would just come in and just like, that's it, what's going on in here? And he would just cause like a whole scene and then end up banning. He would go through like one Glober at a time, just like a gauntlet, just like putting him on the line, and he's like, what's the radius of the Earth? And if the kid was like, I don't know, he's like, banned. I mean, he was just going through everyone. It was absolutely, the antics were like off the charts back then, and it's like the admins just let him do it as they do, and then like he would even ban, like they even made like a mod called Senior Mod, instead of regular mod, just because he was banning everyone, and they made a senior mod role, which means that Ace couldn't ban you.
That's fine. It was a bit odd.
I've never seen him with a temper. I've never seen him.
No, he's pretty chill these days. He's pretty chill. I mean, I haven't, I haven't talked to him in a bit, but I mean, like it seems like I haven't heard him like that in years. Like that was kind of a thing.
Brian doesn't have the power.
No, he was authority. He's a fun-loving guy. He got fucked by Flat Earth. He was one of them victims.
Probably deservingly.
Maybe. He still got singled out and made into a, what do you call it? Pariah?
Pariah, yeah.
Probably didn't deserve that. It's hard to say.
Yeah, well, I was on the ass end of the joke Gio was prescribing a minute ago. Probably dozens, scores of times.
What, that would happen?
No, that this fellow we were talking about and his antics and anger and all that kind of stuff. I was on the receiving end of that more times than I can remember. One time specifically, I've been on the ass end of that so many times that there's a time that's even it's relating to this conversation we're having, because it was about nuclear fission and fusion. And it ended with him calling me the N-word and banning me. Another story.
Who Ace?
Yeah, Mr. McLeod, yeah.
Yeah. No, he did the wildest bans known to man, yeah. That was the first time I was like when I got banned on that server. I was like a gold plus or something. And he just banned the whole room, and he was able to ban me.
Hold on. The first time I got banned was from him, and that was when I reached out to you. I don't know if I reached out to you, you reached out to me, but you brought me back, yeah. That was the first time I ever got banned. Yeah,
Well,
we've been buddies
are you
ever
in
since.
the industry of banning? That's what I want to know. Sounds like you're in the industry.
I mean, I was in the industry of banning back then. I was banned literally. I'm not even kidding. I was literally banned over 300 times.
You
And I
sure
know
know
that
a lot
because
about it.
yeah,
I hate it. I fucking hate it. Battle Mod talks about it still a lot. And it's still like his job with that name, he thinks. And just the whole idea of battle is just so. I mean, I know it's prevalent on Discord, but we should be, above debate, far above debate, I think we are in a lot of ways, But that's just due to some decent people that come around that aren't globers, they're normies like Matthew and stuff. Like there's a difference between normies and globers. Globers are full of hate, And there's a difference between conspiracy people and conspiratards. And I'm really not looking forward to like this new wave of young conspiratards thinking they can attach to something and we don't really have a lot to give them. I don't feel there's that much community to offer them. I hope that Witsit, and is deepening the language for us so we're not just parroting old stuff still, We got new stuff to talk about and it's pretty exciting.
I feel so bad.
Wish Flat Earth was cool again.
It's getting cool.
I'm not sure.
What you guys need is the next big. I thought Kanye West was going to jump to y'all's side. I thought that was happening, but that never happened. So
Did you ever resurface? Got lost for a while.
Might be done. I think he might be in the stage where he's regretting everything he's ever he did in the past couple of months.
Midlife crisis.
Oh wow! I know we're not supposed to be talking about other servers, but it looks like they're talking about the same thing in Gems about the nuclear shit. But anyways,
well,
yeah,
I didn't say really. I didn't say you can't talk about other servers.
Yeah, no, but
it just sounded.
It's bad taste.
It sounded like that was some no. Well, what Godric and Matthew, that's like some like current ban thing involved with a particular person. I'm just saying it just seemed a little bit like
I feel you.
Like their business. It's like their server thing or whatever. It's but I mean, yeah, it's not. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's good to to ever like talk poorly about other people that aren't around and so on. I did mention Ace. I wasn't really negative on him, but I mean, he's like everybody knew that he was. I mean, yeah, he was. It was like it's all public. It's all like live streamed and stuff as well. But
your character is intact, sir, because I knew that I could tell that you didn't. Because that's why I didn't bring up that story. But then I felt like I just felt compelled. I was going to bring it up the whole time, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to turn it into a talking shit about Ace thing. But regardless, I can't believe I interjected with that, and I forgot what I was saying. Otherwise, before I don't know. What was I saying before I brought up the stupid thing about the nuclear and Gems?
Well, I was going to maybe say something if you want to just.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll try and remember. Go ahead.
Yeah, just remember what it was. But I was just going to say, I was thinking how you guys were talking about flat Earth, like that term.
Right.
You know what I think it is, in my viewpoint, like on a spiritual level and symbolic and energetic and so on. I do think there's at least a layer of it to where the term flat Earth is like it's like a CIA psyop term that they planted in. Obviously, the word flat can mean horizontal and level and all of that, so it fits. And I think the term flat Earth has multifaceted. It's multifaceted. There's multiple layers to it. And there's positives, negatives, there's all of that. But in general, I think that term flat Earth, it comes with like a shadow reflection of the whole like Freemasonic, Illuminati, whatever term you want to use, that whole network. Like the term flat earth has like a flipped version of that, of like hierarchy and corruption that has kind of infiltrated into certain certain individuals that are, you know, part of the kind of quote unquote flat earth content, as it were.
Are you sort of? Sorry, go ahead, because it's interesting what you're saying. If you're saying what I think you're saying, like that flat Earth is kind of like you're contrasting that with sort of like a pyramid structure of this hierarchy.
Yeah,
right. That's interesting.
And it comes out through like you have to say my argument, or you're not doing the argument right, in all kinds of different ways. Like people trying to control others and what they're saying, and then the hierarchy based around that, and the like limit, you know, certain acceptance or non-acceptance of others as well, like with the banning and different things like that too. There can be like a lot of, because let's say in the like, I'm just gonna use the term Illuminati kind of playfully, because I don't really use that term for real, but we just like the Illuminati, right? The cabal, the controllers, whatever, like that. They like the idea that they have like a hierarchical system that's very, very intense, meaning like the secrecy, you know, the need to know basis, the classify, you know, going all the way up into the levels of, you know, like who's really doing the CGI at NASA and what clearance do they have? Like they're not just civilian dudes. It's not just some dude that grew up and ended up there. Like I doubt it. I'm not saying there's none that couldn't be possibly civilian, but I would say anyone that's actually doing the CGI for NASA is in their network quite a bit. Like it, you know, maybe even lives on the other lands and stuff. Like it's not like some dude in New York City who goes to an office every day and does CGI for NASA. That's not how it's happening. I mean, I'm not saying none of it's happening that way. There could be some, but the real shit that's going on is going on elsewhere. So anyways, but I'm just saying their hierarchy system, the control mechanisms they have, the secrecy, and even threats of torture or death if you break the code and tell the secret, all that stuff. That hierarchy, that's very, very rigid. It's an incredibly rigid hierarchy based on like abuse and psychopathy, you know, psychopaths and control and all of that. And all I'm saying is that the term flat earth and the way that they linked it with the globe, like, oh, people used to think the earth was flat and it's so stupid and they were so whatever. And now the Copernican revolution is, you know, the thing and all that. And then if you think the earth is quote unquote flat, then you're, you know, all the ridicule and everything goes along with it. So what I'm just saying is that term flat earth is like an imprinted term. And it seems like at least part of that term has kind of been expressing like a reflected version of whatever that Illuminati type control structure, the hierarchy. This is like a version that the civilians are playing out. So a lot of these people, I don't think they're all agents or whatever. A lot of them are just civilians. They're just people. There could be some agents, but that's another question. I'm just saying they're just regular people, but that term flat earth in a way has encompassed like a reflection of that Illuminati hierarchical structure. But instead of actually being wealthy people, Illuminati, whatever, these are just people. They're just YouTube content creators, you know, they're on the internet, you know, screaming and yelling at people, whatever they're doing. So it's like, it's coming through in a different way because they're just civilians. They don't have billions of dollars. They don't have, the control over the money systems, all that stuff. They're just people, but it like reflects that. And in some of these individuals, there's those hierarchical patterns, and it kind of comes through in some of these patterns that we've seen.
No, yeah, maybe I because when I was like picturing in my head like just the terms flat Earth, like I was like contrasting like a pyramid, like you're talking about the structure, but then like flat, level, planar, like actually picturing the structure, a structure that's actually level, not pyramid, like, you know what I mean? So it's like it's an interesting play on words almost, but I don't want to get into it too much, but there was a couple years ago I had the theory that this whole thing was a psyop, like it was an actual psyop ploy by these secret forces to sort of muddy the waters as far as a conspiracy theory goes, conspiracy theorists, and then that way they would end up having the blanket terms like flat earther to apply to like any conspiracy theorist, basically.
Right. So I think you're tuning into something accurate there. I just think that it, like in my viewpoint, I would say that the way you're describing it, from what I think it is like misplaced, meaning that the Earth actually is stationary and planar, but the term flat Earth there is a psyop component to it in terms of muddying the waters with the globe. And then even that thing you said, arguably that would muddy the waters, like just suggesting that someone's muddying the waters by imprinting it.
Yeah. Obviously, we're going to have different opinions about because, you know, of our difference in beliefs in it. But yeah, that you know, yeah, like I said, there's no way for us to agree on that because we have difference of beliefs in it. But in, you know, the way that I understood it, I don't know if I still believe this, but I thought that there was actors that were placed in the beginning of this whole movement to kind of push it, and I think it kind of, because the weird thing is it accelerated faster than I think could have even been predicted if that were the case. I think if somebody like purposely tried to push the flat Earth and just like get it into people's, you know, the zeitgeist of you know, everybody and everything, I think that it accelerated faster than anybody could have predicted. So that's one of the reasons I don't know if I still believe that.
Controlled opposition, Kasha?
Well, not just controlled opposition, but in my old idea would have been, they would have been the one implementing they wouldn't be opposition. Like flat Earth wouldn't be in opposition to, you know, the people who would push it. That would have been purposeful. Like they would have made the whole thing up and then just put people out there to push it. Like people like Mark Sargent and Math Powerline and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, okay, now that's a whole. Sorry, I've been responding every time. I should let someone else go.
You know, here's what, because like I said, I know we disagree about that, so obviously we're gonna have different, believe in different aspects of that. But I'm curious what, because I think you guys do believe that some of the dudes at the top on y'all's side are kind of like, you know, controlled opposition, as you'd say, or something.
Well, that might be a natural process. It's not intentional for them. They would never cop to it because it's not, the structure isn't really there for it. You know, I mean, if it is, it's like Weiss on top. That's like probably not. You know.
Would you think? You think Weiss would be controlled opposition?
He's in the best position to hurt or help.
Yeah, but why do you think it's a us versus them mentality? Where does that come from?
I think it's only in this community, though.
But wouldn't you think that's more controlled? I see it more as a period of scientific exploration and rediscovery. That's all
that's
we're
the
doing.
benefit.
That we're finding our truths, but you just had this group who were just trying to block it and stall it and bury information and discredit people. So that tells me there's a larger issue at stake here.
I just think
you go to any other server and all they do, you have 7 or 8 people there just discrediting anyone bringing up the topic. And then they just use it to try to get clout on the internet and just mock people. So that tells me it's a controlled agenda from the so-called globe. I scientifically, and it's unethical, because if people are genuinely doing research and making discoveries scientifically, what right does anybody have to discredit those people because you don't agree with it? That's unscientific. So I don't understand it. Like, you get Left Lane coming in all day just making up stuff. It doesn't make any sense. He just says the opposite of what someone else says all day. It's ridiculous, and he should be removed from the server for that.
I think Left Lane gets way too much flack, dude. He treats you guys, I think, better than most Globers do, I think. But not that you guys shouldn't be treated, you know, in a good way, anyways. But I'm just saying, Left Lane's a good dude. But
well, I think Dan was going to respond.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to back up the Left Lane.
I have to remember the subject.
We're talking about controlled opposition, and then what was brought up just now was about the opposition and the combative nature of Globers.
It's too deep into conspiratardia at some point. It's like if we start telling the real story of flat Earth and going back, to Robbie and Patricia and Ace and IPS, it it's such a different. It's a different environment, and it's been hellacious to be a flat earther, for flat earthers to sort themselves out. We still haven't really. We're just getting there to where we can figure out what we even are working with without using the word belief. Or maybe that's a mistake I've always made. Maybe we should pretend to be a church and call it a belief. I'm just, I hate the word belief. I argue at Gems all the time whether religion is belief, whether this belief means, faith based or not. I don't think flat earth, or my interest in flat earth, or my awareness of flat earth, or my observations of flat earth are faith based. But I could still be proven wrong, and I would still like to carry forward the energy that came with flat earthing and the exposure of the ineptitude of some of our sciences since the turn of the century. Controlled opposition being way past flat earth.
Yeah, that is some of the benefit of y'all's. That's why there's people on both sides of this community that are here because they like to learn and talk about the science and that kind of stuff. And I think that if you were going to be the most optimistic, if you're on my side and you're going to be the most optimistic about this whole thing, then the outcome, the best possible outcome about this is that, you just have people learning about the truth of the world, regardless of if some of them are wrong now. It's the net gain or the net effect is positive. Yeah.
Okay, we started talking about energy, right? Now we're talking about humanity. Have you seen the Rick and Morty where his car battery dies?
No, I haven't seen that one.
You just have to see it, man. Your life will change. Okay? They're leaving the theater, car battery dies, and in order to fix it, he leaves the daughter, Summer in the car, and him and Morty shrink down to go into the battery to fix it. And when they go in, they enter in some sort of craft. And as they fly in, there's an entire civilization. And he tells Morty to put on these kind of bee headset that looks like you're a bug, like you have something over your head
Antenna.
on springs. Yeah, antennas. And he goes, they think I'm from another planet. Right. And so he gets there and he goes, watch, I make the ramp open slowly so they get really excited. And the people are getting all excited to greet Rick, who created their universe. They don't know they're in his battery. They don't.
Yeah.
Right. So he gets there and he's like, hey, and he flips them all off and they flip him off back. And he looks at Morty and he goes, yeah, I told them this meant world peace, and he's just goofing on them. And he invented this device that they create for their electricity for themselves. And the over unity of that, or the benefit, is over 70% towards his car battery or his spaceship battery.
That's funny. I think I did see that one. I don't remember it.
So he
I don't
gets
remember.
there and he's like, hey, the fucking, you're not producing energy anymore. He's like, yeah, we don't have to use your little crank device anymore because we've created another universe and their over unity powers our shit, and it was it was deep. It was deep.
It's funny.
And not beyond reason to think that, let's say something even thrived on emotion and the hectic ironices here, the fall of man and everything were literally to feed on emotion. And there was another time I was sure that we were our souls were harvested and if a soul wasn't ready, it would be essentially bitter and sour to be, let's say, consumed. And I thought, well, that's bullshit if my soul's going to be consumed at the end. And I thought about fruit, and it, as it drops on the ground, if it isn't eaten, it's sort of a waste. So fruit, the fruit of the earth, the soul may be the fruit of the earth. There's a small chance, and that I heard that we're overpopulated, and there isn't enough old souls to go around, and that's why things are generally out of balance, because there's a bunch of dipshits around.
I was on board, but then you said the old souls is the reason why we're overpopulated. Well, that kind of does make sense. They say that 10% of 10% of humans that ever lived are alive today. Is what they say. I don't know. I've never done the calculus myself to see how true that is, but I was going to say, if unless somebody else has something they want to say, I was going to ask Chronic a question. That is here.
Were you trying to say we're overpopulated, Coach Show?
Say what? Overpopulated?
Trying to say we're overpopulated.
I think that it'll correct itself fairly soon, and you might find out sooner than you think. But regardless,
stop making so many babies, Coach.
How's it going to correct itself, Coach? Tell us. Is it going to be you're going to go after all the useless eaters?
I'm not going to do that. The useless eaters are just going to get hungry. But Mr. Chronic, and they're going to die from hunger. But Chronic,
that's called starving. Yeah.
Yes, starving. Yes, that's right. I don't remember if you've ever been asked this or if I've heard your answer to this, but you know about the axis of evil, right?
Yeah.
What's your take on that? The axis of evil.
Remind me again.
Okay, I got to remind you what it is, and then you're going to somehow have a take on it. Okay. I'm just kidding, but no, it's funny because actually,
axis of evil, crisis of cosmology, catastrophe in the sky. I mean, literally a dozen different monikers, and you're just asking me about one of the 12 monikers. Just give me a Spark Notes.
That's true. You're probably gonna understand it as something different. No, but it's about the CMB, and there was an observation that was made of the CMB map that showed
the shape of it.
An octopole,
like hemispheres or whatever. Yeah.
The anisotropy in our orbit, they parallel basically. But yeah, so you know about that one. But what's your take on
it? Pretty naive take, but I mean, it could come down to something like systematics in the data. I don't know.
That's right. That's a fair, because actually that is when I asked Jace, he said I'm not going to say the school, but he works at a very big school, one of the top 8, whatever they call schools, whatever. But anyways,
it starts with a Y.
It's okay. All right, buddy. Anyways, what was I saying? All right. So he asked a colleague at that school, an astronomer, and I was surprised that the couple of people he asked didn't even know what he was talking about. But the dudes who answered said that it was just a systematic error in the way that it was collected. The data was collected because they have to filter out some of the data, right? And that makes sense. And it was also done over 15 months. Some of those maps, they were data collected over 15 months. And so if the correct filtering wasn't done that corresponds to like our orbit, then couldn't that show up as a in some kind of way in the data if it's not filtered out?
Yeah. I think what is most interesting about it is that this anisotropy persists even with the newer instruments and satellites. So if you have a really coarse map, like a very low resolution CMB map, like some of the original ones, there may be less. It may be less apparent, this anisotropy, just because your data is more noisy, like it's more like blurry map. It may still be there, but you just can't like see it as clearly. and with the newer instruments that come in, it's impossible to minimize any systematic error to zero. It's always going to exist. And so with your newer, much higher precision, very extremely precise type of instruments, then your noise, could be a little more apparent and stuff like that. But it is interesting that it's still there, even with the newer, the newest instruments and stuff. But I don't think it's definitive whether it's right now, whether it's like what it actually is. But I don't know. That's my best guess for. I don't do the cosmology stuff, but that would be like a pretty good educated guess. It's like some systematic, some fact of how the data is taken.
So it's fake news?
Yeah, could be.
What's up, Chronic?
How's it going?
Are you hitting the Chronic?
Nope. Kind
Only
of
on the
ironic.
weekends?
I never have ever in my life, actually. The name was originally meant like chronic, like extreme, like chronic pain, or like, I just spelt it incorrectly when I was 12.
Wow.
What is that surprising? Is that
Because there was a dude in Gems named Cypher who didn't know what the word cipher meant. He just knew it as a character.
Cypher with a C?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Cool.
So we have a different impression from the outside. I thought it meant he was clever,
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't know the word. He never used the word that way. He'd use it as a proper name.
It is funny, but yeah, sorry, I wasn't at my mic, but
Yeah, you dropped off the face of the earth there, Kosha.
I did drop off anything, dude. Just was away from my mic, but I will tell you this. That's the analysis. That's what I've heard from other people. Essie's in here, but he won't. Maybe he's not at the mic either. But we were talking about this the other day, and he brought up Max. Do you know this guy, Max something? He's an astronomer, I believe.
I mean, you're giving me a first name?
Max Egan. There's only one guy people talk about named Max.
Yeah.
Max.
Sorry,
Egan.
Max Egan.
He might not be an astronomer though. He might be something else. Let me see.
Doesn't ring a bell.
No, Kosha's not talking about Max Egan.
Okay, that's the only Max I hear people talking about. Who is
that? That is what I'm talking about, I think. Hold on.
It is?
Maybe, I don't know. Sounds like I am.
See, I used the Democ method of reasoning right there. So I looked it up in Democopedia.
Who's Max Egan?
People talk about him a lot.
Beats me.
They quote him and misquote him, whoever he is. I think at one time he might have been a young Mr. Smarty Pants, know-it-all kind of guy. I'm not sure.
Hold on.
Yeah, just throw it on a wall and see something stick. The vert.
I don't usually hear SE talk like this late at night, so he's probably not around.
It's definitely not SE right now.
No, I don't think. Okay, I don't think he was confusing you for SE. I think we were hoping he would speak up, but he's not. But it's fine. Yeah, I don't remember this guy's name, and that doesn't matter.
Okay.
You're
Just throw it
loose.
at the wall. It didn't stick.
Yeah. A little loose.
Hmm?
A little loose.
Who else smoking weed tonight? A lot of us. I'm not, but sounds like some of you guys are. Okay. But yeah, I can't believe I can't remember this guy's name. Either way, I see we were talking the other day. I remember in the past I've heard this guy Max bring up this, and also Lawrence Krauss. He's brought this up before. I think even in that movie, The Principal. But the thing is, a lot of this type of stuff, information about it changes over time. So even if people were worried about this axis of evil, 5 or 6 years ago, and then they find, and then they discover it was actually just a artifact in the data, from not filtering correctly. Which to me, I mean, it does. If it just so happens that that there's a coincidental orientation with some quadrupole in the CMB map that matches our orbit, it does kind of make sense that you'd want to look at, what what our orbit could have contributed to that data. And it was done over 15 months, so we would have done at least one complete orbit. So to me, it makes sense. I don't know.
Did
You're
that
just
one
throwing
stick?
stuff,
Or did that
throwing
one
stuff
stick?
at the wall, Kosha.
Come on, did that one stick? I'm not sure.
I think everyone's going to be fighting to get in to give a detailed response to that. So
I got a good one. I
we
can
should
laugh
brace
that off.
ourselves.
I mean, Chronic just agreed with me before. He said the same thing, but in more exact words.
If I could bring the Sandman in, he would wash you off the stage. Get up out of here. Get out of here, man. With that. Get to something practical. Something you can test.
Put a scientific study there online in chat about flat earthers and doing an experiment to see if all flat earthers like marijuana or not.
No.
Part of my scientific studies, part of my flat earth research.
I truck drive. I can't do that. Sorry.
What was your finding, Dan?
It's not unanimous, but it's bulky. It's definitely a greater version of the population. Flat Earth population smokes weed. Maybe.
Wait. It might stick better than what Kosho's throw it out. So,
I feel like this guy doesn't even know. Do you even know what's being talked about? We're talking about the axis of evil, and we're just giving explanations for it.
Max,
Dan, can you
Max Egan of evil? Maxes of evil? What?
Can you deduce anything? Can you report any results from that? Like, what does that mean?
Well, have you guys ever heard that cannabis is it's like a deprogrammer? Like it helps one to deprogram from lies and deceptions, and kind of to deprogram from the matrix. Just like even in the '60s, like the whole hippies, and they were fighting against the corrupt politicians and kind of waking up to what was going on. Because when you think about it, before the hippie movement, people were pretty zombified. I mean, in like the 50s and 60s, after World War II, like people were obeying, almost everything, pretty just going right along with it. And then whatever one's view is on the whole hippie thing, either way, it did seem like cannabis was a component of that, a major one, in addition to like mushrooms and LSD and these other compounds as well. But just the idea that cannabis has like a natural like deprogramming effect, like in general, someone that let's say uses cannabis will be more, let's say, questioning of the government, more likely to think for themselves, less, in general. These are all very huge generalizations because obviously there's a wide range of different kind of people, but just on a general sense that, it's like that
Yeah,
Bill Hicks when he's saying that like, someone's like angry in traffic and they're like, honking on their horn, and it's like, he's like I think marijuana should be mandatory. He's like, if someone's on the highway like honking and mad, it's like, hey, hit this. And then he's like, the guy hits it, and he's like, oh, I was making way too big of a deal of all this.
At the same time, your two basic stoners sitting around may have found a way of contemplation that they wouldn't have had as an individual. So the ritualistic part of it is still valuable. The ritual of smoking together and what may come of the agreeances at that point. Contemplation's not the worst thing. You just can only do it when you're not hungry or fighting or fucking or shitting.
I've never heard that. Never heard that theory.
It's Max Tegmark, by the way.
Sounds interesting. Actually, I actually might have read about that on like BitChute, maybe. It was Max what, Kosha?
Max Tegmark. You do a lot of reading on BitChute?
Who's Max Tegmark, Kosha?
Yeah,
you heard of that guy?
Telling us who this dude is, because
no.
Well, no. I didn't know if he
been a
doesn't
big
sound
part
familiar.
of our lives for the past half hour.
If he doesn't sound familiar to you, maybe might not be familiar to you, but
just Google it and just throw it on the wall.
It's related to Montreal. There's a reason you care. Come on, crank it out.
Well, no, I'd already stated it. He just we were talking about the Axis of Evil the other day, and he had brought up how top scientists, because I brought that up about how it could be an artifact from the orbit, or the measurements taken while we were in the orbit and it didn't get filtered out. And he brought up how scientists still, are saying that it's a problem in cosmology, specifically this Max Tegmark. But like I said, I think that was outdated at this point. That was probably more so expressed when the data first came out.
I talked to that satellite engineer guy today. I tried to get him to come on Wit's show. He likes to talk. He likes to talk, man.
Who's this engineer? Is he a friend of yours?
He's a customer of mine. He was like early days, and he talks about things like having to stay on orbit because of precession and stuff, and how to stay over targets and stuff. He was in the days of spy satellites, and we were talking about the difference between spy stuff and long range communication stuff, like one being more designed to stay up and having less need for like a longer orbit, a deeper orbit where it comes like swooping in and disappears fast, as opposed to the more elliptical orbit, the less visible it'll be. It'll come and go fast. So as when you were like a spy satellite, you wanted a really thin, tall orbit. Which to me, I can't even picture the mechanics of that. Could you explain that slingshotty shit?
I think Witz had invited me to his show or something.
Just now?
Hold on. No, I got a DM earlier.
Oh, okay. You're just bursting out.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. No, but chronic fear isn't.
Explain an elliptical orbit. Sorry, we cut Dan off.
Well, no. He asked the question, but I can answer that. But I know you're an astronomer, so I mean, it's your time to shine.
Oh no, I get the floor is yours, Kosha.
Is that your title, or is it astrophysicist?
He's an astronomer.
It's scientific researcher, scientist. It's whatever you want to call me. Discord user.
That's your title?
Yeah, Discord user. Yeah.
That's what you put after your name. You put DU.
Yeah.
This person out the building too.
Doctor.
God dang.
No, but
the normie Matthew put a elliptical orbit in the chat for you, Dan.
And just so you know, the way orbits, I think this is Kepler's third law, actually, based on the distance from the object that you're orbiting is going to determine how long it takes you to do an orbit. So if you're further away from the Earth on a circular orbit, you're going to be moving slower. And so this is like why geostationary satellites are all at the same distance basically. But an orbit like this elliptical orbit, you can see it's got both. It's got both. It's just far away at times and it's close at times. And when it's further away, it's going to be moving slower, and when it's closer up, it's going to be moving faster. So it's just I don't know if that's why spy satellites have to do that though, just so they can be moving fast because you can just keep it close. But it's interesting.
Sorry.
That was a joke. I'm glad you got the joke, man.
You could also
Yeah, I sure did.
You also download the. We're working on it. I mean, I'm like collaborating on a big constellation of small sats, and their orbits are going to be very elliptical.
Irregular?
Yeah, elliptical. You can. It's actually pretty surprising how much faster the bandwidth is when you're downlinking the data at, perigee versus apogee, like at its closest, approach to the ground versus at the, the farthest point.
That makes sense because if it's significantly further away, then it's greater distance. So, I mean, what's the well, so two questions is like what's the eccentricity, I guess, or the orbit, like how elliptical is it, and how many satellites are in this constellation?
The second question is undecided yet, but the first thing that we're doing that a lot of like projects do is called a Pathfinder or like a Pioneer mission, which is like it's like a pilot program, like a little test program to do before you do the main big thing. So that's just going to be 3 satellites.
What's the purpose?
All sky, like just monitor the sky, like all parts of the sky, all the time.
From the ground or going out there?
Going out there to the heavenly waters above.
That's cool, man.
Right. So has anybody ever done that? Going out there?
Oh, certainly.
Hubble.
Okay.
James
What's
Webb.
the man? What's the man?
Huh?
What's the man has gone out there?
Well, there's
got a name.
Also females. We're not sexist here, are we? Okay.
Okay, the man, woman, human.
I don't know, what is there, 540 something? Kosho knows the exact number of people.
Okay, that sounds like a
good as number I would come.
Throw it at the wall and let it see if it sticks.
But it'll be all sky, and then the I don't know, the orbit actually isn't determined yet either, Coach. There's a lot of it's in the early like phase, B of planning.
I will have to say, I stopped watching TV, better yet, movies and stuff like that, like 5-6 years ago. It's starting to sound like Discord is starting to turn into that, where you're trying to feed me stories. I'm not just stories.
It's a good way to save money.
To substitute the movie. Yeah.
Well,
Sounds good too.
I guess it is cheaper than
Yeah,
you still have to pay for internet though. Or I guess you could mooch internet off like a neighbor, maybe.
Can I guess?
I don't need to do that.
Well, not you.
I got my own.
That's not a personal insight. It's just generally. In general.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
When you get it for free,
Chronic, if there is no outer space the way NASA describes it, would you feel like your job was like just a story? At least part of it.
You've asked me that before.
Like part of it, because there is a part where you're actually. Well,
do you mean?
the one thing you don't know though, like, do you know that these telescopes are not actually giving you false information? Like, you don't know for sure. Like, if you have your own telescope that you know is lenses, you know exactly what it is, then yeah, at least you're looking at something. But if you're just getting data from Hubble, like, you really have no way to know, right, whether it actually is what they say it is.
Oh, we went over this the other day. Remember? I can build my own little dinky backyard telescope myself with the optics, the lenses, everything in it. I can build that out of a cardboard tube, and I can use it to look at something in the sky. And then a week later, I can go to the summit of a really big mountain that has a huge, some of the biggest telescopes in the world that are connected to, computers or camera chips that give me, digital images and stuff like that. And I can look at that same part in the sky and confirm that what that big telescope is giving me is identical to what my backyard telescope, looked at.
Well, it's obviously not identical because it's like way more definition.
Obviously.
Yeah. So how do you know that part's not fabricated? The added stuff.
What do you mean the added stuff?
If there's added stuff, would you have any way to decipher that? Because they're saying it's more clear, it's more crisp, it's higher quality, it's whatever. But if you're able to look at something, you see the certain cluster of lights, and then the thing they give you is a cluster of lights, but it has more definition. How do you know that extra definition is legit or not?
It's the same. It appears to be the exact same identical cluster of lights, just at higher resolution. What's the question? What do you mean?
But how do you know that higher resolution and that additional data that you're getting, that they're giving you, is actually legitimate to what's in the sky versus something that they've possibly added?
Yeah, Matthew put a picture of Saturn from like a amateur telescope. So you take that, you use a small your own telescope to look at Saturn, and then you use a big telescope to look at Saturn, and you see the same thing. Well, I'm trying to follow you, but I'm still a little confused.
Can I ask an honest question? Because as a loyal flat earther, I'm going to wonder, in the case of GeoSync, that I'm thinking, can't somebody from an astronomy class show me, or an NASA, or anybody show me a GeoSync satellite which would appear motionless in the sky and be easy to spot, easy to track, easy to find?
There's GIFs that are incoming in the text chat right now. I know there's at least several people in there.
Don't you find it weird that we don't go, here's the pride of our work? We took
tons of those exist, Dan. Tons of those exist. I'm extremely lazy, but tons of that.
But as lights in the sky, they exist.
Yeah, and generally it's easier to see moving things than stationary things, and they're pretty dim, so it's not super easy to find.
But
by the way, the one you were saying, Matthew, I thought you were kind of saying, he said amateur. The first one's supposed to be amateur. The second one's supposed to be Hubble.
Right.
What is the source on that alleged amateur one?
Some astronomy page.
It says it at the bottom of the picture. It says Dan Borgia is his Instagram.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can look at his.
I'm not trying to slide into his DMs. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know what the data is on it or what the claim is.
Dan Borgia is an amateur astronomer, and he has an Instagram, and you can look at his pictures on his Instagram, his public Instagram feed, and this is one of them.
So I can be, somewhat confident, not 100%, not 100% truth, because you're talking to me, but I can be pretty darn confident that, an image that's being delivered to me from something like Hubble or just a very large telescope on the ground at the top of a mountain, I can be pretty confident that it's giving me reliable data and information because my own hand built telescope in my backyard, gives me similar data.
I'm on Dan Borgia's Instagram.
Sounds suspicious, I guess.
No, not at all.
Dan Borgia has some pretty cool astronomy pictures, dude.
So the validatability of that source is a dude on Instagram posted a picture. Because, dude, there's all kinds of stuff even in amateur quote-unquote astronomy that are done. Like, there are entire computer softwares where you run your images through and it layers them and it multiplies them. And there's so many things that are done in amateur astronomer, literally to the point of CGI, basically.
So, Gio,
it's pretty,
have you
it's pretty
ever?
extreme. I mean, is this really what this is? Just a dude who took a snapshot? I mean, I doubt it because
So,
like
Gio,
those stars don't even look. That's not how the stars look around.
There's
This is
thousands.
like an artist rendition and layered and a whole bunch of things probably.
There's literally thousands, probably tens of thousands of local all around the country, local amateur astronomer hobbyist groups. You can look them up. They're public, free, open.
Yeah, I've gone to them and looked through telescopes with them.
And what have you seen through those telescopes with your own eyeballs, your own human eyeballs?
A lot of different observations. I've seen Saturn.
Okay, and what do you think when you see Saturn? That it's a heavenly luminary up there being like astral projected, or it's really there?
Did you see the rings?
I don't know what any of astral projection has to do with this, but yeah, when I've seen it, it looks like an orb of light. It actually reminds me in some ways of the sun. I'm not saying it looks like the sun. Obviously, it's a little white orb. But what I mean by that is that the light, there's like a luminosity. You know how the sun, like if you do sun gazing or if you see the sun when it's setting, how it really has that like, to me, it's almost like an electric looking circle to it. It's like it's got like an electrical. So I'm kind of talking about like if you look at like an LCD screen, you know, there's certain luminosity. If you look at sunlight, there's a certain luminosity. But looking at the sun, there's like a certain form of like that luminous. Yeah, it kind of looks electrical to me. So in a way, the sun had a similar, or sorry, Saturn had a similar in that way, meaning it had this very deep white color to it. So instead of yellow, it's white. You know, it's not yellow like the sun, obviously the color. And it, you know, a lot of the ancients called them wings instead of rings, like wings with the W. And that is more what it looked like to me. Like I was not able to see like a 3D image of it that had like 3D rings. It looked like an orb that had two little side. I do have some images that look quite similar that I've collected over the years. So I could look in my files and post them. But it looks like a white orb, like a circle, a little bit oval, perhaps the circle itself, slightly like oblate, if you will. And then at the sides of it, it had these like little wings, like little kind of side jutting outs from the side, and it looked like an orb of light.
Cool. So if you know, if you looked at it through that, and then you know, you went to maybe a little bit of a bigger telescope, and you looked at it again through that, you know, bigger telescope, and you were able to see, you know, some more details of this orb. I'm just guessing a orb shape. I don't know what you think an orb is shaped, but that's kind of spherical shaped. And these wings that you originally thought looked like wings from the smaller telescope kind of look a bit more kind of like this ring structure that's clearly, you know, going behind this glowing orb and stuff. Like, would that be enlightening?
Would it be enlightening? Would it be? Are you saying would that?
Yeah, like, what would your? No, I'm just curious what your
yeah,
you know, evolution of your thought process would be there.
Right. No, I know what you mean. I mean, the thing is, yeah, I mean, I've looked through some big telescopes, but I can't say I've looked through the biggest ones that are claimed to be out there. So there certainly are ones that, you know, especially putting your eye through one, you know, like, you know, Dobsonians.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those
Sorry,
are.
Koshu had a very racist text chat. Go ahead. Sorry, maybe not racist, but very insensitive text chat. Go ahead.
Because like a Dobsonian is, you know, they can be quite large, and they're all lenses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's no digitals, there's no computer chips, there's none of that.
Yeah.
So now, if you're saying, I mean, okay, like what scenario are you describing? I mean, if I went to some big facility and they had this huge telescope and they did not let me tear it all apart, like they're not letting me get in there with screwdrivers and I want to see exactly what the lenses are.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just say, hey, put your eye up to this. Now, if, you know, I mean, there's one thing, hey, it's a computer screen, it's a digital printout. But if you're talking about one that like, or it just goes right to a file, you know, and it's.
No, one that's large but still has an eyepiece you can connect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're saying if I looked through that and I saw this other thing that people post of this, like, you know, with all the
no, you just saw way more. Yeah,
shit.
you just saw much more detail than just a tiny white orb with wings on the left and right. Like you just saw, you know, much
Those are really
more
tiny.
detail.
It was quite zoomed in, but yeah, it looked like an orb of light with little wings, little side jutting outs coming out from the sides.
Mm.
I mean, what's your question? If I saw that, what would I just be?
I mean, I don't really have a question, but it would it give you a little, even if you can't. So even if you couldn't, like you said, you couldn't go with a wrench and tear apart this bigger telescope that you didn't own. The fact that you have prior knowledge and prior visual experience of looking at that object with your own smaller telescope or whatever can give you some level of confidence that what the bigger telescope shows you is reliable. It doesn't seem that crazy to think, in my opinion.
I would say, I mean, not necessarily. Here, I'm going to post this. I do have this one which just shows a bunch of them. Now, I'm not saying all these are exactly anything, but the ones at the top, see how that looks like kind of an oblate orb, like especially the one on the upper right, the ones that have that white color, and then we get all this other CGI stuff with these like. See how the one on the top, it looks like wings. Like it looks like these side little jut outs coming out of the side of it, rather than these other things that look like these CGI, balls.
I can't follow because I'm examining this meme, this the image you post. I'm examining it kind of objectively and using deductive reasoning to logic my way through it, ignoring the text that's overlaid.
Look at how different they all look.
Why would they look different?
The CGI ones are all different colors and shapes and everything. And then this is the supposed to be Cassini.
But just start from basic.
This is supposed to be a probe that's out there flying by. Like they all look totally different. But what I'm telling you is that what I've seen is a white glowing orb. That's what I've seen.
Basic principles. Start from the basic foundational understanding of what you're trying. You're trying to understand what you're looking at, right? So why would they look different though? Do you have any guesses why they would look so different? A big hint is we've literally been talking about it the past 10, 15 minutes.
CGI.
Incorrect, Dan.
Closer.
Extremis, your mic is so muffled.
It is bad, Extremis.
It's so bad.
You're going to say better resolution, higher resolution.
Bigger telescopes.
You sound like you're in a toilet paper roll in a bathroom, which is also in another bathroom, which is contained within another toilet paper roll.
In a fishbowl. Yeah. It goes, we don't even need to describe it. It's pretty straightforward.
Well, what have you seen? So I've seen, with like the ones I'm referring to are lenses, like actual glass lenses. And I have seen others that have more like digital components as well. But the ones I'm talking about where I'm seeing it as okay, if you were to ask me, like not in any debate thing or trying to be right or wrong, if you were just to ask me like, hey bro, what have you seen in terms of this thing they call Saturn? What I would say from my own lifetime, that the highest zoom that I've seen and what I've seen, it was this a glowing white orb. It didn't look like
like the things at the top of your image you posted, right?
Not necessarily exactly like that, but those do give a general sense. The one in the upper right, I think, was the ones on the right are closer, but those still look a little different than what I saw, but pretty similar.
But it
looked like a fluorescent light. It had like a fluorescent light luminosity to it.
Sure. Yeah.
Like an electrical luminosity of like fluorescence, rather than these other things that show like a dusty ball, like a dusty rock. It didn't look anything like a dusty rock. Now, if you're claiming that there's super duper telescopes, I would then say, if you wanted to assert that to me and show me that, I would ask for, whatever material equipment you used, or, and how verified it can be, how I can verify it and do it myself.
Yeah. So you can scroll a little bit further up. Matthew posted, basically amateur. What's this guy's name? Dan Borgia. We'll circle back to Dan Borgia.
Right, but he said he pulled that off an Instagram page with very little. I don't see any other additional information of what that even claim is. And like I said, a lot of amateur astronomy is not just pointing your telescope and snapping a shot. It's actually like they have these telescopes and then they plug them into a computer. They run it through a software, and I've seen the softwares and I've looked through all that information. There's literally thousands of different settings and layerings and all of that. And then they come, because it's like amateur astronomer, they're trying to get it to look really good. You know, they're like, oh, I'm trying to, up my game with, you know what I mean? So it's a whole nother category of these the equipment and so on. So I'm just saying, like, I don't have any validation that is like a glass lens telescope and that's authentic in a one snap shot. It doesn't look authentic to me. And it also has these like stars in it. Which
it's just subjective. Yeah, you can
My boy Cats are Gods. He's a amateur astronomer, and he streams from Norway or whatever daily, and you can see it live. So I don't know. It doesn't always have to be run through a software to see this shit.
Yeah, so I mean, clearly we have differences in kind of the standard of what what we think is good astrophotography or reliable.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
I don't see anything.
The thing you're
wrong
talking
with
about is stacking. Like that's how you get a better image. Like you can run the camera with one setting, run the camera with another setting, and
you can't even try at that point. Sorry to cut you off, but it's, in my opinion, it's not worth attempting. But
well, for example, over the years, somebody would bring an image of a planet and say, "This is a planet." We would say, "Okay, let's go through it," and then we would go through it, and we would get all the information on it. I've done it hundreds of times. So I mean, in terms of like the field of like internet amateur astronomy posts, I'm not saying I've looked at everything, of course, but I definitely am very skeptical when someone just says, "Oh, there's just this amateur astronomy. Here it is," because when I've looked
gotten
into
pictures of planets or like the ones in our solar system.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, I think we're kind of talking about what people are going to refer to as planets. Use that terminology, the luminaries, etc. So that's what we're referring to as
in our solar system. Because we don't have like pictures. We don't have like images of planets in other solar systems.
Don't invoke SE.
No.
Oh no.
Stop.
I'm just saying there's a whole field of amateur astronomy claims. And then there's like the more what's not amateur, chronic professional? What's the other two?
That would be professional. And yeah,
okay.
I think so. Yeah.
If that's the categorization that we're going to use. So yeah, I'm just saying within the realms of amateur astronomy, there's many components. Like there's the actual equipment that they're using, and some of them are digital, some of them are optical. There's the computer softwares they run them through, and those can make a huge difference. Like we've even looked at them to where, and certain ones that give all the information, and you'll see the one that after it's been altered in the software, it's been like stacked and layered and contrasted and detailed versus the original one, like one of the originals, and it's night and day difference. The original one looks like a blurry blob of light. The other one looks like this detailed thing, and it's like, what is that software doing to do that? It's not just simple stacking. So I'm just saying there's a wide range of these. So if someone just posts one like this cat guy just put Agent Flat Cats, whatever that means. It's an amateur photo of Saturn. Like, yeah, see, people just post those, and it's like, let's see the detailed results of that. And is that a telescope I can go by, point at the sky, and look at it and validate that it's all valid? That's
sure. Back to the point though of a stacked or a combined image of Saturn versus one single raw noisy image. The understanding the details that go into that is a big part of it. I'm not throwing shade or no disrespect at all, obviously, but if you do not understand those details, then it's very easy to claim that a fakery or touching up or something happened, that something fake is going on, right?
So can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what is actually a stack photo?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you're if you have a telescope and you take out the eyepiece, and where the eyepiece goes, instead you put a camera chip, like in your smartphone camera, like a chip like that, detector. And and you take an image, or you take an exposure. Sometimes it's called an exposure with that detector and that chip, and it's 30 seconds or whatever. So you have all those pixels absorb, catching those photons for 30 seconds, and you read that image. You load that image on a computer and you look at it. It'll look like something. There'll be a bunch of different. There'll be a bunch of stuff in it though. You'll be able to see the planet you're looking at, but there'll be other stuff like read noise and like bad hot pixels and vignetting and all of these other sources of noise that can make that one single image look ugly and noisy and all of these different artifacts and different stuff.
Right.
If you take you take 10 of those and you combine those, you get a much. If you take 10 of those and you combine them together, you get a much higher signal, a much better looking image. That's
okay. So when you take a picture down here, is that a stack photo?
What instrument am I using?
You can stack a photo, yes. Down here from a telescope of a planet.
Wait. Okay. No. I'm just talking to him.
Well, I have no idea what your question.
So,
if you take a photo with your smartphone, or what are you asking?
No, a picture.
A telescope. Okay.
Telescope. You could take it 1 mile away. That's not a stack photo. That's one shot. If you got to take a stack photo, and now a stack photo, one shot, boom. It doesn't look clear.
Don't the stacked images don't give you like a bunch of options?
Why are you running over me?
Brian, he wasn't done.
I was trying to help you, bro. That's all. Sorry, man.
He was almost there.
Digital long exposure. It's a digital version of a long exposure.
That makes no sense, Dan.
No. One shot, take a picture. If it's not clear, now you got to stack it so there's multiple pictures. That's it. It's not one photo. It's multiple photos, right?
Of the same thing, sure.
Right.
If you want to think of it that way, sure.
I want to think of it that way.
Yeah.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
So it's multiple photos.
It's still of the same thing, though.
Still the same thing, but you are compressing multiple photos together to get a shot, right?
I would use the word combine or stack, not compress, but go ahead.
Okay. So it's multiple photos, not one.
Okay.
So give me one shot.
We don't disagree.
Yeah, give me one shot. No
There's
more.
plenty of those too, sure.
One shot. Yeah, one shot.
Sure.
One shot.
I mean,
one
there's
photo.
It'll show you the same thing. It just might look noisier.
Okay, so it's not one shot.
No, it'll be one shot. It'll just look a bit noisier. You'll see, more noise and different little features that it's not as clean as a stacked image.
So why would you clean it up if it's one shot?
There's many reasons why you would want to, stack or combine multiple photos.
Okay, well, tell me.
And almost none of them have to do with kind of a, fake CGI argument that I've really known.
I've not said fake or anything. One shot.
I did tell you, single shot. They exist. They're just noisier. You can you can look. They exist everywhere. I don't know what to tell you.
How does adding stuff reduce noise?
Well, now you're getting into, the philosophy, education on imaging systems.
But when I seen the stacked software and shit, if I'm not mistaken, it gave you a bunch of different options. Like, so you could pick the best looking one because some of them are going to look worse, and it just stacks it at different like frequencies or oscillation or whatever you want to call it. It overlays them, and then so you choose which one looks the best. But some of them look even worse. So
I'm not familiar with what you're describing.
Okay, so you're saying that it stacks it and just gives you one. Ta-da! You don't get multiples to choose
That's
from.
that's the most fundamental way that I ever do it. I don't know this like additional kind of like cosmetic software stuff that you're describing. I don't use that.
Okay. So it works perfect every time you stack it.
In my experience, it has always been beneficial, and if you're trying to get a better quality image and stacking is okay to do, then in my experience, yes, it's always
I wonder what it
okay to
is
do.
I've seen. I wonder what I've seen where the guy.
You've probably seen like a software, like a consumer software for people with telescopes in their backyard that want to make cool looking stacked images and stuff. My experience is on the professional side, not the amateur astronomy side.
Yeah, fair enough. Dude, I heard that you get better photos. I've never tested this, but you get way better images when the closer to overhead something is. So if we're going to talk about the infinite distances, I think we shouldn't hold true like up a couple miles, because on a globe you're not really looking through much more atmosphere once you get above the thick shit. But I wonder.
Oh, it still matters.
Have you heard that too?
Yeah, it definitely
Or
still
what?
matters. Even at the top, even at the highest altitude summits in South America and Hawaii, it still matters.
It seems like if you're above the thick shit, like the troposphere, or and what's the difference if it's a gajillion light years away or a planet that's like millions of miles away? What's a couple miles gonna do? Make a difference? You see where the argument's coming from? It's fair to say that there's hardly any more atmosphere once you're above the thick shit when you're talking them distances that far away,
But you're not above it at all. That's the point. There still is some, and at those summits and the top of those mountains, what's really important is precision. Like yeah, it's definitely really. You could probably ignore everything if you brought a small backyard telescope to the top of that mountain, but those aren't up there. They're huge professional, the largest telescopes in the world that are up there. So the amount of precision that they get is astronomical, no pun intended. So the fact that there still is a tiny bit of atmosphere above does matter.
So they're doing basically the same shit because of the atmosphere. All right, fair enough.
Well, I mean, you get into like
quit saying backyard
sophisticated-
telescope, man. That's backhanded insult, man. No, just.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of wish I had one when I was a kid. I haven't owned one in years though.
You don't even own a telescope, and it's your profession?
Well, what do you mean as? Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right.
You don't own
many
telescope?
professional astronomers and astrophysicists don't own their own telescopes.
Well, I thought you were saying that that you are able to do this on your own and validate it in your backyard, and then you're going out, and then the Hubble ones are just better. But now you're saying you don't even own one.
Well, yeah, that was a colloquial. I mean, we were just speaking generally.
So you've looked through. So who has one that you've looked through that's not a big Hubble deal? Like, just do you have friends that are not in the profession, but they happen to own one?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So you borrow friends' telescopes to do the amateur stuff.
I don't do amateur astronomy, Gio.
So you haven't validated it through your own equipment. You're only
that'd be like a professional baseball player going to like play a pickup like a softball game at a.
No, that'd be like working at a water park and then going home and buying a slip and slide or something.
Yeah. I think it's very cool. There's a lot of actually pretty cool people on these Discord servers who own telescopes and do their own amateur astronomy. I think it's cool. I don't see an issue just because I don't actively do amateur astronomy. I do professional astronomy. Anyway, Brian,
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say the things that the extremicists mentioned adaptive optics in the text chat. So that's what those big boys at the top of those mountains use, and that's to help correct for that tiny bit of extra atmosphere that's above those mountains. That's how precise they try to get.
Sure, but I'm thinking with the radius of Earth, if you get like what are they about 2 miles up or 2 or 3 miles? I mean, how high are they? Just
Like
out of curiosity.
14,000 feet, whatever that is.
So let's say 2.5 miles or something. We'll just say 3. We'll church it up a little bit. So 3 miles, basically, you're above most of the thick shit. But then when you look if you're looking at an angle, and then you include the radius of a globe, it's not much more atmosphere. But I can't honestly say it ain't no more atmosphere. So yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. At least it holds true on every level.
Yeah, there's a very widely understood term that's used that I would be surprised you aren't trying to coin your own term. But no, it's called here. It's called air mass. You're describing looking through additional air mass.
I know, I'm fucking with you. But wait, I don't know what I wanted to ask you, man. I was like, damn, I didn't get the chance. I mean, I mentioned the laser because I seen the little clip of a picture of where you were at, and I seen the laser, and I was like, damn, you're at the ones with the lasers and shit. But what the f is? I might even ask you this, but I forgot. What the f is stopping them lasers? Because they say they like shoot lasers off the moon and shit like that. But when I see these big badass lasers, man, they're like hitting something. It doesn't look to be that high. And how high is it? And what's stopping them?
Yeah, that's I mean, you're asking some informative questions, man. With these specific lasers, they are tuned to a specific frequency or wavelength, whichever you want to think about. They're tuned to a very, very specific frequency or wavelength. So specifically 540 nanometers, which is kind of like green color to your eye. But there's a well understood layer of ionized sodium atoms that are in part of the atmosphere. It's 90 kilometers up in the sky. Oh, you got a nice looking laser there. But so the laser you're using is gonna go straight through this layer in the atmosphere at 90 kilometers. But a laser that's fired with the frequency, or a wavelength of exactly, 545 point whatever nanometers is going to hit those ionized sodium atoms, and it's going to release a photon. And
Man,
so
there ain't
these no, 100% this works. 100%. Yeah, it's sodium. I can give you another link, Brian.
No, there ain't no salt. There ain't no layer of salt up there in the atmosphere, man.
It's deposited by ancient comets. It's likely deposited by ancient asteroid and comets. Hold on, 90 kilometer sodium.
That's right
layer.
before the pepper layer. No, I'm just kidding, dude. It's different. The ions. It is curious though, man. It's thought provoking when you think of like sodium ions. Like it's so specific, man. But
yeah, I put a link in the chat. Yeah, but that's I mean that answers that's what's stopping the laser from going through, right? Is the specific frequency it's tuned at. Yeah.
Fair enough. What'd you say that was about? You say 60 or 90 kilometers? I forgot exactly how high you said, or not exactly, but I forgot.
The sodium layer is something like 90 kilometers.
Okay.
The average like 90 kilometers above sea level, something like that.
And let's see, that's pretty close to the Kármán line. Huh.
Is it?
I think the Kármán line's 60 miles. I really don't know what they even go by, but I think it's a legal border more than anything. It is thought provoking, man. Since nobody's saying something, I'll make one more comment. It is thought provoking because it's like when you start getting that high, the air pressure gets so low, and I always feel like, you know, after seeing the balloons and the liquid nitrogen, how they go completely flat and there's no pressure at all, but you know that air is still in there because when you pull them out, they reinflate. So to me, in my mind, there's still you know, maybe not as much, but there's still plenty of air up there, but it's so cold. When we seen the amateur, one of the sounding rockets, and they had a sensor, temperature sensor, it got down to like negative 471. It was like right close to absolute zero. I think it was 270 something Fahrenheit or 470 something Celsius, but it was pretty close to absolute zero at 70 miles, like at the record heights that they got to. That begs a lot of questions in my mind. But it's like, man, that cold. So there could be just as much air, just about up there, and the pressure would be diddly squat. But that begs other questions, man. That's why I said that's pretty thought provoking to think that there's a layer of sodium ions. Like, what the heck, man? It's like there's no air up there supposedly, hardly any to speak of. But you have this energy. I don't know.
I don't. I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, but I don't really follow it. I don't see why.
Yeah, it wasn't really a question, man. I was just saying, you know, that's what
See why
where
a
my
lower
mind goes.
density of, because you know air is is not, air is a combination of many different things, right? Atoms and molecules and different elements and stuff. So it doesn't
Sure,
seem so you know, so like magical that, you know.
Yeah, I don't want to say magical, and it wasn't really a question. It was just I was just telling you where my mind went when I think of things like that. Like, I start trying to confirm one thing and start thinking of other claims. I'm not saying that's not what's going on. It's just it's very thought provoking to think of when just the word sodium up there, and wonder what makes it layer out right there. When you say ions, I guess you don't really mean. When I think ions, I don't think of mass like.
Well, I mean, in
solids or
the links I sent, the sources I sent give a pretty good description. Like the.
Oh, you put them in lab tech?
Yeah, about the sodium layer. The atmospheric sodium below this layer is normally chemically bound in different compounds, such as sodium oxide, while the sodium atoms at the 90 kilometer layer above this tend to be ionized. So it's just
that's what I wanted to say, bro. When I think
a
of
bunch of
ions,
different stuff at a bunch of different layers. Yeah.
I literally don't think of any matter. Like, I mean, not God. It's like I don't think of solid, liquid, or gas. I think of just in my mind. I just think ion is just like electricity or energy or something. I'm gonna check out that thing you sent there. That might answer half my question.
All right, right on. I mean, an ionized, you know, atom or something is just some atomic element. In this example, is sodium that's just not at its ground energy level. So it's like missing an electron, or it has an extra electron, something like that. It's not too wild to imagine. Well, I don't know. It depends on who you ask, but.
By the way, just going about what we were talking about before, you know, one thing about the whole Saturn things, we were on that, and we don't have to totally go back to it if you guys want to continue on what you're on now, but just tapping back to that for a second. Even if like whatever Saturn is, like, so I was saying it's, you know, more of like a glowing orb of light. You were obviously asserting more of these pictures that are showing it as a more of a sphere looking thing with, you know, the rings and so on. would you agree that between those, it doesn't necessarily define what the Earth is? Meaning the Earth could be stationary and planar, and it could look like what you're saying it looks like. The only thing maybe it couldn't be is the other way, because if it is the globe, then it would have to be the one you're saying. It couldn't be like a glowing orb. But I'm just saying, like, even the thing you're claiming it is, that could still be happening on a model other than the heliocentric globe Earth model. Like, that could be what it just looks
Well,
like.
I mean, it depends on how many aspects you want to pull in. We can see another orb that appears to be orbiting, no pun intended, around Saturn. I mean, there's many aspects here. That's a
Yeah,
big,
and I'm not conceding saying that is what it is. I'm just trying to see it from your perspective in terms of what your thoughts are on what it is in terms of what you've seen and in that way. So what I'm saying is that even what like has been posted in terms of that, even with the things orbiting it, that could all be happening above a stationary Earth, and that all could be closer as well. Whatever that visual effect is by looking at Saturn. I'm just saying that it doesn't have to be a heliocentric whole globe Earth solar system with thousands of light years away, huge balls and stuff, just because it looks like that. That's all I'm saying.
well, there's other things you can do, right? Just you can do more things than just take a single snapshot from one location, right, of Saturn. There's a little more you can do, right? That kind of builds on this, that kind of grows your understanding of what might be around us and distances and things like that. Other than just a single snapshot from one person at one location somewhere.
Right, but like for example, these I'm going to post these as well. Some of these are like P900 images. Some of them looks like some amateur telescopes. Obviously, that Saturn one is some of those same ones from that other one I posted, and then looks like a lot of those are P900s.
Yeah, the one in the top right, that's about what I see through my P1000, or maybe the top right, or maybe the middle one, the very middle one is pretty close to what I see. I mean, yeah, that's pretty close to what the top left one. I've never seen one like where the whole thing is lit like that in the top left, but there's always some type of. But look, like to the way we're thinking, Chronic. Like if you could just teeter with me for a second, dog, teeter with me. If like to me, it's obvious that it's a fucking light. I mean, at least you can see where we're coming from when we look at it. It's just
Well, yeah,
always
let me address Gio's image real quick.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I would argue, in my opinion, 36 of these on this image, which would be all of them, appear to be images that are out of focus to some extent. Maybe more are out of focus than others, but the old trusty P900 is not necessarily the best instrument you can use, but I'm sure you've heard that out of focus explanation plenty of times. But no, the Saturn ones are sure. I mean, they seem to be some structure you can see. It's lit up somehow, and the other things are just. I mean, the other examples are simply just out of focus. Sorry, Brian, you were going to say you were going to describe your out of focus P900 pictures that you.
I mean, the thing about that claim is it's just not a complete, like, it's a very just simple, in my opinion. I'm not trying to blame you for doing this right now or anything, but I think it's a very surface level hand wave dismissal of the phenomenon. Let's just take the P900 or P1000 in and of itself, because first of all, people have adjusted the focus thoroughly, and it's not just sort of like, oh, out of focus, in focus, out of focus, in focus. Oh, I'm going to just post these out of focus ones. It's not that simple. It is what these things look like through that particular camera. It's a very, very high zoom camera. Obviously, it's like has a very high level of zoom. And the thing about it is that they're not just blurry things out of focus. Like when you look at a wide phenomenon of stars and these planets through P900, they're unique. Like they look like cymatic frequencies. Like they're very detailed. They're not just a blurry out of focus thing. they're very specific, especially when you see the videos of them, where they pulsate in these color patterns. They have different sacred geometrical shapes that are literally forming within them. Like they look like a radio signal or something. And these actual literal sacred geometry, like triangle, square, dodecahedron, I mean, all these different lines and shapes and colors, like cymatics and frequency nodal points, they're like pulsating in cycles. Like they're very detailed. It's not just like pointing. It's not just like pointing a camera at a street light and be like, "Oh, it's out of focus." Like that's, in my opinion, that's a surface level kind of.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like a hand wave level dismissal of the phenomenon, just to be.
Well,
let
me ask.
Suppress it.
Yeah. Let me ask a quick, simple question. Go ahead, Brian.
Before you respond, they're also verifiable. Like I look at like Arcturus, or I'll look at I mean, I could name any number of stars, and I get that same dance, right? And so, and plus, like with Saturn, you said like my P1000 is out of focus. No, I mean I've had it out of focus, but it's most certainly not out of focus because I'm seeing the little polka dots that they call the moons. They're pretty brilliant. I know when I'm out of focus. I mean, I think I do anyway. And but with the stars, like he's saying, I mean, I'm focusing in good on.
Well, let me ask you, Brian. Let me ask you,
yeah,
Brian.
go ahead.
Yeah. So do this sometime and then report back to me what you see. So if you take your P1000 or whatever instrument, whatever camera, and and focus it. Do the very first thing I want you to do is look at the moon, or look at Saturn, even if you can, if you can resolve, a little bit of the, if you can focus Saturn and see it, a little bit of detail or whatever, and keep. So you've focused your instrument on an object, Saturn or whatever, and don't then don't touch the object. Don't touch your focus. Don't change your focus. Don't do anything after, getting focus on a detail on the moon or Saturn or whatever, and simply move your, point your P1000 at a star and tell me what you see. And then report.
I can try that. I was about to go grab it, but it's fucking so cloudy out here tonight. But yeah, I've never really tried that. But God, man, it's out of focus though, man.
It might be interesting.
Look,
what you find.
Yeah, I'll try it.
Do you or Gio have a guess of what you might see?
I think it'll probably be pretty similar, man. I think it'll. I mean,
It'll
I think
look
I'll
like
see.
it'll look like
that's a guess, though. I think I'll see the same thing, but that's a guess. It'll be difficult. So
well, what do you mean the same thing? Like when what Gio posted, like the other.
Like I don't imagine it having to refocus much in my mind. I don't know. I haven't done that though.
Well, I'm asking, and I'm requesting you don't focus, don't change the focus at all after you establish it on. Right. Yeah. So just whenever you
ask me what I think I'll see, and that's what I think I'll see is probably, in my mind I'll see the same thing, but I literally haven't tried it though, so.
Wait, what's the question?
What do you mean by see the same thing, Brian? Just so can you go back to Gio?
Like if I focus in on it. Like if I took the time to focus in on it, if I could find it. Here's the problem though, man. When you zoom in to something on the moon to get characteristics and you try to find something else, it's so hard, dude, because you got to literally go so slow.
That's fine. You can use Saturn. You can use Saturn. Is it? Are you able to focus in on Saturn at all with your 1000?
Bro, what's going to happen? I mean, if you already know, I'm very curious now because I can't do it now and it's driving me nuts. Like I want to do it right now.
Well, I'll give a small spoiler that I'm fairly certain about. I'm not 100% certain. That's why I'm interested in you doing it. Is in Gio's picture he posted at 33 after the hour. My prediction is that after you focus on Saturn and you establish the focus, whatever, and you point your camera after that, point it to just a random star or whatever, then I predict you're not going to see what are in those other quadrants in Gio's picture. Remember not to touch the focus, right? After you establish it on Saturn.
Right. That wouldn't even
that's my prediction. I could be wrong, but I'm interested for you to
I'll try it, man. I'll try it. But dude, I know, like when I go to focus in on a star, like it'll go in and out and fuzzy, and the focus like it like extra zooms, and sometimes it blows up out of the screen. It's like, bro, when you're focusing in, and then you get it just right, it sits still, and then you see definition, and it's pretty much what he showed 33 after the hour. Like I said, the bottom middle one is a good. I've compared it to like 14-inch amateur telescopes. It's pretty much the same thing that
Are
they
you talking
see,
about Saturn or what?
but smaller. You know, a little smaller.
Talking about Saturn.
Saturn,
right?
yeah, Saturn.
Yeah. Big old gas giant out there. Yeah.
I feel like I'm focused in when it looks like that middle column, and geos, and I see the little polka dots around it. You know, the moons. When I see them, I'm pretty certain I'm focused in, because and when I could see the most of them too, because
Those polka dots, I'm just asking you, those polka dots, those moons, those objects going around Saturn, they look kind of just like little pinpoints, right? Kind of just like little points of light.
Yeah, little pinpricks. Yeah, I never see them move, but
very nice. Yeah. Very nicely
they look like little
focused there.
pinpoints.
Yeah.
And they look like the color of starlight, if you will. It looks like if you were to blow one of them up, it'd literally be brighter. Maybe because it's just like a wider type of light. It seems to be like a little pinprick of bright
It's actually
light.
pretty cool. You're actually seeing in your same images, your same pictures that you're seeing right there. You're seeing the difference between a point source object and a resolved object in the same exact image. So there's a difference in the understanding of optics that you're seeing in real time right there. You're seeing a point of light, which is from the moons. That's why they may appear brighter, but they're, it's the difference between resolving the surface or the specific features on Saturn compared to seeing all the light coming from a moon just on a few pixels, like as a point source.
Man, if we could prove it, like I'd go as far as like if somebody had the absolute answer, and I'd go as far as betting money that them little pinpricks are definitely lights. Like, to me, it's like, it's hard to even comprehend somebody trying to argue that they're not little lights, dude. They're brilliant, dude. They're like little teeny brilliant little spots. I would bet anything. Not anything. I'd bet $100. Them are lights of some kind. But you might not agree with it, but hopefully you can see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, they're like they look like little like radio frequencies. The way that they pulsate.
Well, we're talking about in focus. We're talking about his in focused pictures of point sources.
Yeah, but they're still a little twinkly, man. I gotta agree with
certainly
you.
You're looking through atmosphere.
Not like the stars, though. Not like the stars, and they're so small. Dude, if you haven't seen what we're talking about, Chronic, like what Gio, how he explained the dances, I call it.
I've seen out of focus. Yes, I've seen out of focus images.
Yeah, but how is it out of focus in the same across the board for I don't know if
because
because
it's the same. Because here, Brian, try to logic this with me.
Yeah, I'll logic it.
It appears to be the same, maybe because you're using the exact same instrument with the exact same optics to look at different
That's
things.
a good point, bro. We
That
gotta
is
see
a great
if we can
point.
use it.
We gotta get to the bottom of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but hey, we got to try it with a different camera. Like, what if the Sony, what if a Sony version,
There you
and
go.
maybe
Experiment,
different
developing experiments. There you go.
That'd be a good one, dude. Because if we could get the same thing, because dude, when it's focus, when you say focus, like it's bouncing around in size and stuff, and trying to get the blur out, but it pretty much clears up when it's in focus. So maybe it's just the best its camera will focus.
It's yeah.
I don't know, bro. Like, I'm not the professional, but I will say we got to try that. What would your explanation be if 3 different cameras, let's say 3 different high grade just consumer cameras, showed the same dance? I'm almost sure they will.
The exact same thing.
Exact.
And they're different consumer grade cameras with.
Yeah, I'm not saying it does, but I'm saying what if? Yeah.
No, yeah. Then there'd be something interesting to investigate there. But just in the last two things Geo posted, they look very clearly different, right?
Totally different colors,
Yeah.
different shapes, different designs. You see the Polaris one has almost looks like an AE map or something, where it has these different, like, almost looks like it's got like an equator and a Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. Like it literally has that sacred geometrical design to it. It looks like it's pulsating. Also,
Do you
looks like it's
happen to have?
liquid.
Do you happen to have the exact specs and optics of the instruments used for these?
Yeah, these are all P900s.
Yeah,
Well, I
and I'll
mean,
see
a
the
little
same
more
thing.
there.
If I look at Rigel, bro, if I look at Rigel or I look at Polaris, I'll see what he's showing. But yeah, they're all a little bit different. They all have their own unique. I swear to God, dude, they all have their. Some
No,
of them are
I'm not
similar.
debating. I'm not
It's-
debating. This is what you guys are
They're-
showing. What out of focused images like.
They're
I'm not
different
debating.
shapes.
I'm not arguing that.
All right, replicate it in any way. You can't. I've never seen that done. Replicate, a light on Earth or whatever you want to do, but something you can verify that isn't a star, and then get unbelievable colors of pulsating rhythmic cymatic frequencies that have very specific sacred geometrical shapes and mathematical calculative pulsations. I mean, go ahead and repeat that. If show that, then demonstrate what you're claiming, because these do not look like an out of focus camera whatsoever. That's in my opinion.
Okay, let me try a different. Let me try a slightly
Is that
different.
Arcturus? Is that Arcturus at the bottom, Gio?
I posted Arcturus above.
Yeah, and
It's,
it doesn't even say Arcturus. I just know I've seen it enough, bro.
Oh wait,
That's
did I
fucking
post it?
Arcturus.
Maybe I didn't post it yet. Here, I'll post it here.
All right,
It's more of a.
I've
This
looked
has
at these
more of a
things enough.
beige. This is like a beige color. This one looks kind of like a spider. That's kind of.
I'm gonna try a slightly different approach. What do you guys think an out of focus image with a P900 or P1000 would look like?
It changes in size. This is what I witnessed. It changes in size a little bit. It won't zero in. The focus won't focus in on the
You're
exact size.
describing the GIFs that I'm looking at right now in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah. But when
You're
it
describing to a
does
T
zero
the
in,
GIFs that Geo is posting. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
but dude, you can point a P900 at these things and you can change the focus. So you can't. They're not all out of focus. Are you telling me every human being in all of time that has pointed a P900 at the stars happen to all be exactly out of focus in the same way? And then what about just putting it in focus? Then what does it look like? I mean, your explanation is just abysmal. No offense. I'm not attacking you. I just think it's so low level.
It's an extremely basic explanation of 3 words: out of focus.
Then replicate it and back up what you're saying. Otherwise, your claim can be thrown out and disregarded because it has no demonstration or validity to it.
I'll give you the possibility
Show
of
an
the
in
atmosphere.
focus. Show an in focus image of a star from P900.
That's just it.
Brian himself has
show that and
millions
compare
of,
them. Yep, that's
Brian
one thing
himself
you
has
can do.
millions of those examples.
Yeah, but if I
Brian
blur
can do
them
this
out,
himself, but it hurts your side a little bit. So I don't expect you to actually do it, Brian. I know I respect you. You're mostly genuine, but if you tomorrow when you or whatever the next time you can do this experiment and you take your P1000 images or a video of a star in focus, and then
I'll do it right now live, dude.
Change it out of focus and put those next to each other. There's a huge difference.
Can you stream it, Brian? You might need an HDMI. You probably don't have the equipment to do it. You might be able to stream it with an HDMI cue. You
but
can
I can
record
show
the
it.
video.
I gotta wait until this gap of clouds moving by. It's clearing up one direction. It looks like I'll probably be able to catch a few stars within a few minutes, and I'll definitely see one as soon as it goes over a bright one in this big gap. I'll show live. Dude, I could see that maybe it's like the atmosphere, but as far as the focus, that's weird. If I fuck around with the focus, I can smudge it a little bit and maybe make it look
what do
more
you
like.
think? Geo, in your last GIF you posted, I'm being honest here. Let's both be honest. What do you think is going on in that last GIF you posted? I'm serious.
Yeah, it looks like they zoom into it, and they zoom in closer and closer, and it becomes this circular, again, kind of like an AE map. But this one actually looks like the Mercator drawings of the North Pole. It's got this circle in the center, and then it's got like these 4. Look at how it has, like when it zooms in, it has like a north, south, east, west. So it has
Wait,
that.
can you prove they're zooming out? I would ask it an alternative question. What if
they're zooming into it?
What if they're not actually zooming in, but instead they're simply just, turning a focus dial, changing focus. That doesn't equal
No,
zooming
that's a
in.
zoom. That's a zoom.
And you bet your life on that. You're gonna
Well, it
die
gets
on that hill.
larger. Yeah, see how it grows in angular size? Yeah, they're zooming.
Oh no, this is low even for you, Gio. Man,
Talking about Sirius?
let's be honest. We're supposed to be honest here.
You're talking about Sirius?
Yes,
Yeah,
the
Chronic,
GIF of
you're
Sirius.
being vilely dishonest because you're trying to claim that it's focusing and then saying I'm dishonest. You're doing the thing you're trying to claim someone's doing. The angular size grows considerably within the image, which is showing that it's
That
zooming in.
proves it's a zoom. I disagree.
Okay, so what type of focus do you think can zoom the angular size of something? You now go ahead and show
Huh?
that to validate what you're
When
saying.
you simply are observing a point source and you change the focus manually, so then it becomes out of focus, the spatial size of that, the angular size of that object will get larger. However, you're not actually zooming anything. Did I explain myself well enough? With all due respect, of course. So you can claim it looks like it's a zoom because something gets bigger. My counterclaim is no, actually, it's an in focus light that's
I've seen it
slowly
do what you're saying, bro.
slowly
I've
getting
seen
more
it do
out
it.
of focus. However, the
I've
angular
seen it
size
do
of it
that.
does still grow. And
Yeah, but does it ever stop? I can vouch for what you're saying, like when it goes out of focus, like it enlarges and shit. But I've never seen it like then stop and settle back into a clear, holdable capture, like at a larger size. When it out of focuses, it either dances around or it just zooms itself like bigger than the damn screen. But so therefore, I could vouch for what you're saying. Like I've seen shit grow from being out of focus, but have you ever seen it? This is a personal question. Have you ever seen
Well, a
it
little bit.
out of
That can
focus?
happen a little bit, but not. I mean, that to me that looks like the zoom, but I didn't take that, so I
Yeah,
can't
that's
validate.
got to be the zoom. That's
Yeah,
the zoom.
you can tell the speed of it and everything. Yeah.
What? Okay. I mean, all right. We'll agree to disagree.
I wouldn't bet,
Brian,
but
I
my
understand.
experience.
Brian, you have the equipment, so it's you and your experience doing it that can show this very easily and quickly. And I don't think it'll really bring us anywhere to agreement or on the same page because I see this. I see these quite. I see these
I'll
out of
give you
focus
one out.
videos.
I'll
quite
give him
often.
an out, Gio. I'll give Chronic an out right here. I will take that back. I have
I don't
seen it
need
one
an out.
time. Like I seen Venus enlarge and turn into like a hexagon, and I was able to hold it. But every other time that it out of focuses, it just either dances back and forth or it just enlarges past the screen. I've never been able to, except for Venus. So I had to think about that. Venus held a recordable shape,
Hexagon.
and it was like a it was like a hexagon. It was bigger, and it was bigger. But that's the only really example I can give you.
What would the shape of the pupil on that instrument you use to observe Venus be? There's no way it
I don't
could
know,
be
but I don't know,
hexagonal.
but to me it was obviously out of focus. To me, that definitely looks like a zoom. You got to agree that's possibly a zoom. What he's showing, it ain't certainly an out of focus. It's possibly a zoom.
What, 49 after the hour?
Yeah, the
Well,
one with the same one you're talking about.
Sirius.
Sirius, yeah.
My description.
We got to try that, bro.
From Gio's description for that.
Yeah, no, we got to try that though. We got to try because that's going to pin him down a little bit, Gio. At least for an explanation. If we get the same frequency, the exact same frequency with a different type of camera. I wish, dude. It seems like that'd be easy to try and look up.
Well, it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more sophisticated than just a different camera. There's characteristics about the instrument itself that you need to know. To give you a different shaped thing, a different shaped out of focus image, or the same shaped out of focus image.
Plus, I meant brand too. Like obviously, like I can vouch for me seeing what they're showing with other P900s and other P1000s. But I meant like with brand And if we were to be able to show 3 different brands with that same, where they all have the same dance from star to star, bro, you gotta, God,
But Brian, even
if you
I'm
can see
not
what I'm
saying
seeing,
that.
bro, to
I'm
call.
not. I agree. That would be awesome to do. I'm not saying that this is exactly what the luminaries are. Like, I'm not saying that these P900s are picking up exactly what they are, but I do think it's a very interesting phenomenon, and it's very interesting to see how unique they all are. And yeah, Brian, like what you were saying, that would be cool to have multiple cameras, and compare those.
They'd have some explaining to do. Yeah, they'd have to explain it, man. Like but then if it doesn't do that, then I would have to rethink it. But to say these are out of focus, bro, if I could lend you my camera for a minute, bro, I think you might rethink that. I ain't saying for sure,
Brian,
but I think you might rethink it, bro.
I look at images of stars for my career. I'm telling you.
I understand that, man.
I mean, you don't have to take my no appeal to authority at all. I'm not trying to push, and you're not a pushover, but
That's
I'm
an
telling
appeal
you,
to
man.
yourself. That's an appeal to your self fallacy. No, I'm just kidding. Dude.
Self-appeal fallacy. But
I'll agree, bro. Maybe it is the camera, dude. Maybe it's the camera.
With the different brands, the different manufacturers of those cameras that test. What's more important is if the cameras, even if they're just different brands, that's not enough. You need to know the optics inside the camera, whether they're similar or different.
Well, 3 different brands, bro. That's
the F ratios, the pupil size, the shape of the pupil. All of this stuff affects the type of out of focus images that you may get.
You're sure? He's sure them bitches are out of focus, Gio. He's certain of it. Maybe he's right, man. I don't know. I don't know.
You have
I'm gonna have to
a
experiment.
P1000, Brian.
Yeah, but that's as best I could get it to look, man. I'm just saying when I see that, that's when it stops bouncing. It's a nice look. I can follow it. Like when I smudge it, it doesn't seem focused, man. I would almost argue that your shit's out of focus, bro.
I mean, Flat Cats is arguing better than I am in the text chat. He has a P600 test of in and out of focus, images.
P600.
I'm not making definite claims either, man. I'm just telling you my opinions on this, man. I'm
Sure,
not,
that's
I haven't done
fine.
enough. I haven't
We're just
experienced
having
enough.
I know we're having a conversation. It's all good.
Fair enough. I don't think nobody's being disingenuous. I do think, man, you might be being a little bit closed-minded to the possibility that might be what the fuck we see, man. Maybe.
Okay. Maybe I am.
Yeah, well, so the thing is that the P900 does have this very, very long zoom. Like, it's unique in that way, which is why it's really good for long distance observations. Because when you think about it, telescopes don't quite do what a P900 does with long distance observations. For example, if you're trying to use the telescope at ground level, or even any other like binoculars or optics, like the P900 does have it takes things into a whole other category in terms of the zoom. So with the stars, there is this. It's like this camera does have this very, very, when it came out, it was like the highest zoom camera in the world. Like world record basically. And then what do telescopes really do at the end of the day? And what zoom can those do? I mean, you've got like glass lenses. Like if you're gonna have a telescope that's truly just made of nothing digital, which allows for a certain amount of magnification, but is that as much as a P900? So there's that whole question. And is it the same resolution, same detail, the way the P900 does or not? So in terms of what you're really getting on a telescope, in terms of distance, because again, if you point a telescope and do long distance observations, it doesn't do what a P900 does. So there's just a lot of components to this, but it's like, and I'm not saying that I'm not saying that's exactly what the luminaries are, because I don't doubt that the P900 is imparting some level of a digitalization to it, and because it is being processed in those ways. So I'm not even saying that that's exactly what they are, but I do think it's giving a much higher zoom level than, and then the other ones that are claiming to zoom more are these big sort of NASA and these huge, Hubbles and all this stuff that are claiming to really do that level. So it's kind of like we've got like
Thinking of it as
lens telescopes, P900s, and then the like NASA level,
Thinking of it as the big ones have more zoom is fundamentally incorrect. With all due respect, of course. Like there's so many just vast differences between a consumer off-the-shelf digital camera and a fixed focal length telescope. Telescopes don't like zoom. They They have a fixed focal length. The digital zoom on a
It's just lens,
P1000.
right? That's
I
the
know
same thing.
they're
though.
different. That's what I'm saying. It like focuses the light rather than zooming. Technically, yeah, it's like a different effect. Because the zooming is bringing like more angular resolution, whereas a telescope is more like it is sort of like a magnifying glass in the sky in a sense, but it doesn't really
Tell you
zoom.
what.
It like magnifies basically.
My P1000 blows my telescope out of the water. Like I don't even. My telescope's collecting dust, bro. The P1000
Well, you got a
smoked
poopy
it.
telescope. Then. No
It's
offense
not
to
that
your
good, but it's not that bad. I mean, I'm just saying it's no comparison. Like I don't even see how they could get away with selling these things after looking at these stars through a P1000 or
But
a
would
P900.
would that do anything for you, Brian? The test we talked about earlier, where you with your P1000 you know do
I'll try
do
it,
do whatever do your digital focus, do your digital zoom, whatever, to focus on Saturn, for example, and that's your step one. Then don't touch anything, and just point your camera at a star.
I'll say this, dude. Saturn don't twinkle. Like it's just what I see
Because it's not a
here
point
on the
for it.
ground.
Yeah.
Right. Jupiter doesn't twinkle.
Well, they do a little
Venus
bit, but
twinkles
not
a
as
little bit. Venus from the ground with my eyes like seems to have a little bit of a twinkle, and I don't know, man. I'll try it. It seems like you've challenged me to do this before, but time went by and I forgot.
I told you this a long time ago. I asked you about this.
Yeah. I remember, man. I forgot to do it. God, I'm a now guy. I wish I could see a good star. I swear to God, I'll try it right now. Just to see.
If you can't, I'll just remind you next time.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's a interesting. I mean, I won't try to ask you what if it's going to change your mind on anything, but you may find some interesting results.
Do you think my Saturn's out of focus too? When I'm seeing the moons and shit and Jupiter?
I mean, I
It
haven't.
looks
Do you
just
have
like what I see.
Have you posted an image you took of it? I haven't.
And they look
seen-
just like the ones in that middle column of what Geo showed. My Saturns and then my Jupiters are like you could even vaguely make out like the bands and shit, but it's just like what you see with like the 14-inch telescope, pretty much unstacked.
I would say it sounds like you're more or less getting a decent amount of focus.
But I'm not focusing in on the stars when I see that.
Well, the
I
moon,
need to
again, those
play with it.
the moons. Well, that's exactly the point. What you just said is exactly the point. You just said you need to play with it to get the stars to kind of look like the electricity luminaries that Geo's posting.
Does it look like this, Brian? This one's got looks like a little orb does sort of have little bands, yeah, little discolorations.
Maybe that's maybe a little bit better. No, that's pretty close. I mean, dude, mine almost looks a little better than that, but it's hard to say because I don't see the that's pretty fucking close, bro. I gotta just be right out of the gate. That's pretty damn close to what I get right there. Pretty close, but I don't maybe see so much color in the bands. I could make them out a little bit. But
how about this one?
Quite.
I'm just going on. I'm just randomly searching P900 pics of.
That's funny, dude. That's definitely it. If I zoom in perfect, that's what I see, bro. That's perfect, bro.
Does that look like it with the lines like that?
No, you're talking about the big one, like looking with the storm, the NASA one. Oh
no, I'm saying the one on the left.
I see. Yeah, on the left. No, it's way closer to the first one you showed. That's pretty fucking close, bro. What you showed is pretty fucking close to what I've got. The best I ever got looked pretty. Maybe the best I ever got did look like that. It was on a cruise where it was pitch black out there, and there wasn't no seas. It wasn't bouncing around. I was able to see like a bunch of fucking moons, and it did look like that. Nothing like the one that I would consider out of focus. That what you're showing with Jupiter on the left is I would compare that to Venus out of focus. Like but it does seem, I don't know.
You know who discovered those 4 moons in Geo's Jupiter picture?
Who? Galileo.
There you go.
Well, it's a narrative
I
don't believe that narrative, but I guess that's a thing.
Yeah, the mainstream narrative, yeah, says that Galileo discovered them.
It's the one pushed to the mainstream, I guess. Yeah.
What about the I'm surprised, Geo, you haven't posted was it the bottom of like cooking pots or something? something like that. It was like the underside of like a pots you'd cook on like the on the stove that looked like a planets.
I got an interesting question.
Your troll's not interesting. Hey Brian, here's another one.
Yeah, if I enlarged.
Whoa,
Yeah,
people posted a bunch of stuff.
Now, the more you show me, bro, the more I have to compare to that first one you showed, bro. The more you show me that's pretty close, bro. That's almost spot on, bro.
Yeah,
That
the
first
last
you
one I
showed-
posted is pretty good. Here, I'm just gonna post because people posted a couple things, just so you know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, that one looks pretty good.
Yeah, because them moons are so bright looking. Like that first one you showed, it replicates. That's pretty close, but that's maybe if it's a little fuzzy out. But the stars are brighter than that. That looks like maybe a little bit hazy picture, and a little bigger than what I get. I'm gonna have to concede and go back to that very first one you showed is my reality of a good shot of Jupiter, man. Them stars are like real brilliant spots of light. But I got a question. So, on a globe, the way them moons lined up, let's say they lined up like that for an observer in Canada. How would they line up for you, Chronic? They're like from top right down to the bottom left, all in a row. How would they line up different for you on a globe? Like if you're halfway across the globe, you don't even have to give me the direction necessarily, but yes or no, or however you want to answer it. Would
The
they line up
orientation. You mean the orientation of them?
Yeah.
Unless I'm mistaken, I think they would. They would be a different orientation. I think. I could be wrong. I think they would. I don't know. Is that right? There's probably an easy way you could probably easily check this.
I don't know. That's genuine. That was a genuine question. We don't pay you to think.
Yeah. Let me. Yeah. I think they would. They'd be a different orientation. Yeah.
Yeah, it just burns my ass to know I'm focusing in perfect on Jupiter. Not perfect, but I mean pretty fucking good on Jupiter. Pretty damn good on Saturn. I'm seeing what other people are seeing. And in these stars, all of a sudden I'm not focusing in on them, but I'm seeing the same shit from the people showing me their Jupiter and Saturn. But I will concede that the possibility exists. It's the it might just be the atmosphere. For an answer from like your paradigm, like you could say.
Well, it could be a combination of a few things, no?
But to say it's out of focus, man, is a tough one for me to swallow. That's the last
Right,
time I'll
because
say
you
that.
realize, Chronic, you can point like Brian's doing. You can point it out there. You can go in focus, out of focus, in focus, out of focus. So for you to claim that, you're just saying that all of these hundreds, thousands that are out there that people have done, they just all happen to be out of focus in the exact same way, because it's not. It's just not the case. I mean, some of them
that is my claim.
be out of focus to some extent, but that's not, in my opinion, a valid, like, full explanation of the phenomenon of all of the components of what we see with this.
Well, yeah, I just told Gio it's if you want my personal opinion, it's a combination of a few things that include the focus of your instrument, the atmosphere, how much turbulence. Are you looking at zenith? Are you looking through more higher air mass? They're like I said, it's a combination of things. But the number one thing that's the largest contributor, I argue, is the focus. I mean, if you want to get into the details of it, then yeah, the bouncing around, the electrical looking nature of it, how it's morphing and all that stuff. Yeah, it could be mostly caused by atmospheric turbulence. The overall shape of the thing you're looking at and how the shape of it seems to kind of match the shape of the pupil optic that you're using is kind of suspicious.
Yeah, but like they were described as like souls, and it is strange, bro. They do all have their own dance. Like they all have a slightly different frequency. I don't know if you'll find two exactly the same, and it's just a repeating frequency. You could slow it down and see interesting things, and it does kind of lend you like, how did the ancients? No, I ain't gonna say they knew that, but
Ancients didn't have digital zoom, but
you never know though. Yeah, I mean
all right.
resets, but no, yeah, I can't claim they knew that, but that's how I'd describe them. Like if I were super spiritual and all that, or if I was just in it writing and wanted to write what I think they are, the heavens. I mean, that'd be a pretty fair description, man. Like their souls and their entities, like living beings, the way they dance, the way they all kind of unique.
I'm not like I'm not arguing against it's cool looking. I mean, sure it's cool. It's cool looking. They're bouncing around. They're changing different colors. They're doing a bunch of cool stuff. And
So-
I would also say there's a lot of people who may not know better who just zoom in out of focus and they see it and they're you know, a bit astounded and kind of amazed by the pretty colors and the, you know,
Right, especially when you see it. When you see somebody else and they show you like Sirius, they show you like
Yeah.
Polaris, they show you other ones, and then you zoom in and you've out of focus exactly the same as they out of focused.
Yeah.
Where you're seeing the exact
these
same shit,
people,
dude.
but these
So
same
that's
people
why
who
it's
are
hard.
I highly respect. These same people, you know, are
You are the professional,
I would
brother, but
also
you
say
admittedly
So, Chronic, if you're claiming they're out of focus,
might not know
where
better.
do you have some that you know are in focus? Could you show us those? Because
I mean,
obviously,
you
to
posted-
claim that they're out of focus means you must have the ones in focus that you've compared them to, right? You've done the
Yeah,
scientific method on this, right?
You've posted it. I don't do amateur astronomy. You've posted you yourself your own post at
Right,
4.
so how could you truly know though if you
hold on.
haven't even tried any of this shit? But go
Yeah,
ahead.
show us the one that of a P900 that's in
40
focus.
at 49 after the hour.
49.
Yeah, 49 is pretty far back. We discussed it. You're going to claim it's zooming in. I'm going to claim it's changing focus.
After the last hour?
It's the serious. It's the serious one, like 30 minutes ago or something.
The question I had though is, okay, so this is one that you're saying is in focus.
The beginning of the GIF, when the GIF begins, that star that is claimed to be Sirius, it appears to be pretty close to in focus because I can see things like diffraction spikes. There's evidences that I understand. Understanding how the optics work generally appears to be pretty close to focus, and then simply is changed out of focus.
All right, I'm gonna repost it for everyone so you can see it.
Yeah. So
So
there's
you're
an
telling
example
me
you
that at the
have.
beginning of this
Crazy, man.
GIF, you're telling me at the beginning of the GIF, you think that's what was in focus. That's the one of all these P900s. You found one that you think is in focus that you have
Well, the one
compared
that
all
you
the other ones
posted.
to. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I'm using your own your own posts like to counter argue.
Here'd be my argument to that. My argument to that would be like with my own eyes, I'm seeing twinkling and shit. And so why would I think that it's a smudgy, singular shape when I'm focused? With my own eyes, I'm seeing somewhat of a twinkle and shit, you know. But,
Well, what's the
yeah,
what's the resolution? What's the resolving power of your single 3 centimeter pupil diameter?
Yeah, I don't know.
Eyeball. Exactly.
Yeah, but 2 nanometer. But wait. You did
Can I tell
admittedly
you this-
say
can I
that you've
tell you this
never even
at-home
tried
experiment?
telescopes. You've never even really tried any of this. So you're
Current-
pretty
like,
certain in your
recent-
claim, bro.
Recently, since becoming professional astronomer, I don't very often. I still have colleagues and friends and public like observatories and stuff like that, and that I
So
interact
do you
with
think I could?
smaller telescopes.
Do you think I could take a 14-inch telescope and match what we see with a P1000? Match that out of focus and show that dance, that frequency. Do you think that would be possible?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Like say with a 10 or a 14-inch telescope, before we focused in, you think we could get it to sit stable with that
So your
frequency?
telescope's your telescope's a fixed focal length with like refractor with glass or a mirror or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're my claim is unless I'm mistaken somewhere, you won't be able to produce like the same, digitally varying zoom and or focus level on a fixed focal length. That's fundamentally focal length. Like that's how the optics like work in the first place.
All right, man. I just feel like if you were to try this shit, man, you might have a different opinion, but maybe not. Maybe not. And I don't think. I mean, if I had access to what you did, I probably wouldn't be looking through, store bought fucking
It's still cool.
telescopes.
I'm not claiming it's boring or dumb or anything. The colors are cool. The morphing of the stuff is all cool, exotic looking, and all that good stuff. It's the claim of what it actually is just a bit misinformed. That's all. Like Gio, you asked for something, and that your own serious GIF is exactly what you asked for. It's maybe not exactly
zoomed in, bro. I'm just telling you that motherfucking that he showed is what you see when you zoom in further, man.
If we show you directly that this is zoom, will you concede that you were incorrect?
I'm
just
not
making assumptions about out of focus things, and you have no basis for it.
So, again, there's things with digital cameras that can do this. Changing the focal length via, a zoom, a digital zoom, digital focusing, all this type of stuff with digital cameras is going to very likely cause these cool trippy effects. You've heard that this conversation's happened so many times. You guys aren't like bored of it? I never said if you look at a star in focus and you can see diffractions it's a pinpoint, and you don't change anything with the focus, but you just simply zoom in. Yes, you will still get a similar effect because your
you do both, dude. What you do with these is you zoom all the way in and you get it centered, and then you adjust your focus and dial it in.
So you go to the absolute extreme of out of focus on a point source.
No, zoom is different than focus.
I agree.
Right. So you're going to take it to the max of the zoom and then adjust the focus.
Okay.
And dial it in.
Okay. So
when you do that, you don't get what that serious image shows. Absolutely.
Whoa! Wait!
I'll prove it to you if needed, and we'll just absolutely debunk your claim. And
you just pre-saved yourself because you knew the exact sentence you said is what this GIF is. That's fine. I won't. It's all good.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is that if you take a P900 and you zoom all the way into Sirius and change the focus, it's not going to do what that GIF shows.
Oh, what is it going to tell me? What it's going to do then?
It's going to change the focus, not the zoom.
That's No. Let's stick to verbatim what you said. If you zoom in on Sirius and then you change the focus, what is going to happen to Sirius once you start changing the focus after you've zoomed in? Nothing?
Yeah, they're different parts of the camera.
Oh, what are you going to observe happening to Sirius once you do this that is not similar to what the GIF you posted looks like? What's going to be different about your claim than what the GIF shows? If the answer is nothing, then we can move on in the discussion because seems to be I don't know. Also, never claimed the beginning of the GIF is perfectly in focus. It appears to be pretty close, but I wouldn't know. I didn't calibrate the focus.
I feel like you should. I feel like maybe there's another name for what it's out of. Like out of focus. I don't think is. I don't really think it's out of focus. Like because it doesn't change. I mean, you could follow it and you could record it. You could replicate it. But I think maybe it's like a digital. I'm trying to think of another way to describe it. If I were arguing from your side, which I'm not, but to be honest, to be fair, let's say, like I'd say maybe it's like a digital enhancement or something. Like I don't think out of
Frank,
focus
if you want to know how the zoom works on a P900, sorry, on how the focus works. Sorry, I meant to say focus. That video shows that he actually shows video of him focusing it. Focus does, it's like, it has to do with the foreground and the distance and like where the lens focuses on. It doesn't change the angular size. It doesn't dramatically. That's a zoom in that series, 100% zoom. And like I said, I'll absolutely prove that to you myself if needed. If that's what you would want.
Sure.
To.
I mean, if you want, yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
I
I appreciate you proving it to me.
Yeah. But I mean, the one I just posted there shows the focus in manual mode, and he like actually is filming. So the zoom is going to change like that. It's like the definition, basically. It's like the fuzziness. I mean, there's the actual like the technical effects of how the focus works, but we all know focus. We've all had cameras. You focus in and out, and it. Are
there any point sources in the point sources of light in this video before I watch it?
It's like taking a magnifying glass and going forward and back to get it dialed in. That's what the actual lenses are doing. It's changing the distance of them so you get the light refracting in the way that you want to get the clearest image.
Well, since you offered to do it yourself, I'll hold you to it. I appreciate the video, but if there's not a point source of light in it, then it's not equivalent.
But it shows how it's not dramatically changing angular size and zooming into a thing and bringing more detail and, I mean, to the things. It's just changing the fuzziness of what you can see.
Is there any point source of light in the video you posted? Is there an example of a point source of light? Or is everything in this, the focusing of the video and everything?
What do you mean point source, man?
Oh, no. Where's Flat Earth Data? He could explain it.
You talking about mathematically? Like a mathematical point source?
No.
I mean, Brian, when you use yours, when you zoom all the way in to something, Jupiter, whatever it may be, you zoom all the way in, and then you change the focus, you go into manual focus mode. What changes do you get? What does it do? It takes a little bit in and out of definition, like the fuzziness changes?
Yeah, and it starts dancing around and shit. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've even done that. It usually just does. I mean, I usually just let the fucking focus do it. That's what it does on everything, not just the stars. But I have fucked with it, and it just dances around, man. It smudges it sometimes. Like to me, what they say is in focus, to me that's out of focus. Like what they show us, it quits its dance. It's no twinkling like what we see with our eyes. It just seems out of focus to me. What they're saying is in focus. To me, that's out of focus, in my opinion.
I mean, I can't. I can't.
That's why I say I might be wrong, dude. I was just saying. I mean, maybe I'm exactly backwards, but that's the way my mind sees it.
That's fine.
Yeah, you're talking about the ones that are just like a little pinprick and they have like little things shooting out from them. Yeah, those are just very far away. They're not zoomed in at all. They're like.
Brian says those are out of focus. Brian said those are out of focus.
For instance, when I try to focus in on Venus, it'll smudge the light and it will it'll bounce around in size and shit and even change shape sometimes. When it's focused in, it sits still. It's pretty clear. You can see the frequency of it. You can follow it, and you'll see the same thing next time. You'll see all kinds of different shit when it's out of focus. It doesn't just hardly hold. When it's out of focus, I can't get it to sit still very good. That's my experience.
Yeah, so there's I mean, we're on complete opposites here, Brian, with the in focus, out of focus. But so Nafi posted some luminaries in the firmament and asked if it's a point source of light. So assuming I'm just watching the last video you posted. Oh, you say it's Sirius, yeah. So Sirius is defined as a point source of light. And if you zoom in with digital zoom or on a digital camera or something, and it it becomes out of focus, it's still defined as a point source of light. It just means you're taking images and video of it out of focus. We've had this conversation 800 million times. It's very cool looking, and people who might not know better, with all due respect, might think it means something heavenly or like electricity or something. But it's my claim is simply out of focus images, out of focus video.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So you must have a bunch of ones that you know are in focus to even make that claim. And it doesn't sound like you do. So I'm wondering how you know they're out of focus when you don't know what they look like when they're in focus.
Because I have knowledge of what they should look like.
You do with a camera you don't own and have never used.
Well, I mean, I used your own sources to argue my point. You gave me sources to help my argument. I don't know if that's a tactic or what, but just go to 14 after the hour. It's a Sirius, a GIF of Sirius.
So you initially made a claim that said all of these are out of focus. You didn't have any to show in or out of focus. I then started posting just ones that I have, just that you have no additional information on, and you just chose one of it out of there, that you just assume is in focus to be your whole point as to how you know what's in and out of focus based on one of the ones I posted that you don't have any further information on.
Well, I mean, used some logic and reasoning. Yeah, there's a few cues and a few pieces of evidence that give me this, and that give me that implication and stuff like that. Not just randomly picking one and just guessing. At the beginning of your Sirius GIF, there's some interesting features we can observe. There's things about that give evidence that instrument that's being used is close to the focus point. Close, but maybe not exactly. In every single other one that you've posted, that's not the case. Therefore, I claim they're all out of focus. Or none of them are near the focus point. None of them appear to be near focus.
I think you're judging these from a bias more than experience, of actually focusing in.
How, Brian?
I didn't mean to say experience, like, dude, obviously you're a professional fucking, I mean, I didn't mean it like that. I meant like backyard telescope experience or literally focusing experience, like of actually doing it.
Well, that's why I have a great friend like you who currently has one of these instruments that can do an easy test.
Yeah, well, you need to find a friend who doesn't like to argue as much.
Yeah, maybe that'd be less entertaining. He or she would just be like, "Oh, yep, you're right."
Let me ask one other thing. Hold on one second. All right, I'm gonna ask you to go into teeter mode. Teeter mode.
Mm-hmm.
Now
engaged. All right.
How does them images stress your model? Like if they are in focus, we're looking at them through the atmosphere and replicate them and shit like that. How does that hurt the globe model? Just out of curiosity, what's the big deal?
I don't honestly. I don't think I know. I just see it posted a lot, and it's very. I don't know. It's it's cool to look at. I'm not denying they're kind of cool and trippy and
Sure.
yeah. But
Well, what Gio said is a good point, because like I've heard Toon, I've heard other Glovers just instantly say they're out of focus, and some have made some decent arguments. You made some fair arguments where to give me something to consider, but I mean nobody's ever showed what the fuck they're supposed to look like. Like what am I trying to achieve? Like if I'm out of focus, I need to try and focus better. So I want to see some of these things in focus, and that's what there's a giant lack of.
yeah, so
We
there's
could show
some indications you can use. There's some indications. There are like actual calibration, like pieces of calibration equipment you can use with like a P1000. I've heard of that will help you like get to the the proper focus, like exactly, without just manually doing it yourself by eye. But if you don't have that stuff and you're calibrating by eye, then that very simple basic experiment that I'm hoping you'll do soon with the establish your by eye focus on something like Saturn, and then look at a point source of light like a star. And there's a depending on the size of your aperture and and other aspects of your instrument and your optics, there's some like very obvious signs that you can look for to understand if you are close or your instrument is focused. Like I'll circle back a 20th time to Gio's own GIF of Sirius. In the beginning of this GIF, there's very clear diffraction spikes, these little spikes coming out from the nearly in focus image of Sirius. You typically will not, if you're very out of focus, you will typically never see diffraction spikes coming out from your out of focus typically.
That's cool. Look, I'm gonna be down for about 5 minutes, but I will be listening. So keep it real.
All right, Brian.
Well, then, do you have one that like, okay, so this P900 is this world record high zoom camera. It was like a breakthrough when it came out and all that. So where are the ones you have, or do you know of any, or have you ever seen any of P900 images of these things that are in focus?
Well, what is the instrument used for your Sirius GIF?
I mean, if you go on the internet and start searching P900, images of all these things, there's going to be many, many of them. You're claiming that every single one of them is out of focus. Is there one that's in focus? You're saying
I haven't done the. I admit I haven't done the deep scientific researching of P900, P1000 star images.
Okay, because
I'm thankful to you for providing a GIF of Sirius that kind of gets me there without me having to do much work. But I'd like to know what instrument that is.
When it's zoomed out, you mean?
Well, what instrument is used for the what camera is used for your Sirius GIF? If you don't know, that's fine. You can just say you don't know.
Yeah, it's a P900. It shows it's zoomed out and then it zooms in. That's the one you're talking about. And when it's zoomed out, yeah, you can see those diffraction spikes. Are you just looking at that because it looks like other ones you've seen? You're just assuming that was in zoom or in focus, and it's not a zoom.
No, because
it's the only one you've ever seen in the history of P900s that somehow are the correct one.
No, it has nothing to do with other things I've seen or haven't seen or whatever. It's my knowledge and understanding of what a point source of light would look like if an image of it was taken in focus. No prior knowledge of any other in focus, out of focus, past experience images or whatever. Just the knowledge and understanding that I've gained on like optical systems, like optics and imaging. Flat Earth Data could help me here. He's an expert in it as well. Someone posted focus looks like zoom. Yeah, digital cameras do some magical looking stuff.
Well, I'm just saying, if there's a whole phenomenon of people who buy these P900 and P1000s and they aim them at stars, planets, etc., luminaries, they point them at these and then they hit record. So, of all the phenomenon, you've obviously come to an opinion because you've seen people post them. So you've seen these, and your kind of initial claim was they're just all out of focus, right? So I just would think that for you to have that claim in the entire phenomenon of P900 and P1000s, there would be some that are in focus, and you would be like, oh yeah, these. If you were able to make that claim, it seems to me like you'd be able to be like, all right, yeah, see, dude, these are the in focus ones, man. Here's this one, this one, this one. These are it's what they look when they're like. It's what they look like when they're in focus, and then here are all the ones that are out of focus.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't sound like you have that. It sounds like you maybe just don't have that. You were maybe winging it, saying it was out of focus. No, I'm not saying it's in a bad way winging it, but maybe that was just what you thought it was because they look different than what you see in other
Again,
telescopes and things.
I mean, I'll come back to the Sirius GIF that you posted, but I don't. Again, I mean, respectfully, I'm not. This discussion is not worth spending much time kind of digging through and finding a bunch of internet examples when
you see what Earth is Life just showed a difference in focus.
You've provided one.
The Sirius shows a zoomed in detail.
What is the difference between?
Focus.
Okay,
It's like fuzzy or not fuzzy. Yeah.
Another teaching moment. Another teaching moment here. What is the difference? What is the primary difference that I've been saying 80 times so far in this discussion? What is the difference between what Earth is Life posted and an image of a star with a P900? I mean, there's a lot of differences, but there's one extremely important difference. Like, extremely important. Nothing. Earth is Life's pinky is not a point source of light like a star is. His pinky is an extended, resolved object. You can see features on it. You see the surface of his pinky. You see of a whole bunch of stuff. A star like Sirius to your eye or to a consumer camera like P900 or whatever is a point source of light. Did I not already did I link point source? And description of it, what I mean when I say that? I wanted to, maybe when Brian gets back, he can. I mentioned a at home, really easy experiment anyone could do probably a year ago or longer, where you can see your own, the points, what's called a point spread function of your own eyeball with just a piece of aluminum foil and a flashlight. All right, Cone posted another one. Okay, video with some camera where you're changing, it appears like you're changing digital zoom. Or both, actually. Maybe focus, digital focus or digital zoom. So it's only in focus if it looks like a flashlight. Uh,
Yeah, sorry, I'm posting in the dark without actually being in the voice chat. So yeah, I just post. I was going through some of my old clips showing where when I was changing the focus, it looks a lot like the video that or the GIF that GIF, however you say that that Geo posted, where it looks like it's zooming in. But yes, when you change the focus on my P900 on my P900, I set the side zoom or the zoom button on the lens as the focus button. Oh no, sorry. How did I? Yeah, I did set that as the focus button. So I think I said the zoom or focus. Anyways, long story short, when you change the focus, it does look like zoom, and that's what I was doing on those videos. So I was just going through some of my old videos and quickly made them shorter to post them to show that the the little video that Geo posted that does appear to be the focus.
and not the zoom.
Correct.
Very interesting. I appreciate that. Yeah, I saw your video. That's a good one.
So yeah, I saw the quick Jupiter one. I posted that, and then I think the other one was Arcturus, where I was doing the same thing. Yeah, it looks very very similar to Geo's.
Very cool.
Except it doesn't look like it at all. Those are circles that are changing in fuzziness levels, whereas the serious one that he's talking about, it shows a massive zoom in to the actual light itself. The ones you're showing are circles that are roughly the same size, and they're just changing, and this does look like the focus. And it doesn't look anything like the serious one. The serious one, you zoom in and get this very, very vivid detail.
Yeah, I will admit that the one that you posted is much more clearer than mine. But yeah, that is for me. I don't want to argue. I'm just saying for me it looks like that. But yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
for me too. Yeah.
yeah. Maybe I could eventually see it differently, but at the moment I
Yeah.
don't.
We could certainly be wrong, but I don't think it's the source of the serious GIF is Geo also. So maybe we'll never know.
But what I do find interesting, the other reason why I hopped in here, I posted the eclipse star, and yes, understandably, I did put it in out of focus, but that way I could see, because generally when you put a star out of focus or any of the larger luminaries like Jupiter and Mars, and you take it out of focus, it's always going to be round. And the
Mhm.
stars, some of them aren't round, but when they're out of focus, yes, they're these perfect round orbs. But I captured the star that was eclipsed, it was in half, and then when I changed the zoom beyond the zoom level, the
Yeah.
actual eclipse inverts.
Yes.
And
Very interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah,
So
what
that's an
the
effect. That's an effect of the optics themselves. So you can imagine you're at perfect focus, and you gradually go out of focus in one direction. So you're changing your focal length. You're changing your your focal length in one direction specifically. And so the optics that the light is coming through and bouncing off of, and being reflected, being transmitted through the glass optics in your whatever the digital camera is, they will fall onto your eye or onto the whatever detector that you're taking the image with in a specific pattern. And it's simply changing your focus to the opposite, going in the positive direction of the focus versus the negative direction of the focus. That simply just inverts the optics work to invert the image when it lands on the detector.
Okay, so I'm glad you say that. If you look at alternative viewpoints of refraction, um, not mainstream's viewpoint of refraction, or you look into refraction yourself, or what is actually happening, and you look at mirages. I'm glad you said what you just said, because that would make sense to me as well, because I do believe that is why we see inferior mirages, fata morganas, is when that light is traveling through that medium. Eventually that image gets inverted, and then we see an inverted boat or building, and I do believe that is what's happening, and mainstream is not talking about it. However, back to the star, is what is actually causing the eclipse of the star, because when I filmed other stars that night, they weren't eclipsed, and when I filmed that same star the following evening, it wasn't eclipsed. It was only that one star that evening that was eclipsed.
Yeah, that's interesting. Do you know what star it was? I don't know.
Yes, in the comments of the video, some other guy, I think it was actually a bot, asked me for the name of the star, and eventually I got it. It should be in the comments. So give me a sec. I'll see if I can get it.
Yeah, I'd have to look. I'd have to do a bit more reading or research on. And you said in the same night you looked at other stars and they did not have the same pattern.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah, so that I mean that indicate were the other stars you looked at in a similar part of the sky?
Yeah, there's another one that looks very similar to it next to it. If I had to give it amount of centimeters in my visual space, I would say 10 centimeters from it. That one was perfectly fine.
Yeah, that would indicate to me something physical, maybe, but I'd have to do a bit more.
Yeah,
A
I
bit
also
more
think it's
research
something
on it.
physical, and this is way above the horizon as well. The star is called Epsilon Centauri.
Epsilon Centauri.
Yeah, Epsilon Centauri. That's it.
Yeah, I think I did see that. I saw the video you posted earlier.
Yeah, and yes, excuse that it's all bouncy. I have a very cheap tripod, and that evening it was about 1:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the morning. I was heading to bed and I saw these two stars at my window. I was like, oh, let me just quickly record these because these look beautiful. And I quickly grabbed my camera and filmed it offhand, not necessarily on the tripod. And so it was a bit bouncy. But yeah, I'm glad I captured that. And then I went straight to bed.
Very cool. Very cool.
And then
By the way, this one,
go ahead.
This one shows the zoom effect. This one shows the zoom, which looks similar to the Sirius effect. It goes from being more of a point source, and then as it zooms in, it starts seeing all the more the detail of it. Again, I'm not saying this is exactly what the luminaries are. I definitely do think the P900 and P1000 do impart like a bit of an electrical, or I mean like a digital, yeah, it's like an electrical digital signature that I do think is unique to those cameras in a sense. So yeah, I'm not saying they're like an exact representation, but
how awesome is it that we can buy something over the counter that can actually film things like this nowadays? It's amazing.
That's why I think that serious one's a zoom, because yeah, like when he's totally zoom at the very beginning of that one, it just shows a little dot of light, and then as it zooms in, you start seeing this whole circle, and it grows in angular size like dramatically.
So I love the colors and what it does. It's really really beautiful. I would have never seen it before, and yeah, it's really cool.
Can I give a theory, Gio, or do you not want to hear it?
Yeah, man, you can share anything you'd like.
So you said at the beginning when he or she gets to almost in focus. I don't know, call it like at 2 seconds or whatever into the video. I claim, yeah, 2 seconds when it's basically in focus. It looks like it's in focus.
Yeah, it's small. Yeah, it's a little dot.
Yeah, very small dot. Yeah. Between that 2 seconds and 6 seconds, I'm gonna claim, just naively, because I don't know the exact instrument, the conditions, all of that stuff. I'm gonna claim that between 2 seconds and 6 seconds, it looks like the observer is changing focus, mostly only focus, digital focus maybe. But starting between 6 and 7 seconds, it appears like there's some digital zooming going on.
Well, another validation that it's zoom is there's this other one here. If you turn the audio up in that one, you can actually hear the motors zooming the lens. You hear that noise? You can actually hear that, because it's like a motorized zoom. Like you push it and it goes, it like moves these little servos, they go, So on the, wait, was that the same one? Hold on, that was the wrong one. Hold on. There's just this.
Well, I don't know. Again, I don't own these pieces of equipment. So does it? Are you sure that you can only hear the motors when the zoom is in action and not the focus?
Yeah, I can vouch for that. That sound that Gio's talking about is the zoom of the P900.
Yeah. Is there any noise or whatever when focusing happens? And not zoom?
It does, yes. But it sounds a little bit different to the video that Gio posted.
There's this one too. This one's definitely this is the one I was trying to post. The second one, it's just looking at the moon and whatnot. But the beginning of that one, because it's definitely zooming. Like he's got it zoomed all the way out. Like he's just looking at his environment, and then you can see like the roof of his house and stuff, and it makes that same zoom noise. This one's actually a little louder. Like you can really hear it. Now we're comparing zoom noises. Where the path may lead. That's fun. I mean, I just think these are cool overall. And I mean, yeah, Chronic, like you are getting data from Hubble and all these like observatories, and like so it is an interesting thing that like this kind of high zoom P900 camera, and then it seems to show something different than a lot of the stuff that you study, or at least somewhat different. There certainly is some overlap too, though. So, I mean, you were saying we've talked about this before. Like, yeah, we have probably a couple months ago.
Yeah. And I mean, it's two completely different like optical systems. You have a off-the-shelf consumer grade, digital camera versus a fixed focal length. You're not zooming big telescopes. Like they have a fixed field of view that it's unchanging, unless you manually, disable, take apart pieces and add different pieces. That's like the what's so great about the modern digital cameras like this is that all this stuff is automated. You know, you can have a digital everything, digital zooming, digital focusing without having to do much. Sorry, go ahead.
I know Gio wants to respond.
Well, I wasn't really
Yeah,
asking.
but to kind of just say it's only consumer grade. Yeah, my only quick response to that, just to say it's only consumer grade, as if that's, you know, just instantly means that it's lesser than, you know, some multi-billion-dollar NASA telescope or whatever. That's
No, I'm not claiming that. No.
Yeah. Well,
I would say since it is, I would, you know, say that the advent of these, you know, new generation, you know, amazing pieces of equipment, the fact that they are consumer grade and any person in the world, regardless of their knowledge or understanding of optics or cameras, can purchase and own one and use one, might imply something that I'm not going to say what, but it may imply something. That's all.
Well, what I was going to say too, I mean, when it comes to like long distance observations, I mean, people are going to have different viewpoints of how far away those stars may or may not be, if they're even physical and so on. So like if they're like, for example, what I was trying to make the link to is that if you're looking across the earth, you know, just across the land, a P900 allows for like a whole new world of long distance observation. And even the whole shape of the earth discussion, you know, some people may say that like the P900 has actually been a part of perhaps like the early phases of this whole paradigm shift, meaning that like the P900 was like a technological thing which had this higher zoom, and then it seems to allow for like more definition and a certain range of optics that wasn't previously available, even with all the best stuff that's currently out. So, and that's like long distance observations, you know, 50 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles or more, whatever it may be. So I'm not saying it's the end all be all best camera in the world or anything. I'm just saying that it does seem to allow for something unique that other things don't have. So like, what really are those telescopes doing? You know, that, well, there's many different types, but I'm saying, what are they actually doing in terms of the zoom versus, because if this camera is allowing us to see further on the earth than ever before, then does it have some added ability of what it's showing us about the sky? Again, not saying it's all the totality, this is what it is, but is there something there that it's giving a greater access to, even though it is consumer grade?
Well, Brian himself can attest to the ability of his P1000 to get a better resolution image of Saturn than his small backyard telescope. So yeah, I don't think anyone's arguing that the increased capabilities, for sure. But if you're comparing them to some of the biggest telescopes on the ground on mountains and stuff, they get blown out of the water. It's still limited by, no matter how good you think a P900 or 1000 is, it's still limited by the many things, many important things, like the size of the aperture, the overall size of the collecting area. You don't have a, you don't have a huge mirror or lens or anything that relative to huge telescopes and stuff like that. So you're still quite limited.
It seems like once you hit a certain focus, though, all you could do is just basically enlarge what's already in focus. Like, to me, when I picture what's going on them giant telescopes, it's just pretty much what I see at Jupiter, but just a bigger version of the bitch. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's way more detail. But I wanted to ask a question. Like, I've always heard the explanation for like the reason the stars twinkle and shit is because of the atmosphere. At the same time, Jupiter and Saturn, for two examples, don't twinkle. They're going through the same amount of atmosphere. What is the other explanation, or what am I missing as far as explanations of twinkle? Do you see that twinkle up high on the mountain, like 14,000 feet?
Yeah, it's still there. It's much, much smaller than at sea level, but it's still there. It still exists. We talked about that earlier. That's why there's things that they build onto the telescopes, like adaptive, like things to make it as perfectly still as possible. And even with that, there's still a tiny bit of turbulence. But Jupiter and Saturn still twinkle, maybe a little less, because they could be they're kind of on the edge of point sources to your eye. They definitely are to your eye, but they're much closer to being a resolved object than being a point source of light. So they may twinkle a bit less than a star, which is a point source of light.
Have you ever seen a planet go in front of a star?
Probably. I mean, every night the planets are in front of tons of stars. You just can't see most of the stars behind them.
I think the planets are probably a little bit closer than the stars myself.
I think that's probably a good guess.
Yeah, that's what all the ancient cosmologies show as well, and the layers of the ether and the heavens and the quintessence above us, and yeah, that these wandering stars are in the closer layers in a sense, whereas the fixed stars are usually in the higher levels of the tapestry.
You can where was I? A couple years ago I went to Mount Wilson Observatory. I think it's in like Southern California. And I don't think it's on the top of a small, kind of a not very large mountain. I'm trying to figure out how high. But anyway, I can't figure it out. Actually,
How high Mount Wilson is? You said
5,000. Yeah, 5,000 feet. Mount Wilson, and that has some pretty big telescopes on it. But just the difference in 5,000 feet that's pretty decently high up, but there's still a lot of you're right by like Los Angeles. It's still kind of pretty heavily polluted and thick there, but just the fact that the location of where Mount Wilson is, it's in this like geographic kind of area that allows for the air, the turbulence of the air on most nights, not every night, but the turbulence of the air coming off like coming off like the Los Angeles shore or something, allows the air to be almost like laminar flow air atmosphere, almost like very, very calm, very low turbulence. So even though Mount Wilson is not extremely high up in altitude, just the fact that where it's located is usually very, very calm air allows you can go there and the stars won't twinkle to your eye. They still do, definitely, but it's pretty.
Dude,
wild
wait.
experience.
I got an interesting question. Maybe that was an interesting point there, but oh fuck. Hold on, man.
Stars twinkling.
Yeah. The stars. That's needed to hear. You even opening your mouth, bro, made me remember. But no, the stars, like if there's point sources, like if they're so far away, how can? Maybe this is even a stupid question, but why are we able to enlarge them by zooming in if they're so freaking infinitely far away? It's counterintuitive.
Sorry, why are we able to what?
Oh, right. Like
Why are
if
they
they're
getting
so
bigger?
many light years away, how can you zoom in that much to them? Yeah, that is an interesting point. Right. Like
It
is
should
that
be,
just
it should be the same. Should be the same size if you zoom in, right?
right? You would think it would be such a minimal.
No.
Like you got light years, and then what you're going to zoom in within a couple miles of better visibility. How many miles? Count your miles. You can count.
Brian,
we're not talking billions of miles that you're actually like. Your telescope is not advancing you billions of miles through space.
When you're with your digital camera, when you're applying a digital zoom, there's something fundamental that's changing there when you're zooming. We said it like 80 times.
So optical doesn't do that.
Yes, on a digital camera, yes. Anything that you do where any instrument you're using that doesn't have a fixed focal length, that you can change the focal length digitally or manually or whatever through zooming through whatever, is going to change the appearance of the object, especially if it's a point source of light, which is important. It's going to change the appearance of that object. So
I know more what you're talking about. What kind of light is like not a point source?
The moon, Saturn in your P1000, Jupiter. That's why I said Jupiter and Saturn are perfect examples of this. Of these two effects in the same exact pictures that you can take together.
That's just it, dude. Jupiter doesn't really get bigger for me. I zoom all the way in, bro. It barely gets any bigger. But a star gets, not a ton bigger, but bigger than Jupiter or Saturn.
I'm pretty sure Jupiter gets bigger.
Yeah, but not
Maybe
that
not.
big.
Maybe not. Not as big as a point source of light gets. Yes, correct. But it gets bigger when you zoom. Just like Geo's video of this guy zooming on the moon.
I'd still put it closer to the star.
But the moon gets bigger. The moon is not a point source of light.
Dude, don't you think that, like, if you were looking at like a lighthouse from 270 miles away, like in the record photograph from that mountain, and you could barely see the light, like barely, and it's a bright ass lighthouse, but you could barely see a little teeny spot of light. I mean, from 270 miles, if they're like say 5,000 miles away, don't that seem like a long fucking way, dude? That's like from here to 5,000 miles. I mean, it's a long fucking way, dude. Like,
I don't know what you're.
In reality, 5,000 miles, you'd never see a lighthouse. You could barely see the little speck at 270 miles, and that's a bright ass light. But 5,000 miles away, bro, that's realistic. To me, it's still a long way away, man. Than to start coming up with fucking light years.
Not entirely analogous, though, Brian.
Maybe 10,000 miles. That's a long, bro. How could we expect to see something 10,000 miles away? That's from here, like, to fucking Australia. That's ridiculous. It's a long way. You could never see something that far, except for the fact that it's up above us. To me, that just, in my mind and in my reality, that's a long ass way away, bro. 5,000 miles.
On the other, I mean, it's on
very,
the other
very
side
far.
of the spherical Earth. I had to say it. Sorry. Yeah, Brian. Stars are pretty. We think we're pretty sure stars are quite bright, even if they are far away. They're pretty dang bright.
Yep.
You know the parent. You know all the talking points.
Yeah, I think they got the sun like relatively small for a star now, like a pretty small star in comparison in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, I think it's a G5 dwarf. No, maybe not a dwarf, but it's a G5 main sequence star. That's just some random terminology some humans made up centuries ago.
Could there be a bunch of suns, like sun-sized stars that we just don't even see because they ain't nowhere near bright enough out there?
Oh, we think we're studying millions of them. They're just far away, so they're not as big as the sun is in our sky.
And they're pretty much included in I don't even want to go there right now. I was going to go to the dark matter path, but I'll wait to do that. But didn't I hear something to where, like, if you point your telescope, like one of these good telescopes, in a patch of sky, and you don't see something, you got to keep it there for a certain amount of time and like follow it. And then all of a sudden you could see something. Is that accurate, or can you
yeah, pretty
whatever
much.
the fuck I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. It's I mean, you're basically there for someone with general knowledge of it. You're kind of basically there. Or even, I guess, as a skeptic, you're surprisingly close. Yeah, you want to have longer exposures. You want to collect and gather more photons. You want to maybe do some stacking. But if you're talking about just a single exposure, yeah, you just leave those pixels open to the sky and let all the photons waterfall on them.
Right. Or maybe, just maybe, it's a spot on the firmament. And you look at it long enough, you could kind of focus in on it a little bit, get enough photons or whatnot. I don't really think of it like that, though. Some flat earthers say, like, I mean, okay, that's an interesting take on it. Like the stars are kind of like attached, for lack of better words, to the firmament, which, sure, maybe. I mean, I try and imagine it sometimes, but to me, there's stuff up there. and it, like I've said it before, it is physical, and it's a bunch of different compounds and elements. And if we get out of balance, then if we get far enough out of balance, one of them will come crashing down. So whatever.
Well, are they all at the same distance on the firmament?
No. I think they get closer as we get out of balance. Like say Venus or Mars would be the shit that is probably close. Our furthest thing out of balance would be the closer, and it's a slow process, obviously. But I think that when they say the stars crashing down, I think that's part of nature to put shit back in balance. Like if something gets mucked up, it's hard. I think you see what I'm kind of getting at, but I think shit shuffles around. I mean, the movement we do see is just a constant balance. I think our balance here reflects the balance up there, and it's a real slow process. But if something got far enough out of balance, then the star might actually come down, like it's been described in ancient texts and Bible and other shit, where the stars have come down. I think they'd react like electrically, kind of put shit in balance.
Maybe. I mean, I don't follow, but I'll give you the maybe. What do you think of shooting? What do you think of shooting?
I'm just trying to. I'm most certainly not trying to get you to agree. I'm just trying to put you in my mind a little bit, like with what I think. I just think that, like, out of balance, like if there's too much of something, in chemistry, you could. I mean, dude, just think of water, like. And you take the dirtiest, muckiest water, pour chlorine in there, all of a sudden it's clear. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of a crude example, but there's an infinite amount of compounds, and there's so many elements.
What do you think a shooting star is, Brian?
A shooting star?
Yeah, what do you think that is?
I've seen so many of them, man. It just looks like a spark to me, man. Like some kind of charge, like a flare. Not a flare, because that's mechanical fire. I mean, that's not really electric. I just almost like a arc, like an arc
Notice
of
shooting stars never go up
electricity.
or down; they always go across the flat plane.
They go in all different directions.
A long time ago, I was told that you could always see them, and I was like, "What?" They said, "Yeah, just go out, where you could see the sky real good, away from city lights, and just look up. And you'll see them constantly." And I didn't believe it. I mean, I wasn't like, no way, but I was like, damn, I didn't know that. And I tried it, and sure enough, yes, you see these little sparks of light. I've seen a couple of them, thick ones that made noise and lasted for like 3 or 4 seconds. That made it way down lower.
Cool. Very cool. So
and
more
like
than
a yellowish green.
More than a spark on those ones, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
Brian, what's interesting as well, if there is, say, a firmament, if it's a physical barrier, or if it's just a master density gradient barrier, and if you take a domed piece of glass, or even just a glass, and you got bubbles, water bubbles or water droplets on it, and you film from the inside of this dome, and you have and you shine a light into it as well, and if a droplet starts moving across the glass part, I'm verbally trying to explain this now, but as the droplet slides along the glass, it looks just like a star or a shooting star. And if there's a trail of water that stays behind it, it looks like a tail of a shooting star. It's quite fascinating to see that in such a small scale. And yeah, I've considered that that's a probability or possibility of why we're seeing the stars and shooting stars as water droplets on a master density gradient. I actually spoke to New Perspective about it as well.
Almost like a reflection of light off of some liquid or some sort.
Yeah, so similar to that, when we get this thing called load shedding here in South Africa, and I see this quite often when I'm showering, is when they switch our power off, we shower with a torch or lantern or something in the bathroom. But most of the time, I just take my torch into the bathroom and I shine the torch through the glass, and that's how I get my light when I shower. And there's now water droplets falling onto the glass window of the shower, and then yeah, I would say, shit, this looks just like stars. And then now and then a little droplet would slide down. You know, you see the little droplet sliding down, and yeah, that's how I got to the idea of possibly this is what it could be, because it looks very, very similar and very interesting. If you do have the chance to try come up with something like that, do it. You'll see it's quite fascinating to
Well,
watch.
we know that there's enormous amount of charge up there, and I mean, I could give you tons of examples. Just lightning itself. Look, that's an insane amount of fucking energy, and that's just when it overloads. In my opinion, lightning is just an overload of one, positive or negative charge, whatever. It ain't spread out as much, I think. But I mean, look at just the ions up there with the sodium shit we were talking about earlier. But look at Aurora Borealis. Look at all that light, and you think if like when you take the Van de Graaff generator and you can flip shit and make little iron filings or wood or hair or any of that shit go upside down, when they ask us to repeat it, then to repeat it, no, you'd have to come up with something. You'd have to have enough voltage to reach whatever it is up there, that whatever the top is, whatever it is, maybe it is that layer up there. Maybe that's when the voltage quits going up. But is there any mainstream answer to how high the voltage gets? I've heard up to 30 miles. It's like millions of volts or a couple million, whatever. But I mean, has anybody heard anything higher than that? And where does it stop? Can't just keep going forever in either model.
I don't know of anything. I'll leave that to you smarter people to find those things out. But yeah, one
It
more
makes
thing
sense.
before.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry. Yeah, I got to get going shortly. So I just want to touch back to the discussion early on with the stars and the out of focus stars. Um, if Geo and Chronic are still here, something I wanted to ask you guys: have you ever lay outside or when you go to the beach or whatever, and you got your sunglasses on, you're laying on the beach or outside in your garden, and you lying on your back or where the sun is actually hitting your sunglasses, it hits your eye, your cornea, and you actually see a reflection of the sun in your glasses, and your eyes focus similar to a camera. If not, it probably focuses the same way, where a little lens in the back of your eye moves back and forth to focus it on your sensor in your eye, your retina, or wherever, your macula. So you can actually focus on that reflection. If you move your sunglasses slightly forward, it'll look just like an out of focus star. The further you move the sunglasses, the more of a pinpoint that reflection of the sun is on your cornea. That's reflecting into your glasses. It's very interesting as well. If you haven't done that, do that as well. It looks exactly like a out of focus star.
Yeah, I'll do that next time I'm at the beach.
Yeah, you just get to a point. So, in a nutshell, you get to a point where the sun is, you see this dot in your glasses or in your vision, and that's because the sun is the reflection of the sun on your cornea is reflecting to the sunglasses lens on the inside, and then you can actually have a look at it, and you'll see your eyes super enlarged as well, super zoomed in, and you'll see the actual sun. It's the sun that you're seeing as a reflection, but very out of focus because the light is obviously crossing, and your lens can't get to the position for it to focus that lighting correctly. But if the further you move,
I'd be just as interested in watching somebody at the beach even doing that. Like I'd be like, what the fuck are they doing, man? Sitting there like moving his sunglasses just a tiny bit, staring at nothing, dude. Like, I'm just joking, but that's an interesting thought. I mean, I've never noticed that, but I can relate to it, kind of. I'll try it.
Yeah, it's cool. You can do it, and it's actually quite fascinating to see how you
Can't you
see
see
these
how
things
that?
so close.
Can you see how that proves a globe, Brian?
I'm sorry.
It proves a
Can you,
globe.
can you
somehow.
see how that proves a globe?
Did I say that proves a globe? No, I said I'd be interested in seeing somebody standing there staring at nothing. Like I'd be like, what the fuck are they doing? Like adjusting their.
Godric tried to make a joke. Sorry.
Okay, I didn't get it.
Hey,
But,
I gotta get out of here, Brian. But did you hear that?
Okay, wait, one more thing, man. This is the crescendo. It ain't even a tough one. But have you seen the solar luminescence? Like people have made an interesting argument, like that it's a form of solar luminescence, like where it's
Yeah.
like a gas bubble that doesn't evaporate. It just it explodes in on itself, like cavitate, and so many times. The different gases have different frequencies, but they literally look just like little stars, man. The star in a jar, man. That's an interesting thought. Have you ever thought
I've
about
heard
that
it.
one?
I've thought about it. It doesn't make too much sense when you actually read into the details on it, but I've heard about it. Let me ask you. I swear I mentioned this experiment to you a long time ago, but maybe you don't remember. Did you hear when you were listening? I talk about the one where you can see the point spread function of your own eyeball with a piece of aluminum foil.
No, I mean I heard a little bit about it, but can you repeat
Yeah.
it
So
real quick?
if you just all you got to do is just rip a square sheet of aluminum foil, just the basic aluminum foil, and it doesn't the size of it doesn't even matter. It could just be like a basic like a 8-inch by 8-inch square of aluminum foil. And in the very middle of the aluminum foil square, you make the tiniest possible pinprick hole that you possibly can. Like use whatever piece of something that you want to use to just pinprick the tiniest of holes you could ever make
like
right
a
in
needle.
extremely small, yeah, just like a tiny pinprick of a needle right in the middle. And so you have that sheet of aluminum foil, and then all you got to do is set up your smartphone or like a flashlight or any source of light that's like confined, like a bright flashlight, or like turn on the flash like on your turn the light on your phone on.
Got it.
And if you set that across a room from you, like set it on one side of like a living room or something, and you walk to the other side of the room, and you face toward that light, and you put the aluminum foil in front of your eyeball, and you can close one eye and leave one eye open to look through that pinprick of a hole. What you will see with your own eyeball, you will see airy rings around that point source of light. You will see your own eyeball's point spread function. Like
Okay, so you're saying I keep the light across the room, and I've got the pinhole right up against my eye.
Yeah, exactly.
About 8 feet or however many feet away, and I'll
You
see airy discs.
Yeah, you stand on the other side of the room, whatever room you're in, and then you put that tiny pinprick hole up to one of your eyes, and you look through it at the and maybe you can hold put the aluminum foil. You can adjust however you want your eye to be close to the hole, or move it away from the hole a little bit. But what you will see if you get it right, it's pretty easy to see, is you'll see with your own eyeball, you will see airy rings coming. You'll see the main source of the light in the middle, and you'll see you'll be able to resolve your own point spread function.
You'll
of your
catch
eyeball.
different angles. You'll basically catch different angles, even through that little tiny asshole. You'd almost see your own the way your eye functions almost.
Basically, yeah. It's a
Dude, what
really
about-
interesting way to capture your
I'll
own.
do that.
Yeah.
I'll do that right now. But what about the little thing where you take a piece of paper and you just draw like a little dot with a black pen or something? Just a tiny little dot, whatever. It ain't got to be microscopic, but a small dot. And then you'd move it around, and in front of your face, just hold your arms out and move it around, and you'll find your own blind spots. Like it'll just disappear right in front of your face.
Yeah, I've
in front
seen
of both eyes, like both eyes, you'll fucking lose it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I put basically what you'll see with your own eyeballs when you look through that in the chat is like you'll basically see the
airy disc.
Yeah, the source of the light in the middle, and then and that's the reason that happens is the size of that little pinprick makes it such that basically the wave of light hitting that aluminum foil,
Ain't it
diffracts around
interesting, dude? The mathematics, like the 0.22 with the area disk times the aperture or whatever, and like the 0.2 with the diffraction limit, and then ain't it? I mean, it's a little past coincidence to say like the same relationship with the horizon, like the 1.22
It has nothing to do with it. Yeah. That's a misconception. A lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people.
No, maybe it doesn't have nothing to do with it, but it's all in the same. I mean, it's the same numbers.
Well, I mean, it has to do with like
same ratio.
Not exactly. It's not exactly 1.22 for the horizon one, but
well, I can make the argument with the diffraction limit. Maybe it ain't exactly point. It's going to vary a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I think that's defined. I think that's defined as a constant in the diffraction limit equation.
You could define it as a constant all you want, but
that means it doesn't vary though. It's an exact number.
Vision's not constant though. Vision's not constant, and
what do you mean vision's not constant?
There's variables in all that shit. There's different variables,
but not on a fundamental level. When you're only like you're defining like an aperture size. You're defining the diameter of an aperture. That's a fixed diameter. Yeah.
I get that, man. But I'm just saying, like vision and lights and all that. It's not as cut and dry as I don't know. Maybe it is, but it's just arbitrary shit to me. A way to make sense of it, quantify it, and
yeah. Well, let me know if you do that. Let me know if you do either of those two experiments.
Yeah, I'll try that.
The one with your P1000 or the aluminum foil. I'm interested to hear what you think.
Yeah, dude. There's gaps in the clouds that there still ain't not any stars out, dude. It's like there's like clouds that I don't even see. I literally can't see even one star, dude.
The worst nightmare is clouds for an astronomer.
Oh my god, I bet, dude. If you'd have went that and got clouds, that would have been horrible.
Yeah.
But you're above most of clouds, ain't you? Like a
no,
lot of them anyway.
No, there's high altitude ones up there. It snowed on the summit, and I lost an entire night because it snowed. It actually snowed. Yeah. But the next week after that was perfect conditions, so it kind of redeemed itself. But
that's good.
Anyway, I'm gonna head out.
Sacrifice a night to get perfect conditions like that. I'd have sacrificed a night for sure. But that's cool, man. Cool talking with you, brother.
All right, you too. I'll catch you guys later.
One last thing, and this is actually the very last thing. You're a specialist in the field. You talk to Witsit, man. Y'all can
Yeah, he invited me on his
he's
show.
Pretty cordial
actually.
with his professionals. Yeah, do it. I'd love to hear that, bro. He's cordial with his guests. You can get along with me, bro. You can get along with anybody.
Yeah, I consider it. I forgot. He has some show where he gets an expert or something, but I don't know if I'll be available. He DM'd me. I'll get back to him and see if I can.
And he just talks about your expertise and stuff. So I'm sure he's going to throw a lot of opinions at you, like I do. But he's not going to deny what you see and what you claim. He's going to give you contrasting. You know how it's going to go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Good talk.
Take it easy.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, them were some interesting conversations, man. That conversation you had with Professor Parks was epic, dude. That was awesome. I think you could take that away, no matter what model you prefer, if you will. That was a very interesting conversation. Whether I agree with Parks or whether the Glovers agree with him, it was information filled, and it was easy listening, man. It was. Not many cheap, no cheap shots, a little bit of aggression, a little bit of passion, but it was perfect, man. Perfect amount of everything, man. One of my favorite streams. Yeah, I don't know if Gio, you ain't got to respond, but if you're listening, like, dude, I feel like if he were to like do what we're talking about, like if he had this camera and took the time to focus in on it. I understand he's professional, and he don't really have much interest in smaller equipment. Yeah, obviously he sees through the best shit, but man, if he did and focus in, he wouldn't make the claim. Like, you made a good point. Like, it might be some other, maybe a digital handprint or fingerprint, whatever you want to call it, that we're seeing, but it ain't. I don't think it's focused, bro. I don't think he would. And if he did it himself and got and focused in, I don't think he would. If he did it himself, I believe he's smart enough. He wouldn't claim it's focus. He'd come up with another claim, in my opinion. It's something else, maybe going on a digital artifact or whatever, but it ain't focus. Them bitches are in focus, is my opinion.
Yeah. No, yeah, it is. Yep. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, they are unique the way that they seem to pick up the patterns of these luminaries, stars, and it is interesting, the P900 and the P1000. And yeah, I know what you mean. There could be a digital artifact component to it, at least some component of that, that might be picking up like a certain interpretation of the frequency that may not be an exact representation of what it is, but it does seem to show certain features of what it is, like the pulsation of the colors and the geometrical shapes. It's pretty interesting.
And it's repeatable, man. It seems like, it matches what we see. Like I'm saying, we see the twinkle, and we don't with Saturn. So if I focus in on Saturn, I don't get that dance. I don't get that twinkle. Same thing with Jupiter. But to me, it matches reality more, seeing the patterns, because they literally have a frequency of twinkling. They all seem to have, even with our eyes, they seem to have a certain frequency, each one of them, and it does to P1000 and P900 kind of reflect that frequency and put it into vision. It's cool as shit, dude. But it's definitely not out of focus, in my opinion. Replicatable across the board, though, man. And tried a few different brands of camera, like maybe not necessarily a Nikon 600 or something like that, but like a Sony, maybe a Mitsubishi or whatever, just a few different brands, and see if we see that. But I don't even know if there is any other cameras that zoom that good. I mean, I'm sure there is, especially by now, but it'd have to be a similar zoom, capability. I almost bought like a cheaper camera, and I was like, I want a camera, but I just don't want to spend as much, man. I could get one for half price, and they were like $1,000 for them P1000s, and $1,100 even. And I was just like, I could get a good one, or maybe a P900 for 600 or 700. And but I'm glad I spent the extra money, man, because I've used it so many times over the years. I'm so glad. I never would have been satisfied, and I would have eventually sold whatever I had to do, or to wind up getting one anyway. And it's never been the same. So if anybody's thinking about getting a camera, if you're gonna spend the time to do these observations, just get a good one. If you're gonna spend the time and effort to make observations of whatever it may be, get a good one, or you're probably gonna regret it and wind up getting one eventually anyway. My wife talked me into getting it. She's like, just get a good one, get that one. Fuck it, man. I'm like, all right, shit. I got loads and loads of footage that I've never even posted. Loads and loads. interesting one I got is when it was on a cruise leaving. I think it was Freeport, and we're leaving this island. It's a pretty big island. It's in the Bahamas. I think it's the capital, man. But I think it was either Freeport or Nassau. But I'm pretty sure it's Freeport. So we're leaving it, and we get like way away. Probably about 30 miles or so, 30, 40 miles, and you're up pretty high on the deck of the ship and shit, so you could see it. And so I got this little spot where I'm putting the camera right on the rail. It's cool, perfect. So I zoom in to the closest part of the island, and I'm seeing perfect, man. Just seeing the shore and all that. See the water where it hits the shore even. But as you go to the right, it starts getting further away, and we're leaving at an angle where it's significantly further. Like it immediately starts getting further. We're totally like 45 or 60 degrees to this island. So as long as the island is how much distance it's adding. So you could see twice as far just by angling over just a few degrees, and you could see the point right where the Imperial Mirage started. And it was like, fuck, because I could see the island, but when you zoom in, you can see more clear. And there's almost a specific point just within like 100 feet where there's no Imperial Mirage, and then bam, Imperial Mirage, man. I was like, but it's still cool to see, man, where the miraging starts. But nothing changes, man. Like I'm not having to aim down lower as I'm looking further angled up the island. Like, to me, Travis explains it best. It's right out in front of you. It's not Earth curve. When we get obstruction, it's not Earth curve. It's the conditions of the day. Ether band. Everybody drink. So when we get days, a lot of days when there's no Imperial Mirage, we'll get compression. Like you could see it with the oil rigs and whatnot. You could see it with when Ranty did that ship, the Stenoline, where if there was no writing on that ship, you'd have thought half the ship was missing, half the bow, whatever. But since there's writing on the side of that ship, you could just see where you can read the whole Stenoline from bottom to top. So in a globe world, how does that work? Like in my world, it's just the image compressing. But in a globe world, it's not that simple, because that means the top of the Stenoline, the big word, is like staying in the same place, and it's compressing from bottom up. I mean, I don't know how they would explain this. How does compression work on a globe? So half of it's refracting up, and the top part is just staying still and not refracting, or is it refracting down? Are they like refracting into a refraction sandwich? I don't get it. To me, it's obviously just a limited angle. Nothing more, nothing less. Limited angle. I got to thinking about this too, man. This is a good one. You heard it here first. The when they're talking about like with the gyro compass, how it tracks north, even in the southern hemisphere. You know, it tracks north. And then with the ephemeris, the nautical almanac, celestial navigation, it's all doing. You know, it just describes it all doing a circle, a 360-degree circle around Polaris, and that's fine. But how, if you correct north in the southern hemisphere, that how would that work? I mean, I just kind of made sense of it, but now when you really think about it, if you correct north in the southern hemisphere, you'd be correcting backwards. So that would be like us in the northern hemisphere correcting south. Like if
Mic check.
yeah, I hear you. If we're in the northern hemisphere and we're going east, we got to keep turning the ship or the plane a little bit left. You know, let's say we're going east from America to UK, and if we're following the compass east, we got to keep turning left a little bit, turn left, go for a minute, turn left. Okay, now if we were correcting south, it'd be fucking backwards. We'd have to turn right. So for the southern hemisphere, for them to claim anything's happening other than what we know is happening, then if they're correcting north, they're correcting exactly the wrong way. And that's I've heard from multiple different sources that they do correct north to the North Pole, even their compasses point north, you know. And I'm not talking about way far down the south, but even any amount past the equator, it wouldn't work. You'd be correcting the exact opposite way. Because if I'm correcting south, I'm going to turn to the right. If I'm going to the east from like South America to Africa, and I'm correcting to the south, I'm going to have to gently turn right to where in the north from America to whatever's above Africa, UK, I'm going to correct left. So you can't correct fucking north in the southern hemisphere.
Why don't you study? Why don't you go look up how gyro compass works, and then it all will make a lot of sense to you. Right now, it sounds like you might have a little bit of a misunderstanding of how it actually works.
Okay, very good. So I'm glad you popped in. So you'd agree that we can't correct north. I mean, if we're in the northern hemisphere, we can't correct south. That'd be backwards.
Ryan, just go pull up gyro compass and learn about how it's operating, and then we'll have a discussion.
Well, before I do, I
north.
just
Not
want
about
to.
north or
I want to
south.
know if I'm trying to understand. Would just answer me this simple question before I even do.
No, you're not
So I
trying
know
to
what
understand.
page what page I'm
You
on.
have a misunderstanding.
In the southern hemisphere, would it work correcting north? Would I get to where I'm going if I corrected
The gyro compass
north? Like
works
if I'm
in the
going
south
from
as well. It
very
doesn't
good.
work
I'm
like you
not
think it
denying
does.
that, bro. Okay, I'm not denying that. I'm just asking you this: if I'm going from South America to Africa, okay, and I'm going east, I'm following my compass east, would I have to correct north or south? Simple question. Or not at all. That's three options.
Brian, I'm going to say it again. As soon as you look up gyro compass, you understand how it works. Doesn't matter whether it's to north or south. You'll seek equilibrium.
Yeah, so if I'm going east is going to not take me in a straight line in the northern or southern hemisphere. So if you can just honestly answer one question for me, I'd really appreciate it.
Go look at
If I'm
once
going
you
from
learn how
South
it works,
America,
if you can explain to me how it works, then we can have the discussion.
if you don't answer this one question honestly and just interrupt me again, I'll try and ask it. The three options. Okay, if I follow a compass east, then in neither model am I traveling in a straight line. To maintain east, I've got to correct one direction or another, or not at all. So if I'm south of the equator, let's say on Capricorn, and I'm leaving South America, heading east toward Africa, okay, and I take off in a straight line following my compass east, to maintain an east bearing, no matter what I'm using, I've got to correct in either model. So can I correct to the north or do I correct south, or not at all? To maintain east bearing.
You have to go north.
So I got to correct to the left, or I'll wind up further away from the North Pole, basically. Fair enough, dude. How hard was that?
Well, I want you to understand how it works before we start talking about getting the answers. Like you're just cheating yourself and learning how it works. It has to do with the fact that the Earth is rotating a certain direction, both in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere. And they work exceptionally well. Gyro compass is one of the most useful tools that a ship has. And if you think that the Earth isn't round, then or spinning, I would love to hear how you think those instruments then work on a flat, non-rotating object. I'm
different
dying to
discussion.
hear your logic on how you think it works if the Earth isn't rotating or isn't round.
Well, we can have that discussion, but that's a different discussion. So I turned left to get from South America to Africa. So I'm not correcting to the South Pole. I'm correcting to the North Pole. So that's the same. Hold on. Let me quit interrupting, bro. Don't start. I won't interrupt you. Please don't start interrupting me. Now, if I'm in the north, well, you said I correct north. Okay. So I got to turn gently left, or I'm not going to maintain east. You want to change that answer?
You're turning north as you travel to the east. In the southern hemisphere, what happens?
Well, you just said I correct north, so I got to turn gently left, or I'll lose my path. So if I'm in the north and I correct to the south, then I would
No, you correct to the south in
turn.
the southern hemisphere, not the northern hemisphere.
Oh, so okay, so no more north. So now you don't correct north. Okay.
Well,
Well,
you have to correct.
just think about it for a second and make up your mind and stick with one.
Oh,
And we'll further discuss.
I thought I said that. I was looking at TV. Did I say something different?
Yeah, you said north.
Well, in the northern hemisphere, you move to the left, which would be
Yeah.
to the
So
north.
between on Capricorn, you said on Capricorn, between South America and Africa, we correct north, heading east. We correct north. So now you're saying that we correct south.
You would correct south. You want to maintain a eastward direction.
Okay, so they're definitely different.
Right.
So if the gyro compass is pointing north in the southern hemisphere, and we correct north, that would be backwards on a globe. That would take us off of east in the wrong direction.
If you went north in the southern hemisphere when you're going eastward, yes.
No, I'm going east.
Then you're going to turn south to stay going east. You have to. And
You're the only person I've ever heard say that.
It's obvious. If you're traveling in a straight line on a sphere in the south, you will go north naturally. Everybody knows that. I don't think anyone would disagree with that point.
Okay. Well, how come the stars don't indicate that? The stars are doing a 360-degree circle around Polaris. Despite the declination, I'm just saying in general, every star is doing a circle from Greenwich all the way 359 degrees.
Now you're using a sky to describe how the gyro compass works?
Well, all the stars are correcting north. They're doing to maintain a circle. I mean, it's a figure of speech, but they're all spinning that same circle around Polaris. But on a globe, it's going to take you.
Seen what the sky looks like at anywhere above or below the equator, looking at some of the northern or southern skies or stars?
Different discussion.
What happens when an actual sky is kept in like a geostationary telescope?
Doesn't matter. Whatever latitude the star's on, it maintains it all the way around. If there was a star, let's just say this:
if what you're saying is
if there
true,
was
what you're saying is true, then these stars would have different distances angularly from each other. They don't.
What do you mean if what I'm saying is true? I'm saying if there was a navigational star over Capricorn or Cancer, which there isn't, auspiciously in my opinion, but if there was, it's going to do a circle over that latitude, okay? If a star, the tilt of the Earth does not apply to the stars. Okay, so if there's a star 10 degrees south, it does a complete circle over 10 south latitude, period. But they all do 360-degree circles around Polaris. So they're curving right.
Yeah, if you could see through the
According
Earth,
to the ephemeris, they're all turning right to do their full rotation
if
around
you could
Polaris.
see through the Earth, you would see that.
But you're saying we correct
Because you're
south.
looking the opposite direction.
Can you pull me up a you ain't got to do it right now, but I've never heard that. Can you show me anybody correcting south, and what tool do they use? If something's
A
pointing
gyro
north, how are they correcting south?
They use a gyro compass.
Yeah, the gyro compass is maintaining north, so you wouldn't be correcting south, would you?
Why does it maintain north?
I have no idea.
Well, why don't you look up how a gyro compass works? Then we can have this discussion more intelligently.
Well, we just had it the other day, and they said you have to tell it north when you first turn it on, or it doesn't work. That's what Jeremy claimed. I'm pretty sure nobody argued with him. And I also know you got to give it the latitude, or it's not accurate. But that could be wrong. I'm just going off what I heard.
The actual gyro compass actually finds the north. It actually determines where north is. You don't set it to north; it finds it.
That's what I thought. But you do have to tell it your latitude, like Rob Durham. If I'm not mistaken, I would argue with them the other day, but I wasn't sure. I wanted to look into it, which I haven't. I was under the impression that it does find north, no matter where you're at, but it won't do it accurately unless you enter in the right latitude, like Rob Durham showed live. He took it apart and he entered the wrong latitude from where he was at, and it was off. And so it was a mystery to me. Why would it need to know the latitude?
Well, I mean, if you can forcibly set it anywhere you want, but I mean, if you let the thing go, it will actually find north on its own because it puts a torque. It creates a torque on the
So
gyro.
I'm sure it has something to do with magnetics, right? To me, it would
What?
have
It's not
something to do with
magnetic.
It would have something to do with the
magnetic.
magnetic. To me, it would
Nothing to
have
do with
something
the
to do with.
No.
Dude, why? Dude, fuck, tell me when I can talk.
I'm hearing you talk and I'm responding and you keep on talking.
Bro, I was 3 words in. To me,
Dude, don't get
it
so
would have
excited.
something to do with the.
Just you and me talking here. Two human beings. Just act normal.
Tell me when I can talk.
You're the dead space. I'm not trying to respond to you.
Yeah, well, that's what it was last time, bro, and the time before that. But anyway, so here, to me, if there's a magnetic field pointing north, basically for compasses and whatnot. In other words, if there's a north-facing force all around us, then I feel like that it's possible the gyro compass could indicate
It's
that.
not a magnetic compass. It has nothing to do with magnetics.
I want to say detect it. I want to say detect it.
It has nothing to do with magnetics.
Says you?
You know I'm the citation. You know that.
I'm not sure, but I'm just saying in my mind that's how that's the only thing.
Rewire your mind to pull up a lecture or whatever on gyro compasses, how they work. It's not that complicated, but it's not really simple either. But once you understand what they're actually responding to, it'll make a lot more sense to you.
So why do we have to enter the latitude then?
Because it takes a while for that torque to actually orient itself. Just like if you cage a gyro on an airplane, it takes a while for it to actually stabilize the precession forces.
That's not an answer.
That process.
No, I'm asking why. Why do we have to enter the latitude? Not the fact that we do.
I just gave you an answer. I thought that was a good answer.
You just reinforced the fact that we do. You didn't say why. Why do we have to enter the latitude?
Because the torques would actually orient the gyro such that it knows where north is. If you just let it, without putting the latitude in, it'll take a while for it to actually normalize itself to where it knows which way north is. So if you start driving the ship with gyro compass when it's not normalized, because the torque hasn't allowed it to move properly to the right latitude, it'll give you erroneous directions. So you orient it, you try to get it close to north or whatever your latitude is, and then it knows, and it'll take a lot less time for it to actually normalize to find north.
So you're saying time. So if you give it enough time, even if that's not two things. I'll make them both quick. He gave it plenty of time and entered the wrong latitude, and it never normalized. It never pointed north. It got maybe a little closer, but it definitely wasn't north. And another thing, so if you're granting this to the Coriolis force or whatever, or Earth's rotation in any kind of way, so it would be worthless at the equator. And if you didn't know your latitude, it'd also be worthless. So I don't
Actually,
buy all
works
that.
Works in the equator, that's fine.
But Coriolis doesn't, right? Pendulums?
What kind of Coriolis, Brian?
Any kind. Pendulums?
Well, Yodvos is a type of Coriolis, and it has an effect on the equator.
So no Coriolis on the equator, though, right?
I just got done telling you there was a certain type of Coriolis that does affect objects in motion.
That's why I'll say storms don't pass the equator, though. And same thing with the Coriolis.
You're still talking about Coriolis that comes from an area of a lower or higher latitude than the equator, and the Coriolis effect is an object moving in a rotating reference frame. So as it moves, it will have a Coriolis effect.
Sorry.
It's neutral.
Okay, so if I have
zero at the equator and greatest at the North Pole.
I keep thinking you're done. I apologize. So if I have a Foucault pendulum at the equator, and I have a gyro compass, I will get no effect from the Foucault pendulum, no Coriolis because I'm in equilibrium. But and what about the gyro compass? No effect there either.
It will be normalized immediately, knowing exactly where north is.
So then it's not the Coriolis doing it. It's not the rotation of Earth doing it.
It's not the Coriolis. Why do you keep on saying Coriolis? What is Coriolis, Brian?
Earth rotation. Okay, don't veer. Don't veer. Stay on topic. You just said
you're
that.
The one
okay.
Bringing up Foucault pendulums.
Right, because you're attributing the rotation of Earth to finding north with a gyro compass. Okay,
But
so that's the rotation of Earth.
How is the gyro compass different than the Foucault pendulum?
That's what I'm asking you. If you're claiming the gyro compass will, hold on, man. If you're claiming the gyro compass will detect north due to Earth's rotation, but the Foucault pendulum will not respond to the Earth's rotation.
But the quick answer is that's how you know you're at the equator. So you'd be able to know which way north is because it's not moving. If it's not processing, you know you're at the equator.
Okay.
That idea is the same as a gyro compass, which is spinning and has no precession forces acting on it. Also, it would be at the equator.
So the gyro compass doesn't work at the equator, right? So the gyro compass doesn't work at the equator.
It does work.
And
the fact
it's
that
still
it
going
doesn't rotate. The fact that it doesn't rotate or have to move because it's already aligned will tell you which way north is.
How would you know? Spinning. How would you know if it wasn't working? If it's pointing and you're to understand that that's north, but at the equator it's not. You'd still think it was fucking north. So how would you know you're at the equator? You said because it's not responding. Then you know you're at the equator.
If you don't orient it right, if you have it like in a position where it's pointing the wrong way, like north is the wrong way, it will correct itself because it wants to run and it wants to have that horizontal plane move and not put a torque on the gyro. And if you move it, if you rotate it's like caging an aircraft gyro. If you cage it, move it to where it's not supposed to be, it'll reset itself. Same thing happens at the equator.
Why do you keep adding in variables? Nobody's talking about orienting it wrong and all this shit,
you
bro.
understand it. It seems like you just.
Dude, the gyro compass is because. Hold on, man.
Hold on.
Dude, right when I go to respond, you start shitting on me, dude. Let me respond, dude. Can I fucking respond? Okay, literally the gyro compass is because its most useful aspect is the fact if you're in places like on the sea or in the air where the orientation can't be maintained. Everything you say, you're just tap dancing, bro, all over the place, changing subjects and saying misinformation. Go ahead.
Why don't you explain to me how a gyro compass works? Let's go there.
I'm
How
to
does
the
it orient
understanding.
itself to north?
I'm to the understanding that you set in the latitude. Okay, that's
No,
your only
forget about
real
the
option.
latitude. Tell me how it works.
Well, if then it won't work. Okay.
Tell me how it
I've
works. What's going on? Why does the gyro
From what I've
compass
seen,
want?
okay, don't interrupt me this time. This is what I've seen. Okay, I've seen a guy enter in his latitude, and it's been a while, but if I'm
about
not
the
mistaken,
latitude.
Jesus Christ, dude.
No,
Will you
listen,
please
you're
quit
going
interrupting
you're
me?
going on a tangent. Forget about the latitude.
You asked me a question
I
and you
asked you
don't
how
like
it
my fucking
works.
answer, bro.
No, not how to
Doesn't
set
mean
it
you
up.
can interrupt me. Shut the
Why
fuck
it
up, dude.
works.
Let me respond.
Brian,
I'm telling you what I've
you're telling me
seen.
what I
There
don't
might
wanna
be
know.
people who haven't seen this. Shut the fuck up and let me respond. For God's sake, dude, control yourself. Look, now, from what I've seen, this is what I've seen, bro. I don't care if you don't like it. He entered a latitude, and he right when he turned it on, and then it started rotating, and it went past north, and then it came back past north again, just a little bit less, and then it normalized north. Okay, then he turned it off. Okay, he plugged it back in. He turned it back on. He entered the wrong latitude. It never found north. Okay, it was off. I don't know. I didn't see him do it multiple times, so I don't know if it's a consistent amount off. So I really don't know. All I could go by is what I seen, Zan. And I know this though, it's useful and conditions. Its main value is conditions, like in a boat where orientation can't be maintained, like we're in rocky seas and stuff like that. From what I understand, that's its most valuable aspect of the machine. But go ahead. Sorry.
I wanted nothing to do with your analysis of what you saw someone do. I wanted you to tell me how it works, not how you set it up to work. You know the difference between knowing how something works and why
You don't
something
know.
works?
You don't know how it works, Yannick.
No, Brian doesn't know how it works.
Why don't you teach him then? I bet he'll
I
listen.
told him I didn't want to help him. I want him to help himself. He'll learn better if he just goes and looks up at gyro compass and sees how it works, see why it works, not how to set it up, not how to operate it, but why it works, and then he'll understand why it works.
If you claim it works because of the rotation of Earth, I've just proved that wrong. So I'm trying to get a better understanding of really why it works and why it might work. I might not know.
Brian, all you proved
I
is
just
that
know
you
what
don't
it
know how
ain't.
it works. You didn't prove anything else other than the fact that you don't know how it works. That's all you've proven.
Bro, everything you've said has been wrong. So you've proven you don't know shit
What have
about
I
it.
been wrong about?
You just talk about the orientation and you might have it oriented wrong and this and that. And then you're talking about it normalized and everything you said. Then you say that you got to correct north at the equator. Then you got to correct south. You've been backpedaling, tap dancing since you started, brother.
I didn't say any of that. You misunderstood everything I said, I guess. Sounds like.
You didn't say from Capricorn, heading from South America to
I
Africa.
wasn't talking about Cap. I thought I was talking about the northern hemisphere. I wasn't paying attention.
You still maintain that you have to correct
things. Brian, why don't you just do this? You're so interested in this topic. You want to learn. You think
You just can't help it, can you, bud?
Why don't you just learn? Why don't you just look up how it works, and we can have a discussion about what would happen, the precession forces, what's happening with this orientation with respect to the rotation of the sphere, with gravity. There's a vector downward that's involved. There's all these things that you haven't even thought about that you're just spouting off like you think you know what's going on because you saw someone doing once and they moved in orientation and it didn't correct it in the one you saw because you're not even thinking or even making an effort to learn how it works.
Well, I asked you that because I seen it with my own two eyes. You didn't want to answer. Please don't interrupt me this
Because
time.
I don't want to know.
Okay, please don't interrupt me this time. Okay. Now you asked me a question. Okay, earlier, and I answered it from knowledge, from seeing it. Okay. Now you obviously don't know how it works. Dude, you're just parroting what you've been taught. I'm trying to get I can easily debunk the fact it's precession because it wouldn't work at the equator. You would think you were pointing north, but you wouldn't be because that's an effect of the Earth's precession. Okay? So try again. What's your answer to that?
Brian, you have no other tactics than to try to discount things I've said to you. I think I've told you everything that's true, except I misunderstood what you're asking for initially about in the southern, which way you correct. It's obvious that you correct when you're in the southern hemisphere. You will always correct to continue to go eastward. You have to if you want to continue to go eastward, you have to correct to the south. The gyro compass works on some principles that are fairly straightforward. I mean, it's not simple; it's a very complicated device actually, but they allow, based on gravity and the precession of precession forces as you move something anywhere on a spinning sphere which has an axis of rotation, it will create a precession force that will actually normalize it to give you which way north is, and that's something that's basic of a gyro, and in particular a gyro compass. That if you learned how it works, it might make sense to you, but you're just
Fine,
guessing.
bro. I'm good with that. So not Earth rotation. So if it's just gyroscopic precession, hold on. Hold on, dude. If it's
you
just
said what I didn't
gyroscopic
say. I never
precession,
said
I can agree with that.
Earth rotation. Absolutely,
You
Earth
just
rotation.
can't help it, bro. I mean, what is
No, because
it,
you
bro?
said you repeated something I didn't say.
No, you just said it's gyroscopic precession. That's
Based
not
on Earth
due to.
rotation.
Shut the fuck, bro. You got to let me respond, dude. If we're gonna keep this conversation, let's please keep it civil. It's just me and you, dude, and Godric a little bit. We don't have to fucking get all excited, dude. Now, I would agree that could be. It could be gyroscopic precession. That has nothing to do with Earth curve. So we're getting somewhere.
No, you're absolutely positively and without question wrong. It has everything to do with Earth curve and Earth rotation. It's not like it's a compass. It's not like just a gyro freely moving in space. Look up a gyro compass, how it's different than an aviation compass or an aviation gyro. Look up. I'll do it for you. God dang it.
Bro, we've had this. I mean, we've looked it up. If you want to parrot the Wikipedia explanation, bro. If you want to parrot it, then go. Shut up, dude. Please, I'm not being long-winded, dude. Why can't you let me just finish, bro?
Because you are long-winded.
Go ahead, dude. Fuck. Just go ahead.
If you look up gyro compass, it's got a pretty simple operational principle. You seem to be neglecting all of it, and it doesn't. It takes all the nuances and operational designs of a regular compass or a regular gyroscope, and incorporates it into a device that actually can detect north with respect to down, the gravitational forces.
Okay. So nothing to do with.
Now you're just ignoring it and saying, "Oh, see there you go, north curve." No, it has to be a spinning body, has to be a ball, and it has to be on a ship, on the water.
Wonder if I'll get a fucking whole sentence out. So nothing to do with location, with northern hemisphere, with southern hemisphere, okay, and nothing also to do with the rotation of Earth, okay. If it just is precession, okay, nothing to do with orientation, like you said earlier. You said it might be misorientated or not orientated properly. So nothing to do with any three of them, correct?
No, incorrect. Brian, it's almost like you're not listening. I mean, I could say
you need to study up with your own model, bro.
It has to be spinning. It has to be on the surface. It has to have an orientation with respect to the vector of down, a plumb line. And if it wasn't spinning, this thing would not work. The precession would not occur if you moved in any direction and didn't apply a force on this gyroscope so that it does continue to be oriented to north. That's where it wants to be oriented. The precession force allows it to do that. So don't ever say again that it has nothing with the spin axis or a round body or any of those things that you said you think you know, because you don't. You still don't know
So
how it
you
works.
think
Hold on, you don't know how it works. You haven't made an effort to look it up. You said you did, but you didn't, because obviously you're saying things that don't make any sense.
God, you just poisoned the well, bro. I'm just usually literally using things you say and re-asking them and just listening to you tap dance, bro. So orientation certainly has nothing to do with it. You do agree that you can move the orientation of the gyro compass. So okay, so that's one. Okay, now two, you say it'll find north in the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere or the equator. Is that your claim?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's got to be either gyroscopic precession or a magnetic field, because if you are spinning straight forward over backwards, then it's not going to know where north is, bro. It's not going to know where
Again, this
straight
shows you're
north
not
is, because
understanding
there's
how it
no
works.
force on it. There's no force on it.
There would be when it rotates. Remember, the force is, they have a vector down, and it's got a gyroscope in there where any kind of motion will have it try to reorient itself. The torque that's put on it as you move this thing in space will obviously point toward the axis of rotation of the sphere that it's sitting on. You're not taking the time.
Okay, what if I'm in Antarctica? What if I'm right off the coast of Antarctica and I turn it on and it's gonna point north, right?
It'll eventually
But
point
you
north.
say I correct, but then if I travel east, I correct south. So damn the true north heading, the gyroscope, and it's telling me that I'm fading off to the right, and I need to correct left, because that's what would have to happen if I had anything pointing to the north and I'm traveling east. Then I have to correct to the left, period. Okay, or else I'm going to veer off to the right. So you're saying the gyroscope in the southern hemisphere, even by Antarctica, it still points north, but when I go to follow east, I've got to just ignore the gyro compass and correct right. Bro, you're not thinking this through. You're just parroting what you've heard.
No, I'm not
And it's
parroting.
ridiculous,
I understand
bro.
how it works.
Yeah, you are.
don't. No, I'm not. You just haven't looked at it very carefully, I guess.
Have you even seen one, bro? Be honest.
I've been on a big ship. I've seen it. A big, huge monster up on the bridge, and it's usually inside of it's like a stereo system that's underneath the actual dials. It's a big mechanism. It's a big gyro. There's all sorts of electronics associated with it. Pretty complicated construction to make those things work for large ships and be accurate.
Still waiting for that answer, because you would agree that if the gyro compass is pointing north and I'm heading east, then I have to correct left if I'm going east in the southern hemisphere, as long as that needle's pointing north. As I go straight and I don't correct toward the north, I'm going to veer off to the right in the southern hemisphere, no matter what hemisphere. If I'm using a compass or a gyro compass or whatever, if it's pointing north, I've got to correct to the left. Okay. But you just said that I have to correct to the right, south. So can you explain how that works? How,
Yeah,
if my needle's pointing north, how I correct
if you're traveling
opposite?
If you travel westward on the eastward rather, you're talking about eastward or westward? In my mind, I'm thinking you're going eastward with the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, just picture South America to Africa, like east.
South America to where? Which way? Traveling east.
We'll say Cape to Cape. So let's say the Cape,
eastward?
what you call it, to the Cape at the bottom of South America to the bottom of Africa,
Traveling
like
east-
bottom to
traveling
bottom. But we'll say dead east. You're trying to maintain a exact. Yeah, you're trying to
if you
follow
set your
a
course
dead
in
east route. Yeah.
Stop. If you set your course to east and you start traveling by boat east, if you don't make any corrections, you will go north. So you have to take a slight turn south to continue to go east.
Okay, now, okay, I'll go north. You're saying I'll go north, okay? And and you're saying if I'm in the south, if I'm in the northern hemisphere, and the same thing happened if I'm going from America to UK, traveling dead east, then
You
I
have
would
to go north.
then I would deviate south if I didn't make any changes. So
Correct.
okay, I can follow that. And but so if I'm using a compass needle that's pointing north, going from America to UK, then I've got to correct toward the north, or I'll deviate off toward the equator. Okay. Now, if I'm in the southern hemisphere, back down at the tip of South America, or far down, and I'm trying to maintain a dead east, my compass needle, my gyro compass is pointing north. Okay. It's gonna still follow north. So if I correct any differently than what that compass is gyro compass is pointing, then it's going to be wrong. Okay, I can't correct opposite of what I was north because I'm correcting to something, to a tool I don't have. In other words, if the gyro compass pointed south,
what in
then yeah.
God's name are you talking about? You're in
How
the
can
south.
you correct
You got a
with
gyro.
needles? If my needle's pointing north, okay, then and I'm traveling east, and I don't turn north, then I'm going to deviate off if I don't correct to the needle that's pointing north, or the gyro compass. If it's pointing north and it's tracking with north, I don't correct south.
Brian, yes, you do.
You
You're
don't understand that?
east. No, you don't understand it, Brian. You're traveling north. You start going north. You follow the gyro, or you're going east rather. You're following east, due east. You see the compass has north to the left of you. That's where north is. You're going east. You're heading. You're going east. You start traveling. You don't make any corrections. That gyro compass will start rotating in the cage to show that you are now going more north than you wanted to be. You wouldn't be going east anymore because you're going more north. You'll be going northeast eventually.
Bro, you lack a lot of common sense, bro. I'm sorry.
How is that like common sense? It shows.
Okay, just picture a string.
Your compass would
Picture a
say the same thing.
string.
Hey,
Picture a string. Listen.
Brian,
Picture a string that has you attached to the North Pole,
stop.
and you're just doing a circle around it. Okay. Let me respond, dude.
Brian, can you stop for a second? Just for a second.
Bro, I didn't even get to reply, bro.
Just stop for a second. I'm asking you to stop at the 10th
I'm not going to listen to you make a whole nother point, bro, until I respond to this point.
I'm done because you're just being an idiot. You're not.
Because you can't interrupt, because I bitch about you interrupting, dude. Let me respond to your fucking point before you make another one. Okay? Just picture a string and picture the North Pole. Okay? If your string is pointing toward the North Pole, so it's tied to the North Pole, and you do a circle, okay, on a globe even, whatever, it's, if you don't keep turning to the fucking left, then you're not gonna be, that string can no longer be attached, bro. It's common sense, bro. Think about it.
I do, Brian. That's why I had you shut up, because you just make more of a fool of yourself. If I have a compass or a gyro compass, no matter what I have, if I start traveling eastward, just go in a straight line, like have no adjustments to my path, and there's no currents or anything else going on, the ship will start going north. With regards to a magnetic compass or a gyro compass. Why is that fucking hard to understand? Because you don't know
instead
how
of
it
thinking,
works.
you're stuck in your model, bro. You're like parroting mainstream shit, but you're not thinking this one through, bro. If you were to correct south, if the gyro compass were pointing south, then sure, then that's the same as having a string tied to the South Pole. Okay, and if you're heading dead east, the length of the string never really changes, no matter what pole it's tied to, because you're going dead east. Okay, so if your string is tied to the South Pole, and you start traveling, okay, in other words, the string is equivalent to the compass needle or the gyro compass pointer. Okay, then you would have to correct south. Okay, you'd have to correct to the right. to do your circle around the South Pole. However, if your string is tied to the North Pole and you're going east, you would have to correct left to maintain east if your arrow, your compass needle, or your string has anything to do with the North Pole. Period. Common sense.
No, all of that wrong. There's no string, nothing tying you, not forcing the ship to go in a circumpolar type of path. You will go east, you will travel north if you don't consistently and continuously change your direction to the south. The compass detects this based on the precession forces, and a magnetic compass shows this as well. Keep on saying that I'm wrong, that I'm not thinking it through, and you're the one that's not thinking it through. You don't know how a gyro compass works. It doesn't make any sense to you. You think it's some string tied to the South Pole. Brian, it's just typical you. Okay, this is what you do. I don't understand it, so I'm going to tell you how I feel intuitively, and I'm going to say that's.
You obviously don't understand it, bro. That's why I'm trying to explain it in multiple ways.
You don't Brian. So I ask you again, tell me how precessive forces work on a gyro compass. How it's different than an aviation compass. We start there, and then maybe we can have a little bit of.
So we can both agree that one thing in common is the compass needle points north and the gyro compass points north. We can agree to that. So maybe something similar is going on. Okay. But until you respond with if something's pointed north, like or if something is tied off to the North Pole, it's either physically bound or just directionally bound. If it's directionally or physically bound to the North Pole and you're traveling east in the southern hemisphere, just under the equator, if you're mechanically bound or directionally bound to the North Pole to do the circle, you're going to have to correct to the left, bro. You're going to have to correct left to do that circle.
Okay, Terry just posted what I was going to post a little while ago.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying to jump in, but I've been letting you two go at this.
I know I can't do it anymore. So thanks, Terry, for posting that. That's actually a good description. It's pretty obvious what goes on, and this is at coincidentally enough, Brian, it's at the equator too. So look at the compass. It shows east and west, and it shows which way the Earth is rotating. It shows what the compass is doing, what the gyroscope is actually doing at the end of an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, as the Earth rotates. And then you can determine what happens with the gyro compass. You can understand that.
So it's not Coriolis, right? It's not Coriolis forces, i.e.
Why
Earth
do you
rotation.
keep on breaking Coriolis?
I'm asking, is it Earth rotation, i.e. Coriolis?
It's not a Coriolis force.
Okay, so it's not due to Earth rotation.
No, Earth rotation and Coriolis are not synonymous.
Okay, earlier you kept telling me over and over that if it ain't spinning, then it ain't working. I didn't assume you were talking about the fucking gyroscope being off. You were talking about the Earth.
If the Earth is spinning, then the gyro compass works. It doesn't work if the Earth is spinning.
So it does function and point north due to Earth rotation, i.e. Coriolis.
Not Coriolis. Stop using those two words together.
What are you talking about? Not Coriolis. Is there another
Earth
force?
spin is not Coriolis.
What other force does do you call Earth rotation as applied to anything on the surface of the Earth besides Coriolis? Is there a new one I don't know about, Zanuck? Because precession is fucking Coriolis.
No, precession force
in
is
your
not
world.
Coriolis.
Very good. So it's not Coriolis. So gyroscope precess.
Oh, Terry, are you listening to
not
this?
due to Coriolis.
I want to make sure Terry.
Yeah, I know. Every time you say Coriolis,
It's just so
that's
funny,
okay.
Brian. It's almost like a
That's
comedy
okay.
routine.
I'm laughing while I'm muted.
Thanks.
Bro, this is ridiculous, dude.
Enjoying this.
So can anybody agree to this one simple fundamental fact that if I'm mechanically tied or directionally tied to a center point, North Pole, if I'm going to do a circle east and maintain east, I've got to keep correcting to the left or toward the north to continue that circle because the string won't let me. The arrow will indicate for me to keep doing that, and the string mechanically won't let me go to the right because I'm mechanically bound to it. I've got to keep correcting left toward the north, no matter where I'm at. Can anybody agree with a little common fucking sense before we
Brian, it's
move
like
forward?
your brain is like been wired incorrectly or something. Really funny. Go back to the Earth rotating. The Earth can rotate. We can have a precessive force that is not Coriolis. You have
Xanax,
to
if you had a
come to terms
string,
with that first.
if you had a string tied to the
Why do
North
you keep on
Pole,
bringing up a string?
and
I
you
don't
were and you
understand
were
this
10 degrees south latitude, okay,
What are you
would the
talking
string
about?
get
This is
longer? Would the string get longer
What are you
if you
talking about?
would the string get longer
I don't know what string you're
I mean
talking. I still don't understand what the
if
string thing is. You make
if
no
you
sense.
move dead east, if you did maintain an east direction, then the string would you wouldn't have to stretch it or nothing, right? If you had a string tied to
I don't know what
the
you're
pole,
talking. I have no idea what you're talking about, Brian.
He's trying to sail
you
50
can't
degrees south
picture a
all the way around
string.
the globe.
It's a trip that this guy can't
Globe.
even visualize a fucking string tied
Yeah,
to
it's
a
like
pole.
sailing at 60 degrees south all the way around the world using a gyro compass.
Oh, okay. So you got the string tied to the South Pole, and it won't let you
Right.
go north. It won't
No,
let you go
south,
north.
right? If it's a
It won't let you
tensile
go
string, if
north
it
because you're in the South Pole.
it won't let
You're
it
tied
won't
to the
let me
South Pole.
correct to the right. It won't let me correct to the right because then I'll lose 10 degrees. Okay, and so if the gyro compass is basically that string, but it's just
But it's not
directional.
though.
It's
It's
just
not that string.
directional.
The gyro compass
But
is
you
strictly
don't understand directions, bro. So I'm having to explain it in some other fashion, which you somehow baffles me. But you still didn't understand a fucking string and a pole.
Brian, you're at the equator. You have a gyro compass. Terry posted a picture of what happens, and as you move, it remains fixed in space. So there's a precession force. That precession force is it's rotating with respect to the ship on the surface of the Earth rotating. So it has a perceived precession. Precession is not really what happens; it's what it looks like it happens. With the
So what does it have in
gyro
common with a
compass?
compass? What does it have in common with a compass? They both point north,
Well, they're
right?
two different compasses. One's a magnetic north compass, and this is a rotational compass, if you want to put it this way.
Right. So we definitely know we have forces pointing north. You know, making magnetic forces
No,
that point needles north when they're magnetized.
Oh, okay, okay. There's a if you move the compass, it will have a force in the needle to make it move with respect to the housing, right?
Yeah. So why would you think it would be anything different than that? Just out of curiosity.
Well, because it's not magnetic. Magnetic north is not the same as a rotational axis relative direction.
Terry, earlier he's telling me that if you have the orientation wrong, if the orientation gets off, that it's going to be out of alignment. When literally that's the function, that's the practical use of the gyro compass is in like rocky seas or in flight, where your orientation is going to constantly be changing. That's what makes it so so useful.
No,
is the fact that the orientation doesn't matter, bro.
Magnetic compass. If you took the actual needle and you moved
No, you weren't. You were describing the gyro compass, dude. Don't lie, dude.
Brian, if you take a needle on the magnetic compass and you move the needle to some other angle and you let go of it, it'll snap back very quickly.
You weren't talking about a magnetic compass. Quit lying.
Can I please finish the sentence, Brian? Try to control yourself.
Well, don't change your shit, dude.
I'm not changing. Just
without
stop
admitting
talking for a second. Let me finish. If you have the gyro compass and you move something on it, you disorient it, it'll snap back as well, just like the magnetic compass needle would snap back if you moved it away from north. Same thing, just different mechanism.
Do you want to admit or deny that you were describing the gyro compass and orientation earlier?
I said it would orient itself. It finds north on its own, just like a magnetic.
What did you say would happen if it was out of orientation?
It'll find orientation with a period of time. If
Oh
you're
my God,
moving.
dude. So
if the Earth is moving. You keep on saying, trying to help God. God's not going to help you here. You have to do your own help. Go look up gyro compass, how it works, and then maybe we can have a conversation about it, Brian. But right now, you don't know how it works.
Bro, I'm not interested in you parroting Wikipedia and keeping on telling me to.
I'm not parroting Wikipedia. Everyone here should know that gyro compass
Solution
has
to
never been
ignoring these problems are not making them go away, bro.
There's no problem, Brian. It's a problem for you because you don't understand how it works.
Bro, my understanding of it, or anybody's understanding of a tree or a string tied to a fucking pole, so a kindergartner's explanation could understand that if you're doing a circle, following a needle that's pointing north, a string that's tied mechanically north, or a gyro compass pointing north, okay, you don't correct south to maintain east, bro. The string won't even let you. That's why I tried to use a string, because it literally mechanically won't even let you do what your brain is just deviating
Brian,
to regardless.
it's
You don't
borderline
understand, bro.
hysterical.
If you understood, you wouldn't answer. You wouldn't skip the question.
I do
I'm
understand.
never even asked.
If you were tied with a string, Brian, you would be pointed to a different direction, but you'd still be tied to the southern pole. So the whole axis of the ship would be rotating as you tried to pull away from it. If you had just left it to its own direction, because the direction is going to change based on the rotation. You're not understanding how you move on a sphere. It's common sense.
Bro,
If
there's
you're on the
nothing
bottom
south
if you're on
in
the
this
Arctic
whole
Circle,
conversation. There's
if you're on
nothing
the
having
Arctic
to do with
Circle
south.
and you point it, Brian, just stop, please. I'm done with you actually after this because I can't take it anymore. You're pointed east. If you move to the east in a straight line, you won't follow a circular path. You'll start going north. That's just basic fundamental spherical geometry.
Then
And
why
there's no
don't the
strings
gyro
for it.
compass point south then, genius?
It would be always pointing south and always pointing north as well. It would be oriented to the north based on this precession force and the fact that it knows which way down is. The gravity is the key element of how a gyro compass works. You know that, right?
Now it's gravity, boy. Oh boy, this gets better and better. Go ahead.
You don't think it's gravity? You
No,
don't think
I
gravity?
know what it is, bro. I know what it is
No,
because
I didn't
we
ask if you
can.
know what gravity was. You don't think gravity is a part of the gyro compass?
No.
Oh my God! Well, you're farther off than I even thought you were,
Gyroscopes,
Brian.
bro. Gyroscopes are literally made because they're fucking usefulness to maintain rigidity in space despite gravity. You
Brian,
fucking dunce.
Brian, the reason a gyro compass works is that it uses gravity as a directional force or a directional anchor for it so that it can have this precession force develop. You're laughing because you don't understand the difference between a gyro compass and an aviation compass or a standard compass. That's why I wanted you to go look it up because
Answer
you
me
are
this.
so
What's different
wrong.
about a compass? What's
It
different about a?
requires
Listen,
gravity.
dude. Listen, what
Requires
is
a plumb
different
line.
between a? Fuck, dude, you're impossible,
Yeah, I mean,
bro.
yeah,
What's
exactly.
different
Fuck.
between a
God can't help
gyroscope
you either, by
and
the
a
way.
gyro compass, bro? Answer me that.
Pardon me?
What's different between a gyroscope and a gyro compass? What additions are added to a gyro compass?
The pendulum
What's
force,
a
which
gyro
is
compass
basically
have that a gyroscope doesn't
okay. So you're
have?
not gonna let me answer. You asked me 4 times, and you're not gonna let me answer it. There's a north-seeking property and an oscillation is damping that it uses to settle the unit on north. This pendulosity is based on gravity. Gyroscopes don't have that normally. You're just so ignorant in how they work.
What is an addition, bro? That's not answering the question. I'm asking you mechanically.
I told you
what is
the
added.
addition.
What is added to a gyro compass that
I
is
told you. A
not?
pendulum
You didn't
type
tell
of
me
effect.
the mechanics. What? Okay, you say there's a pendulum in the attached to the gyroscope.
There's a north-seeking property, which is a pendulosity, which is basically based on the use of gravity. The down is always down, and that one anchor, that anchor to the gyro compass, is the fundamental principle of how it can develop precession forces to have it forced to look to north. Without that anchor force, Brian, it is just another gyro compass that is freely to orient itself in space or fixed in space. It's not fixed in space anymore because it has an anchor down. And that down anchor allows it to apply a precession force to always make sure that it has a portion of it pointing to the north.
I like to use the bicycle wheel and hold it on one side of your hand and spin it, so you can actually feel it process naturally as a gyroscope that way. And then you add, and all you got to do is add another fixed structure to it to work with its precession, which wouldn't happen on the equator. Anyway, I put gyroscope precession there to help the forces.
Yeah, he just understands there's actually
Danik
something
said it worked fine on the
anchors it
equator.
down. Are you looking it up, Ryan?
Though I've never used a gyro compass, I'm going to say that Brian debunked his anecdote. Well, he was just more convincing.
So you don't know how it works. You listen to Brian fumble around.
I've never used one,
and
but
think, Godric, I could have sworn I was responding back to you without any question. So he doesn't understand how it works. You don't understand how it works either. You think he destroyed me, but you don't understand how precession forces work on a gyro compass, which is completely different than a standard gyroscope. They're different, and the reason they're different is because a gyro compass has an anchor. This anchor allows for a precession force.
where, if you don't mind me asking, where is the anchor?
That's the pendulosity that actually is required to have it have a north-seeking characteristic. If you picture, remember, all gyros, as Brian said, are kind of fixed in space, and they can, whatever moves around it, it basically stays where it is until you actually hold it in place, like the bicycle wheel or something. If you have something that anchors it, where you're not letting it move, and then it moves, then you have forces that are applied. So I'm giving you a real concise, simple answer to why how you can use your imagination or your intuition to understand, well, now that he's anchored it to something different than a normal gyroscope, I have to think about precession forces if this thing does move. If this thing, the structure that's holding it, because it's anchored always straight down, if that moves, there'll be a precession force added to it. And that added precession force will keep it seeking north. And if you still believe Brian or think that he's right, where he already admitted he doesn't know what any of this means, then you're just kind of just taking sides because he's on your team.
Hey, quit lying, dude. Nobody said that they don't know what any of it means. You're the one who doesn't understand a string attached to a freaking pole, bro.
I
Quit
do,
projecting
but
on me.
I didn't know how it
It's sick, dude, listening to
Hang
you
on,
lie,
listen.
bro.
Brian, I'm not lying. I'm just repeating what you said. I understand your string analogy. I don't know why you're using it. I told you that we have a. You don't want to know what words mean. What does pendulosity mean? I don't even know what that word means. So, I mean, how can we even have this discussion if you don't know what the components of the gyro compass?
Bro, you don't understand how a string and a fucking pole work, bro. You think that if I have a string tied to a center pole in the north, that I'm going to have to deviate to the right to maintain a circle, bro. And when the string, I use that because it mechanically won't let you, and you still don't get it, bro. So you have no
Brian,
common
it's not
sense
tied to
at
a
all
string.
of a kindergartner,
It's not,
bro.
Brian, it's not tied to a string.
No
String's
shit,
nothing.
Sherlock. I'm using something mechanical to because I know you don't understand direction. So if something's pointing to the north and you're going dead east, if it's pointing to the south, sure, you would have to correct south. But if it's pointing to the north, you don't know what the fuck's you're going to have to correct north. And I used a string to try and beat it through that thick skull of yours, bro, and you still don't get it.
Okay. So the string's coming from the north all the way over across the globe and attaches to the ship. So when the ship goes to the east,
Yeah, and you're at 10 south latitude, right? So if you don't change the length of that string, you're going to maintain pretty much 10 south latitude. So you're going to have to do a circle around the North
hold on,
Pole.
before you go, hold on. What would the orientation of the ship do? If let's say it's free to move as well, would it
You could
take
start thinking all that
backspin?
confusing shit if you want, bro. I'm just got a
Well,
string
no,
tied to the north, to the center,
to the center of the ship, and you
to the
point it
center
to
of the fucking
point it in a
of the
direction.
pole,
Brian, you
center of
have
the
to
pole.
stop and take a break when you can't just take pauses and
You said the
expect
center
me
of the
not to
ship,
talk.
bro. Correcting you.
Brian, I'm trying to be nice to you, and you're just being obnoxious. Stop it. We have the string tied to the boat, the center of the boat, and the ship starts moving. Well, yeah, it is pointed to the east, but as it moves, that orientation where it's pointing would actually make it start doing a backflip. It would start rotating to the north. The whole ship would rotate and it would make a full rotation at some point in time around the Arctic
So if
Circle.
you kept going straight, right, you'd snap the string, right? You'd have to keep
How does it
turning
go
left.
straight?
Hold on, you'd have to keep turning to the left to do your circle around the string tied to the North Pole, right? If you keep going straight, the string tied to the North Pole will snap, right? You got to keep turning left to do your circle, right? How can you not understand this, bro? Your brain won't let you understand it because it
Brian,
goes against your fucking
no,
model.
because you haven't thought it through at all. This is where your mental defect is coming into play here. If you have your boat and you're pointing to the east and you have your string and you start traveling to the east, you will start getting slack in that string because there's not tension on it because you're going to be heading north, so it'll start getting slacky. You can only make tension if you wanted to keep it going. To use your analogy in your situation, it should make it clear to you that you're wrong.
But if you go
Don't say
straight,
anything, Brian. Brian, I'm not done yet. This is the answer you're looking for. So in order to
I'm not
keep
looking for an
tension,
answer, bro. I'm trying to
Brian,
beat this
you
in your
have to
head, bro. You
stop
don't get
talking.
it.
Brian, you have to stop talking, please. Yeah, if you start traveling east, you're going to have to turn the boat to the south to keep tension on the string. Well, that makes sense.
I'm gonna have to keep. Okay, so I'm at 10 degrees. Okay, and I've got a string. Okay, I'm at 10 degrees south latitude. Okay, if I go straight and don't turn with the circle of the string that's attached to the North Pole, if I go straight, it's gonna snap the string, bro. The
No,
south
it's going
has
to get
nothing to
slack.
do with this. Turning right has
You're
nothing
gonna
to
get
do with this,
slack.
bro.
Brian, settle down.
How am I gonna get slack?
You're gonna get slack because you're going.
How?
If you're going straight, you will start going north. If you're pointed east and don't make any adjustments on the boat at all, you will start going north and you will get slack in the string.
Bro, I think you're chemically tied to your globe, bro. Like literally,
All right, I think
unable to think, and you're
my work is done here.
unable to think
I've
in
tried
any
to
other
help a
fashion, bro.
poor
Like
human
you're
in need, and he's not receiving my
a
help. You can
poor
lead a horse
human,
to
bro.
water. You can't make him drink.
You're literally unable to think any other way except for fucking what you were taught. You're
No,
you're
you
not
haven't
even.
given
I
me
don't know
any
if it's
alternative.
courage or
But
if it's just
you haven't given
chemically
me.
just pounded in your brain, but you're unable
You
to think
haven't,
in any other fashion besides your globe.
Brian, you have not given me any reason whatsoever to change the way I understand these very basic concepts. Bringing up strings and not understanding how things move on a globe. You can get a basketball and you use a matchbox car and figure it out. A 2-year-old could do this. You can't because your brain is just not fully developed yet.
Please show me a citation of somebody correcting south. Ever.
All right, I'll do that. Hold on.
Even the ephemeris in the nautical almanac has the stars doing a 360-degree circle around Polaris, even though there's none in the south, like far south, beyond like 65 degrees. The ones that they do have in the south are part of that same circle. Even they correct north in that circle. Instead of pulling like a captain claiming it, Zane's going to show me some Wikipedia shit that just backs his model up. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you got to correct stuff. I want to hear a captain. From what I've heard, the ones who tried that shit, they didn't last long. They quit doing that shit because it didn't work. They wound up gradually further and further off every day, consistently. The further south they got, they had to go back to
Is that why people
north.
get lost at sea and never come back?
Well, they don't. They do that shit no more. I mean, I don't think they did it for long. I an Austin stream earlier tonight. Schooling Globers, Zanuck missed that, but he was giving multiple captains account on how the further south they got, they were deviating off course, more compounding the further south they got, just because of that.
Does that
They don't
support
do that.
the Izumoto model? Izumoto projection?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it supports reality, man. Yeah, more the azimuthal than anything.
Hey, you there, Don?
Zanuck was sitting here thinking, dude, by using a string, he's thinking the string. He's talking about slack and all that. Like, I'm just talking about direction. Like, they can't comprehend like an airplane having to nose down, like whether it happens automatically. Still, it physically has to nose down, or else it will change angle. Same thing with a circle. If you're tied to a fucking pole, I don't care about the slack. I'm talking about the direction, period. If you don't turn your fucking ship to the left, then you're gonna fucking snap the string. They can't comprehend direction.
Brian,
You can't hold on.
Brian,
You can't
come on,
comprehend
Brian.
direction in a circle.
Brian,
If I don't
Brian.
turn, hold on. If I don't listen, dude. If I don't turn my ship to the left,
You said the same
to,
thing 10 times in a row.
no, it's a simple question. Don't to complete that circle, whether it happens automatic or not, the ship's nose has to turn to the left. Why don't you
Brian,
comprehend
to
that?
go east, you have to turn to the right. Okay, listen.
Bro,
You have
that's
a
a
remote control plane. You
opposite.
ever have one of those
Yeah,
things?
if my
Brian,
string was
stop.
attached to the South Pole.
Brian, can you stop talking? Just try. Just try to be quiet for 10 seconds. Just try it.
Did you
we
get the
have an
citation?
airplane. Brian, seriously, you're obnoxious. You really are. Are you
Quick, no, you're obnoxious, bro. I'm asking, did you get the citation, bro? Quick question.
Brian, listen. If you have a
Take that
remote
as a
control
no. Go
airplane
ahead.
and you light up again, I'm fucking going away. I'm gonna just leave.
Go ahead, dude.
If you have a remote control airplane, you've flown those before. It's tied to the wing, and the airplane flies around you. The airplane doesn't make any turn at all. It just falls because it's tied to the center of gravity. And so its center of gravity, it's tied to it at the wing, and the centrifugal force is going outward, and the centripetal force is the tension, the string. So it doesn't have to turn around you. It just maintains its balance relative to the spring. You start talking about airplanes and things tied to a string. There's no
Yeah,
turning.
if it's tied to the center of gravity.
Brian, you gotta stop until I'm done. You'll know what I'm
Bro,
done.
you're so full of shit, dude.
Brian, a plane, no different than a plane flying over the Earth, it has a center of gravity. Centripetal force is the centripetal force would be its weight, and the centrifugal force is the fact that it's flying in the airplane, or the force that's actually being created by its wings. And so you have this equilibrium. So it's not going to have to dip its nose. It just is flying level. And by the fact that the air is actually curved, the atmosphere is curved, and it's being
Then it's dipping it for it, right? I get it.
It's going to automatically. It's not going to be controlled to make the dipping of the nose. The nose will dip automatically because it's just
right. But it still dips, right? Agreed. So it still dips. So if you're tied to a pole at the North Pole, that has nothing to do with the center of gravity. If you don't turn your ship to the left, then you're not going to complete the circle around that fucking North Pole. If it's tied to the South Pole, then you have to turn your ship to the right. Maybe it'll do it automatically. Maybe it'll do it automatically if you just maintain the right tension, but it still has to do it to turn a circle in that direction, bro. It's simple fucking logic, dude. This is basic, bro. This is kindergarten grade logic, bro.
Brian, you're beyond your preschool. There's no forces. There's no string. There's nothing acting like a string, like an airplane flying or anything else. It is just pointed on a sphere going east, and it will start going north naturally. No forces. The gyro compass detects this, and the ship captain would take measures to make it turn to the south so that it would follow a continuous southern or eastern path.
Do you comprehend what I'm saying though? If we had a string to do a circle going east, to complete that circle, no matter where I'm at, if I'm going in that direction, besides the slack or doing it automatically, the ship has to keep turning left to go 360 degrees. If the nose of the ship doesn't eventually turn 360 degrees in that full rotation, then I won't do that circle. So I won't have to correct to the right or south unless the string is tied to the south. Now, if the string is tied to the south, then to complete that circle, I've got to turn to the right, whether it does it automatically or I have to induce it. It still has to do it physical and mechanical space. Same thing with an arrow. If the arrow is pointed north, then to do a circle going east, then I've got to keep maintaining a leftward circle or else I'm gonna deviate off path. I'm gonna veer out to the outside.
What are your strings attached to, Brian? Bottom of the
Well,
boat.
he didn't understand the gyro compass or a compass needle pointed to the North Pole. Well, if it's pointed to the north, you got to correct to the north. So I was trying to use a mechanical string to explain it, like just where he couldn't correct to the right, or else it'd snap the string literally. You know, I was
Yeah,
trying
sorry,
to.
I can't wrap my head around any of that.
You can't think of a pole and the North Pole with a string tied to it.
Okay.
You're
Where's the
away.
other
You're
end?
away from you're away from the North Pole. Let's say you're 10 degrees south latitude, and you got a string attached, just curving around the globe with you, and you're at a ship, and you're going from east. I mean, you're going in an east direction, and you're trying to maintain that east circle around that North Pole.
Yeah.
Just south of the equator.
And
then
the rope
you have to physically turn left, or else you'll
string is
deviate
tied
away.
to,
Right?
the string is tied to one side of my boat, like the left side, let's say.
Yeah, let's say the middle of the left side. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you have to sail slightly left.
Right. He didn't get that. I don't know why he's fighting it. But now I'd agree with this. If it's tied to the South Pole, then we'd have it tied off to the right side, and we'd have to correct to the right.
Yeah, so I'm guessing you're trying to relate this to a full great circle circumnavigation, right? Or a plane in the sky.
Obviously wasn't a great circle, but yeah, just like a circle. We were talking just like general corrections and stuff. I forgot my point, to be honest. He just took me back to the roots, man. I don't even remember my point.
I think you were probably trying to say if that ship has to turn slightly left to go east around the pole, then a plane going around Earth would have to point slightly down to get round.
No, that just came in. He just tied. I don't know why, but he tied it into center of gravity. But no, that wasn't the point. It had something to do with directions and the gyro compass pointed north. Like I remember. I mean, I did equivocate it to that because he just brought that up, but that wasn't the root of it. It was something having to do with why do ships keep always correct to the north, and why do airplanes and ships always correct to the north? But I would say it's because the gyro compass or the compass points to the north. It wasn't that easy with Xanic.
Yeah, that might be why. That's probably mostly in the northern hemisphere, or that in the south as well.
Well, I've heard that it's everywhere, but I'd be curious to see if it's anything. I heard even in the south that the gyro compass points north, and I've also heard that captains correct north. But I'm not a captain, and I've never been down there, so I really don't know 100%. To be perfectly honest.
Think depending on how big your circle is, if you keep a heading, you're not going to have to literally keep turning left because it's quite a big circle. What you're more doing is keeping a heading that you know is slightly turning you left.
Yeah, the bigger the circle, the less the corrections would be. I would agree with that if that's what you mean.
And the more you're just following a heading, ending up going around in a circle.
I'll be honest though, man. I'd like to see a demonstration at the equator with no corrections. I have a hard time with that one.
Yeah, I have thought about it many times. If you were to travel the world, a plane or like Top Gear in the cars, would you be able to calculate how you're not turning left and you're actually just going in a big straight circle?
Because you're kind of dependent on the compass to tell you what the hell you're doing anyway. So it's an interesting thought.
Well, if you knew more information, not just the compass. Yeah, maybe just with a compass, you could just have a really fast plane, zoom all the way around, and know to yourself that you haven't turned left, but somehow you've got back to where you started.
It starts to cross wires in your head when you think about it.
I actually don't follow you guys. You have to show me in person or draw it for me.
I don't really follow the original point, Roderick. I was just speaking on what I heard.
Well, Zanuck says that if you have a string tied to the north 10 degrees latitude, heading east. So picture this, Godric, you're leaving Africa. I mean, you're leaving South America. You're below the equator, and you're heading toward Africa, and you want to maintain east. Okay, on either model, it's not a straight
Hang
line.
Hang on, wait. You what country in South America and what to where in Africa?
Just say Colombia, man. You're south of the equator.
I know where Brazil is. I know where Chile is. Chile's at the bottom. Peru. Because you can either be going north or you can be going east. So it totally depends on where you're coming from and where you're going to.
Well, I'm just thinking, just picture a little south. You're probably more familiar with it. Pick a country that's just about like maybe 1,000 miles, let's say 500, maybe 1,000 miles below the equator. So not quite as far as Capricorn, or it don't matter. Just picture Capricorn.
We can use South America, but are we going north or are we going east to Africa?
We're gonna try and go east. We're gonna go. We're gonna follow
we
the
go
compass.
to like what, Cape Town, South Africa, just east.
Or same latitude. We're gonna go same latitude wherever we leave. We want to end up.
Chile to South Africa, same latitude.
All right. Now, if we got a string tied to our ship in the South Pole, then you'd agree that we'd have to turn to the right to do a full circle, or we'd have to start easing to the right, or we'd head off toward the equator.
If it was a globe, we'd have to make a mile right. Yes.
Now, if it was tied to the North Pole, if we had a string tied to the North Pole to do that circle, we're gonna have to tilt our ship to the left to follow the string.
Miles left. Yes.
Right. Zanuck didn't get that. He thinks that you could do a full circle, like if you just kept going past Africa. He thinks you could do a full circle around a globe with the string tied to the North Pole and the string tied to the ship, the left side of the ship, by turning right.
I heard him say the sentence, "There's no turning involved."
Well, if you were on a globe, right? Theoretically, you either on the north of the equator or south of the equator, you would have to continually turn. Didn't you either go south or north? You couldn't make a straight line without turning. Am I right? Because it's like on a warped surface, right? Just take a ruler.
I just know if I turn to the right, then I'm gonna eventually be going west. You know, and my string won't allow it. My string will snap. In my mind, that's the way I'm thinking of it.
Well, in your theory, the string can keep you guided, right? But what's the whole point? Is because are we on a globe?
Most
We're not in a
definitely.
globe. What's the point of your
I'm just kidding.
or
I don't think we are. That's my opinion of that.
So
Shouldn't
how's
you
it
be in
going, Don?
Brisbane?
Have you read into more Aleister Crowley, Don?
A little bit.
Have you been touched by demons?
No.
Now, more importantly than that, can you speak backwards? Have you heard somebody doing that
Hang
yet
on,
ever?
Don. Don, do you believe in demons?
As a concept, yeah.
So you don't think they can like molest you in your bed if you summon them?
No, I don't really think they're physical. Like, if you do magic, you'll get attacked. Spirits. I don't really believe
Yeah,
it.
I
Well, I
don't
mean,
think one
it
would
could be. Hang on, it
do
could be
that.
like a psychic attack. Like they can get in your mind and act like and then yank you because it's psychic, right? Like Morpheus and Neo. It's everything is in your mind, right?
It's just in your mind, and you have the power to get over it in your mind.
So how do you? So say you're being afflicted by demons, which I've actually heard this happen more than once. So what do you do now?
Well, I would suggest calling on the angels if you believe in demons and angels, and doing a
Come
banishing
on,
ritual.
tell me the remedy. Come on now, I'm listening.
I've got a full video of a banishing ritual where you invoke the angels and create a sphere of protection round your temple.
So you call the angels to banish the demon.
Yeah. Just role play, LARPing. Like prayer, but a bit more involved.
With conviction.
Yeah, you've got to suspend disbelief and go with it, believe it. But if you already believe a demon's attacking you, then you don't have to suspend disbelief because you already believe.
Suspend disbelief like believing you're on a globe.
Yeah, like trying to picture yourself on a Earth model that you don't agree with. So me and you, we could go down the town, we could go up a mountain, we could do everything together, a whole holiday, and I could pretend Earth's flat in my mind.
You seem pretty knowledgeable. Do you have like a YouTube or like a TikTok? You talk about this stuff?
No, I want to talk about it more. I've done an interview with someone.
Is it online?
Yeah, I'll get it for you.
Put the link in there.
Brian, have you seen that guy, Bud Over Intent? Not Stephen Christ, but it was the other weird man. Anyway, he practiced speaking backwards. He used to say,
Yeah, I've seen
"Satan
that.
in the flesh, I am the devil in the flesh." Rewind it.
Yeah, you could do it perfect. I've seen that.
Was he luminous? He was a mad guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's strange. That's a strange thing to apply your mind.
All I know is that the Beatles did it and Led Zeppelin did it in their 1970 albums, and they were definitely Satanists. I mean, that's what people thought, anyways. May have been just a fluke. Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven, the Beatles, I forget what song it was.
Religion takes over the world for thousands of years, even before Christianity and the Jews. There's Egypt. Big, huge religion that the kings believe in and the slaves pretend to believe in. And so some people want to take that into their own hands. They think, oh, if there is a God and you can negotiate with him, then I'm going to do that myself. So I'm going to build myself a temple. Try and get some of this power that the elites are using for myself. It's a year old interview. I'm not that confident, but I'm trying to explain my basic religious belief system. I'll tag you, gotcha. Oh, I did tag you, sorry. The guy interviewing me is a Mexican Christian in Korea.
Is this on YouTube?
Yeah.
So this is not your channel.
No, that's not my channel.
You did an interview for this guy. How long is the interview?
About 40 minutes or an hour.
All right, I'll check it out.
I've got one podcast on my channel. Me and Mo research a UFO cult called Realism.
Is that still going on?
Yeah, it's quite big. His symbol is swastika and the Star of David mashed together.
Wow.
Which is what got Kanye banned from Twitter, that symbol.
What happened to Kanye? I haven't heard anything from him. He has a Discord channel that he has his little music box. How you call it?
Okay.
My wife bought one. It's this little music thing that plays Kanye songs. It's like a little ball, and it's like a crazy. I don't know. And they came with the Discord, and there's people in there, but I never see Kanye in there.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah, he all he has to do is talk to his people, man. He's like
Well, he's going through very confusing times. He's a Christian and he's researching Judaism. His mind's totally blown.
That's gotta be hard.
And then he's got lots of influencers trying to say, come on, mate, you're on my team. Different Zionists, anti-Zionists.
I wanted to say guru. He's like he could be like a guru.
Yeah, but I think he's too autistic. He's always struggling with his next set of ideas, isn't he? Love his songs, though. I'm doing a remix of Heartless.
Interview with a witch. Wow, is that you, Don?
Yeah, that's the title. I interviews a lot of atheists and some Christians. He's the type of Christian that needs to be friends with atheists to feel like he's not deluding himself.
Well, you're having lunch with the enemy, Don.
Yeah, well, that's one of the points of a Monday, which I think is to talk about religion across boundaries. Maybe that's just me, I don't know.
I'm gonna drop Discord so I can watch this video and I'll come back.
Oh. what popped my mind, blew my mind into acknowledging God, was having to research the globe because I hadn't before, even though I was in my late 30s. And then realizing it, we're on a ball in space. And my mind was totally popped. Why? Why are we stuck on a ball in space with green hair?
Don, did you just say that you realized the Earth was a globe? Is that what you said?
I researched Earth shape because I never had before, even though I was in my late 30s.
But your experience was that you had a realization that it was a globe? Is that what you were saying?
I realized it was what they told me it was. But thinking about what that was and the implications blew my mind. The idea of being on Earth and being a bit confused and having free will and ego and power of a man, confusing on any Earth model. And then if you add the Abrahamic cults and the mind virus on top of that, it's like, whoa, what is going on? What simulation are we in? But that doesn't mean there must be a creator, but it tells me there must be lots of energy around and weird mechanics. And if we're part of nature, all the weird mechanics are included in us. So when you grow up as a kid, you realize that you can kill bugs and animals if you want to. That's kind of a mind fucker as well. You're bigger, more powerful, and have the choice of life and death over nature. Like God.
Do you think God is one being?
I have no idea. I can see it as one being or many.
But is it ultimately one?
Yeah, I can even deny that and say everything is still separated.
I guess I was going to ask, because if it's all one, then how could anything be separate from it?
Well, it's the paradox. It's both, isn't it? The law of one means we're all connected through vibration, but we're all separated because everything's a separate ego, even like a stone thinks it's the middle of the universe.
Yeah. I know experientially it can seem separate. I'm just wondering if you're suggesting that it isn't ultimately separate. Or sorry, it isn't ultimately one. Because if it's ultimately one, then there isn't like like you said, being put here, let's say on Earth, or that this is happening or that's happening. But if it's all one, then that it's all intentioned. There's intention behind all of it, and there isn't like confusion or being dislocated outside of the totality. It's just an experience within it from
That's
that
quite
perspective.
hard to get to in mind, though. I didn't get there till late 30s. To realize I'm separate and confused, but also part of, just as the sun is part of the whole
That means
universe.
you are one with your favorite thing, the flat Earth.
Yeah.
It is you, and I am the globe, and you are the globe, the idea of the globe, in my
Yeah,
viewpoints. I don't
we're
think it
just
is.
negotiating with ourselves for truth or
Yeah.
feeling emotions. But more
Well,
of
do you
just
think the Earth? Do you think the Earth is a thing? I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was so we were just just kind of free form chatting, and he was talking about like an idea. I'm sure you've heard this, where it's like the Earth isn't even one thing or another. Like it isn't even a physical necessarily thing, that is. Now, I'm not saying I think this. I'm just saying he was sort of saying this in a sense, and just the idea that, like, I don't know how to describe it because it's going to sound too simplistic if I just sort of say like it is what we believe it to be. But I guess that's kind of more of like a virtual reality kind of realm where we can look long distance and see things, but yeah. Anyways, I'm not even saying I think this is the case, and I'm having a hard time kind of
true.
putting it into
To
words.
to a point, reality is whatever you think it is inside your head.
Okay, but let's go to the extreme then. If you and I are in a 10 by 10 foot room, we're both standing there, we can measure it. There's walls at 10 feet, 10 by 10 feet. Could you, now this gets into like psychokinesis or something. Is there any way you could make that room 20 feet by 20 feet?
Oh, that's
Just
great.
change your reality. So it's 20 by 20 for you and 10 by 10 for me. I mean, that's the most extreme.
Inside my head, I was practiced enough at visualization and feeling my own feels, making up beliefs. Yeah, I could do it inside my head, but you wouldn't notice it, I don't think.
But could you believe it so hard that you would actually make it in the physical reality?
No, I don't think I believe that. I do believe.
You heard about
desire-
those yogis? You heard about those yogis that can drink poison and they don't, it doesn't even affect them?
I believe you could desire it enough and do a ritual, and eventually that building will be knocked down and rebuilt close to what you imagine. So it can work through other causes, what you want, but you can't just think it and then suddenly it changes shape.
Like a lucid dream does? You've
Yeah,
heard about people that do like deep lucid dreaming where they can, once they're lucid and they're in it, you can just create any reality you want. You can just manifest, you can just,
yeah.
you want to have a
sounds
beautiful woman in front of you, boom, there's a beautiful woman in front of you. You want to be on a mountain peak somewhere, boom, you're on a mountain peak. It's just instant
I
manifestation.
wish I could do that, but I don't think we can do that in the physical world.
Well, I know that's the thing. That's a pretty extreme level of it. Like could someone drink a bottle of bleach and it just doesn't affect them? I mean, and that's getting to like you could just fly, just jump off your roof and just start flying, or just defy gravity, or things like that. It gets to that level, but if the
People
creator,
have tried, and fallen, people have tried and fallen on ketamine.
You would have tried and fallen, you said?
No, a lot of people have done ketamine and actually thought, this is it, I'm going to fly today, and tried and just fallen off a building, fallen out of a window.
Are you
I've
specifically
hallucinated my
saying?
children on ketamine.
What's that, Rue?
I was on ketamine in hospital, and I was with it, and my wife was next to me, and I said, my two kids are sitting on that windowsill over there, and the other two kids are over there, and it was, I knew that I was hallucinating. It was bizarre.
Yeah, they call ketamine it's like a dissociative, partially. but not necessarily always in the best ways.
Well done for pronouncing that correctly, by the way.
Which one?
Dissociative, as in instead of disassociative.
Oh, yeah. Well, because it's not it's not the word. Yeah, it's not a diss of association.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it kind of is, but
Yeah, it's the same thing.
just doesn't have the disassociation. Yeah.
I did ketamine once. I was totally confused and I didn't know what was going on. I felt like the universe was trying to get in, trying to decode itself. I wrote a few things down and I didn't get any answers, but I felt like they were trying to come.
Well, that dissociative quality of ketamine is what can make it, and it also seems to have a little bit of that kind of psychedelic quality to it. I'm not really a fan of it overall because it's synthetic and it's a bit weird. And anyways, I'm just not really not a big fan of it just personally because it's a bit of a bizarre molecule. But it's like famous experience this guy had. He was at this, like, I'll try to just share it as quickly as possible. He was at this like retreat center, and they have these baths, like these beautiful, they're up on a cliff, these hot springs on a cliff, incredibly beautiful. And there's these big showers. You feel like a Greek god when you're showering there. It's like you're literally showering up on a cliff overlooking the ocean, this big, huge, like open shower. It's just incredible. And everyone's naked. Yeah, nobody wears bathing suits. Like everyone's just naked, which is interesting as well. Just in terms of that. Anyways, it's a whole experience, and you really feel kind of at one with everybody instead of feeling all self-conscious. It's interesting when anyways, that's a separate topic. But so my point, what I was going to say is that this experience that he was on a different part of the property, like very far away, like not close to the baths to where he could hear anything or anything like that. And he did this really high dose of ketamine. In his experience, he said that he became a towel hanging in the showers, like hanging in the bathroom, the bath area. He became a towel, and he was hearing conversations. Like he was the towel, and he was hearing conversations that were going on. And later he confirmed with those people the conversations they were having. So like that's like an extreme version of the dissociative quality of it, where you can just like relocate, almost like remote viewing. But yeah, he like became a towel in the baths.
Nice.
I mean, is that transcending the physical world? In a way, it is.
I would try and explain it rationally. Like he thought he was really far away, but actually he was down the alleyway round the corner and he could hear the showers. And then later he guessed what they were talking about, and some of them couldn't remember themselves what they were talking about, and they just said, yeah, that's right, we were. And in his
he
mind,
wrote about it in his book.
His mind, he was the towel, but actually he was sitting confused, listening to shower sounds around the back. So I think me and you could go out and inside, or let's say a Christian and an atheist, flat earther and a glober, they could walk down the street. And reality is different to them in their minds. Completely. But they're still cruising around doing what they do.
Well, if you don't want to read the details of it, it's in this book, When the Impossible Happens.
Cool.
He wrote about it in that book, and a bunch of other experiences that are pretty profound. It's kind of this book. I mean, he's written many books, but this book is like a collection of like some of the most sort of profound, like paradigm shifting, reality transcending experiences people have had. Well, because like we were talking about before, so in the perspective that a creator is, omniscient, omnipotent, just can create anything, just like a lucid dream in that way, like to just create worlds, and you could just manifest thousands of humans, and you can be all of their minds and their thoughts, and the simultaneously, like you could just create any reality on any level. If that's the case, and if that's what we're living right now, then we are living that desire of the creator right now to experience what we're experiencing. This is like the free will, like this is the lucid dream that it's wanting to experience. You, me, the whole thing that we're in right now. So if that's happening, but the thing is, it's choosing to do it in a way that does seem to have a pretty consistent physical reality. Like you can't just jump up and fly. If you know what I mean. If you drink a poison, you're going to die. I mean, there is like a consistency. So it has the free will to create anything it wants, but it's choosing to create this kind of material reality that we would call it, that is very, real, as much as, if you get punched in the face, it's going to hurt, all that stuff. It's all pretty real. But then is there some way to like connect those where you could transcend that? Because if the creator is doing it in the first place, if it's creating anything it wants and it's creating this very real seeming physical world, and then we're in it, but doesn't that mean it could be transcended?
Another way to look at it is that it didn't decide this. It decided loads of other lucid dreams, and now it pressed button surprise. Surprise itself with a really far out challenge.
But if it's all one, how could it be disconnected from? How could any part be disconnected from any other part?
Well, just by space, by nothingness in between, a gap, or by difference. Me and you are separated on our Earth belief, and our bodies are separate. No, our states of mind are separate, but maybe our souls are part of the one and the same.
Yeah. But how could the creator just create something and then just walk away? Like, isn't the idea of wouldn't one perspective on the creator be that if it is everything, then it didn't just make something and walk away and just leave humans to their own thing, and then it's up there, in my viewpoint, it's up there choosing, oh, you've been bad and you've been good. I mean, if it's all one, ultimately, then then it's. I'm just saying, if it's all one, then right, like, okay, whatever you're doing right now, you're looking at your computer screen or whatever you're doing, like the physical reality is manifesting for you, for me. If this is all like in the mind of the creator, in the mind of God, as it were, then it's creating it right now.
Yeah, this is the free will, and this is the confusion and the push button surprise. God is lost in the ego of man and free will, and the stillness of a stone, and the natural law of suns or whatever. I don't know. God is far out, lost in space, having a dream. Or you could separate
I
it, and
am
it's
God.
just humans. So God is lost in the human, but inside his natural material world that he made randomly. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, like it's like it's like you could say lost, I suppose, or you could say like, yeah, experiencing a temporarily disconnected part of itself to experience itself as a subjective, separate being, and then playing hide and seek with itself, in a sense.
You sneak up and say boo, and then you forget, and you do it again.
Right. So are we just pieces of the one that have temporarily forgotten what we are, but ultimately we're going to rejoice with that and have that totality of understanding once again?
Yeah, I think it's one way to look at it. You're left with God being far out and confused. because you are, and hoping to reconnect with a bit that isn't. But maybe that's better than a judgmental father, annoyed with you making storms. Or not better, maybe it's just good to have all the ideas.
What a thing to look forward to. I mean, if we are it, it is us ultimately on the ultimate level, and we're only like liminally experiencing a separate part of ourselves. And we might think this is all there is or something because we're in this state. But if we are the totality, then there's going to be that point of like waking up from the dream of being separate and then being the totality again. Meaning instead of the idea of God just being something, oh, we'll just never be able to know what it is, and it's just all beyond us, and it's just this infinite separation. And on this perspective, what I'm saying is it's like we all are it and will be it again, basically. Like once the separation is concluded, then whatever that omnipotent, omnipresent, infinite, all of that would then be the inevitable reconnection at some point.
How do you reunite? Do you become a Buddha as a man, or do you die and reunite, or do you have to do a mad pyramid ritual, collect loads of gold to reunite, or do you get sucked into a black hole? Like how's it going to happen?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, if you could do it when you're in a body, through some unique state of consciousness or, a spiritual practice or, a very high dose of peyote or whatever your journey may be, if you could access it in a very high level state of meditation or etc., then you could do it when you're in your body, at least perhaps temporarily. I don't know how long you could sustain that state because you're going to be back in your body. But so I would say that this rejoice process would happen beyond the human limitation. Like,
yeah,
whether in a body, but then so you could say it could be. I mean, if you leave time, then you're not really in a body anymore, and you're back to the totality.
See, you could say when you die, that's it, you reunite. But these same people that believe this, all is one, also believe that you pop back into another body for quite a while.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, okay, so there's also this perspective. Let's say that there's a larger journey to where, like, okay, let's say from this perspective, let's say that this human realm is just one realm. So we're incarnating and, let's say our souls are incarnating in many lifetimes, one lifetime, another, collecting experiences and karma and all of that, going through that. And then every time you die, you go back to, let's say, like the spirit world or the human spirit world, if we want to call it that. And then you plan another life, do another life, back to the human spirit world, But then you could say, okay, well, then is that all there is? You just reincarnate on this earth thing, and then you get to the completion, and then you transcend or reconnect, whatever that may be, and then you're completed. But then there's another perspective that there's many, many, many more realms to go through. So not just Earth, there's many, many other ones, maybe even infinite other ones to go extreme. Yeah. So instead of in this perspective, instead of the idea of like galaxies of like planets out there, this would more just be like other realms like this one within consciousness that maybe have their own spirit world, they have their own karma, they have their own reincarnation process. So then is if the journey is to that point, then it's not only even this Earth realm and your thousands of lifetimes that you could live here. It would then be all the other realms and all of those. And then do we have to go through all of that to finally get back to the source?
Yeah, just extends it even further. Then people would ask, is there a shortcut? And I was thinking, even the best Buddha on earth would have to remind himself that everything's one and that he is God lost in himself. Each day he might have to remind himself. So it's not like you settle into it. I don't know. But maybe I feel like I'm stuck in material for quite a while, and death is like a quick little meeting with the one, and then possibly you get fired back into this material hell again.
I hear somebody talking about outer realms in here.
No.
Not saying you're an outer realm, eh?
Outer
Outer
Realmers. Outer Realmers.
Nice.
Would you call, if you found out that the Nazis, some Nazis lived on the edge, the southern ice ring, would they be outer ponders or would they be considered part of humanity?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you call anybody really. The labels aren't really as important as if there is actually more land, and is there like a barrier between this pond and the next, or is there another pond at all?
Yeah.
Do you have to go through the ocean and then hemp submarine to get there?
We have a similar issue with the universe. It's just further.
Way further, way too far. If there are outer ponds, the idea of actually coming in contact with quote unquote extraterrestrials is a lot more likely, and more exciting, and more of a local threat too. So,
What if you manage to sail through like valley, ice valley? Suddenly you were past the south, and your compass span round and found like an Anunnaki continent. That'd be fucking mental.
yeah, it could be
Second sun,
Crazy.
you start seeing another moon on the horizon, and then you find an Anunnaki continent. Mind blown. How disappointed would you be if you were a billionaire, trillionaire, you paid for this super special ship that was really warm inside and could bash through ice, and you went there and you went all the way around the edge and there's no way out? Just say you wasted 3 trillion. You had to come back and report to all the free earthers, true earthers, that there is no way out at the south. At least not by boat, that would be, wouldn't it? So you'd have to come up with another plan.
It'd be submarine to the secret caves. You could go under the water, under the ice.
Yeah, maybe if you had a submarine attached to this special boat, then you could do extra missions. Yeah, definitely.
Dude, Epstein had submarines from his island. Maybe he had access to beyond the ice wall.
Yeah, SE shared some Nazi maps the other day with ideas on them.
Hello?
Testing 1, 2, 3. I just watched your interview, Don.
Oh, I apologise for the cringe and the ego.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's a good intro. I liked it.
It got 1,600 views, which was high for his channel. And then one lady that was actually in a real witch coven, as in initiated by an older man, she had an issue with me opening up witchcraft and explaining it with conspiracies. She said, no, it's an ancient personal practice. So he interviewed her as well.
You're saying someone told you shouldn't do that?
I'm saying another witch had issues with my interview and then did her own interview afterwards.
Oh, did she mention you?
Yeah, we had little arguments in the comments.
Oh, I see.
Are you on video?
No, I don't go on video.
He's on YouTube, but he doesn't show his face. He's on the video doing an interview with a Christian guy. 35-minute interview, and it's posted up there in the chat. And I just watched it. I told him I liked it.
I'd like to do another one with that guy about how the elites use witchcraft to enslave humanity.
How do they use witchcraft, Don?
Well, they use mind control and eugenics, medicine, but to all get on the same wavelength and path, they use ritual.
What kind of ritual? We're talking about like torchlight in caves with dark hoods.
Yeah, well, Hollywood basements with candles and dark hoods. Rothschild mansions.
Rothschild men. Bilderbergs.
Empire castles
Are
in
we talking
Europe.
about blood sacrifices?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Wow, that's the whole shebang.
That came from Korea to England to meet 3 atheists that he was friends with talking online. He was going to come to Norwich and I was going to show him the cathedral and that, but he didn't in the end.
Good morning, Godric and Don, Gio.
Good morning. Who's this?
Lion.
Lion, what's up, man?
Going to work.
Work time.
Speaking on the creator, and what this is, what we're living. What if the monotheistic religions are right? And that this life that we have now is like a sifting of sorts, right? Where the creator, he's sifting the cream from the crop, the good from the bad, right? And what we look at right now is really just temporary, and that the creation process is still at work. And this is part of the creation process.
Yeah, like judgment, but a long form manifested judgment.
Yeah, because apparently scripturally, he when he first created everything, there were certain potentialities that were set in place, theoretical potentialities, theoretical outcomes that could be taken advantage of, right, by anybody that was rebellious, right? But at first, apparently, there was no entropy, there was no atrophy. And it's hard for us to envision existence without the law of thermodynamics, right? But if scripture is legit, there was a time in history where there was no decay, there was no death, there was no decomposition, there was no corruption, no evil, no suffering, no darkness, not darkness literally, but figuratively. But we can't imagine that because that's all we've ever seen and had is a mixture of good and bad, yin yang, right? The yin yang, the duality of existence itself. But that duality is really an illusion because, the Gnostics say that you need evil, you can't have good without evil. Vice versa, you can't have evil without good. And that they're inseparable, that there will always be evil alongside good. You can't separate them.
That's
but
a strong belief.
Yeah, that's really not scriptural, because scriptural says that eventually the creator will recreate the heavens and the earth, and he will recreate everything according to a specific design that will do away with both evil and death.
Do you think
forever?
Isn't he just splitting it into heaven and hell at that point? Or is he actually, hell gets destroyed?
Yeah, no, the scriptures are clear. It gets destroyed.
Okay.
Terminated.
Well, that should be nice, hopefully. But then the skeptic would say, if everything's perfect, how are we going to have any feelings?
Does it say everything gets perfect, or just duality is exterminated?
Well, the thing is, there was no duality in the beginning. A duality is a byproduct of rebellion and corruption. That's why we see suffering in the world today, and darkness and evil. But that wasn't always the case. But we can't imagine a world without evil.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm finding it hard. Would everyone dress in white? Would there be no nighttime? No fire? all fires would be safe? Or what?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Well, how would you know? How would you appreciate the good if you never had the bad to compare it to?
Yeah, and I understand. It's very hard to envision a world without evil. But even the scriptures even the scriptures say that there will be no darkness. Like, it will always be light all the time.
I'm saying
we can't even imagine that.
But would there be no pleasure? Would there be no pleasure in this place? No pleasure at all?
No, there will definitely be pleasure. Pleasure is not inherently
but
evil.
Pleasure is associated with sin a lot of times.
No, it's not. No, it's not. There's certain carnal pleasures that are associated with sin, but pleasure inherently is not
no
evil.
carnal pleasure. So no carnal pleasures in this place?
No, certain carnal pleasures, like self-indulging, not in moderation with even alcohol or drugs. That's considered sin. But sex itself is not considered sin, and that's
where
pleasure.
do you draw the line?
It will. Then we're going to get into a philosophical debate. We're just having a philosophical discussion, but morally subjective, right? Sin, depending on your religion and your cultural norms, social constructs, like, they can deviate. But I'm not talking about that. So, like, pleasure in itself is not evil. Like eating a chocolate bar and sensing that pleasure, eating that chocolate bar, that's not evil. You know what I'm saying?
Could be
Like,
considered indulgence. I mean, it depends on your strictest
Yeah, but we're
guidelines.
talking about sex.
There's got to be rules. You can't eat
even
chocolate all day. But
moderation. Like, if you're a glut, right, and you're a glutton, and all you
Right.
do is self-indulge, and you become a sloth, and you're covered in chocolate, and your fingertips are you're smothered in chocolate. At that point, yeah, man, you've gone into sin.
But I'm saying without the temptation, without that being a possibility, you know, if it was just an all good world where that wasn't even an option, then how would there be any gauge on anything that, you know, would be considered good? Because everything would be good, right?
And why do you, just out of curiosity, because the way that you phrased the question, then
yes, it would be
perspective,
a bit of a
why
paradox,
does
but
the
maybe it's
world
possible
have to not
technically.
have the
But
option
my
of?
question is, Lion, if
Wait,
it's all,
Don,
if,
someone else is
I was
talking.
asking a
Wizard,
question.
go ahead.
I can't hear them.
Yeah, you got it. Wizard, you're a little bit soft.
A bit soft. Is this better? Talking
Yeah,
louder?
that's better.
Couldn't hear you at all.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just asking why is there no option? Like in the way that you asked the question, you said there's no option for party, I'm guessing you're
Well, what
referring
he's
to.
talking about is the value of resisting, you know, and having moderation, and then knowing that and valuing that moderation wouldn't even be a possibility in a world where there was no temptation.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They will.
the way
We
that I
can't
understand
envision it.
it,
That's all it is. We can't imagine that.
yeah, the way that I understand it, be that if just because it doesn't exist doesn't mean the possibility of it doesn't exist. It's more like a choice, like made out of a type of conscious awareness that people not consciously living in at this time because they're looking through a polarity.
I wonder if we'll be naked or wear clothes. If we wear clothes, can I decide to wear black in this perfect kingdom?
Listen, I have no idea.
Do what you want, bro.
Everyone's naked, but you can't have too much sex.
Yeah,
Or
because
can you have
sex is pleasure, right? But someone has to come around and say, "Hey, you've had sex too many times today."
Right. Like, okay, so what's the count? How many can I do it? How many times a week is it now? What's
And
the
then
thing? What's the
when they
deal?
say only 7 times a week, you say, "Hang on a minute, fascism."
So Lion, what if you go on Tinder and you hook up with a couple chicks and you have sex? That's a sin.
Well, hold on. You're talking about in the kingdom to come or right now?
That wouldn't even be possible in the kingdom to come, right? That wouldn't even be an option.
Well, the thing is that sex might not even be a thing anymore. Like, sex might be obsolete at this point.
Well, then what good is that?
There will be no sex, apparently. Now,
But
I
there'll
don't
be
know for
pleasure.
sure, but scriptures are pretty clear that there might be no sex.
But then where's the pleasure come from? I mean, I'm not saying that's the only way to get pleasure, but
how do we have
Well,
orgasm?
the pleasure, because the scriptures talk about that we can't even fathom what Yah has prepared for those that love him, right? In the kingdom to come. We can't even fathom what he has in set for eternity for us. We have no comprehension at all. We can't even grasp the concept of eternal life, right? Let alone try to theorize what the heck's going to be going on in the kingdom to come. I mean, he's the creator of all things. But what I do know is that it's going to be just like Earth. It ain't going to be like us walking around in the clouds, like a lot of people assume. No, the scriptures are clear that there's going to be rivers, there's going to be trees, there's going to be animals. It's going to be land, like just like Earth. He's going to renew the earth. He's going to bring the kingdom down to Earth, and it's going to be just
there'll be
straight
animals,
up.
but no death.
Can we
There'll
still
be
eat animals?
Yeah, it
but no
will be
death.
harmonious living.
Won't it get overcrowded with all the animals not dying?
Vegetarianism. Shit.
There will be no death. There will be no sex, from what I understand, but there will be plenty of eating and feasting and all kind, whatever he has ready for us for in the future. Like, we have no idea, bro. The scriptures end. The scriptures end right there.
Fake meats, I reckon.
I don't want to be too critical of that. I mean, I know that's just the philosophy of it. It's just it's a hard sell because it's just it's you know, it's kind of like anytime someone, and especially to a flat earther, a lot of times, we're super critical of anything that's like, well, it's so crazy you won't even be able to imagine it. It's just so big you can't even see the curvature. That kind of like, that may be the case, it may be true, it may be something that is to come, but it's just it just seems like such a great way to get people to obey because of this great opportunity they'll miss out on if they don't.
Yes, of course.
And you know what, you got a point, and that's part of it though, because part of the gospel message is our hope and faith in the resurrection of the dead, and gaining, right, attaining eternal life through our faith. Like that's literally one of the main motivational factors of monotheistic religions, is that they believe in a resurrection of the dead, or they believe in life eternal.
If it was, I'm not saying it's made up, but if it was made up, or at least that part of it was partly made up, to give the people that incentive, then it's the perfect thing to make up, because you can never prove whether you're telling the truth or not, because it'd be after you're dead.
That is true, but people may have wanted this anyway in their own hearts, to save humanity and have a perfect future existence. All of that.
Or just
I don't necessarily want to live.
sacrifice this life
want
for
to
the
live
next.
forever. I wouldn't mind being solved of all experience.
You're cutting in and out a little bit. Can you say that again?
Oh, man, sorry, my microphone must be shit. I don't know. Installed a driver. Said I wouldn't mind to die absolutely. I could imagine if consciousness was to continue a stream of life at some point, I'd maybe wish to be free of that experience also, and it could be good to be absolved of experience.
Yes, to go to sleep and never wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like into a sleep, into like a deep sleep.
What a relief.
But yeah, so this is supposed to be like a launch pad that launches us into the next life eternal.
It's kind of like living for tomorrow, building for tomorrow, but it's like a spiritual, conceptual system of living for tomorrow.
Like the Buddhist concept of nirvana.
Yeah, eventually you'll get there, and it'll be great.
Yeah. Go through a whole heap of lives, have enough experience that you get over wanting to even have an experience, like free of the desire to be reborn, eventually just merge with all that is, let go of all awareness of consciousness, just be without even having any thought or blissful.
Test, anybody there?
Roger.
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Why is Lion talking about the kingdom to come? I'm talking about right now.
What about right now?
You're talking about
Well,
sin, like going on Tinder and picking up a couple chicks. Is that a sin? Take
yeah,
them home
bro. Yeah, bro. It's fornication.
because you're not married.
It's fornication because you're basically just banging chicks without any commitment, with taking it as a game, with no intentions of actually be wedding her. You're just kind of using her for sex, using her for her body.
So you're not married.
Who, me? No, I'm not.
No, I'm talking about it's a sin because you're not married. If you're married, it'll be okay, right?
Well, yeah. If you find a woman and you're betrothed to her and you're married, then yeah, of course, sex is okay.
Now you said chocolate. How about eating a lot of ice cream?
Well, gluttony is something that you could tell when somebody loves food to the extent where it's hurting their health, and or it becomes a crutch. Like some people, they struggle with depression, they struggle with, and they use food as like their crutch, and then they get fat. I'm not saying that person's going to hell per se, but it is it's a negative outcome. It's a negative effect on your body, and even your own family. Like if you're eating all your like there's people that are like that barely work, bro. Um, and they eat all the food in the house, right? Those people are called leeches, right? And they leech off others, and they eat and they eat and they eat, and then when the other household members go look at the cabinets, they're all empty. It's like, what happened to all the food? Oh, Bobby ate it all, and Bobby's a sloth, right? But he's eating all the food, and he loves eating. Like, yeah, bro. Like, you gotta these things got to be spiritually discerned, bro. I can't tell you exactly what point is sin, but it becomes evident, self-evident.
So being a leech is a sin.
Absolutely.
Maybe when we get to the kingdom of heaven, we all automatically know how to keep things in moderation. So you can have ice cream, but you never want too much ice cream because you're perfect.
If there's Ben and Jerry's, I'll be there.
Chocolate chip, bro. There's a strain of weed called Bio Jesus.
Is that the one you smoked on?
No, I'd like to try it. It's supposed to be 28%, which is well high.
Ryan, how about smoking weed? Is that a sin?
Oh man.
Gluttony, Slav.
Listen, bro, just to let you know who I am, bro. I used to grow weed for years, dude. Like perpetual grows, side by side tents, lights. I used to build lights. I used to order seeds online, the Attitude website, overseas from the from the Netherlands. Barney's Farm. I don't know if you know about them. Nirvana seeds. I've grown all kinds of seeds, bro. I've grown Northern Lights times skunk times haze. Grown MK Ultra Rec, MK Ultra. Anyways, like, listen, I used to be a proponent of marijuana, like strong proponent. Like before it was legalized, before there was and before any state had legalized marijuana, I was growing it, I was smoking it, I was selling it, buying it, all that, bro. Eating it, dabs, concentrates, all that, bro. So like, I'm not like a goody two shoes where like I never smoked weed my entire life, right? So I just want to let you know, because what I'm about to say might be very controversial, but I want you to understand that I do have a strong understanding of marijuana, bro. I used to cultivate it, I studied it, how to grow it organically, no-till growing. Like, trust me, bro. The thing is, now that I've matured and my wisdom has increased because of my connection with the Creator, I have put weed aside. I put it aside. I don't smoke anymore. I gave it up. As much as I loved smoking, I gave it up. And I feel like my life is now better than it was when I was smoking every day. It's 10 times better, bro. Like, I do miss certain aspects of it, and occasionally I will consume. I'll eat an edible. Mostly, like, I'll eat a gummy here and there. Like, once in a blue moon, I'll eat a gummy just to relax and unwind and
How do you
meditate.
relax after work now?
I come on Discord and argue with you crazy people.
You think about God and talk about God. It's a good way to relax. It is.
The way I relax now, bro, like I just sit on my computer, bro. Literally, like I go on Discord, bro. That's what I do. I talk. I feel it. I talk about philosophy, talk about religion. I read. I have so many books now that I read, bro. Where before I wasn't much of a reader, and I was smoking. Now I read so many books, bro. I consume knowledge, and reading kind of slows me down, slows my mind down, and I fall asleep.
I can back you up on this. Recently, I've had some strong weed. I forgot to pray once or twice in the evening. I was so stoned.
You pray, Don, or are you playing around?
Yeah, little prayers to God. Thank you and please. Thanks.
That's awesome.
Thanks for everything else, and please can I have more?
I'm happy for you, bro. Whatever it is, as long as you make an attempt to the Creator, He sees that. Even if you lack understanding, bro, He looks past that.
I just wanted to say that my understanding of the word sin is that it originates from a Greek word, and I just looked it up to confirm this, hamartia, or the Hebrew word hata, which means both to miss the mark or flawed. I heard that some time ago, And so I've just always, since that time, I've had it in mind that to sin just means like to miss the point. It's like you haven't got it. Like if you, so I would think that I could relate that to most things. Like if I was to indulge myself and to eat too much food, I wasn't listening to my body, and I kind of missed the point. The point would, because it makes me unhealthy if I eat too much. I feel sick. I missed the point.
Yeah, it's there's like scripturally, figuratively speaking, there's a target, and you're missing the target. You're missing the mark, and the target is outlined for us in the scriptures. Like there's these boundaries, there's these lines of demarcation, that these hedges of protection that the Creator put in place, and he warns us not to cross those hedges of protection, because if you do, you're going to be hurting, and you're going to hurt yourself, or you're going to hurt humanity. You're going to hurt your brother and your sister, your family. And even the Creator himself.
In Old English, sin just means guilty. Obviously, there's implications of what you might be guilty of and under whose rule.
Be even guilty under your own self-judgment.
Sin is literally in the scriptures defined as transgression of the law.
Yeah, I would say that's what it meant in Egypt as well, probably. But it's not so much a government law, it's a spiritual law written by the god kings.
So Donna, you're casting spells.
No, I haven't much. Prayer and sex magic, intentional sex magic.
You have to have somebody with you for sex magic. You can't do it by yourself.
Yeah, you can do it by yourself. Wank magic, I guess. It's probably weaker than sex magic. Morning, Artemis. Sound like a male robot.
You guys there?
Hearing you.
You sound like you.
Dawn's looking for a sex magic partner.
Why?
I'm not really.
Because he's
Do you
only
notice
been
how
doing it by himself up until this point.
I've got a partner, but we're usually drunk and tired, so we don't usually do the magic bit.
Whose phone do I keep here ringing? Cell phone.
Did you notice I skipped right over whether a sex magic was legitimate to why they would be doing it?
Don
Anyway.
does sex magic.
The orgasm is like a free natural drug.
I think it would work better with two people.
Yeah, definitely. You both got the same intention and visualization at the same moment, and you both got the free natural drug. Or imagine a group, a big group. Oh my
Endorphins.
god.
Like an orgy.
Yeah. Spells take a lot of effort.
There is a Netflix special called The Witcher. I think it was season 2 where the witch, right, the girl, she had an orgy going, and she was like in the center of it. And she was doing some freaky shit.
It must be real if it was on The Witcher.
I've heard that they're going to do infinite series of that.
Oh yeah, season 3, bring it on.
What they said, a constant.
Have you seen The Witcher? The Witcher, Don? Do you have Netflix?
No, I watched Angry Joe give it a bad review.
You guys still watch TV?
I'm into Netflix.
I watch some shows. Yeah, not TV per se.
Did you know there's child porn on Netflix?
Do you mean cuties?
Of course
No,
I
I
mean
know.
cuties.
Yeah, it's not quite child porn. It's very.
It is child porn. If
It
there's
is very.
naked children and they're sexual, then it's
No, there's no
child porn,
naked
isn't it?
children in it.
Don, how
Yes,
many
there is.
times you
They're
watch it?
tits.
Sorry?
They're not tits because
How
they're
many times you
kids.
watch it?
I've watched
They
cuties
showed-
once for research.
I'm just playing.
Holy
I've
shit!
read a
You
lot.
guys are sick.
I've watched a lot of documentaries about
Holy
it, and then I
shit.
watched it.
That's meant to be funny? You actually watched it?
It's not a joke. It was for research. I study good and evil.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
yeah,
for
of course you did.
research.
cuties came
Yeah,
up.
what the fuck, you sick fuck? What the fuck?
Don't
You
you
fucking
study
sick
evil?
fuck. I don't watch child porn, cunt. What the
It's
fuck?
not child porn. It's a film about
Yeah, it
provocative
is.
young girls.
Oh, and
Oh
they just
man.
happen to be naked.
Listen, the
What
conclusion
the fuck
was.
is wrong with you, man?
Conclusion
What?
was.
You're not a fucking
You're not
truther.
even
You're not
understanding.
even fucking. You got
Conclusion
no
was it's
spirit,
evil.
fucking no morals, no virtues, just nothing. This is
Shut
what
up.
this is a state of me now. You
You-
think you're a man?
Never.
No real man would ever watch that, knowing what's in it.
It's for
That's
research.
sick, man. Nah, you're a fucking pervert, you sick fuck. Don't even talk to me.
Ooh.
Hey guys. Hey Artemis.
Hi.
Well, if you ever
What do
want
you
to
you guys?
hear the conclusion
I
of my research,
like,
you hit me up. But otherwise, I don't care what you
is,
think.
is pedo shit like okay in the group?
No, not in my book.
Don's not a pedo. We just mess around. He's not a pedo. He just watched it once.
Actually,
He
like
said.
just because you like someone's views on every other thing doesn't mean you should just like be like, oh well, it's fine.
I told you it's for research. What don't you get?
Shut up, you sick fuck. Like just shut the fuck up, fucking sicko. If I saw you in real life and you did that, I'd smash your face to oblivion.
I'd beat you in a fight. Shut up.
Fuck off, you would.
This got a little violent real quick.
What's happening right now?
I
Fucking
don't even
sick
know, but
fuck.
I can't help that laugh. Sorry.
Don's a diddler.
Do you want me to blow your mind? I watched Lolita as well for research.
I don't give a shit. That's fucking
Researching it.
blasphemy. Too.
I didn't
Lolita's a
watch it
fucking.
because
Lolita.
Lolita's much, much, much worse than Cuties.
It's just Zionist degeneracy. That's all it is.
Oh, are you proud of yourself being a sick fuck? Are you? Are
No,
you
I'm
like? Oh, I'm
proud,
just Lolita
proud to
too.
research
Oh.
evil, the biggest problem in the universe.
Right, yeah. And what did you do about it? How many fucking pedos have you fucking got, huh? Go on, go take yourself in, you fucker.
Catching pedos
Go on.
isn't part of the research.
No, you are a pedo, and you're just disguising it. You are a pedo. Fucker. Just like that fucking loggers guy fucking around with the fucking 16-year-old when he's like 30-something. Fuckers are disgusting. Any of you fuckers who watch masturbate, fucking are okay with cunts masturbating to children, you're fucked. You are fucked. You long sold your fucking soul if you're doing that shit. That is a fucking line no man should ever cross. No man should even. Fuck, you guys shouldn't even be okay having this conversation. Shouldn't fucking take someone on the internet to tell you that shit either. Shouldn't be fucking based on what's okay or not in society. It's just fucking black and white wrong. They're fucking little kids. And those little girls in that fucking movie Cute.
Serial killer and found it
Did she
exciting.
just say that she's watched heaps of child porn?
The reason being is because like Pornhub and sites like that, they do have like child porn that goes
Yeah.
it just goes on undiscovered or whatever.
Yeah, I don't do those sites.
Good.
I don't do porn.
If you consume any amount of porn, right? If you watch any amount of porn, you're indirectly contributing to child sex slavery and child sex trafficking and underage porn and all that. It's because it's all part of the same.
I would say
thing.
if you follow Abrahamic religion, you're also doing that.
Who even cares what it says? Like, it's fucking wrong. I don't
Really?
give a shit if it's written in a book or fucking the government said it. I don't give a shit who said it. It's fucking wrong. Any fucking moral, good person doesn't have to be taught that.
Yeah, the government is now trying to legalize all this shit. You know that, don't you? They're fucked
Yeah, and
up.
what? Listen, I need to address,
research it.
motherfucker. You, how dare you? I was saying that.
And then we got dragged into it. That's all.
I don't know how you guys got on this. I don't know what brought it to here, but it sounds really unproductive. So can we get back to something else?
The original
With
topic
pleasure.
was some shows are good to watch, even though TV is poisonous. That was mine and Godric's point.
See, it's kind of heavy topic for 6 o'clock in the morning my time.
Way up so early, Lion.
I'm on the way to work right now, working on a wall. I'm a mason.
Oh yeah, Freemason.
I didn't say Freemason.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm in Australia. It's 8:30 here in the evening.
So is the Earth still flat, or is it round, or what is it?
Shame on you, Don, for doing research.
I know. So, how are you? I don't know. Anyway, we're moving on. To infiltrate evil, you gotta have a look at it.
I bet they pay the CIA to get into that too.
What's that one phrase that's like, don't look at the abyss too long, right? Don't look at the darkness too long. What's that phrase? Remember?
If you stare at the abyss, go ahead, Don.
It'll
It
stare
will
back
stare
at
back into you, yeah.
I love how
Yeah,
fucking me and Don are both. Yeah, you go. No, you go. You do it. And then Godric just fucking pops in like he owns the place.
He knew it, so we did it together. Sorry, I interrupted.
We said at the same time, man.
Yeah, I know, but that's always, I always, there's always like two people. Like, oh, you go. No, you go. You know, you go. And then a third guy just goes in and starts going.
But also, you guys forgot the first half of the quote. It's about fighting monsters, isn't it? So it's like something like he who fights monsters should be aware that he may become a monster himself, and he who stares into the abyss should be aware that the abyss is staring into him.
Yeah.
But if you shield your eyes, you're not going to understand any of it.
Well, there's a difference between like staring directly into the abyss and watching someone else do it.
If you don't understand the abyss, you've got no way of fighting it, have you? No action plan.
Yeah, of course. You totally need to see like a little girl sucking her dad's dick or something to be able to fight that, right? You need that exact fucking image.
None of that happens.
No need. No need. She's got great passion, but whoever is muting her is doing the absolutely right thing because, TOS and all that. Having said that, great passion. Speaking of passion, haven't you guys seen Passion of the Christ?
Long time
Mel
ago.
Gibson.
Long time ago. Yeah, years ago.
Yeah, because I'm writing the screenplay about Jesus, and I'm sort of using the Jefferson Bible as my source. Basically adapting it to a screenplay, or I've been trying to. Anyways, I always thought it'd be a great idea if Mel Gibson, because he did a great job with Passion of the Christ. He can almost make it like a sequel. I mean, not a sequel, a prequel to Passion of the Christ. Just like take the Jefferson Bible and turn that into a screenplay.
I'm not familiar with the Jefferson's Bible. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, not George Jefferson. I told my girlfriend about it the other day, and she's like, "Oh, like the black guy, George Jefferson?" I was like, "No, damn it, no." And then no, but there's Thomas Jefferson. He was accused of not being a Christian or whatever, but he was probably religious. But at any rate, he had edited his own version of the Bible, where he took the text and he cut and pasted it into a chronological story, and he took out like the miracles. So he took out the miracles and he put it in a chronological story, and actually it reads pretty well. Because I've read the New Testament, but it's not the easiest thing to read because it's out of order, it's out of context, some of the stuff. But the Jefferson Bible does a good job of putting the whole thing in order.
Yeah, I've heard you mention that.
Oh, that sounds a little. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical about that. Taking things out.
Yeah. Well, he took out the stuff that he probably didn't think was real.
What do you call that when you reorder it into the events happening?
I don't know. That's a good question, actually. There is a word. I forget what it is.
People do it with creepypasta playlists. They re-upload them in the right order.
Isn't it? It's
I
something
heard.
chronological.
Yeah, that's it.
I was going to say the main
You
actor
see
in
it as
Passion of
being
the Christ, the one that played Jesus, right? I heard his testimony, and it's pretty incredible. When he played Jesus, he got struck by lightning. Is that true?
I would have
While
to
he was
doubt
on the
that.
cross.
I would have to doubt that, but that could be true. I know his initials are the same as Jesus's. Wasn't it Jim Caviezel or something? So JC.
Did you hear that Ricky Gervais did an atheist version called The Passion of the Primordial Soup?
I did not.
Was it only
Are you
7
joking
minutes
right
long?
now?
'Cause
It's going to be
that's
a
how long
sequel.
it takes to cook pasta.
No, it's actually 6 billion years long.
I'll show. He's doing a sequel to that. He's got 2 ideas for it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It's going to be about.
It's a clip of him explaining. One's a really far out crazy version, and one's just the normal sequel.
Why have I heard that before?
Kosho, do you see the making of the Jefferson Bible as a short story, or is it full length feature film? Here, it's a pretty short book.
It's not that short. I mean, it's like you can actually listen to the audiobook on YouTube, and it's like 2.5 hours. But I guess it is kind of short. But it's not the shortest book.
No, but he cut out how much of the Bible? Because he cut out all the bad shit, didn't he?
Well, no. He just made it. So if you start it, it starts at Jesus' birth, and it ends at his, right before he dies, or right as he dies. But yeah, and plus I would add I'm adding. That's the hardest part about it is the adaptation, because you want the message, or you want the tone. You want to get the tone, correct. It's not easy, and I've not done any. Let's just say I've had to start over so many times, and also there's basically nothing to show anybody. So.
Oh, you want to do it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been trying to do it for years.
If only you knew a TV producer.
Scott Veach. Scott Veach said he said that people come to him all the time with movie ideas, and it's really annoying. But he said the hardest part about writing in Hollywood is just writing it. He said most of the time, if you can actually just write out the whole thing, that's like 90% of the way there. And you can, if you look at this stuff they put on TV, it looks like it's true because there's most of the stuff that they put out is shit.
Yep, people like it.
People accept it.
You know what a good movie is? Scent of a Woman. I was watching that last night. Holds up.
That wasn't Matt Damon, right? That was the guy I confused for Matt Damon back in the day.
Maybe you did. I don't know. But I guess he does have a Matt Damon look, but it was Chris O'Donnell.
Yeah, that's right. He was in Batman and Robin, and that was it.
That's right. Well, Batman Forever and Batman and Robin.
Which one was Batman Forever?
The one
nipples?
before. I think the nipples started with Batman and Robin. I'm not sure. No, I think you're right. I think it was Batman Forever started, but they definitely continued it. But anyway, yeah, there was one with Two-Face and the Riddler.
Yeah. Jim Carrey and Tommy Lee Jones. Can't make it.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Jim Carrey said that he was like really excited to work with Tommy Lee Jones, and it's like right when they started shooting and stuff, and they were at a restaurant. He said he saw Tommy Lee Jones at the restaurant. And he said, "Hey, what's up? Like we're gonna be working together or whatever." And he's like, I forgot what he said. He said, but it was just basically like, "I don't like you. I don't like your style." And he just was like shit to him the whole time.
Yeah, the list of Hollywood actors that aren't shitheads is short. I think it's Keanu Reeves and a couple other people.
Keanu Reeves. He like gives away all his money. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a classy guy.
He also puts a lot into his movies. Like he does like all the extra credit, you know.
Well, and he pays his stuntmen.
Yeah, well, he pays. I forgot what movie it was, but I think it was the new Matrix movie or something. But he paid them all like a bunch of money.
He gives nice watches for one, and motorcycles like Harleys for another. And I don't remember who it was, what actor, when he goes home to Toronto, rides the subway like a normal person.
Probably a creep.
What's that?
He's probably a creep. He probably rides the subway and, you know, it's like a, what do you call it? The guys who expose themselves, you know? I don't know. Who's this guy? The guy who rides the subway.
I don't remember. I was just looking up classy Hollywood actors, and they actually even had Ellen DeGeneres on the list. So it was an older list, obviously.
Yeah. No, but it could be, what's that guy's name? Chris. Fuck.
Chris.
No, what's that? It's gonna bother me now.
I think a lot of people think Dan Aykroyd is nice. My wife thinks he is a creep. Because she went to school in his hometown, and he used to come back and hit on the college girls.
I mean, what's wrong? What's wrong with that? He's like a rich celebrity.
You know, I can't tell her that.
Oh yes, that's true. Yeah. I mean, if you're a rich celebrity, I mean, you made it. Kind of, you know.
But if you're a married rich celebrity,
Oh well, yeah.
Rick Moranis seems like a class act too. He quit Hollywood to take care of his kids.
Did you hear that? Jake on the plane was telling me that, like, there was like this fad going around where people were just like punching people in the face or something like that. And I don't know. It's like they would just go and punch somebody in the face, and
put it on video, but somebody did it to Rick Moranis. They just fucking knocked him the fuck out, and
Recently?
that's fucked up. But it was probably 2 years ago that he told me this.
I don't think he's the biggest human either.
He's a small guy, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a fighter, but if that happened and I was near Rick Moranis, I think I'd probably punch the guy that did it. We do that in Canada. We just call it hockey.
It says homeless man pleads guilty is a homeless man. Homeless man pleads guilty to randomly attacking Rick Moranis. Damn.
Oh,
He'll go to prison for 2 years. Damn.
He's lucky he didn't do it to Al Bundy. Jiu-jitsu black belt.
Well, on the plus side, now he has a home for 2 years.
That's true. Might be why he did it. I wonder why he fucking did that. Let me see.
Well, that might be the reason right there.
Oh, it's a shit. There's a video. I think I've seen this.
How long ago was this?
He got sentenced last year, so. He's still in prison.
I just drove past a couple basset hounds. You know how they say the owners look like their dogs?
Yeah.
It's true.
Hey, just I'm gonna bring it back to some content, okay, for the listeners, okay? Because I saw Carlos just posted a picture. Are you in here, Carlos?
Oh,
Yeah, what's up with your picture, man?
is it not loading?
Oh, never mind. Yeah, I was gonna say, so good. Chronic is that was 2 hours ago. No, because I was gonna bring up the same point we were discussing earlier with Chronic. What was the point of you posting it though? Like, what was what's
Is it the one of the moon? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't think it loaded, but okay, if you can see it, that's good.
What's the story behind it?
Well, the moon is shining through the clouds of an even sort of a blanket of clouds of the same sort of density and thickness and spread. Yeah, but the light from the moon is got like a ring around it, just a very minor. I guess you could call it a hotspot. Yeah,
No, I don't think you can.
it's a cold spot, is it?
Nope. It's just what happens when light is shining. So it's reflecting off of those water droplets towards you. And if somebody, didn't I explain this yesterday? And if somebody was 20 kilometers away, they'd see it right in front of the moon as well. Not the same ones as you.
Okay, so it's like it's kind of like a lensing mirror effect where I don't see the illumination in the same spot where someone else might see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you see the light coming towards you, and somebody else sees the light coming towards them. You can't ever see the same light.
It's not the light coming towards me, it's the fact that it's illuminating the clouds. It's actually illuminating the clouds.
No, it's reflecting off the cloud.
And those clouds have an illumination to them, a clear illumination.
Okay. Somebody 10 kilometers away, are they seeing those clouds in front of the moon and you lit? Or are they seeing the clouds in front of the moon and them lit?
Okay, so are you drawing an analogy to where if the moon
I'm
was
asking a question.
yeah, I want to understand. Are you sort of saying an analogy like compared to the moonlight across a body of water, how it's just a stream of light going from the moon across the water to your feet, like that? Yeah.
Sure. That if I was drawing that analogy, that would be the analogy I drew.
Okay.
That as well.
Well, the thing is that they're kind of quite different because that stream of light, yeah, I can understand how that works, but in the sky with the clouds, it's actually a clear illumination of the clouds. It's not just a reflection.
Okay, so that not at all answered my question.
Yeah. Basically, I'm just disagreeing with your idea.
But you're not answering the question. So could you answer the question?
Of course, there would be reflective attributes to what's happening from the moon through the clouds to your eyes, but the fact is it's illuminating the clouds, so it's not just a reflection from the water droplets.
I notice you didn't answer the question again.
Can you say it again then?
If you are seeing that, somebody 10 kilometers away, do you think they see the same clouds lit up as you, or do they see the clouds between them and the moon lit up, and not the clouds between you and the moon?
If that was the case, then I would also see their ring of hot spot of the clouds as well.
Okay. Does that ever happen? Or is what you see there only ever what happens?
I would need to have a side-by-side evidence of the clouds that they're seeing and the clouds that I'm seeing being lit up at the same time.
Did you take that picture, or did you just find it?
I took that picture just before.
Do you think you were just lucky to have the clouds lit up between you and the moon? Or do you think it just always happens that way? So somebody 10 kilometers away would have looked up at the moon and saw the clouds between them and the moon as dark, but over by you, they're lit up. Do you think that's what happens?
Yeah, well, the question goes a little bit deeper. That the moon is so far away and so big. It should have a much bigger ring than what the photo I took. If it's so far away.
What mathematics tells you the ring should be bigger?
Just going by what I'm told, the story that the moon is so far away.
Okay, and when they told you the story, did they provide an equation for the math to tell you how big the ring should be?
It just seems as though if it was so far away, it wouldn't be such a narrow point of light coming from the moon like a laser. It should have a much wider ring in the sky. Yeah.
It's not like laser at all. You're correct. It spreads out that everyone can on that half of the earth. But besides that, what math is involved with it? Or did you maybe just misunderstand the story?
I just don't think that if it was so far away, I don't think it would have just such a small ring of light around on the clouds. Yeah.
Okay, and what math do you have to support that? Or do you just, when you say you think about it, you mean you guess?
Does it need to have maths applied to it?
Well, I'm asking you again. When you say you think it shouldn't, do you mean you guess that it shouldn't? Or you actually have thought about it?
Yeah, I just want to know why you're invoking maths.
Well, because you said you thought about it, and I'm thinking you just guessed about it. Is that correct?
Is okay with perspective. Is there any way to do maths and perspective?
Yes,
There is.
absolutely.
Okay.
Is Don here today? Because I believe Don has done it when he did his technical drawing course. I did it when I did mine. Were you not aware that we know the relationship between the distance of something and how big it appears? Or what angular size it is?
The angular size. I understand all of that, but it doesn't explain how come the ring of light is so small.
Okay, so why did you ask an unrelated question that you already knew the answer to, and I already knew the answer to? Were you just trying to deflect? Getting back to the moon, there is math for perspective. Do you think that math should be applied here?
I don't believe there's any maths for perspective, because if that was the case, there'd be so many questions answered already.
Yes, they are answered. But how is that relevant here, since this isn't a question of perspective per se, at least in terms of angular size? More just a question of reflection. So have you ever driven past street lights in the fog? Carlos.
Sorry, I just had interruption by my daughter. Yeah, I was away for a minute, so I might have missed some of what you just said. Sorry.
Oh, it was just one question. Have you ever driven past streetlights or walked past streetlights in the fog?
Yeah, I have.
And do you not notice a similar thing for every streetlight?
Well, like a
halo
glow,
effect, if you will.
Yeah, like a halo or a glow. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. And does it stay in one spot, or does it follow you, if you will, so that you see it on every streetlight directly between you and the streetlight? Now, those are local
Yeah.
streetlights.
Yeah. I would say it does tend to follow, and it probably would do the same thing with the moon as well, if the moon were the same distance from the clouds as the light is from the fog.
So would you call those hotspots?
Well, probably might not be the right word for it, but yeah.
Definitely.
You give me. What's your best word for it?
I call it a halo effect. I don't know what the right word is either. What did? Oh, you said you took that picture. So if you look up moon halo, are you going to see pictures similar to your own?
The thing is, how many kilometers away is the moon? 400,000 kilometers, right?
Approximately, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
What does the distance of the moon have to do with anything?
Yeah.
I guess it's going through the deep darkness of emptiness space where there's no particles, and it's it's relative. Yeah.
There are particles. There just aren't very many compared to here on Earth.
Yeah, but at any rate, what would that matter? Is the emptiness of space? It just means that the light's being unimpeded. So yeah, what's the problem with the distance?
So you're saying it would seem like the moon is close because there's nothing in between. Yeah.
It measurably isn't close.
Yeah. It's only been measured probably millions of times at this point.
Yeah, and you can do it yourself with a radar, even a ham radio.
How do you
What
do
happens
that?
if you
Ping a
miss,
signal off the moon, is it?
or if you use a laser and you don't point at the moon? think you get the same result.
Yeah, but with the laser, you get it pointed at one of those retro reflectors. But that also proves moon landings, but whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, ham radio is just easier to do, I think.
That sounds
Yeah,
pretty
I
cool.
doubt the laser
type,
one's been done a million times, but certainly the ham radio has.
what type of signal is that from the ham radio?
Radio signal.
Radio signal, yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
It's
which
in
one?
the name. Which one?
So
What?
what bandwidth is that on? What bandwidth is ham radio on?
Does it matter?
I don't know.
Well, then why are you asking the question?
Would be nice to know some details, but if you don't want to say, that's all right.
I don't know because I'm not a ham radio operator. I don't know if the gentleman who brought
I
it up
wasn't
is.
asking you. I was
But
asking the
you
other
certainly
guy.
can look it up. Do you have Google?
I have Google and
Okay, let's say it's
Chat
30
GPT.
megahertz. Would that matter?
No, it wouldn't matter, I guess.
Okay, so let's say it's 10 kilohertz. Would that matter?
Probably not. If it was 1 watt, it might not matter either.
Well, watts isn't a frequency. Watts is a measure of power.
Yeah.
Hertz is frequency, isn't it?
Hertz is the rate of it's the rate of the frequency, isn't it?
Sure. Number of cycles per second. So again, it doesn't matter. So why does it? It is relevant though that every time you do it, you get close to that same result, depending on the accuracy of your timing device, of course. So why do we always get that result of it not being?
I don't know, man. I was just asking a question. Yeah.
So I actually would say,
It's pretty
in terms
boring,
of
man.
solar systems,
It'd be good if you could come up with a really good question, because I think my question was pretty lame.
Okay, well, I'll ask you another question. Why do you call that a hotspot when really it's just the light reflecting off the water droplets between you and the middle?
Yeah, I guess you could be right there. Is that the answer you want?
Yeah, but it does. Tomorrow you're still going to call it a hotspot, aren't you?
I don't know. I just didn't have the vocabulary of another word for that. Okay, we'll call it a halo now.
Hey, we were asking though. We were talking about the size of it and all that, and I think I forgot you asked a question. I forgot what it was, but whenever I think about like how big something should look, or how big it should look where it is, where it's at, or whatever. I mean, there's no limit to how far you can see something, and the size you see it as is going to be basically a function of its actual size and its distance. And so just by virtue of the fact that it's the distance and size it appears to be a half degree in your in your image, in your sight. So no matter how far away it is, if it's at a distance and a size that allows it to be half a degree, it's always going to appear like that. And if it's bright enough, enough light is going to be shining through the clouds or shining through whatever. Doesn't matter how far away it is, right? Does that make sense?
What are the reflective attributes to the soil and the rocks on the moon?
Are you talking about what's the albedo of the moon?
Yeah, what is it that's allowing the sun to reflect such a bright light off the moon?
The sun's very bright.
It's not that bright.
Like when
Sun's
I look at
extremely
the
bright,
moon,
man.
when I look at the moon, it's pretty fucking bright, right?
Only compared to the night.
Yeah, at night your eyes get like used to darkness. So when you look at something even slightly brighter than the surroundings, it will appear very bright. But look at the moon at day, or in day. It isn't that bright.
Pretty dull.
Yeah, it's kind of all washed out.
Yeah, because it isn't that bright. It's just that your eyes are used to darkness at night. So moon being, well, it isn't that bright, but it is quite bright. So at night it will appear like a fucking lamp. And yeah.
Do you have any more questions, Carlos, that illustrate how you haven't really thought about this at all? And just take other people's stories as truth, or are you out?
No, that wasn't anybody's story. That was just my own question.
But you never, so you just had to explain to you, you never could have thought of that on your own.
I did think about it, and it's great that you have your perspective for me to consider.
Okay, what conclusion did you come to?
Mm-hmm.
That the sun was really bright at night, but not very bright during the day because what?
Well, with your analogy of the street lights, it seems logical what you say.
No, I didn't ask if it seemed logical what we said. I just want to know how your thought process.
It's the same as yours. I have the same conclusion. That doesn't change my doubts on the distance from the Earth and what the moon actually is.
You know, it would be a crazy sight. Like, could you imagine if it was completely dark, like it was nighttime, completely dark, but you could see like a car, a truck, even like an 18-wheeler, and the 18-wheeler appeared as it would if it was daytime and the sun was shining on it, right? So it's completely lit up by the sun, but nothing else anywhere nearby is. The sky isn't. Nothing else is, but the truck is. I know it sounds weird, but just imagining it, that juxtaposition or whatever, it seems like the truck would stand out for probably a great distance.
Yeah, and if all the power went out in Hollywood or in LA, except for the Hollywood sign lights, that would appear to be the brightest thing around.
Yeah, man.
I mean, during the day you can't see a lit cigarette, but at night you can see it from quite far away.
North Chinese are funny. I'll tell you a funny story. So, like, we had a problem in our restaurant today, and the supplier wouldn't come to fix our brand new deep fryer. So they unplugged the phone, so we couldn't contact them. This bitch that was working there. So my wife went on down there and like totally wrecked their office. And we went back to our restaurant, and then the operations manager of the supplier, the operations manager turned up with another guy and all these technicians, and they all like sorry, and they came and fixed it. And I said, well, fuck it, because my wife's Chinese, right? So I said, like, North Chinese men, they punch first, ask questions later. And she said, well, not all Chinese are like that. I said, well, there must be someone. She said, oh, actually, I'll tell you a story. Like, her auntie got her bike stolen from her apartment in China. And the next door neighbor said, oh, I know who it was. It was that guy that comes around like every day, collecting recycles, like bottles and paper and plastic and stuff.
Yeah.
So she just went out and smacked him and just kicked him and on the ground. And the neighbor, when her auntie looked back at the neighbor, her auntie was like, pointing and saying, not him, the other guy. She just smashed this guy all over the place. This poor fucking recycling.
He's a homeless guy too.
No, it's just that's what he does, and just that's just the attitude. They're just like punch first, ask questions later. Oh my god! Poor guy. Yeah, and she just felt like so bad, but she just didn't do anything. She just turned around and walked away. It's like, oh man,
It's embarrassing a little bit.
Fuck. Yeah. How would you feel? Fucking hell, it was the other guy. It was the other guy 100 meters away. That one.
Well, that's why I ask questions first, personally.
Yeah, that's maybe. Imagine the cop said that, just shot him. Oops.
It's funny though. It's a good thing that they you got something done about those fryers. My girlfriend's like that too.
Or she'll kick things around there.
Well, no, she gets things done. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. She's probably a real sweetie most of the time, yeah. And then just like when she gets a bee in her bonnet, she'll just like a rat, like a wild wolf. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. Like we were at a restaurant and we were sitting outside, and she wanted to vape, and I was like looking around. There was a sign that said "No smoking, no vaping." I was like, "Look, it says right there, no smoking, no vaping." She's like, "Watch this," and then she just waited for the waiter to come by, and she's like, "Hey, can I smoke this out here?" And like she just talked to him for half a minute or whatever, and he's like, "Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine." He's like, "No, no, no," but she's like, "Oh well, there's no one here," and blah blah blah. There was plenty of people there though.
Tricky.
She always does that kind of shit.
She wouldn't have been able to talk to a female waitress like that, though.
I don't know. She would have tried.
I had to bury my dog today. That was a bummer. Fucking hell.
Sorry to hear that.
That does.
Yeah.
What happened? I said 7 years ago I'd never get another dog. On the weekend, getting another dog.
Well, we've been extending the height of our perimeter, our fences and our gate like 2 foot per day because the two dogs keep on running away. The girl dog, she just runs away all the time, but she comes back. And then the boy dog, he's smelling some other dogs on heat, so he's really heavy. I can't believe it's a 2 meter high fence. He's just jumped straight over it. And so we've just been working every day. Every single day, just raising the height of the perimeter. Crazy. It looks like a fucking fortress. It's crazy. And all the neighbors must think, fucking hell, who are these like hillbillies, And then so I chained them up before I left this morning just to, so they don't run away. I get a phone call from my mother who's at home helping do a few jobs around the place, and told that the girl dog tried to jump over the fence with the lead still on her, Yeah.
Fuck, man.
Jeez. Yeah, so it's been a drama all day with my kids, and so I still got one kid hasn't come home yet. Oh, okay. She doesn't know.
So he's not neutered?
Eh?
So he's not neutered?
No, that's right.
I prefer not to do that either. But it's not usually up to me. It's kind of messed up to cut the balls off your friend, But
you need to listen to Bob Barker.
Yeah, Bob Barker was obsessed with that for some fucking weird reason. But yeah, that's too bad, Carlos. I hope you don't. You shouldn't feel guilty or something like that, because it's probably tough, man.
Well, the thing is, the last thing that I gave her a good cuddle before I left, though. I gave her a good scratch and a cuddle, and it seemed like it was the last time I was going to see her for some reason. It felt really weird, and then the last thing that I said, though, while I was driving away, I said, "I'm going to chain you up forever." Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Because
well,
they keep running away. Like they jump the fence 4 times a day. Oh my god! And they get the vets calling because they run up the road and they end up at the vets because that's where all the dogs are. They're all heat, you know. And I get the neighbors calling and say, "I found your dog on the road." It's like, oh my god, it's been a
what kind of
nightmare.
dog is it? Was it?
It's a hunting dog. It's like it's like Scooby Doo.
Oh, he
It's
was a he was a Great Dane.
Great Dane.
Oh yeah, it looks like that, but it's actually a short-haired pointer, German short-haired pointer. Yeah,
Oh,
but it looks just like Scooby Doo.
that's just up.
GSP, a speckled coat.
Yeah, my friend, she had a black German Shepherd, and I was training it and everything, but my friend passed away recently, and I don't know what's gonna happen to the dog, but I can't keep it because my girlfriend, she wouldn't do good with a dog like that. I gotta
It's
find her a
hard,
home.
eh?
What kind
People
of
don't.
dog is that, Coach Joe?
So German Shepherd, black German Shepherd.
Yeah.
Trained her pretty good too.
People don't want used dogs. Hey, they want like brand new
Used
ones.
dogs.
I don't. I want a dog that's already trained.
Wait, I trained her pretty good.
German Shepherds are good and smart,
Yeah, they're easy to train.
but they need to be with somebody who's got a lot of space, right? I don't know if you have.
Yeah, that's what bothered me a lot too, is because it's just her mom now, and she can't really take care of the dogs, you know. So I put in a doggy door, you know, just so it was easier for her mom. So I put a doggy door for the dogs. But yeah, that German Shepherd, she's still like almost a year old. She's like a year old, but she needs, you know, a lot of action, a lot of activity. She's not getting it.
Do you live near the near nature?
Yeah.
Coach Joe?
I don't live
Yeah.
near where my friend lived. She lives like an hour away. She lived like an hour away from me.
Yeah,
I can't
because a
even go
dog like
like
that
visit
is
the
great on
dog.
a farm or I mean, it's a shepherd, right?
Yeah,
Needs to do something.
yeah.
We're getting a beagle. We just used to let our beagle roam around, and she'd come home, hunt foxes or rabbits, whatever.
Beagles are cool, eh? They have they howl at the moon, eh?
Ours didn't, but she was abused, so she probably had that beaten out of her. The new one might.
You can get a lot of money for breeding German Shepherds because this one's not even fixed. So
It's all dogs now. You can get a lot of money for them.
yeah,
But
this
near
is
us,
true.
well, in northern Ontario, north of me, they rescued, I think, 400 dogs that were in terrible conditions from terrible breeders. So that's what this one was, rescued from a terrible breeder that was not abusing them, but neglecting them.
They rescued them.
Yes.
What are they gonna do? What does it mean?
What's that?
They rescued them. I always say that they
Yeah,
rescued these dogs, but they not really
yeah, they were in
rescuing them.
terrible conditions, so they were, malnourished, unsanitary conditions.
You know, if I was president of the world, this is one thing I've always said I would. There's a couple of things that I would do immediately, and this is one of the things. Is you know, they say like 1 million cats and dogs are killed every year at the you know, wherever they take the
Stupidity of
dogs
the
and the
owner.
cats. No, just
Oh, yeah,
at the pound. Yeah,
SPCA
'cause
or whatever. Yeah.
they put them down just for the fuck of it. But yeah, I was gonna say that's kind of fucked up